bit left to sleepy sound. Yeah, it's good like that.
On the mountain, like top of Shifty. Like that, yeah.
I'm going like the hill above Shifty, a bit left of that. Yeah, okay. This is my guess here.
On the road above Shifty Shaft's mountain. Like on the road above, like between the mansion. Yeah, up there.
Let's say Logjam. A lot of zones they pull in more. Like you can't pick a central location. A lot of the time it's not going to be a central location. It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be Shifty, but it will be somewhere around Shifty. I was thinking Logjam, so it's going to pull in, and it's going to be somewhere around Logjam, in between Shifty and Logjam.
Nice, fully over.
Oh, that's a good one.
Center?
I got 1 point. Okay, that's good, that's good. Not looking good for the next zone though.
Nice. It's going to go up next, isn't it?
Oh, okay. So now it's a 50-50 if it goes to the right or to the left, but we hope for the left, of course.
Okay, yeah.
That's 2 points, nice.
Yeah.
It goes to the right.
Okay, I would be out anyways though.
Unlucky.
Okay. So a bit right to the lake south side. Yeah, there. Yeah, there. There it's good.
I don't know, feel like a little greasy zone. Yeah, like on the hill right under greasy, like that. Yeah.
Under Greasy, there's like a group of trees under Greasy. Yeah, okay, that's right. That's good.
Right next to Greasy Grove, like the road. Yeah, like right there.
I would say tilted or rocky reels, but I've been shown up last one picking tilted, so I'll pick rocky reels. Go on the bridge in between. Yeah, that.
It goes to the right. Not close.
Okay, never mind. River is not for good luck.
No. So far off.
Okay. We're not going to be in next turn, are we? Yeah, great. Should have picked Rocky.
I first started playing Fortnite back in 2018.
I think my brother, some of his friends was playing it.
I started playing it like since really the start, like first season.
I started playing in season 3.
A friend told me about it, and I was like, that's probably like a kid's game.
We tried it and we thought it was fun and we kept playing it.
Like after the second or third game, I was full into it.
It's just like completely different game. It's a battle royale with building mechanics.
You could build and then edit the buildings.
The game was very good. There was no game like Fortnite.
There's so many cool items in the game.
And there still are no games like Fortnite.
I think every like pro player in like any game has like this competitive drive, you know?
For me, like, knowing that I can always improve.
You wanna be on the leaderboard, you wanna perform good.
So I just want to get better and better and better.
Just go Fortnite. You shoot people, you build, and you try and win the game. Make sure the storm doesn't catch you.
It's a battle royale with a completely different mechanics from all the other games.
It's the first game where you really can like build and you can outplay the opponent with just by building.
If I knew it was gonna become this big, I would probably try it harder, put more time in it.
2 years ago, no one thought about the things you could do now.
First started on controller, but when I changed the keyboard, I'll put like F1 or F2 and F3. And like if I wish like I did like a good keyboards back then.
Even stream at the beginning, because if you were a really good player and streamed, everyone was watching you back then. So everyone wanted to become good in Fortnite.
I mean, right now the meta Spider-Man is like very, very strong.
I think you should really just utilize the SMG. Just really, really good.
Probably the SMG, because it's very easy to get refreshes with.
Position is a huge factor, you know, in Fortnite, because when you're like at the back of the zone or like at the wrong spot in the wrong zone, you might get focused or you might be late on rotation, and that might scuff your whole game, and boom, it's over, you know?
Mentality is like the main thing in this game, I'm not lying.
What I do to try to like keep a good mental state while playing, just trying to have a healthy lifestyle.
Like spend time with my family or friends, talk to them, just like get some activity in, some sport.
Just keep going, and like also have a look around. Like, okay, is there other things in my life that could be stopping me improving?
The best playstyle right now with like these formats is definitely playing like for end game.
One game can change everything. I think you need to fight, but you need to fight careful.
The best playstyle right now is 100% just very aggressive.
I think it's really like rewarding being aggressive, but you also need to be really passive, like if there's someone close to you.
I think the best play is knowing when you can switch it on. You know, like, okay, playing slow and immediately do a 360, just start playing fast. That's when you throw players off.
Make sure you play aggressive at the right moments when you see an opportunity, but then also play passive and just play for endgame.
Like, if you're gonna get a takeaway, you're gonna get pizza.
Hamburgers, definitely.
Pizza.
Because like hamburgers, it's without cheese. Like it needs to be cheeseburgers, then cheeseburgers, but just hamburgers, we go with pizza.
My favorite food is actually pizza.
Yeah, no, I just prefer pizzas.
I would say low ground.
Games and tournaments are being won by height, so yeah, that's why I prefer playing high ground.
I prefer low ground because, I don't know, high ground is just way too risky, I feel like.
It's more like my playstyle. I always played low ground so far.
High ground.
Yeah, high ground. High ground's easier.
I prefer dogs, 100%.
Dogs, 100%. No more lines, that's it. Dogs.
I think I would go with cats because they're easier to treat.
Dogs, definitely.
Dogs. I mean, for me, really, it's that I like cats, but they don't like me.
Dogs.
I mean, Quad Crasher because you could use it in a bunch of zones, but like car, you can use it from everything.
Probably car.
I think rotation by Quad Crusher because it's more fun.
Cars is more safe.
I prefer the car.
But overall, like Quad Crasher, yeah.
If it's like a very good thing or very bad thing, because if it like helps you a lot, then arms. Then imagine what you can do with that.
Legs, I think.
Thing is, if you gave someone else bionic arms, like obviously they're super strong, but you're super fast.
Bionic arms because it would make me stronger.
Legs, I guess.
Yeah, I would prefer to have bionic legs, probably.
Yeah, I think I would go with spike traps.
Ooh, I prefer spike traps because they're just way easier to use.
Poison dart, I think.
Spike traps.
Spike traps have always been there. Obviously they're not there now, but like poison darts, they're just annoying.
I think my mom is gonna be watching, so home cooked food is very good, I think.
Home cooked food does definitely taste better.
I prefer home cooked food.
Mama's home cooked meal.
Home cooked, yeah.
My mum's not the greatest cook, so I will say takeaway.
I think I prefer snow.
Sands, like sands, summer, beach, it's just good vibes.
I'm born in summer, so I'm going with sand.
Oh, I mean, like outside snow, but I'd rather be like in a sand place.
Snow. Sand gets in your shoes.
Middle of zone.
Depends which zone, right? So I guess I'm just going with center.
I want to be in the middle. I don't have to do anything. I can just sit in the middle.
Edge.
It depends on the zone. Like some zones you can play edge and some zones you can play middle.
EU on top, of course.
I would rather play an A, but EU is better.
EU is just... I mean, NA is good, but come on, boys.
EU is way better than NA.
EU, obviously.
They're both great, so we're just a big community, you know?
Last time in the FNCS Europe. On day 1, all 5 games were won by previous FNCS finalists. This does not bode well for the 52 players of day 2 that have never played an FNCS final. However, 2 of the teams that advanced through consistency were first-time FNCS finalists, Vico and Yikesjan, and Grolls and Clownski. In the finals await many of the best high ground teams in EU, and day 1 saw more advance. But one of the most notorious high ground teams are still in the running. Will Aqua and Noah take high ground today and advance? Welcome to semifinal 2 of FNCS Europe.
Yo, what it do, Fortnite fam? We are back up in the building for the second day of semi-finals here from the FNCS. This is the European region, and you know, if you were here yesterday, these games are crazy. And now we have a bunch of new teams joining us today to try and qualify, to try and either get a victory royale or make it in those top 6 to move on to finals next week. The competition just gets that much more difficult, and I could not be more excited to be here once again. Check it out. We got our casters. Why don't you say hello to them? Sundown is hanging out with us once again here in Europe. And of course, we got Resub. He's back here on the analyst desk. How you guys feeling coming into day number 2?
Oh, so excited to be here. I mean, the action yesterday in Europe was so intense. We saw so many clutch victory royales coming through, amazing individual efforts, but then also the little bit of consistency there at the end and some shakeups, some tiebreakers. So we know it's all going to come down to the wire.
I was hyped, right? I was hyped. But then I started to see that little hype piece from Zeke at the start, and I'm like, oh, I'm ready to rock and roll for day 2.
Man, you should have told them. Maybe some people out there were like, who is that? He sounds so cool. And now they just know it's me.
No, that was definitely just evil Zeke.
Oh, it was just my alter ego. That's right. Guys, let's get ready to start this show off. Once again, we like to promote this as much as we possibly can. Legends Landing. If you haven't had time to jump into Fortnite Creative and check it out, I'm telling you, you're seriously missing out. We had a team build this incredible little area. It's so dope. You have to check it out. It's like a space for us as competitive players. You know what I'm saying? Now, not me specifically, but us. I'm including myself in there. Go check it out. It's in the Buy This Epic Discovery. Right now, you have to just roll through it. There's a Hall of Champions. There's 2 different games to play. There's glows you can purchase. And of course, there is awesome stage there that you can watch all of the action that you're already watching right now. But you can also do it in Fortnite and do it how you want to do it, right? Hang out with your friends, do some emotes. It's really great. You got to check it out. Legends Landing. All right, let's talk about the broadcast schedule. So we're here for 3 days. This is actually the second of those 3 days. And tomorrow we're back for semifinals number 3, the set 3rd day of that. Next week, though, finals. 2 days of crazy Fortnite action like you've never seen before. We actually got a glimpse of it yesterday in like very specific games. We saw it in EU. We saw crazy games in NA East and even NA West. So make sure if you like any of that, if you watch any of it, you're like, dude, this was crazy, Zeke. Fortnite is so awesome. I got to watch more. Make sure at least you come back next week for the finals. Let's talk about the format, though. Right now, Sundown, we're in the session number 2. Talk to us, break it down.
Yeah, you can see that in the week 2 semifinals. We're there in that second little block, session number 2. We will have 5 matches today where the victory royale is an instant advancement. That means you don't have to pass go. You go straight to the finals and you get a chance to compete for that massive prize pool here in EU. But then if you don't get a victory royale, it's okay. You will still be earning points in the top 6 teams based on consistency. Will then also advance to the finals, and then we'll do it one more time tomorrow where we'll add a bonus match, so we'll have 12 teams instead of 11, and that will round out our final 50 duos.
In order for them to climb up that leaderboard, they've got to get points, and this is exactly the format here. This is the same as that we've been seeing through the qualifiers. If you get to that top 35, that's when you're going to start getting the placement points, all the way up until second this time. I thought I was going to say first. I see you looking at that big 1,000 points for first up there. You're like, oh, what's that? That's just because getting that victory will auto-qualify you through. The rest of those placements will get you those placement points total. And if you notice, in small right in the bottom left, it says each elimination is also worth 3 points. Now, what we saw yesterday was a bunch of the teams managed to get deep into about 2 of the end games. Like we saw Mustache Malabuka got 2 seconds and they qualified through. So we're looking for about 2 or 3 good end games to get you into the top 6.
That's right. And of course, but don't let that 1,000 scare you, right? You might think like, okay, if we look at our leaderboards and stuff like that, are we going to see teams with 1,000 points? No, don't worry. We'll have 2 separate leaderboards to view, all right? One that's like, hey, these guys have gone through, and then we can take a look at the leaderboard as it stands without that duo that is qualified. So that means moment to moment, game to game, we're going to know exactly how close the competition is. Take a look at our qualified players, though. Remember, we had already 11 from yesterday, 5 from Victory Royale, 6 from that top 6 have already moved on, which means we take a look at our series point leaderboard. We say, okay, which are the next 11 in line? You guys, come on in. We're here for day number 2. Good luck to everybody. Any names immediately jump out here on the second page of this view, Sundown?
Yeah, we had backfilled those 11 onto the first page, and my prediction was on there, but we'll get to that in a little bit here as we see some of the names we saw yesterday. And I think immediately somebody who is hopping out to me, like I feel like Noah Riley and Aqua, they have to put it together, right? At some point in time, they have to win a game in this circumstance. They should be able to pick that up.
Fingers crossed. I mean, problem is all season they've not been looking too hot yet. So I think this is the format for them to pick up a Victory Royale regardless, though.
I hope so, man. I feel like Aqua making his return last season coming in, this would be a really good confidence booster, right? To be able to say, look, I made it. Chapter 3, Season 1. I'm good to keep going. I know I've took some time off for myself, which is super healthy and great, but now I'm ready to compete. And of course, to reinforce that, being able to say I've made it to finals, I know for a fact he would feel really good about that. Now, of course, guys, you saw a lot of these duels. We threw a lot of names your way, but don't worry, we got actually a chance to sit down with Refsguard, a player that will be competing today, pick his brain a little bit, hear his thoughts on certain things. That's Levy2K that talked with him. So, check this out.
Hey everyone, my name is Levy2K and I'm back in the lobby with my guy Refsguard. How you doing, bro?
Yo, I'm good.
Where did it click though to you that like Fortnite was something that you could be one of the best at?
I think like Winter Royale, like 2018, I got like 20 points and I had to get like 28 to qualify or something. I had like 16 in 1 hour and then I started meeting PC players and I just got sent out of the lobby all the time. But yeah, so I decided to like buy a PC and try to give it a shot. And then like the age requirements, it got like lowered to 13. So I mean that's my luck, I guess.
What's your relationship with Scram like? How did you become friends? How did you start playing with each other?
I had like my trio from 2 FNCS and then like the fourth one, the IGL, old boomer, gaming Kuno, and he was like in the same friend group as Scram. I reached out to Scram, do you want to play? And he had like another tournament, that like in-game tournament, so we just played that. It's like a brother to me kinda. Met him IRL as well, so yeah, I'm very happy with the duo situation.
Obviously that year when you were playing without Savage and it was Scram, you guys, everyone knew you were a top trio, but you never quite got the result that sort of showed everybody in FNCS. And then eventually playing with Savage, you guys got second. Talk to me about that, because you won, you were so close to getting first.
I remember like second last game, like someone was in Slurpee and we just died on the roadside. But like fair play to them, they played a like very well tournament, so still a second place can't be too sad about that, honestly.
How are you finding the new season so far? Who you've been playing with?
I feel excited for this, really. I'm playing with Scram, wanting it back for the 2022 FNCS sets. So yeah, I'm hoping we can get a lot of like good grand final placements this year.
You don't get scared, but if there was one duo you do sort of fear a bit, you know, one duo that you think, oh wow, these guys are really, really good.
Right now it's like Hellfire and Nips probably, depending on like the loot pool at the time, how whether like Spider-Man is like a meta thing. They're gonna be tough to beat, but then again, it's like depends who's good on the day, who put in the work.
Is there any other nation though in Fortnite that you feel like really can match with Denmark? Because obviously in your mind, I'm guessing you think Denmark's on top, right? Valid, right? You guys.
I mean, Denmark is
legends.
like very small country with like a lot of good players. I think like Poland, very good. Germany.
You ain't mentioned the UK,
I'm
bro.
sorry.
You know okay, we ain't gotta go there right now. Okay, we ain't gotta go
Denmark,
there.
Denmark haven't.
Okay,
so
yeah.
We're about to talk.
You guys have a couple second places. Exactly. You guys have a couple second places.
Every FNCS we get second.
Yeah. It's been a pleasure talking to you though, bro. Honestly, getting some insight from you on your career and, you know, sort of life outside of Fortnite has been great. Good luck to you. I'll be rooting for you this year for sure. Scram and Refsguard Supremacy. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. And we'll just see who comes out on top. Maybe UK, but
I mean, you just can't not have a big smile on your face as you watch Refsguard kind of give us his insights, right? So great, and that's why spoiler alerts are going to be my predictions for today. But we'll deal with that a little bit later on. If you guys enjoyed that In the Lobby with, don't worry, we have one for every region. Make sure you're around to check it out. It's just to kind of like get to interact with the players, actually see their faces and like hear their voices and kind of get their thoughts on things. It's really awesome. So let's talk about this duo in particular, Refsguard and Scram. So boys, yesterday they had a kind of rough performance, right? They did place 11th place at the end of the day. Do we think they have the room, right? Because we've kind of pulled 11 duos out of yesterday's performance, right? And now day number 2, do they have the room to operate? Do they have the room to get a Victory Royale? If not a Victory Royale specifically, can they place in that top 6?
Well, don't forget that while we pulled 11 duos out, we added 11 duos in. The one thing to note, if you were in that first pool of 50 duos yesterday, you have slightly more chances, but each one of those days is a new day. So from here on out, they'll have 11 opportunities to either win a game or put themselves in that top 6 after 5 or 6. And Refsguard and Scram, they've been around the block a long time enough where they are veterans in the scene. They know how to get these tournaments done. If it wasn't their day yesterday, hey, 1 in 3, it's okay. They can kind of shake it off and they'll look at their chances today and tomorrow as just another way to make it to the finals.
I absolutely agree with you. I think they will qualify. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, because when we look at the performances they've had so far this season, they've not managed to get into a top 6 at all, right? That first qualifier, they were 9th. They just missed out. Yesterday, they just missed out on a threshold again. They're always kind of battling with that. Wherever that threshold is, they just seem to be right underneath it. And in terms of like winning a game, these guys have won one single game in a set lobby ever. So it's like, is that going to happen? Yesterday, we saw the zones really not be in their favors. Basically, every zone was really far south. It seemed like they were doing a good job to get ahead of that, but unfortunately it just wasn't good enough. So today could be the day. I don't want to say zones, do they get the good RNG or not, because it is depending on how you play that, as we've seen multiple times. But I think regardless, they're going to qual this weekend.
Yeah, but not running south every single time would definitely benefit them. Let's get that straight.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, it is about evolving, right? And the semifinals, and especially in Chapter 3 Season 1, are very different, right? This new kind of way we're approaching things, like, you have to adapt as a duo. So I do think, I have faith in them. Okay, I want to see Refsguard and Scram in the finals, but again, as Sundown kind of stated, today's a different day, right? Today is not the same day as yesterday, and adapting to the day itself will kind of tell us whether they qual or not, right? So we'll see. We have another duo to talk about, Noah Riley and Aqua. I mean, I'm surprised that they have already not qualified, boys. They're coming out of the Daily Bugle. I feel like this is a duo that, like, you just look at it, like, if I just said this name, right? If I was just like, hey, in passing, hey, Noah Riley and Aqua, they're in the finals, you'd be like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, they're already there, right? They're not, though. They're here and they're in semifinal stage number 2. What might be happening that they've not already qualified, Sundown?
You know, you say it's shocking and then you mention Aqua. I would say it's more shocking that Noah hasn't made it there, because generally he's the one who's really kind of put the staple in, but he's not necessarily looking as sharp in terms of his fighting this season, which leaves the decision making wanting. However, the story of Aqua has always been kind of these rocky roads through the FNCS qualifiers. Yes, when he gets all the way through the finals, he does absurdly well because he is the World Cup duo champion alongside Nyrox back there. He's one of the most absurd individual mechanical hype players in the game. But you end up in this really tough situation where when there's so many good hype players and there's such a thin line in Europe for qualifying, if you're not putting it absolutely to the brink every time, it becomes really difficult. And Aqua and Noah just haven't been doing that this season.
I also like to add to what you said there, right? I would like to classify Aqua as a hit or miss player, right? When it comes to winning World Cup, then also winning Season X, FNCS. We're talking a long time ago. Then it didn't even qualify for Chapter 2, Season 1 in squads as well, right? So it's like, as good as you can get, a miss. Then obviously we've seen tons of top 5s, tons of null placements because of apparently wrist injury at the same time. Lots of like high placements, again, more qualifications. This season is no different. Won the first Cash Cup with Stompy and then didn't qualify for another one, switched up the teammates with Noah as well. So it has been hit or miss so far. I'm hoping today's a hit though.
I hope so, man. I mean, I'm just a big fan of Aqua. And of course, Noah Riley. You can't not be fans of these. And you put them together and you say, this is a duo that could be a match made in heaven. But today is yet another opportunity to try and, I guess, win our affection, right? To buy in, to get us to buy into them as a duo. Another duo to talk about, Floki, Clement, right? They placed 10th yesterday, right? So once again, another duo that I feel like we are always talking about, right? Like, I feel like I've been talking about Floki and Clement since Summer Skirmish all those years ago. But again, they're just here in day 2 of the semifinals. Now, I will say specifically for Floki and Clement, I do think because we have potentially removed like the initial 11 duos and then backfilled the new ones, there's almost like this fear factor kind of crouching into the minds of these new duos, right? They're thinking, okay, well, let's try and land Chonkers. Well, you know, Floki and Clement are there. Is that the fight we want to try and take in semifinals day number 2? Maybe semifinals day 3 if they're still here, maybe, right? But maybe not today. What do you think, Reese?
I mean, to be honest with you, I think all of the teams around just keep bullying them, right? We saw like Andlex next week from Kondo pushing in, similarly to basically all of the Kondo teams every day. We saw Lecce contesting them through all the qualifiers and basically the same day yesterday. So it's like they can't really get a break off Spawn so far. They're having a really tough time. If they can break through, they can do super well. That's basically what I'm trying to say, right? Off Spawn is their only issue really right now.
Yeah, it's been rough for them, but I feel like there's a little bit of pressure been relieved from Clement because for so long he was the only like perma FNCS qualifier in Europe, and now that streak's kind of been snapped, I feel like there's a little less of an expectation there, which gives them the opportunity to really kind of have that high moment.
Okay, I like that. Maybe today is their time, right? They're like, all right, I've been bullied enough. This is now our POI. Everyone stay away. We are the alphas here. We will take this and we will claim this, but we'll find out because we have 5 games to try and make that happen. And I guess, Reese, to your point, at worst, we've got day number 3. I'm sure we'll get there. We'll get there. I have
There's always
faith.
more games.
There's always more games. I like
until after tomorrow. Yeah.
Until after tomorrow. We kind of talked about Daily Bugle a tiny little bit, but I'd really like to zero in on this POI because we actually have 4 different duos landing here in semifinals day number 2. This is already tight, right? It's already a difficult POI to navigate, to fight in, to loot at. And now just look at these 4 duos. I mean, now, like, if I just looked at those and I feel like it's Aqua Norelli. I feel like that's the duo that's going to win out Sundown. But again, it's just coming down to these performances, right? Like, something has been misfiring with this duo in particular that hasn't allowed them to really spread their wings and actually come online. And so now if we're like putting in 3 other duos that they have to compete against, this is either going to, 1, be really good, right? They're going to come out on top. It's going to instill them with confidence. They're going to qualify and we're good to go. Or 2, they're going to be fighting these other 3 duos and they're never going to build that confidence that they need to be able to kind of push into the next leg of the competition.
Yeah, and the Bugle in particular is already just a little bit of a nightmare to fight at because there's so many different variables when it comes to how you drop, how other players fight it. I think when you ask who ends up coming out the winner with 4 duos there, the answer is none of them. If 4 duos are contesting the Bugle, everyone else on the map is the winner, and those 4 are probably going to end up facing an uphill battle.
That's exactly what we saw yesterday as well. These are the 4 teams who were there yesterday. This is the exact same reflection. On that kind of main building, we saw No and Aqua go against Splash and Jamshood. It kind of, towards the end, went towards Aqua's team off Spawn, right? They won 3 out of 5 against 2 out of 5. Again, similar to what you're saying, neither of those teams is actually winning there because the majority of them aren't even in the top 20 of the leaderboards overall. So it's like, these guys are looking to pick up a victory royale. That's it. Like, they're not going for that top 6 placement. They're just trying to win a game. And we nearly saw that with No and Aqua yesterday, that final game, that huge clutch from Noah really at the end, which got me on the edge of my seat thinking it was going to happen. But again, I don't think we'll see these guys in the top 6.
Well, yeah, okay. All right, okay. I mean, and again, look, anything could happen, right? We could see them walk away with 0 points, go into game number 5 and get the VR, and then it doesn't matter, right? The victory royale beats auto qual, and then everything's good, and everything's fine. So today, expect the unexpected, hope for the best, prep for the worst. We'll see. We'll keep you guys up to date. There's a lot of these duels that we will be talking about game to game. We'll keep the ball rolling. One final spot to talk about. It's the windmill split, so I don't even know. Is this what we would call this split? I don't know if we have a
Power towers.
Okay.
Power towers.
Okay, the power tower split. Reese, you are proficient in this. Talk to me about this split right now.
Like, the power towers down here is a tough place. There's a ton of verticality. There's a ton of chests up on top of the windmills that you see down here in this area. But at the same time, it's obviously hands down not enough to split between 2 teams, as we already saw Vertex and Castry going there, who were also here yesterday. Then you have the new team of Frey and Kaduo coming in too. Sometimes you're going to see teams trying to split this up to the 7 outpost. It's just a little bit up to the northwest there, and have another team land down on the island. either way, it's not enough loot, right? So it's like 2 teams contesting there almost definitely isn't going to work. If that continues to happen throughout all 5 games, I'll be really surprised. Someone will probably just try and move to a POI that's, well, either just a POI that's only got 1 team at it, so you get more loot, or just somewhere else that's just opened up from a team who got the Victory Royale.
Yeah, to me, it reminds me of the almost old oil rig split after it was a POI and it was dilapidated. And there wasn't quite enough loot there for 2 people to get there, but it was still really good if you were solo. And I mean, no shocker that Frey like wants to be somewhere with easy access to chests and then immediate fishing spots in the area. But I mean, as we've seen in almost every single region, getting bogged down in the southwestern corner is not a recipe for success. That cake after you bake it just tastes terrible.
Okay, I like this. We're going to keep the ball rolling. We're drawing ever closer to the time to jump aboard that battle bus. So really quickly, we took 2 different duos and we said, hey, how well do you guys know each other? You guys got to check out this content piece. It's Duo Even Know Me?
When did I get my first gaming PC? Oh, you should know this, bro. You should know this.
I know this. 2019?
Yeah, bro. I played on keyboard on my console in like December 2018, and then I got the PC in January. If I had to live one of the chapter 3 POIs, where would I live?
Oh, I know this. This is easy.
Yeah, this is
nah,
this is easy.
sure.
This is easy. Yeah,
Sure, bro. What? Sleepy Sound? Are you joking me, bro?
Bro, that's full
No,
chilling.
it's
What?
Sleepy Sound. What?
Which year did I start playing Fortnite?
It was like the first time you played it.
It should be an easy one.
I swear this.
Okay,
Thank God, bro.
Good.
Finally.
Good. No, but you deserve 4 points, Jack. I'm actually very happy with like the answers. He knows like.
Yeah, I know you, bro.
When did I win my first cash prize? Yeah, you know this. You know this.
What, refs? Who has the most high points? Me, Scram, or refs?
Scram plays so much team mode arena. That gives so many points, but I don't know.
Has to be your boy. I'm just a bigger grinder.
I have like 12k. I think.
Okay, I have 14k. What's been my favorite chapter and season so far?
Oh, that's impossible to know, bro. Oh,
Damn,
bro. What even was season 4, bro?
Stark season.
The Stark season was definitely like a very good season, so.
What's my favorite food?
Ah, bro.
If you know this, I'll give you all my earnings.
You probably get some weird food from some restaurant, and I don't know what it is.
Bruh.
Wait.
It's so good. It's my favorite food. Like, my dad makes it so well. What's my favorite POI from chapter 3?
Tilt Towers is back. It's Speedway Candy Canyon.
I have to think, cause like there's 2 in my mind.
You have to be tilted, bro. If it's not tilted,
Bro.
nice. Yeah, it gotta be, right?
So, as the sole owner of the entire FNCS, the person in charge of putting everything together, you might as well call me Zeke FNCS or John FNCS. Ooh. Of course, can you tell that I'm a fan of Refsguard and Scram, that I believe in them? That's why we have 2 content pieces about you, okay? Today's the day, fellas. All right? If not, tomorrow's acceptable as well. It's cool. I still full-heartedly believe in you. Let's talk about the predictions, though. And, of course, I continue my story. I believe in this duo, okay? They're going to qualify. We've talked a lot about them, so you know what? We're just going to skip over them for now, but I'm sure they will come back up later on in the show. Sundown, Wings, and Force. Why this duo?
I mean, Wings and Force, in particular, Force being an FNCS champion back over in Asia, a transplant to the European region, and I just really enjoy watching their playstyle. They're one of the 11 duos who's being filled in today, the backfill from yesterday's duos who ended up going through, and I think they have the potential to just run somebody right off of spawn if they get the drop off of them, being one of those new duos in, and just able to win that, run it out and win a match.
Absolutely, I've gone with Loki and Clement. We kind of talked about them a little bit earlier. I feel like off spawn today is probably going to be a little bit easier for them. And let's be real, as Sundown mentioned earlier, Clement has only missed 1 single FNCS finals. It would be a shame for him not to make it. So had to make sure he hit the prediction. Shio's gone with Pastroki and Kylie, who have now moved over to Condo Canyon. That's kind of opened up now that X-Squeeze and Andlix aren't there. So they should be having a lot less trouble off spawn. And 11-2K's gone with the OGs, Noah Riley and Aqua.
So good. And you know what? These 2 at the end here, Yeah, Shy Wager 11-2K, they're all about the vibes, okay? And you know what? Today is a day about vibes. We're going to have fun. We're going to watch some Fortnite, and we're going to push through some more duos to the finals. So for now, that's it from us on the desk. But let's go hang out with those two vibe masters. That's right, it's 11-2K and Shy Wager. For you.
Thank you so much, Zeke. The vibes are immaculate today. Semifinals day number 211. If it's anything like that first day, we're just bound for excitement and crazy plays.
Yeah, I'll be real. They're talking about vibes on the desk. When it comes to your predictions, Shy, you've been bad vibes, right? The Shy Wager curse will continue today. I can assure you guys that because you've been on an unlucky streak, bro.
Yeah, I think I've been 0 for a big donut 0. But that being said, today I feel like Fast Rookie Kylie, they'll rock it through. Hopefully don't curse them. Game number 1 is right on the way.
All right. We have a big day of Fortnite on our hands. We have plenty of duos playing for keeps. This is where it gets serious. Everybody wants a bite at the cherry that is the FNCS finals. And although there is a session after this, Shayo, you want to be making it in now.
You get in early, you get your drop early, you get to be stress-free earlier in game number 1. What a game to get through with. You want to win this game, it's a ticket to finals, you want to be top 6. By the end of the day, that's also a nice signed ticket. No Riley Aqua, they've been on this train before. Unfortunately, it's been derailed 5 out of 5 games on day number 1. But on day 2, they're still going head-to-head. Drop down, I don't see any weapons. It's already starting rough.
Yeah, like you said, man, it's been a rocky road for them at the Daily Bugle. But Reese talked about it. Towards the back end of the games in session 1, things did start to look on the up for them, and so hopefully they can jump right in with their flow. One thing we have to consider is most of these players have just been playing the solo cash cup, right? So the vibes are either going to be really high or really low, and if you're Resguard and Scram, after what seems to be a bit of an unfortunate start with Resguard having to clutch up 1v2, this could be rocky itself.
Yeah, you're saying Resguard and Scram, he hasn't even been able to play in the semis yet today. It's just going to be Resguard for now. And with low materials as well, I mean, they've done some damage. There's obviously been like a trade of blows back and forth, but I don't think Resguard is going to be able to find any shots right now using that web, though. It's there. The trick shot from the air. That's what I'm talking about. Low ticks down. He makes it a 1v1. He's got all the mats now from that siphon as well, and some web shooters. This man is aerial. He doesn't care about touching the ground at all. Resguard is still going all the way in. Can he just bring this game 1 performance back for him and his teammate Scram? That is the question. Right now, he's taking it a little bit slower. Up top, bop. That's what I like to see. Past that, though, love it. He's slowing down. He's trying to make this one a little bit more interesting for us.
Yeah, talk about this. Resguard really putting on the big boy pants. Call him Mr. Resguard. He's a big man. It's rare that you see a single player aggressor do it the way in which he did and come out on top, it seems, because all he has to do is hit one more shot, but he's actually right in his face and will connect. That was very awkward there towards the end, Shire.
No, he's just following the script, you know, for the first fight that we have to watch. It's got to be a little bit, you know, sensational, so to speak. So Resguard is really making it go all the way towards the back end of it. No one at all, if you notice on the minimap, is here in any distance whatsoever for Resguard and Scram. So controlling this drop spot, being slightly contested, but winning, though, is going to be huge for them throughout the day.
Yeah, this is one of the benefits of Shell or High Water as a POI. Not much congested on this north side, and so once he gets Scram up, they will have some time to loot up and get themselves a loadout to go through with this game. Speaking of time, these guys ain't got much of it because they're right into the action south of Chonkers, and just like that, a player is down. Bevy's pretty low on HP, but he won't mind. The elimination is worth it.
If Bevy's was sleeping at the start of this game, I think after that heart attack kind of woke him up. There's no chance this man's going to be unfocused after being harpooned off his boat. But Castry, Vortexia, these guys were a force to be reckoned with the previous day before. They're up against Frey and Kidwo. Brand new players, a brand new duo that's coming in so far today, just fresh off of, you know, experiencing the semifinals. But they're up against one of the most aggressive teams in this entire format, Levin.
Yeah, look, it's the power towers, but who will hold the power today, right? Of course, we got a couple games where we know it's going to be important to try and get your surge done. It's the reason why some teams might actually sort of enjoy being contested to an extent, right? We can get our surge early as long as the fight closes up pretty quickly, but you can see, right, Vortexia, Castery going into defensive positioning. They want to slow this one down, put the fight back into their control, but that's not going to be easy because Kiddo and Frey will be well and prepared for the box fight.
I've never seen a yellow or red light as a part of the GPS for Caster and Vortexia. It's just been green, go, 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 but this time it might be a crash at the intersection. Unfortunately, Vortexia down Castery, just left in the passenger seat, no one driving at all. Frey and Kidwell wiped that one up fast.
Yeah, they got rid of them rather swiftly. That is a car crash of an engagement, but they're getting right back into it. No holds barred. You can see Frey trying to claim the high ground, take as much control as he can, but this is starting to look like creative Shire.
There's no water below you guys. You've kind of left the beach. You've left the edge of the island. You're at the power towers now, and there's going to be a complete different change of hierarchy towards the top. Frey and Kidwo, people who were just so good with that pinch, the bait and switch, were caught off guard, and now in the complete defensive.
Yeah, Frey, Kidwo, I hate to burst your bubble, but what you once thought was your island to hold all the power has now quickly become the scene of a battleground. Couple duos now, way more than I would have expected to see here, and so Kidwo will be taken out, and there's not much Frey can do to help him out. Lilo will come in as well, and it's just all-out warfare. Everybody going in on each other, trying to find any bit of damage, trying to isolate a singular player, get that 1v1 going, but this is really rough, Shire.
Jams are down, Frey gets the trade, but they're just raining in from up top. He gets completely traded out as well. It's like I'm watching the opening credits of a movie or something. Everyone is here on this island. I don't know why. I'm expecting another duo to pop in at some point too. But for Crazy and Rafa, they've just had a tough time getting their game started earlier on, and they possibly might be getting 1v2'd as well. Lots of damage on the other side. Kidwo just surviving. That splash actually was just popping off left and right. I think losing Jams would kind of buffed him up, and right now he's just landing shots I've never seen before.
Yeah, maybe you missed a memo, Shire, right? This is the power towers, right? You know, you want to hold all the power. That's why everyone's here, right? And the big thing is it's a great surge opportunity, right? If you're a couple hundred meters away and you see all the fighting going on here, you're going to think, hey, maybe we can get involved, right? A lot of the players will know that they aren't necessarily playing the elite of the elite players within the region, and so maybe they fancy themselves in a box fight, and that's certainly the case here for Rafa and Crazy. Wasn't the best of days for them yesterday, but now things are slowly turning. What was that tech? That's what you like to see. Using the zip lines, getting creative in game one, and that will be it. They hold the power towers.
I think Splash saw that one coming too. He was in that box and kind of was like, wait a minute, there's a zip line here. Something's wrong. I can feel it. Hold up. Something is not right. And then boom, two people coming straight through the box. Past that, Greasy Grove, Julian Commentil. Questions about, you know, are they still at the peak of their performance? Are they still going to be coming through and having an easy time through semis? They went off the drop. Frey, though, kind of tossing a blender. He got a few eliminations. It's going to be good overall for the consistency 11, but not going to have a chance this game to see it the whole way through.
Yeah, I feel bad, man. He was wiping out someone called Washed, and there you go. He gets wiped away in just the same manner. Back over to Bugle, though, where Aqua and O'Reilly still kicking it. This is it's going to be an interesting one, right? I did not expect to see a situation where we have a POI where everything's basically the same sort of state as it was in session one, right? You know, Covert Cavern, sorry, you know, things changed up, certain people qual, you know, you can't even chat to me no more. I've qualified through, we ain't here no more, but all the Bugle boys still kicking it today. How the dynamics play out will be very interesting to see whether Aqua and O'Reilly will be able to do what many expect them to do in qualifying out of this spot.
You guys missed kind of the format explainer overall as well. The reason we're saying things are so different today, there's 3 days of this. Each day, 5 games, 5 winners overall that go to the finals, and then the top 6. So if I'm doing my math correctly, 11. Yesterday was a bad math day. Today, that's 11 teams that are moving back and forth each day, and then 11 new ones that are coming in and just seeing what's up. And that's all based off of a leaderboard, so it's not going to be, you know, the top of the top, but just right below the top of teams coming in. That being said, though, it makes things very interesting. You're right, it switches up the drops. It switches up how many teams play for height as well. Some of the best height teams we've ever seen qualified yesterday. Now we have Aqua and O'Reilly in the lobby with kind of no one to contest them.
And that's not only why I picked them to qualify, right? Not because I think they are the best duo by any means in this lobby, but there just aren't any other dominant height teams. In terms of teams that could be dominant, you would expect Floking Clement to be one of those. They made it to a couple of end games yesterday, and although they had some unfortunate moments where, you know, you're getting picked off in the backside of the storm or whatnot, in today's games, I expect them to have a bit more finesse, a bit more pizzazz about themselves, that extra bit of composure that you expect to see from one of the more veteran teams in this lobby.
I'm surprised they have that composure till this point as well. I'm very impressed, though. The team right next to them, which is Letchi and Swilliam overall, they have been fighting back and forth at this POI around the Chonkers, I think since Qualifier 1, Levin. They've been here back and forth, basically holding each other back from even just progressing through this tournament.
But that's what I mean though, Shayo. It's one of those weird things where if you're looking at Chonkers and you're actually dissecting it as a POI, it's similar to Tilted in that it's almost like 3 POIs in one. And so in theory, you can split it, which is why I'm sure, right, in that qualifier where we saw things really go down, you know, I'm sure some of the teams are thinking, guys, we can all live in harmony here. Like, we ain't got to fight. Like, this does sort of happen though, right? When one team oversteps their boundaries, it does just sort of make other teams go, well, okay, if they're trying to take this, we're going to take this. And then all of a sudden, you end up in a box fight and things are going crazy. So today, a bit more harmonious, it seems, right? But we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, we got Refsguard and Scram as well on the screen. They put the EU in glue, right? These guys are always side by side. The issue is not as sticky yesterday or so far just in the competition. It seems like sometimes they're on different pages. Scram might go down first, Refsguard as well on rotation towards the end game. Because of that, they're still in the semifinals. A team I think we're all surprised to see at this point, Levin. But you know, Zeke's in the business. You're also in the business talking with Refsguard as well in terms of how he has a scope for the competition. They should be fine today with a lot of the competition that was holding them back now qualified. The question is, can they take control of the lobby with forces such as Aqua in the business? One other team to mention as well, one I'm interested in, Fastaroki Kylie. When it comes to semifinals or lobbies that are kind of offset, the vibes aren't like, you know, completely constructed as to what it looks like, who will take height. They do the most surprising things and tend to interrupt other teams. So I'm hard to see exactly how they go. Meanwhile, Aqua defies the laws of physics and just drives over water, looking for his next spot in the game.
Yeah, and I like that rotation from them, right? You can see the zone did pull towards that west side of the map. And so what they're doing is they're trying to go northwest, right? Trying to stay and avoid as many teams as they can, take the less congested side of the zone to avoid any sort of issues moving forward. And we'll see if that pays dividends towards the end of the game when they're dealing with Surge. Hydro and Belusi, you can see here they're dealing with Surge as they're 68 above.
And they have the best experience. If you're into stats, if you're just, you know, predicting by the numbers, if there's 11 teams that qualify, they were the 12th team yesterday. So close overall. I think they missed out by 12 points. So it's just a couple of eliminations. It's just a few placements. They possibly have a chance to qualify very well today.
Yeah, most definitely. I actually was quite impressed with them, although they were so close, but yet so far from qualifying. I think they actually do stand one of the better chances, especially if you're talking the 6 most consistent teams by the end of these 5 games.
Tyson, though, wall to wall with another team. It's so different watching all these perspectives. Loki, Clement just have this end game blueprint plan. Meanwhile, there's some teams that might not be as experienced overall in having that blueprint. They just go fight after fight.
Yeah, but their blueprint plan might have to be adjusted a bit because they are low on Surge, right? And so they have the gear, they have the loadout to go into an end game, but they ain't gonna make it there unless they start doing some damage. And you can see they are forced to take this fight, and we'll see how much their opposition will give them. 50 below isn't too much of a hole to try and beat, but they are gonna have to start hitting shots sooner rather than later.
It's just one shotgun shot. A few little sprays. Oh my god, that is exactly what they needed, but unfortunately, Floki misses. Another angle. Not pressured fast enough or long enough. They're still now 62 below. Dwindles even further. They're falling. This is a skydive in terms of damage. It just keeps getting lower. 70, 98. We're almost at triple digits here, 11. 2 missed opportunities, and they're looking down bad.
Yeah, they just got to tough it out though, Shayo. They can't stop now. Got to make it quick and dirty if they can. And you can see Floki just really trying to find the angle, giving himself any advantage, but cheating. They're doing a good job of just holding their ground, staying back a bit. But now, as you can see, the lightning striking. This is where the desperation kicks in, and so Clement will have to bear fate to that. Takes a bit of damage, but now realizing, guys, we gotta be careful because we might get pinched in. You can see Milad's duo as well, trying to find an angle. And Clement's done well to just sort of get out of there. He was stuck in the middle of 2 teams now, moving out a bit to make it a bit more of a triangle as they rethink their strategy.
And this is not a dollar store engagement. It's not going to cost just 1 or 2 pounds. Almost all the brick gone from Clement's inventory. This is a very expensive trade back and forth to keep them in the game.
Yeah, and that's going to be really rough moving forward now because it basically means they have to play for a refresh at some point, right? You can't go into the end game with as low resources as they have now. And so regardless of what their Surge situation looks like, ultimately they will have to make a power play soon.
Looking at power right now, maybe a struggle for it, actually, from Aqua Noah Riley dropping down. Okay, up on the force. Few competitor coming in today with wings. Sundown. Big on them in terms of their performance, but at the moment, they're looking kind of rough. It's just Force in the box.
I can't lie, I think O'Reilly's rubbing off on Aqua, but you saw the way he just jumped down there, tried to get in the box or Swift like. I'll see you, Aqua. Maybe he's feeling it, you know what I mean? Play with O'Reilly a couple of weeks, maybe I'll be feeling like that as well.
We can only hope, because they need something today, Levin. It just seems so general. We haven't seen, you know, the difference maker that Aqua is when he's inside this game shine at all this entire tournament. So today has to be that day.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Aqua, though, is that many people want to know whether you can actually teach an old dog new tricks. Right, because we know he has his philosophy, he has his idea of how to play the game, but to some degree it's a bit outdated. Some of his tactics are a bit outdated and they don't often work. And so really and truly it's up to O'Reilly to see if he can sort of, you know, convince him to change his ways and find a new direction. But I do believe they can. There have been games that I've seen where they aren't actually just only committing to high ground, they are playing mid. And maybe that will come into play today. You can see this replay though, and this is what is happening all around the map, right? Storm Surge forcing people to do crazy things. Kefi going down as Melody, his teammate, will follow as well. This is just rough, man. You know, because you spend all night, Shia, thinking, how can we deal with Surge, right? How can we go into tomorrow's games not having to worry about Storm Surge? We can just coast our way to the end game. And then things like that happen and you can't really control, and it's almost unpredictable in a sense. So I feel bad, but they will have to hit the drawing board, come back in game 2 even stronger, because there's no giving up now. Like we said at the top of the show, big stakes. You want to be playing in that final, and all you need is a victory royale.
$1.3 million in that final as well. That is kind of the stakes that are at stake. O'Reilly and Aqua want to see it. They want to be in the cash and the money, but the zone does not agree with them for the moment. Maximum distance rotation. I think they're literally one of the furthest teams, and they got Skyzoo and Jox in front of them to get past.
Yeah, and I wonder about what's going to happen with them, because you talk about the resources that you go into endgame with, and O'Reilly's health is suboptimal to say the least. And every time he opens an edit, looks at one of his opposing players in vicinity, you can see the mouth watering, right? You know, he gets excited. He knows that in a one-on-one engagement with most of these players, you know, he can get the best of them, right? But it's about picking the right spot and finding that right timing.
Talk about timing, you have to kind of bring up fast roll overall as well. This man, this is the blink if you miss it individual. Whether he's playing with, you know, Ardent Pizza, Kylie, whoever is rolling in with him, for some reason you switch off of his POV and suddenly it looks like he's in a different game completely. He's playing Fortnite 2 or something. I don't know what is going on with this man, but he just ends up somewhere else. There has to be a superpower. There must be a camera on him at all times. He's one of those, like, you know, mythological creatures that comes in that you have to put into like a facility and keep eyes on all the time where it freaks out.
I just can't believe you got a Fortnite 2 league there.
Come on, man.
All right, look. Rescard and Scram, they might be wanting to head into a different game if things don't start to look a bit more on the up for them. They've finally gotten their way into this 4th zone, but the trajectory of their game is still yet to be decided. Floking Clement still dwindling on the materials, not even in a comfortable Storm Surge position either, right? 16 below, so that means they committed all the materials, all the resources, and they ain't even good on Surge? Not looking good at all.
I don't know what this, I mean, it feels like they're always just filling up the bucket a little bit to where it's, you know, kind of heavy. They don't have all the water inside their basket. It's just they get towards that surge line. You see how fast it falls. They were 98 above, now just 21 below. They're not finding surge as they move. It seems like there's a little bit of fear at play, but you can't be scared right now. I understand it's nighttime too. The sun isn't shining inside the game, but that doesn't mean you have to, you know, you can't go for these shots.
Look, Shayo, in every cloud, there's a silver lining, right? Because if they can get a refresh at this stage of the game, top teams, when they get refreshes 50-50 right now, can win games, right?
Absolutely can. You look at some top teams falling for the moment as this free edit comes as well to another one. Everyone's just affected by Surge. Rescard scram down. I saw Floki get a pick up on Amplify as well in the field. It may be hard finding even taking a little bit of damage. Kaizen also getting some trays. Everyone is active and just trying to get things done. 58 people alive means 8 more need to go down before the lightning stops striking. But look at all the elements at play. There's fire down below as well. Players will have to adapt like water and fit any box or make new ones and just build things up from the earth. This is tough. And everything is just rough. Even Malad, the air, he can't breathe. He's choked down. And you miss up an instance at all, you waste a few seconds. You get beamed from the back. Jeff loses his teammate box to box.
They couldn't even fight fire with fire there. There wasn't really many options for them. And Jeff really has a tough time on his hands now. he really is going to have to get to work if there's any hope for them to have any sort of significant game one. Look, we know teams are going to be trying to go into these games looking to win. It's that reboot around style of game. But at the same time, consistency what matters. Plenty for Strokey. I've seen some creative car rotations, but that one was very ambitious, but it might have just paid off, right? You can see where they've been able to position themselves in zone. And so maybe things are actually looking on the up for them here.
Possibly 152. You want to stay in those triple digits and be closer to the 200 mark when it comes to that threshold. On the right side of the screen, you can see it. Also want to be somewhere in the center of this zone because it can pull kind of anywhere, but you can be adaptable to seeing exactly where it is, 0 risk. So that might look good. Rayad finally goes down. I think I saw him get knocked down 4 times in the feed. But it was all going down. This man's a survivor, but he can't make it to the half-to-half.
Yeah, and you can see now Aqua and Nora Riley trying to give and Flores some problems. This is getting crazy, innit? I don't know where that vehicle came from, but it is long gone now. You can see only one Spider-Man web shooter charge left in Norali's inventory, and we know they like to play high, and so I don't think they're really going to have many options in terms of whether to play a high elevation. But at the same time, you can never really doubt these guys, right? They will find a way.
Definitely. Well, I'm not sure what Aqua's finding right there. They were trying to go for some type of purple loot. Unfortunately, use one of those very important charges. Meanwhile, fast working Kylie maximum zone rotation, and Kylie doesn't make it. I'm not sure if the enemies know below that he's actually knocked into his box, but it doesn't matter. Someone else beams him entirely. These players, they're very aware of who's actually in the air, and they will find that knock when it goes down.
Yeah, and so all of a sudden, like you were saying, man, his game is just turned on its head. And he's trying to play frontside as if he is a fully strong duo, but ultimately, teams will be aware. They will know, hold on a minute, there's just one guy top in there. Let's focus him. Let's dwindle down his materials, and it is starting to look rough for him. He's got them peppers to play with. So at the end of the day, he may be able to stay up for just that bit longer, but things get really rough as the lobby starts to take shape. Andy, who we saw try to play for height in yesterday's games, trying to maybe do the same thing again, staying on them high elevations. They'll be taking a look at Zara, peeking over his shoulder every once in a while to see if they can take height from him. But now this is where the game really kicks off, Shia.
Yeah, Zara's hook all the way up on height. Looking to just rain down as many shots as possible. Floki, Clement, this is the mid-ground position and perspective. Unfortunately, Clement down. They're kind of that dynamic duo that need to have both players alive to really push forward all the way towards the end of the game. It's all left over to Floki, but we've seen him clutch before. Can you keep doing it? When you're solo, you want to play with that storm. At the same time, there's so many people who are knocked back there for the moment. Clement sees one. It's Rovers' partner, Krusty. Floki did take out one half of the duo, and he confirms it with the other, but he's running out of time. Meanwhile, Aqua, no, Riley, they have gone close to height. Is there a possibility of the glider coming up with Aqua? No. He's gonna have to just run straight into the zone all the way towards the back. He has no idea what's going on, but somehow almost has height again. Yes, they have it. It's like destiny has arrived for them. It doesn't matter who's up there. They have a refresh in the box as well. They can just jump down and get. Noah, Riley, and Aqua are here to play and end this run for themselves in possibly game number 1.
It doesn't matter how many blunders they have, they just can't seem to get checkmated. They will play for height, and they will continue to build their way on up, but a fight will break out for it. They've not got many resources left. Norani's only got the 5 builds, now down to none. And so if they're able to hold height from here, that will be a huge mistake on the rest of the lobby's hands, because right now, this is what they want to do. You can see Aqua doing a great job to hit that launch pad, stopping anybody from being able to use it to usurp them. And so now the continuous fight downwards, they need to get an elimination if they want to stay in this game. They have no materials.
They fall by Letchi. Coop's also down in the box. Frack has kind of blocked off all the shots, but Noah Riley is down. Aqua now on the backside by himself. 3 different duels around him, and he has lots of choices to make. You talk about being checkmated. The pieces are starting to stack, and he has to make multiple decisions at the same time, actually dropping all the way down towards the low ground. Sick in front of him, not sure if he knows. There's a wall at the back. Slovy's there too. It's a 1v2 for Aqua all the way at the back though. Razumi's also down there right behind him. There's a hunter, a prey, and then another hunter beside that prey. It's crazy. Fracto and Coop, they've equalized all the way up top, and Timber, a log comes down to interrupt the rest of the people down below. Aqua finally down. Crazy also gets fallen to Swilliam. 6 different teams left, down to 5. We're at the final moments of the first game. Zytgod, the previous height holder, also gets completely denied, and Skyzo is just skirting by the storm, but doesn't have enough to stay inside and alive either. Shmeki takes him down. It's Slove with control with Sick all the way at the front. They started near the back, and now they're towards the top.
They gotta be careful though, because right under their noses is one lurking solo who will be trying everything he can to keep his team in the game. Coop and Fracto, how they've ended up here, I don't know, but this is where they want to be. Zone going down elevations. Coop,
oh no,
actually messing things up. So all of a sudden, he's left Frack all alone. They're dropping like 5. They've got to be careful because this is their chance, this is their moment, and Coop has put that in jeopardy right now.
Absolute cost of maintaining that height. The mats are down, but Slovy's also picked apart as well. So now we're down to what looks like a 1v1. Sick is going straight for it. He dodges towards the right side. Can't find the feet though. He's gonna go for the 180 pump shot, but it's not gonna be there. No, not just yet. The heavy shotgun's in the inventory. It's just one pellet and needs to land big. Actually takes the high ground. He's kind of insane. The positioning is nice, but you have to secure this win. Spider-Man goes up top. It is insane. Frack, his teammate down, but he secures the win.
I thought it was lost. Coop went down, Frack had no materials, but the Spider-Man web shooter once again comes through in the final moments to win the game for Frack and Coop. How has he done this? You can see here, he's not got many charges left, but he rises and hits the shot. What a play. They don't disappoint. Frack and Coop will be in the FNCS finals.
That is a 3-second swing, maximum pendulum, ultimate combo from Fraction. I mean, we saw Vino's clutch yesterday, but this one had some style.
I don't know how they keep pulling these off. The huge shot when he needed it, ice in his veins. I can't wait to see how the desk breaks that down, because that was a crazy game.
Yo, what? It was just game number 1? Is this just yesterday all over again? We watched Vino do something very similar, and now Fraction and Coop come back and they say, we're going to start the day on the hype levels of yesterday, okay? We're going to make sure you guys are entertained. My goodness. I think Levin broke it down the best, right? Ice in the veins. In that moment, you have this 3-second window of, I know I'm going to go up. I know I need to land my shot. Now, for pro players, competitive players, right? They have that crosshair placement on lock. And that's all it was, right? You go up sundown, you just say, look, just don't think about anything. It's all instinct. I have trained for this moment. Just put the crosshair on them. Let's confirm this. Let's go to the finals.
Yeah, well, he had no other options, right? You have to work with what you're given, and just having the web slingers, no builds to close the distance, and he hits the gorgeous shot. But we talked about so much on the start of the show how today was a new day. Coop and Fraction played awful yesterday. It was a really rough set of games for them, and we even commented on it towards the last game, where it's like, wow, we hope they're able to really put it all together, come back, kind of reset, and do it again tomorrow. Well, he did it immediately, and look at 12 light bullets. He doesn't even have the option to take a fight from the low ground, because otherwise you're just spraying up shotgun shots and you never win that fight, Reese.
Yeah, we also just discussed, while the cameras were off there, the utility, the usage of the heavy shotgun, the fact that you can use it from the hip fire, the fact that you just have to have good aim with it. That's exactly what's happened. That's the first time now that they have qualified through to an FNCS finals. I saw before this semifinals week, I saw on Twitter their coach Fox, saying how prepped these guys were. And when I saw yesterday's gameplay, similar to Sit That Sundown, I didn't really think that was the case, right? When I watched it, I thought the off spawn was messy. Even now, watching that final game, we saw almost that choke there from Coop when he started to drop down to low way too early. Not sure if he fell. We could have just missed out on that point. Either way, not the play to make. But Frack absolutely coming in clutch, picking up a huge victory off the first game and straight through to the finals.
It's so good, dude. So clean. I cannot believe that's how we start the day here in Europe on day 2 of the semifinals. Of course, we can't forget. Remember, the Victory Royale means you're going through to the finals. Fraction, Coop, welcome aboard the bus, boys. Find yourself a seat. We'll see you next weekend in the finals of the FNCS, and the first time that this duo will be there. Now, we cannot forget, remember, we're playing 5 games. That's the first of 5. At the end of the day, the top 6 will also move on. So you're looking at people like Slove and Sick, right? We watched Sick there in those final few moments of the game. They almost put it together, but it was just Fraction, right? He just said, look, now is my time. I have put in the work. I put in the time. And right now, I just need to stunt on somebody, Sundown. I just need to go up and say, Spider-Man web shooter, let's go.
Yeah, it was a brilliant way to pick up the Victory Royale, as we now get a look at our teams in 11th through 20th spot. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the right-hand side, seeing where the point averages are at. We see 11th currently sitting in that 29th spot, but 6 on that first page was 35 points, which is a little higher than we see on average. So you can tell that maybe Europe is going to put a little bit of a stake in the ground there, and the consistency might be a little bit harder to earn. However, so far, it's been all about the explosive Victory Royales.
Yeah, I'm currently already seeing a trend where, like, yesterday we had a bunch of our teams that have gone through from these kind of popular drop spots. Like, yesterday we had so much going on in Camp Cuddle off spawn repeatedly over and over. And in that final game, Mustache Malibuka managed to win things out and qualify through. Don't win the game, but win the drop spot off at that point and qualify through. Now, when we're looking at the way the leaderboards are shaping up, the team that they were fighting against so far, which was Tazian and Schmecky, they're already first, right? So it's like, I'm already thinking in my head, I'm playing 3D chess, going a couple steps ahead here, that next weekend's finals off spawn and Camp Cuddle's already looking real good.
Isn't chess always 3D, Reese?
I don't know. I don't play it.
Sundown, stop.
This is my first attempt.
You know what? I was gonna hang out here, but production, we're out of here, man. Just get us out. Get me out. Let's go back to the casters. Take it away, boys. Just go to them. Go to them.
Looks like we castled over to this screen. Levin, am I right? That's what I'm talking about. Maybe? No?
Usually, bro, I'm back in it, but you caught me off guard. I'll be real.
Either way, it's amazing games we're watching today. There's 4 more to go, 5 total, 11. If that's how we're starting out at 100, do we have the capacity to go to quadruple digits, the hype level of 1,000 or something? Because I don't know, man. I'm just here.
Look, we got 4 more Kings to crown, so I think you know, we got a big couple of games ahead. It only goes up from here, like you said, right? It can't possibly get worse, no?
No, not at all. I mean, if that's Coop and Frack as well, I mean, you know, Sundown mentioned it yesterday, struggling completely. Some of these teams that we saw have rocky starts end up just becoming diamonds. You always talk about the pressure level. It might be something good for them to, you know, get that day 1 experience.
Yeah, for sure. And like in Coop and Frack's case, you know, Frack used to get bantered, right? Because he came last in an FNCS. Today he's the first to qualify, right? So things can quickly turn, and hopefully this time, right, he doesn't come last in FNCS. I don't want to jinx him, right? But, you know, this is people's opportunity to really get their way in there with all the big boys. We saw a lot of the best players in the world qualifying yesterday, and now to put yourself on one of those lists as well is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, we saw a lot in that game 1 as well. Potential from certain teams, right? Aqua and O'Reilly looking pretty good. A lot of teams really expending all their mats to hold high ground, and even a close 1v1 towards the end. Some of those teams, Levin, fell short. Clement and Floki, you know, they're tripping me up as well. They're getting tripped up in the game a little bit. A duo that we're used to seeing survive, not actually thriving in the end game.
But that's what makes me scared, because that game looked like a game from yesterday, right? And you sort of hope to yourself, maybe, you know, over the day, things have adjusted. Maybe they've gotten a bit more compact in the end game. They're more tied together. But again, a bit of a sloppy end game. So we'll see and follow that throughout the day. And if they aren't able to pick things up, they might not be on that list of qualifiers.
Yeah, I feel the game is also being kind of fair to all the players. Yesterday, we were kind of at Rocky Reels the entire day too. Wasn't too bad with the zones. If we end up north, if mountains get in the way now, Levin, that's where things start to get tough.
Yeah, I like the mountain zones, right? That's a theme in Fortnite that's literally been there since Chapter 1, the OG original map, right? I know some people think, oh, Tilted. No, Tilted weren't there, by the way, right? It was the OG map where you just had a mountain zones all over the left side of the map. It was craziness, but again, right, you still get these even at the highest level of Fortnite today.
Yeah, and one thing I also want to point out, it feels like having high ground, a little bit of a curse, right? These low ground teams keep swinging up and taking shots, but who will swing again in game 2 because it's right underway?
This is a huge game, absolutely massive one, because it is a tug of war for that victory royale, and they got many different teams pulling away from many different sides of the map. The side that we'll be watching though, Chonkers Speedway, big one, because Floki and Clement, who we've seen have a bit of a rough start, got a chance to do them right.
I mean, we mentioned it before, the friction is not here at this drop anymore, right? But what does that mean for both teams? Because I'm seeing some new struggles for them that we didn't really see throughout the qualifiers. Maybe we saw a little bit in day 1, but because you fight off spawn, you end up, risking a little bit of your game, but securing another part of it. That's Surge. You end up doing damage to some players. Both these teams, Swilliam and Floki's, unfortunately, aren't dealing enough damage at all, and both really, you know, succumbing to that Surge level. Maybe they're destined to fight at Chonkers Speedway.
Maybe they are. Are you instigating the battle right now?
I'm instigating, man. I'm that guy in the back. Like,
you are that guy, Shai.
I'm that guy. I'm yelling, you know, swing first. Like, just do it.
Rah, you're gonna let him say that to you? Nah, not me. Personally, I wouldn't.
Personally, I wouldn't have that. That's a violation right there.
Yeah, I love it. Nah, it's one of those things where ultimately, sometimes that's what happens, right? Teams go, look, we've struggled with Surge the past couple of games. Like, we didn't want to fight you guys, but at this stage, man, it's probably just way easier for us to actually just take the punt and see if we can beat your spawn instead of trying to, you know, pick off scraps of damage throughout the mid game.
Yeah, no, it's tough. You used to be a player a little bit. You ever have to struggle with Surge?
Me personally, bro,
Yeah.
I wasn't the damage getter in my teams.
Wait, were you the tarper then?
Well, no, not either. I was just.
Wait, hold on.
I was the ultimate support player. Well, back then though, right? You know, back then games were a bit laggier, right? And my PC was bad, right? You know, I was down bad on the setup. So like, if I ever tried to like peek out to get Surge, like I'd go down to like 30 FPS. Like I'm lagging everywhere. Like it just wasn't ideal, you know. Don't tell my teammates that. They didn't know that, right?
Yeah. No, of course.
Yeah.
Did it all, man. Support players. They don't talk about them enough, you know?
Guys, we deserve more respect, right? We are there to support. Without the support, what is there, you know?
Yeah, just the damage, the tarping, the points, the everything else.
Yeah.
That makes sense. This is one team I also wanted to point out as well that was right beside Scram and Refsguard. Zaka, his teammate Zara as well. They had height for a little bit of a second. This is going to be fine, by the way. Don't even need to cast over this. Scram's not in any trouble whatsoever. Hold up. Is that 2 people in this box? No, we're chilling. See what I mean? Wings actually going down. This is actually something to talk about. I mean, when I asked you after show yesterday, we were talking on the desk as well overall, we assumed that Wings and Force would roll in and they would be looking really good when it comes to, like, you know, expectations, them qualifying maybe and just leading the lobby at least if they're not getting wins. Second game so far and Force is kind of by himself.
Did we though? Did we or did you? I don't know if I'm feeling
We did. This is a we operation, man. We sat there, we looked at the teams, we ranked this one the highest. Was I dreaming?
I don't know about we, man. I don't speak French, bro. I think that might be a you.
True.
You got a replay from Greasy here. Look, I think a lot of the teams who are flooding in right into this session, the 11 teams who came in, I think a lot of them will have their struggles. Because a lot of them, you know, ultimately there's a reason why they are one of the Session 2 teams in terms of trying to qualify through. And they weren't the ones in the Session 1. They've not necessarily had the best of seasons. And so I don't just expect things to magically change because we're here in the semis. But in terms of Wings and Force, there is a chance for them because, you know, they're not absolutely no-namers who have never done well in Fortnite, right? They have a ground level, they have a baseline at which they can hit, but as we just saw there, Scram was in no trouble. He was, you know, fighting bots, it felt like. So they're gonna need to step it up moving forward if they want any chance of playing in the final.
You mentioned no magic. I mean, I saw some of the magical skies are there, and I'm wondering, with him and Jocks, why aren't they, you know, kind of in this conversation to qualify and be towards the top as well? They've had, I feel like, the most experience in fighting so far. Skies, whose shot is just kind of insane. Maybe just eating a lot more on the plate than you know, is there. They're trying to have their cake and munch it down too. It's unfortunate because they get into so many fights, so many risky circumstances. That's where they probably get fragmented so hard.
What flavor cake would you be if you could be a cake flavor?
Red velvet, bro. You want to know why?
Why?
Silky smooth, like Refsguard's drop downs and edits. Look at that.
Oh.
Look at that with a pickaxe too, man. Slice it up. Slice it up, dice it up. That's what I'm talking about. Am I having deja vu, by the way? I swear to God, they just literally had this exact same fight in the same box. There's an old shotgun minis there too.
I think Wings and Force are just giving them practice. It's like, so Wings went down and like Force is like, okay, goes like, guys, run it back. Let's get into the same positions. Cool. All right, cool. Let's do it again. Yep, nice. Bam.
Force goes down and just whispers, there'll be another duo coming. Remember this fight. I was just like, you hear that? Yeah, man. IO guards and stuff, they're just freaking out, you know?
The IO guards. Hey. Well.
Nice. Syndra's revenge. I like it. First team to go down, right? Kind of in that first game?
Yeah, they went down real early, I think. So nice to bounce back in that second one. Yeah, do you have high hopes for this duo?
I have medium hopes. I have the allocated amount of hopes. High hopes for everyone, you know what I mean? But if I'm being honest right now, Syndra, this is their first game. Just kind of waking up. You know, they kind of hit snooze on the alarm when they jumped into the official game number 1. But the game 2 is their one right now. Floki, Clement, not sure about their auto insurance, but it looks to be hopefully set up well. They do not have a Whiplash to play the rest of this game. I think this is where the trouble starts, right? You look at the minimap, kind of close to where they're supposed to be. Overall, it's going to be a top right side zone, kind of common overall for a lot of teams to deal with. The issue, though, I feel like these guys save a lot of their mats by using vehicles. And over again, their car just seems to get shot down, and they have no mats. Bad surge. Nothing looks good for them.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to make a claim on insurance here. I think they're making some rough decisions in terms of how they use their vehicle and the areas where they take it. And like you said, this is now really huge for their strategy because ultimately they're not good on materials, right? They need to get their mats up and they rely on that vehicle, like you said, to allow them to save some. So again, another game where in the middle, it's not looking too good for Floki and Clement.
I feel like I'm watching them in endgame already, trying to clutch, like playing the zone. Like they're that down bad in terms of mats, so a refresh is needed. When it comes to this side of the zone, though, there is kind of a throne, which is the bugle. Kind of control it. You end up kind of, you know, allowing people to go back and forth through your own kingdom, and rightfully so. It's Aqua and Noah Riley who are dead center all the way towards the top.
The bugle looks so silly right there. It's just like 5 teams just postured around the edge of it with Noah Riley in the middle. Like that just looks incredibly silly. And I hope the zone pulls very far away so they all have to move at once and just fight. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
That's your take, okay?
Yeah.
I agree with the take.
Yeah, man. BZ.
What do you say for these teams, right? Is this kind of just like, you know, rolling dice in your hand and seeing what comes out when there's 4 teams looking at each other, edge zone?
This is where it gets messy, right? Especially because you look at some of them teams. Those were the teams that were involved in the power tower island fight, right?
Yeah.
And so a lot of them, this is the first chance for them to stretch their legs and just look at this. I'm sorry, I can't consider. Look at that shot was so perfect from production. Look at all these teams, and look, these teams, they are positioned here because they know, right, that with the zone pulling towards the east, like with the zone pulling towards the east, they know that there's going to be teams rotating in from like that sort of central area of the map. So if you are positioned high enough, you will be able to get some tags. But the problem is the one team to open up to try get some tags will just be shot by all the other teams, right, looking for tags. So it's like it's a perpetual cycle of just endless, you know, teams trying to get tags on each other.
We had aliens drop down in Fortnite before as well, right? And I know that Noah and Aqua are like the VRs overall in comparison, or like the VR champions overall compared to everyone else around them. But what if there's like some hive mind effect that happens towards all these other teams and everyone just starts to spray Noah and Aqua's box, like at the same time?
That is always like the biggest fear, right? You know, that's why, you know, you never want to edit up, never want to get too excited, you know, keep to yourself a bit. But I'd like to hope that wouldn't happen. And if it did happen, I believe they would probably just be able to drop down into like the building, right? Because they are on top of a building, so they'd probably be able to drop down and be all right. But yeah, that is always a possibility.
I'm giving Revsguard and Scram till game 4 to win, straight up.
Really?
Yeah, and if they don't, then possibly they qual through consistency. I know, very risky bet. You know what I mean?
Shayo has spoken.
That's my base take of the day.
That is your base take. Well, where are they going here? So they're pulling real far north. And I'm guessing they want to try to find a better angle and a position here in zone, one of these northern hills, or maybe they're actually going all the way around. They're wrapping to get as far east as they can, play a less congested side of the zone, which might be a good play.
But these
Bring well, yeah, these are
high up in the air.
Look, an example of a team who didn't have the most long-lasted first game, and so this is their real first taste of some mid-game action in these lobbies. Almost as high as a great statue there.
Foundation. 62 below though, so maybe they need to start to go down towards the ground and reassess what they're doing, because I understand Rangers here, they're going to be able to maybe take a few shots long range. But unfortunately, I think the only people, they're going to be moving around are in Whiplashes, in Sedans. There's not going to be a chance for Frey to really find a player from this angle. Too many trees, my man.
That's exactly what I was going to say, right? In terms of just in this area, the lines of sight are just horrid, right? So much trees, changes in elevation, little hills and ridges that people can sort of rotate through. It's really hard to get any sort of consistent tags in this area. It's different, right? If you're in the south of the map, where it's sort of the desert terrain, there's not as many trees and shrubs and things that can sort of get in the way. And so if you're sitting on one of them hills, you're a bit more prosperous. But in this area, it's a bit more difficult. And you can see this is the play that Frey and Kiddo are going to try and make to deal with their surge. And it's actually a successful one. They get one knock, but the job's not done. And Frey, he's on the aggressive, trying to close this one out as quickly as possible. And the play will get away, but still, a good job. It puts him just above. And they've got a lot of loot to deal with, and the fight still isn't done.
Yeah, they need about 150 more damage to maybe even deal with the next surge. So definitely they're safe for now, but doom looms the distant future. Elvis Krusty, they were down by just 10 surge. That is quickly amplified to 75. Things almost getting 10 times worse. They are chasing down though. They have the right angle now inside all their opponents' builds though. Mosh lets them through. Relvis goes down first. Is the trade there? No! They get absolutely sandwiched. I mean, they have no other decision. Mosh and Kiko though, blessed with 2 free healings.
Yeah, Kiko and Mosh, not a team I'd want to run into. Kiko, very proficient controller player. And so you probably don't want to be running into that box. Nova and Hardfine in a very tough position, stuck in between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. And even though I was just talking about how maybe you don't want to run in the controllers player box, it didn't work out for Hardfine. He goes down. And so Nova with 24 HP will do his best to stay in this one, but with just a couple wood builds left and 2 very, very agitated duos around him. Look at the duos he's stuck between. Kylie Sproky, Clement Floki. This is not where you want to be right now, my friend.
Very good loot for whoever does end up finding and taking him out. Legendary rank 7. You got the web shooters as well. They have the potential for another highlight play. We're seeing differences today for some teams. Castery, Vortexia. Once again, maybe it's just the fear, but this was the duo to be scared of. They were literally bullying POI after POI, rotation after rotation on the right side of your screen over and over again. Unfortunately today, down on Surge, not getting into as many fights. It might be a difference because, yeah, fights are risky, and that might have been why when in qualify yesterday, maybe taking 1 too many, but you don't want to have the other extreme as well, right? Of just taking done completely. And Nova's waited out long enough to be in a position to be able to revive Hardfine in just a little bit of a second. We'll see if it works out. Aqua, meanwhile, he is soaring through the air. Noah Riley quietly coming in behind him. They'll just go straight towards the east. It looks like Levin. I mean, I've seen this endgame a few times before in Cash Cups and EU. It tends to repeat itself once it starts. We're going towards the islands.
I still can't get over the thought of Aqua. Just, he's looking a bit slicker than usual. I don't know. He clearly feels quite techie right now. Do you know what I mean? He's feeling it, but like you said, this zone gets very messy in terms of endgames. It can be quite unpredictable, and so in the case of Aqua and O'Reilly, they'll want to keep the web shooters charges as high as they possibly can because they will come in handy in these zones.
If anyone has a boat in their inventory, that might help as well. Just to throw it down, maybe a patch went through and that's possible, but most likely not. So yeah, hold on to those web shooters. If you have pads, got to use them as well. Everyone's really basing up and praying in this little complex of builds. If the zone doesn't go any further into the water, Lies in 56 below just has to hit the best shots possible. Look at this. Unfortunately traded back. It is a back and forth for a lot of these teams. If you're not doing it long range, you're taking risks inside boxes. And for Hardfine Nova, it was just very messy. They had a nice chance to stay ahead. Nova was the one that ultimately probably also got Hardfine back, but look at that, a third party in there. Floki with the sideways beam. I mean, it's just tough.
Yeah, that was real tough. You saw there, Hardfine actually did well in terms of his individual 1v1 fight. But the third party spray coming in, them MK7 rifles, and you have 2 people coordinating a spray, it can be very tricky to deal with. And so that was what made them meet their demise. But for Floki and Clement, that's really good. We talked about how they were looking very scuffed earlier, but Floki sitting at max materials, looking good on the loot. He's got some shields, the chug splashes, the minis. So things actually not looking too bad for them as they move on towards the latter stage of the game. And so maybe there is hope here for this duo, Shire.
I mean, might have to throw all hope entirely out the window. You might need an extra player worth of, you know, complete mats or just a 7th inventory slot. I know there's 5, but 2 more to navigate this entire zone. It can go really anywhere back towards these islands. They have to travel kind of overseas, back and forth in the end game zones. It gets so tough. So every team's just basing up, trying to be as minimal as possible with their mats. Dropping down brick and metal right now might be a little bit smarter than wood because there are a lot of buildings you can just end up refarming. That's exactly what Clement and Floki might just do.
You can see they're 141 above, and they have 2 pads, so they're going to use one of them to get in. That was the biggest concern, right? They had to traverse through the water to get to the zone, and so they're not even going to bother, right? You can see this team that Scram's taking shots at, they are going to try use their materials to muscle their way on in.
There's no way.
Bro, some teams, I'm telling you, bro, what else can they do, right? If you ain't got any movement, though, bro, you got to just commit the mats.
Every team is looking towards that island, and these guys are trying to swim. They're swimming with sirens above them. Please shoot me, kind of, basically. There's no way that you can stealthily get across. This might be an instance where you might have a little bit of chances to move. You know, people getting a little bit greedy and not focusing the teams coming in, trying to land shots on the peekers. But this is tough. Frey also down too. Kidwo now by himself. Some teams definitely fragmented, but the game has slowed down enough to where we will see surge in just a second. 6 people will have to go down.
Yeah, and it's looking real rough for Kidwa, like a fish out of water. He's getting suffocated. He's trapped in between so many different teams here, and eventually will be squashed out the lobby.
Filleted.
Is that how you like your fish?
Personally, grilled.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I'm a grilled man myself.
Nice, nice. Turn up the heat. That's exactly what's happening for these players. Both productive right now. Triple digits down below. 170 up to 130 as Sires does get one little bit of a trade. There's 200 in the other POV. Alumo, I mean, they were here a little bit yesterday as well. Huddy up top, always under control, having the best positioning, and he's gonna just clap back completely. Is this a 1v2? Sires now down to 1 HP, and Surge will take him out. Huddy survives. He lives on against 2 players desperate in his box.
Wow, talk about breaking the ice. He did a brilliant job there as a solo. He had the backing of Surge, don't get me wrong, but still to keep himself up in that position was never going to be easy. And this isn't easy either. Clement, Floki have some eyes on them, but doing a good job now, using that metal, deterring those teams from spraying any further. And once again, this is set good unless they get out of control here. They got a duo just spraying on their one wall. And Clement does well to get out of that position, but he's got to make sure he doesn't go too far, because he might run into another team that wants to get in, and all of a sudden Clement actually down to 0 HP from 200. Floki now with just 83 as well. How do things just turn around so quickly for these guys in such a negative way?
It's a robbery. It's complete hostile takeover. I mean, I feel like we watched Floki and Clement from level 1 henchmen turn into CEOs as they keep rolling in, and after that absolute bankruptcy, like it's just tough. It was one wall they left unedited, and Andy just comes flying by. This man doesn't care at all about your builds, and now suddenly Clement's gone.
Yeah, from boss to absolute bum. Floki down in the dirt. He's got a big job on his hands. It's not going to be easy. Look at Andy and Strokey.
What are they doing?
Sitting on their own.
How are they alive? No one's even looking at them. They're focused on the zone. They're going back to land, and it's up a mountain. The absolute escalation, it looks kind of insane. But at the same time, Fastroki, Kylie, they have max distance. I understand no one cares about them for now, but how are they even allowed to swim that far?
Yeah, this is going to be real difficult. Scram and Rescard, though, I thought for a moment they were going to take a look at them, just try to see if they can get anything in, but they've got a tough rotation now as well. Are they looking for a pad to rotate? They are, and they will find one. And so first movement should be dealt with for them, but that's not it. They're 75 below. They want to win this game. Just doing well isn't enough for them.
Are sticking together, and that was one of the issues we saw yesterday in terms of the mistakes they were making. So right now it looks good. Meanwhile, Floki, kind of a solo. by himself down low. It's going to be tough for him to actually move forward with his game because he used so many mats to get to this position. The end game just started, and my man is out of gas. You can feel the pressure too. Unfortunately, some edits being missed left and right. Directionally, where do I go? Is it straight? Is it the side? I don't know. Pickle's the one who has high ground for the moment, but with Aqua and Noah Riley in this game, with the Spider-Man web shooters also available for both teammates who are sticking so well side by side. A little bit of a hesitation there from Noah Riley. It looks good.
Yeah, maybe the web shooters aren't all they're cracked out to be, because he did suffer a bit of damage there. But this is where the real suffering's happening. Floki, nothing he can do in the back of the zone, down on Surge, down on HP. He will be out, but it's not done, because we have a battle for height as the game really shapes up. Pickle and Melgard were on it, but they have been taken down. But they're not out of the fight. They're still staying on the high elevation. Maybe at one point they will be able to take it out, but meh, Pickle, with such low HP and such little materials, chooses to go down.
3 duos, 6 players with an amalgamation of builds and layers. This is kind of insane right now, all the way on the high ground, and I don't think it's over yet. They have kind of distanced exactly how far they are from other teams, but as you can see down below, for Stepter, there's not going to be anyone at the moment that's just ready to give up, and unfortunately, a square edit might just cost him all his HP. Fire Hunter also down inside the box. This man looked confused. That was a horror movie, and it's Fastroki and Kylie straight out of hot water all the way up for high ground. Rescue and Scram are also waiting right down below, but the question is, who else is also fighting for height? I see Bevy's going down. Melgard is up against Fastroki, and Kylie is still alive. They're both trying to win their ones and control this height. It might be possible, and it looks like after just a small moment, they do have it confirmed.
How they ended up here? They were looking like they were in the worst position on the map, and now they're in the strongest. The theme we've seen with so many of these height teams, they lack materials, but these guys are full of resources, and they will look to close this one out. Refsguard and Scramdo actually compacted the duo together, and this is the chance they have to win it all.
The lobby has not given up, although Fastroki and Kylie, absolutely good retake overall all the way towards the top. Noah Riley and Aqua still kind of alive. He has lost Aqua right now and taken a little bit of damage. There's a lot going on the low ground. Meanwhile, Kane and Cruel still there in mid ground, looking very, very good overall in their position. Andy also alive with Z-God. Restaurant and Scram are not done entirely, and Bubak is also alive with his teammate all the way down below. Noah Riley also taking first place on the lobby. He's just popping off with every single elimination possible. He's going from box to box and just spraying, praying, and getting every single elim. That's Bubak going down. Another shot on the right. He takes a little bit of damage, but he backs up. He's taking his time and re-healing too. How does this man find the time in these little pockets to just breathe again?
Noah Riley in his element right now. This is where he wants to be. This is where he feels electric, knocking socks off of feet, and he's going to look to try do it again. He has the means to, but does he have the HP? It's dwindling low, and he's got to be careful as he drops down to the bottom. Oh my goodness, we're seeing Spider-Man players coming out again, as we see Fastroki being forced down off a fight.
3-way fight for height. Kylie goes down to Pickle. Now it's all up to Fastroki. His duo 6 eliminations. It's Matt Zero though, and Fastroki is down. The duo chokes their high ground position. It's Kane and Cruel. The pattern repeats again. The duo's bullied an entire day before in the semifinals. Have something to say here. They want to get this win. They want to catch up to everyone else. And for Kane and Cruel, let's have a little bit of a journey. A few more duos in the way.
But their mats are in the red, Shayo. It's not going to be easy. There are still teams below who have the means to close it out. They have no means of staying in this game unless they can hit the shots and coordinate it well enough. So everything's still on the line, and Crew actually goes down in the feed, which means that it's actually Kane all on his own up there.
You say teams, I see solos down here, splintered, fragmented, broken apart from their teammates. It's just Scram down below 6 different teams, though. This might be the first iteration of a heal-off we possibly see, too. Look at how far this bull goes up high. Moving all the way down below. Andy by himself inside the mid-ground, and Scram right below him. Bilad finally down. That's a high ground fight, I feel like, and Cyro's just insane getting that trade. Walks, though, takes down Kane, so that's another one going on above Andy. The attic is just crazy right now. There's too much damage and footsteps running around. It's loud. Meanwhile, down low, Scram with the spray. He survives, but he's panicking. Breathe, my friend. So much above you. 2 different players. He sees one. The beam is there. Andy down to the crucial mats fall. This is the rain he's looking for. No umbrella, though. He's kind of running out of mats completely. Just 7 left for Scram. He's looking for it. Surprise! It's Lux! It's a win! It's a takeover! That's the second victory royale.
What goes up must come down, and Wox came down like cats and dogs. He was not expecting it whatsoever. You saw the panic in his crosshair, and that will mean second place for them. But Wox doing a brilliant job as a solo. It's still FNCS, but that game literally felt like a solo game, right? 5 solos at the end. He drops down and hits the key shots, and a beautiful way to steal the win away from Scram and Refsguard. Wox and Milad, game 2 winners.
I think Waxamal had to also understand, yeah, man, these low ground teams with these Spider-Man web shooters, they're doing some crazy things. So let's go to their lair, let's go to their house, and end things there first.
Yeah, they did a brilliant job to steal that away. We're seeing high ground teams winning it all out, and they were able to deliver. Desk, break it all down for us, because we didn't see them coming, and they were able to steal the win away.
You know, Levin, sometimes you just got to run it back textbook, right? This is a textbook win here, Sundown. This duo, well, Wox, comes in and they say, look, okay, we're aware we just need the victory out. What is, in the grand scheme of Fortnite in general, what do we need to do to win a game? Claim high ground, be patient, make sure you're just pushing everyone down. As soon as they're all fighting, that's it. That's your moment to shine. But then Wox also says, hey, I know yesterday I watched Thomas HD do some crazy things. Let's just go for it, right? And again, Scram and Refsguard, they get so close, even closer than the game before. But unfortunately, wasn't their game. It goes the other way this time, Sundown.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm not sure what textbook you're reading here, because we ended up going down to just a full solos here at the end. A 1v1v1v1. 5 solo players have an opportunity to clutch it up. Unfortunately, Refsguard falls just short of doing everything you need to do. We talk about how in these clutch moments, you can't make a single mistake. And while he was doing incredible during this run, making sure he's identifying targets, finishing off his eliminations, or excuse me, Scram was doing so, he was not able to cover himself up right at the end. You can see his run coming through on the side, making sure he picks those up, getting enough HP. He burned through a lot of his med miss early on. Here's the key elimination he ends up getting, but keep an eye on the materials in the bottom part. He ended up just running out. He had one more, picking up the elims there and covering himself, but at the end, with still 7 more mats left in his inventory, knowing high ground should have probably been out of mats, he doesn't cover his sides. And because of where he was on the grid space, he's so low, Wox drops down, and all he sees is a giant headshot target and a free ticket to the finals.
And for Wox, like, look, that's an easy win for that final shot, of course. The rest of the game, huge clutch up for both of them. That actually is now the first time they've made it to finals. So 2 of our teams in a row, first time making it to finals with a big victory royale. And it's quite interesting because they are, I don't want to classify them as Spider-Man players. I feel like that's not doing them justice. But over the first qualifier, they were fighting over that drop spot, which is just to the south of a lot of the action that we've already seen so far, which is what the Loot Lake volcano down there. So they've basically landed on those Spider-Mans, and they were fighting over all through the qualifiers. Now that has come to fruition. They've managed to actually do something with that, pick up the victory royale, and punch their ticket straight through the finals.
And it's the perfect time, right, just to make it on through. This is huge now. 2 duos, like you said, their first FNCS finals. That is absolutely incredible, and that's what Fortnite's all about. But my question about this duo, Reese, will be how can they hang moving into the finals? It's going to become that much more difficult, especially in the set lobby. So we'll have to see. But once again, congratulations, Milad and Wox. And I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but still, congratulations to you guys. You're going to the finals. Now, what I want to do is kind of take a moment here to take a look at our leaderboard. Remember, top 6 are the ones that move on after these 5 games. How is this kind of shaking out? We see Fast Strokey, Kylie trying to make it in the top 6 Sundown. They're still being kind of kept out for now.
Yeah, so one of the big thing is keeping an eye on that top 6, and we're already seeing there's a little bit of a distinguishing line. 15 points between 6th and 7th, with Boofing and Bevies currently holding that last qualifying spot. But don't forget that some of those teams in the top 6 are more than capable of winning a match. We know Aqua can. We know that Scram and Refsguard just got incredibly close. But additionally, too, there's plenty of space for teams to make a move here, Reese.
It is. I'm actually going to say, you know, you're saying Refsguard and Scram can win a game. I'm going to bring up this stat yet again. 3rd time I'm going for it now. They've only won 1 single game in a set lobby ever while they've been playing together. And that was while they were playing with Stompy, who's a game winner himself. So, you know, that 2nd place there is the kind of games that I'm actually expecting from them further on throughout the rest of the tournament as we switch over to that 2nd page now here in the 11th down till 20th. A lot of the players who in that range easily can clutch up throughout the next couple of games, right? They're just so close at this minute. 1 good game, and that's going to fire them up into the qualification range of top 6.
Or, hey, put them straight through the finals, right? We'll see, Reese. We'll see. It is that time once again. We're jumping into the next game here from the FNCS. So let's kick it back on over to Levin and Shyway.
Thank you very much, guys. First 2 games were amazing, but it's a new test, right? Going into these last couple, Shayo, it's about whether you can be the same animal but a different beast.
Absolutely. You want to make sure, you leave people with a question. What would I do if I didn't win? For some of these teams coming up, I guess we'll never know, right? It's all about making sure you have that win. Consistency's there, but you want that guarantee before Game 5 rolls through.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult because we've already seen a lot of these teams really struggling when it comes down to it, right? The fact that last end game looked like a solo game where you have so many of these different duos just fractured in different ways and just trying to piece anything they can together to try get the victory royale. It shows, right, how hard it is for these duos in these final stages of the game.
Yeah, that was us actually whispering to the players, so many people are always like, yo, we want this mode to be trios, squads, this, that. We're like, make it solo so, the solo people get happy for just one end game. So we'll see what happens in this next one. I mean, we saw some craziness, but there's lots more to come. Game 3 is right underway.
Game 3, everything is coming up to a wrap very soon, right? You have a lot of duos still yet to qualify, but a lot of them really trying to make sure that this is their game. Everything that you've been working towards this season comes down to this. You can see in the bottom right, Till, Julian Com, one of the duos who hasn't actually been able to have much success yet, but one of the duos who just came in session 2, right? They didn't get a chance to play session 1. This is their opportunity, going up against Nipsey, up in Greasy, and a good start. Julian Com able to pick up the first, and so Nipsey now has a tough task in his hands. I've seen fights here play out very, very differently, but Nipsey did well there, but Till has the HP advantage for now, has to reload his SMG.
Just go. Oh my goodness, it was still so close. 35 HP or 25 HP overall. That's just kind of insane.
They made that way harder than it needed to be. I just like I want everybody at home watching, right? You're watching, I'm thinking, wow, intense off-spawn battle, like greasy, no, like they should have made that way, way easier. But props to Nipsey, right? At least making it a bit spicy. But yeah, hopefully now they can go on to have a decent game without any more hiccups like that one.
Let me give you this hypothetical here, Levin, right?
Okay.
Say you are absolute GOAT of what you do, right? World renowned. And there's a award show coming up. Would you want to be there via red carpet, big limousines, or just rolling in, kind of through the back door? What would you prefer?
See, me, I like a show. I like the attention, I like the lights.
Like you're the best too, like you are the best right now, yeah?
Yeah, and I want everyone to know, so I'm rolling in red carpet. I'm rolling in as well, like 10-man deep. I gotta have my guys with me, the entourage. Like I'm going all out.
Okay, so where I'm going with this is, you're F-Guard Scram, you're Aqua Noah Riley, you're considered, one of the greats. Are they gonna be fine with consistency? Do they accept the award, right? I'm not sure they can deny going to the finals, but are they gonna be comfortable? They're gonna be in their elements, at their speech in the finals, when it's their moment, playing. If they don't get in right now, the big way.
I think in the case of Scram or F-Guard, they're gonna have to settle with sneaking in through the back door, because you're right, they have the stature, the name value of one of those red carpet teams. But like Reese was saying in session 1, historically, this duo's never won games, right? They're not game winners. And so I would be surprised if all of a sudden, game 3 of session 2 of the semifinals in 2022, they decide, hey, let's win a game. You know what I mean? So I think it is going to have to come down to consistency. In the case of Norali and Aqua, though, that's where you're really asking me a tough question. If they don't win a game, I cannot guarantee you they will be in the top 6 of consistency.
Looking pretty good right now overall. 4th place, 71 points. Or I guess 2nd officially, because our top 2 teams have rolled on and are inside those finals. That being said, the zone does play a lot. The factor about how Aqua and Norelli play, how Splash and Jams would also get to play. When it's a central zone, a lot of teams get a little bit more freedom overall on how to move around the map. Some teams, though, aren't really allowed to play before that zone's even shown. Bubak getting a few elims back and forth, but Splash Jams, they're just too good at picking players apart.
Yeah, Bubak doing what he does best there with high-firing weapon. You can see the disappointment in his eyes. I love the player cams, bro. I love the player cams, but you can see the pain in his eyes there, the disappointment. Oh, gosh.
You know why I love them so much? I never see him coming. And that one was big. That's wide Bubak right there. You know what I mean? That was just in my face. Enjoy it so much, though. It's tough. It's still tough. Not to, like, you know, laugh at that misery, but a few more games coming in. Bubak always aggressive as well when it comes to fighting, so that might be kind of the key to their success. Maybe getting these fights in early. Karma staying alive. Went for those pinches.
Yeah, and I'll give them props, man. I would have been way less composed, man. They wouldn't be able to show my camera in that situation. I'm flinging keyboards, mice everywhere, if that's me. So props to him for having the composure, the calmness. And you can't allow yourself to, right? You know, you still got a couple games left to play. You can't allow yourself to lose your head. Like I said at the start of the show, a lot of these players would have just been playing a solo cash cup. And if you've ever played a solo cash cup, you know it's very, very easy to lose your composure after playing that. So a lot of these guys would have had to reset and, you know, sort of keep themselves in a positive mental state because, you know, these are huge games. You can't allow yourself to be triggered. That makes, you know, cause for easy mistakes, easy oversights.
It's nice to have like a teammate beside you the whole time as well, right? So
yeah,
that's what we're talking about. And if it is patterns that we're looking at in terms of how games are won today, you know, it's been from teams that haven't really been to finals at all. This is their first time rolling through. So we're watching Clement and Floki. We're talking about Noah Rally Aqua. Might have to start focusing on some of these teams that look good but haven't been to the finals before.
Exactly, right? You look at the teams who made it through yesterday, all of those teams were very, very experienced players who have played many, many finals, right? And so to see today, the teams who have the least experience being the ones to make it through, very, very different balance. And we're seeing that in the way the end games are reflected as well, right? Very different games, a bit scrappier, right? And so I don't expect much of that to change as we move forward. Kane and Cruel, who were looking so good last game, who just didn't quite manage to do it. Cruel went down and Kane was a solo, wasn't able to hold on. And you would have thought today would be easier for them at Covert without Thomas Tayson and Vino's duo there, but now a bunch of teams flocking their way in.
Yeah, and these Covert teams have been kind of the flavor of height. You talked about Kane and Cruel and how they kind of changed the game but couldn't hold on. Same thing for Pickle and Meld, right? These guys were the first ones to overtake Fast Rookie Kylie, have the difference made. I think it might have even been Pickle overall as a solo popping off towards that end game, starting the chain, starting the reaction. And now you see them all side by side. This is where the story starts. I do see a quiet voice here though inside this cavern, and Dreda, Flois, Levin, I'm on the map. Where are they? Well, what are these guys doing today? Because I don't see them. They're not here. They're not marked.
It's an example where, you know, you have two very big names in the region, but they just haven't been able to make things click. They haven't been able to make things work. And it's a shame because we saw them switch over to Cavern, right, at the end of yesterday when they realized that the big boys were well and away, but it still just hasn't been able to reap much benefit for them.
Yeah, when pressure matters most, I feel like that's where Flois starts to show up the most. You know, when it came to trios, I think it might have been season 7, season 6, Kaiser with Flois rocking in. They won one of the most important games to get them into at least qualification range or overall to just boost them up the standings, right? And make them move over to the next stage. Maybe they're more so a game 5 team overall, but once again, stakes are very different here. We watch a normal Fortnite tournament, everyone has different mentals overall, right? Yeah, we kind of want to win. We're playing kind of for consistency overall. Everyone here is trying to win the game.
And when you actually look at those two as players, right, they're two of the more measured and calm individuals. And in these games where things are so scrappy and chaotic, you know, you'd like to hope that they'd be able to be the calm in the storm and really sort of find some sort of a control in these environments. But you know, again, they're just another team that's really struggling with that in these lobbies.
I mean, you want some shallow statistics? Like, they're not true at all, but it's just what I feel. I feel like right now, we have the most capitalization on mistakes situations. So cams for short, okay? They're the most cam situations going on. And I'm making that claim based off of what I saw from Floki and Clement, right? Left the wall open for just to air out the window, right? Someone was cooking some food, it was stanking up the box, and they just wanted a little bit of fresh air. Andy right there in a fraction of a second, right? Kane and Cruel have high ground. Fast Roki Kylie chilling. Fast Roki asks Kylie, yo, Did you leave the stove on? Did we lock the car? Boom, Pickle's there. Fraction of a second. The cams are insane right now, Levin, right? In these situations, I mean, I have no stats to back this up. I'm just making claims once again. But it seems like the pressure's on Sfro. And Dreaded and Flowis, maybe they're overthinking. Maybe too much is going on. They can't handle the cams.
I'll be real, bro. I don't blame them in that situation. If my mum turned around and said to me, "Yo, did you leave the stove on?" I'm shook, man. I'd lose all.
And then Pickle's right there next to your shoulder.
Yeah, you're right.
Boom, bop,
you're right.
You're done.
Yeah. Tough situation. Cams. How many cams per 90 do these guys average?
I honestly don't even remember the term I even made what it stands for. So this will be tough answering that question as the inventor of the term.
Okay.
Not my brightest moment. So I'm just gonna say 4 or more than 4.
4.
Yeah.
They average 4 cams per 90. Nice. Wow. Floki and Clement, they have struggled to capitalize on
that was a wonderful
mistakes.
Yeah.
Capitalize. Where's the A?
Where's the A?
Where is the A?
Dude, am I bad at math and English? That's crazy.
No. Look, it's all right. See how I'm keeping quiet every time you do math and English? I'm not good either. I just shut up, you know?
You're saying away so it doesn't leak into your system, man. It's smart. That's smart.
Wow.
It's troublesome, man. It's troublesome. So you got Andy. I think this is the first time we're actually seeing them kind of in the lead consistently as well. That's cool. Very proud. Unfortunately, every time we do see Zigot and Andy at a form of the lead, you know, if it's height, if it's good looks, greener pastures, I see him crashing down. Not trying to jinx anything or call for a certain pattern, but they need to defy, you know, what they're set up to be to move onwards in this competition and go for the finals.
Yeah, and you're not wrong about that, but it's not going to be easy. You can see the below on surge. But like you said, things just haven't quite worked out in terms of their ability to win the games. They're staying very consistent. They're getting deep in, right? But we talk about being able to identify your win condition. Once you get to 8th zone, you just got to start thinking, yo, how do we win this game, right? Yeah, we're sitting comfy on mid ground, we're sitting comfy on the height, we're sitting comfy low, but what's the actual pathway to winning this game?
You want to know?
Go on, hit me.
You have to basically throw all your strats in a blender, blend it up, and then just go with what comes first. I feel like everyone that has a plan so far is just absolute shambles. You look at things yesterday, right, Levin? It's all FNCS crazy finalists who've been there before, the goated names, they're moving through. You look at today, as we said before, it's brand new names. I feel like they're just adapting. They're just going crazy with it. They're rolling with the tide. Meanwhile, some of the old guard, they're not on surfboards, man, on this big wave. They're just trying to swim. They're trying to do things their own classic way. That's not the theme of day number 2.
You're right. You're spot on there. I think the big thing is, though, right, a lot of these teams, as they're blending all these strats into one, you know, you got to leave some of the bits in there, right? You don't want it. You want to leave it a bit chunky, give yourself a bit more options. But some of these guys going a bit too ham on the blender. Do you know what I mean? It's all good and well having a smooth drink, but if you can't pick out what your strat is going to be from that point, things get rough. I'll tell you that much. Look, another game where these guys are below on surge mid-game, but not too far. They should be able to do enough damage, and I think the big positive for them is that they're looking good on materials in this one, and maybe this will be the chance they do get enough damage to get just above, but they got to be careful. We'll wait for that to update.
Some visceral imagery with the chunkiness.
One above. Okay, fair enough.
Would you consider the chonker tires making a car more chunky?
Ooh, yes, but you know, I like a bit of chunky. You know, I feel like chunky has, you know, the negative connotations, but you know.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, you know, from a statistical standpoint.
Yeah. No, I feel you.
Yeah.
I feel you. Yeah.
That's tough. This is kind of just gruesome for a lot of teams. Looking at the storm surge situations we talked about, Zigot and Andy. Every time in the lead, it just seems like a curse for them. No difference here right now. What a good attempt from Andy as well against Clement. That's crazy that they're in the situation, but now finally capitalizing. That's what I'm talking about when it comes to a different team beside them at a low cost. It feels like every time we watch Floki and Clement operate, they have like a V48 engine. The gasoline is just getting chugged the whole time. Mats are being siphoned away. Their shots are being siphoned away. And the fight lasts forever. I'm watching like an opera go down. I'm here to just watch a 1 hour action movie. You know what I mean? So like this time though, it was very fast, quick. You know, speedy YouTube video, the highlights of a movie, so to speak, or just one set piece. That was a nice timed fight.
Yeah, don't leave too soon though. You might miss the mid-credit scene because it's not done, right? They still got a bit more action in the tank. They got to make their way towards the zone. And this is what's happening elsewhere in the map. 70 below, Boofink, Bevies. Oh gosh, this was rough. Just not much you can do there, right? We talk about this season's meta. You can see the SMG is so strong. And so when you've got two players who know how to coordinate their sprays and just get in on you, it can be so suffocating. And Bevies suffered that fate. So back to the drawing board, back to the lobby. Refscud and Scramdo still alive in this one, still trying to make up for last game's wrongs. Maybe this time if they're a duo, they will be able to win that low ground battle instead of falling second place.
You can see the difference in drive between both teams as well. Kylie and Fasroki electing, you know, not to talk too much, be quiet, maybe a little bit more romantic as they go through these mountains. Meanwhile, Refsguard, Scram, not sure what argument they're having inside that taxi, but it's loud. Refsguard just shooting shots at the window in the bushes as well. Their vehicle takes like half its HP's worth of damage. I'm not sure if it's just like a flex thing, if they need to have the action as a part of them while they move, but man, these your cars, they're gonna suffer the fate.
It's a thing is that like they've been doing that all game.
Right?
Like, at what point does it end, boys? At what point does it end?
Oh man, no Riley Aqua, they are popping off right now, and even from yesterday. Top five, stay alive, but they want to win a game, right? Like, even with consistency, it's looking good so far. You saw yesterday, though, you want to hit kind of near triple digits to get that 120 mark. That's where you kind of lock in your entire tournament in terms of being in the top 6. They're almost past that halfway mark, basically, with 72. But winning would be huge. And at Rocky Reels, you can control height. You can have a little bit of strategy. You don't really have to worry about water whatsoever. So we are in the element, in the domain of Aqua and Noah Riley.
The big thing with Aqua and O'Reilly is the past 2 games, they've gone down in 9th place, right? 23 minutes and 14 seconds in, 23 minutes and 9 seconds in, right? So they're basically going down at the exact same points in both games. And the big thing is about whether there's some iteration now, whether there's a readjustment in their strategy, because, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Forget the peace signs. Clement and Floki gonna need to try and make things better for themselves as well. We talked about how they're one of the red carpet duos sitting in 8th, and that might be okay, right? In terms of going for consistency, trying to, you know, toe the line a bit. But I want something a bit more glamorous for them because they keep getting deep into these games, Shayo, and their kit looks good. Look, he's got a Spider-Man web shooter. Ooh, what's this rotate? Oh, I don't mind that. I like that. That's all right.
It's fast, but once again, that's like Clement making a split decision reaction. We saw Floki editing a box while Clement was looking at something else. But what I'm seeing here is a bunch of different pages, and right now it's not time to read a book. You want to be on just one newsletter, one flyer together. You want to be on the same page, and it feels like Clement and Floki game after game get spread apart a bit more. That was the story of Refsguard and Scram yesterday as well. Sometimes Scram moving too fast, sometimes Refsguard following up too slow. This time, it will be Refsguard all the way up to the front by himself, but once again, Scram wasn't there. I feel like taking these risks, although you need to for the surge, it's the reason these teams are so kind of different in the way they end up moving as teammates, and then just, you know, end up getting split apart halfway.
This is where things get really interesting. Where's that zone gonna pop? Who's gonna get it? It goes towards the southeast. And so, a tough time for about half the lobby. You can see not many teams in the lobby are sitting in zone. A lot of them here with Refsguard and Scram somewhere near it, but they've got a lot of teams in between them. And so they're gonna have to elevate to get out of here realistically. But you can see they've got their eyes set on trying to pick off some of these teams. a real tough battle down below, and they have some edits, they have some control. But I think here realizing, okay, we did what we could. Maybe it's time to get into the zone now.
Gonna be tough. So many teams on all sides. Only two that really own it, but they might be just overwhelmed with the amount of players coming in. Scram Refs Guard kind of looks like deja vu from the last game. Chili Chugs pop, but I don't think they're gonna be able to find a pad at this moment. Just gonna have to run in, use a lot of materials as they do so. Floki, Clement, kind of the same situation, but they're already inside the zone. Aqua and Noah Rally on the right side have, I feel like, started in it overall and just made a new entire base. Just staying very chill on the web shooters as well. Meld not making it towards this cut. There is no Storm Surge up right now, but the next one will start to churn, and a lot of players will have to fall before that 7th zone locks in.
Yeah, they got to start thinking about what their options are. If you're Scram and Refs Guard, right, you've not got the best of mobility in terms of not many Spider-Man web charges left. I think what they have is going to basically be committed completely to first moving, which means from there on out, you're going to have to use your materials, and they've not got an abundance, so they need to start thinking about setting up for a refresh at some point. And so we'll see how they do so. You can see now most of the players situated within the zone, and it's going to be about making that journey into the 6th zone. How do you get there? How much do you have to spend to get there? If you're Floki Clement, you actually have a decent amount to spend. You can see Floki 7 charges should be enough to get him all the way to the east. A lot of teams in between, but with this high elevation that they're on, they'll be able to see everything in their way.
It's time to swing. Hadiel at the top on a max zone rotation. Meanwhile, everyone down below starts to set their web shooter completely on fly. He'll just use a launch pad, though. Swifty not beside him. It'll be a solo effort while he's below on Surge as well. New base is starting to be formed inside that desert, though, up on top of the mountains, down below in the sand. Huddy will choose one of the higher points of elevation. Meanwhile, the rest of the lobby will try to fight to see who can have the high ground. Not everyone's moved yet. Floki Clement waiting until the last possible moment. You talked about the swing 11, and here we go. Untouched, unfaltered. And at the front side of the zone, a little bit of a bump, but it's all good. Floki is back in, and they touch down at an oasis. A little bit of water, but the question is this paradise or a lockbox? Will they find enough damage to stay above, or are they in trouble?
Whether or not it's paradise or not will be completely determined on what they can find down below. You know they need to find a refresh at some point. They're going to need the materials. As you can see, it's dwindling for them.
What's Hydro doing?
Balut and Hydro, they're taking a bit too long. I know you like to stagger your rotations, but 29 HP, you're stretching it a little bit here, son. It's going to be okay. They're trying to go up for height, but again, we always have the discussion, is it too early? Do they have the resources to hold on for this much longer? There's going to be teams who look to try to take it at some point, so they've got to fortify it at some point very, very soon.
You asked that question, just wood left at the front side. I see Den and Naku, they're going up. Tiller from the backside with Julian Tom. He has high ground now too.
Scram doing a brilliant job there, gets an elimination, but in the backside of the zone, things get messy. He needs Refs Guard to help him, but Refs Guard is knocked, and so all alone, 50 HP left. It's a no-brainer. He has to just keep on going through, but at what point does he walk into the brick wall that is the rest of the lobby? It looks like he's met his maker. Time is running out for him, but he's just got to stay alive, gain as many points as he can, help his team out on the consistency side.
The low ground labyrinth continues to grow. Meanwhile, on heights, the fight is not over yet. Aqua swinging left and right. He's looking good up top. Yes, Noah Riley still has control, so they are looking to sign their way all the way towards the finals. I talked about this zone. It's just looking perfect to be able to control. And it is going towards elevation 2. Where does it bounce next? Does it force people up? It just might. It's looking like it. 5 seconds till it locks in. Some of these low ground teams are in trouble. Clement and Floki are there just right at the edge, forcing down shots on a Belusi. How is this man alive? This is an extra HP bar to work with. They find the coolest crevice as well to walk right through. No issues whatsoever on the top right POV. Meanwhile, though, Aqua, Noah Riley, they're up top, forcing everyone not to be able to move. Floki and Clement find that little sandwich position, and Kepi's right above them. Kylie's also moving. Where is Fastroki? I don't see him at all. Naku all the way at the front. He was near height, but now all the way down on low, facing up against another duo. Fastroki finally finds Kylie as well. This is getting insane. lane on all angles and no one's going down.
No, Riley and Aqua is so easy for them. They've been talking the talk and they finally can walk the walk. The zone messed up so many teams going up and down, and you can see the carnage taking place on low ground. Lo and Aqua, they are dancing, they are smiling. It is so easy for them. They can just watch everybody take each other out below. Clement and Floki trying their best, but you can see the maps are so low. Clement, he needs to be careful. He's not got a shotgun, so he's going to have to hit heavy with that SMG. You can see Floki now in the back of the zone, picks one up. Can he find any more? He's looking very, very good for them. Floki and Clement, they have control of the low ground in the meantime, but it's going to get very difficult as things start to slow down.
Have Crazy on the front side. A quiet bounce back for a lot of teams. This is exactly what they needed. Aqua 2 match 1. He's all in. And on the other side, the beam is there inside the storm. Is it enough to take that player down is the question. Absolutely crucial denial from Aqua and Noah Riley. Yes, it will be Julian Comp going down to Noah. We'll find that full finish. Has another angle as well down below, but every single peek could be disaster if Noah misses.
They've got to be real careful here. You can see low on resources, trying to find where their opponents are. Tilt is going to be the thorn in their back as they try to take out Floki and Clement.
It is going to be ultimately a 2v2. Who will Till influence is the question. Aqua also low on HP overall, and we know he has no match, so this might be Clement and Floki, the duo that's had such an issue working together, versus Aqua and Noah Riley, a duo that's had trouble just winning inside that top 10 over and over again. Two big stories clashing, and only one will make it towards the finals. They're looking for Till. This is vital match. Take no damage, though. That's the key. Clement, a lot, though, taken away from his 200 HP pool. The truck splashes there to catch it up. Can the clutch be here this time is the question. Aqua now beamed down. There are no mats up top, but the bullets are still there too. They're going for it. Coming up on the left side. He's gonna go straight for the high ground. Retake blocked by one wall. Is it enough? Pull teammates all the way up towards the skies. Doesn't cost him almost all their HP. Floki is down. The dynamic duo is doing the most, but the beam is there too from Clement. He's trying to survive, but it's too much. Clement with a big shot and a block. That's what I'm talking about with the zone. Takes him over. Noah Riley survives. It's just enough by a sliver of HP for the victory royale.
There was only space on the red carpet for one of them, and it was Noah Riley and Aqua who took that position. It went all the way down to the Wayashayo, but in the end, it is the boys on height who won it all. It was really difficult for them. You saw they dropped down, and that was the right play, right? Because Clement got a bit too over heels, and it didn't work out for him. He didn't have enough to sustain it. He lost his teammate, and he went down, and that means Aqua and Noah Riley will secure their spot. We thought it'd be coming at some point, but it was game 3 of session 2 that it did.
Yeah, Aqua and O'Reilly making it clean, but then also scary all the way at the very end. And they will be there in the finals now in that red carpet fashion we love the most.
It's good to see them finally make it. We'll see though how it translates further on. The deaths, you guys got to break it down. The zones there were going crazy, up and down, different elevations. So many teams squashed together. Let us know what happened there.
Sometimes it happens like that, Levin. The zone just decides, you know what? What if I just threw a little wrench into everyone's plans? But for Noah, Riley, and Aqua, they managed to keep it together. You know what's so crazy, Sundown? I love taking notes. And yesterday, my notes were this. This exact duo, Noah, Riley, and Aqua, found themselves in the exact same spot as yesterday. The difference was yesterday, Thomas HD and Taser was the ones to shut them out of the high ground and then win the game. And then they never picked up steam after that. So in this same exact game, in day number 2, without these other Titans to slow them down, they have just made a finals spot.
And I think it's also beneficial here that the zones gave them the opportunity to really kind of go and press that advantage, but it still came down to being able to clutch up that 2v2 at the end against the Solari French duo, and it was close. I mean, the resources, they were able to do it and they were able to pull it out, but honestly now I'm more excited about the fact that our #1 duo who is on the leaderboard just won a game, so they're going to get pulled off. They're going straight through to the finals, and that's going to make the battle for that top 6 spots with only 2 matches left just that much more interesting, Reese.
I mean, on top of that, you've got to remember, if you saw it in there looking really closely, while Aqua and Noah are on height, no ammo almost at all, almost down to completely zero. That last refresh they got just before it went into the final 2v2 situation parked them both up to about 170 each. We saw from Aqua's POV sitting down below, spraying up onto Floki up above. That knockdown was because he managed to pick up the small ammo at that moment. But huge congratulations, we'll say at the moment, to Clement and Floki too, who got second in that place. That's definitely, I mean, let's be real, when it comes to leaderboards, I'm sure they're super high up there at this moment as well. Didn't quite see where they finished, we will be able to see on the replay at the bottom left here, but they were popping off, they were fragging, they were getting super team. This is like kind of the classical playstyle that I'm used to seeing. We've not really seen the quality of this across yesterday because obviously, like I mentioned at the top of the show, they struggled off spawn, but these guys are low ground players through and through. They're not game winners. They're guys who are going to get here in every single game, get through and get to those kind of third, seconds, the top fives where the big placement points usually are, and this is like a clinical example of them.
It was close, right? It's close, and this is good though, right? It's for Floki and Clement. They're saying, okay, there's another dynamic duo that was ahead of us. They're now out of the way, so they're just paving their road, right? There's these little roadblocks that are just slowly clearing up and saying, that's it. This could be our opportunity. But once again, congratulations, Aqua, Noah, Riley. Come on, find your spot. There's spots in the back over there. If you guys want to be the cool kids in the back of the bus, that's fine. But you're going to finals, my friends. It is great to have you here. But so now we still have 2 more games to go. I want to turn attention to the standings, right? We break down the leaderboard right now. Refsguard and Scram, Floki and Clement, and again, Nico and Mushi. 3 teams all tied at the very tippity top. But there's really not that much of a crazy difference between like first and then like 6th, right? It's only like 20 points, give or take.
That's right around 15, 16 points there, Zeke, between 6th and 7th. There.
I'm not good at math. I said give or take.
Like I said, give or take. It's all right. We'll give or take 5 there. As you can see, with the top team being removed, we've had that artificial shooting happening where now, like right at that 6 and 7 line, it's 1 point separating them. There is a little bit of a drop off between 9th and 10th, but even as we get over this next page, realistically, anybody in that top 18, one decent result puts you right into that top 6 conversation.
Yeah, realistically, the players that are right here in the 11th, down the 20th, the majority of these haven't actually even had a good game yet, right? In terms of like a top 10, top 5 in particular. And if they have, it's only been like 1 or 2. So like you mentioned, 1 good game, top 5, fire them up into the qualification threshold before that final match.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is why we spent so much time talking about it yesterday. It's so cool when you're looking at the top 6, someone gets a victory on and says, okay, well, I don't have to play anymore. There's a spot here. I'm gonna walk away. Okay, what you guys deal with this? I'm gonna go sit on the battle bus, right? That's what we're seeing now, and with 2 games left to go, we can see this happen again, right? We can even see a team all the way. Let's say it's the last team, 50th duo. They get a victory royale. It doesn't matter, baby. You're going to finals. We'll have to see how this all continues to play out. But for right now, we got to jump aboard the battle bus again. So we have game number 4. So, Levin, Shy Wager, back over to you.
Thank you very much, guys. Look, we were wondering, Shy, whether you could teach an old dog new tricks, but it's fine because clearly Aqua's tricks still cut the mustard. They make it through in game 3, and now it's time to see who will take up the last couple of slots. In terms of the consistency, it's looking real tight, but of course, if you don't want to have to deal with all that at the top of the leaderboard, all you got to do is win a game, right? Pretty easy, no?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of like by the skin of their teeth for every team, although Noah, Riley, and Aqua dominated the majority of the game. These final fights we're watching, Levin, it's like sword versus sword. There are no weapons involved otherwise, right? Like, it's always down to that final elimination. It's like a 1v1 every time in this duels competition.
It's funny because you say sword and all I do is get flashbacks to the OG Winter Royale, all them swords, but no, that's not what you're talking about. Metaphorically, of course. Look, it's going to be tough. It's been tough in all these games you've seen in those closing moments, but ultimately, right, again, if you aren't going to be one of those teams that can win out that game and can do enough to, you know, get over the line, you just have to keep on having some consistency. But again, we're running out of time to do so. You've got to pick up the pace at some point.
Yeah, I feel like game 4 is kind of where things get absolutely crazy for all these other teams. Some of those at the bottom, you're right, will try to go for that win. We'll try to be a bit more passive. That being said, some teams just want to go crazy with the elims. Try anything before that last game, before that penultimate game. It's starting and it's happening. Game number 4 right now.
This is what it's all about, people. A chance to play in the FNCS finals. We're here in the semis. We've got 2 games left for you. But we've got plenty of hungry players who will be looking to do all they can to try secure the victory royale. And Dre and Flois are no different. Landing here towards the south of Covert. They've got the better drops. Will they get the loot to reward them? Andrea heads to the henchman chest. A sniper rifle isn't going to be enough right now, so he's going to have to try find some more loot to engage with. Maybe if he was Thomas HD, I'd have a bit more hope, but in this case, I doubt it. Another sniper rifle. It might just be snipers only. Maybe the game mode's changed here, Shy. I don't know what's going on.
Possibly. Pickle somehow, though,
another one.
has found a little bit of luck. Is that another one?
No, wait, no, okay.
We got shotgun ammo, a heavy pot, 2 med kits, and now, what, 3 snipers?
It's what it's all about, man. I'm telling you. I want to see it. I want to see some quick scopes.
They're making this difficult for both teams, and yeah, basically, Flo is forced to use a pistol. Great weapons in tow as well. Nothing special about Covert Cavern right now. A third-party team there too. It's Kane and Cruel who are upset at some of these new teams coming in. You'd assume after surviving yesterday they'd have an easier time overall 11. But imagine watching people win from your spot. 2 teams, by the way, and then having 2 more coming the next day, making it so difficult for you to play.
Yeah, and we've seen how they've struggled to deal with it. Like you sort of alluded to, right? The loot advantage isn't very strong right now. I'm sure there's someone in Legends landing with their friend going, see, this is why I don't land Covert. It's not even good loot anyway. So many teams, but not even good loot. Trust me, guys, it does get better. There is a vault and everything, so eventually you will see someone go big, but at the moment, it's just about finding some sort of control in this early game fight. And Flois has got to be careful. He doesn't want to separate himself too much from Andrea, because if he does get picked out, could be put in a 2v1.
Splurge of materials there just to try to get control of one little vent, and now he's just down to a single metal build. This is just tough overall. The auto shotgun, no, one more shot. Andrea doesn't have the trade, so it'll be a 1v1. And one of the most important ones for both teams so far. Siphon there for Pickle, missed shot from Andrea, now down to a sliver of 1 HP. He's gone.
And that's what I was talking about, right? Not wanting to get too split off from Andrea, because the moment they realized they pinched him in, and it was absolute wraps. Pickle, though, doing well to get Meldgard out of sight and out of mind as he can get the revive. But Cruel and Kane, they know that they're somewhere, and so they will be on the hunt, and Kane is very suspicious. They know, they hear him. But will they be able to close it out? And they've got the vault key, right? So they hold all the cards here at Covert right now. Oh!
They know this is the best possible fight they can get. What a shot that started off from Cruel. A slow push forward, knowing that Meld is low HP. One of these two have to be desperate on the other side is what Cruel and Kane are thinking, but overpeak from Kane. This is a very narrow angle, and Cruel might have been lucky with that first shot being unsuspected. Now, they all have to actually have an invitation to go for these peaks. Both sides now slightly weak.
This is a war of attrition. Pickle and Meldgard, they haven't got much room to work with, so they're going to try to sliver their way out. Oh dear, another party's rolled in. I feel like this happens at every fight we watch today, right? No matter where it is on the map, people can sniff the battle taking place, and they want to get a seat at the table, they want to get involved. And that was actually perfect for Pickle and Meldgard, right? That small bit of confusion, that small bit of chaos provided enough space for them to get out, regroup, try to get a bit of loot. And so what Cruel and Kane will do is go, okay, look, cool, you guys are able to get out, fair enough, but we have the vault. So ultimately, we're still in that. We still have the upper hand, we still have the advantage. And they'll be able to get out of Covert as well, I believe, if the toilet is there, which I believe it is in competitive. And yeah, not in arena, but yeah, they'll be good. They will be very, very good.
Cyrus and Malumo. Unfortunate battles over here, and yeah, you saw that Covert loot right there. Levin was right. It just takes some time, you know. If you're watching at Legends Landing, just know, spend some time in the cavern. Go for that wall. Maybe that's where you find big success. Wings and Force, though, finally getting a leg up on the competition at the start of the game. Malumo and Cyrus will just be absolutely shut down once again at Shifty Shafts. I do see a team looming in the distance on one of the mountains. Might make a move to come in, but that position, it's so comfortable. You really don't want to move. Malumo's doing some damage, though. Finally shot in the left leg. Unfortunately, this man is not going to walk again this game. We'll have one more coming in just a sec for him, and lots of more action off spawn to break down.
Yeah, who needs legs though when you got wings and he's hitting shots like that? Replay from Greasy though, we've been seeing this fight. And it didn't go in Nipsey's favor last time round and seemingly not going in Nipsey's favor this time. Julian coming Tilda. Ooh, Tilda went down. What happened in the 1v1? Got on the edge of my seat. Ooh, nice.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a brand new duo. Never mind.
This is again. It's happening. All the third parties. Julian Com, he hits a big shot, but it's not going to be enough with another team rolling in. You just can't get a 2v2 nowadays. All I want is a 2v2. I always have to be 2v2, 2v2, 2vx. All these teams coming in. I just want a 2v2.
Listen, I want like an item. You throw it down, you're taking to like a super dimension. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
a pocket dimension.
A pocket dimension. Yeah. You get to have your 2v2. You pop out. You roll in with your game. You know what I mean?
I actually like that idea. Yeah. No, I'm actually with it.
This takes you to a box fight map entirely. A lot of these players are trying to, you know, dive into a pocket dimension of FNCS finals, and they've never been to that side of the realm so far. Levin, as you can see on the top right. Splash and Jams are dope. They've rocked and rolled a little bit in those top sides of the competition. Struggling today so far, but I feel like with the more powerful teams getting taken out over and over again, with, you know, some of the bosses now on vacation until the FNCS finals, Splash and Jams, they can fool around a bit and maybe even get there themselves.
Yeah, they gotta be real careful with what they do. We talked earlier about how teams will just posture themselves all around Bugle. And so if you get caught in the middle and you don't have a big base like Norali and Aqua did a couple games ago, things can get real dicey real quickly. Clement and Floki now, who've got second place last game, gonna be trying to run it back, but this time getting the victory royale.
I mean, looks like to be a foundation Bugle zone, and we saw what happened last time this zone was here. It was just chaos for everyone and almost an FNCS solos. So might happen again. When it comes to Whiplash as well, I'm surprised that this vehicle survived this long without taking a shot, especially with Floki and Clement at the wheel. It just seems like they like to waste cars completely and tires. They are aware that they don't have the insurance though this time, right? So they're being very, very careful.
Yeah, make sure you always have insurance though if you are driving.
That is a legal requirement, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not advocating for that whatsoever.
Yes,
for the record. Yeah,
of course. I don't think you'd ever do such a thing. Trust me.
Floki Clement, though, I can't speak for them. You know,
yeah,
they're
they're doing them. You know, take it up for them. But on this side, Scammer Rescard, another team that has come second place today, who will be hoping and praying for a chance to get to the final.
You know, on top of the show, there was this one little package that we're asking the players. I think Rescard was involved. Would you rather have bionic legs or bionic arms? I feel like these guys either have bionic legs right now, or their calves are bigger than their chests, man. They have been running across the map 24/7. It feels like the zone has never gone to logjam once, and they have a max pull again all the way down the center.
I feel like there's a bit of some personal bias here from you, Shai. Or you're not happy they're not getting zones? Or
I'm just saying, man. I'm just stating the muscular stats of the team. You know what I mean? In terms of what I've been witnessing in the weekend. And honestly, I just want one opportunity for these guys to have the home zone. Just big chill. I think we had one logjam zone, but like they had issues off spawn or something. I don't even know. I'll just say that. I'll make that baseless claim once again. That's exactly what happened. I just want to see my boys thrive.
I thought
second win.
They ain't even getting the zone love. They ain't been getting the zone love. maybe we need some logjam zones. You know, I'm sure they would have thought, guys. You know, where the north zones at?
I'm typing it in the back end for game 5. Don't worry. Next zone, logjam zone.
Inject it.
Let's see, and Swilliam, what do they need to do now? Up against Kiko Mosh, looking really good so far. First place overall on the boards. It feels like from this position, 34 points. I mean, maybe you have a phenomenal game here. You get second place, Levin, with like 5-6 elims, but this is another red carpet duo we're going to be forced to watch. There's no way they're going to get in through the back door.
I don't want to say what I want to say because everyone's going to call me mean. So I'm not going to say it.
Okay, no, we'll keep it wholesome. Is there any way you could nice it down?
I love Lecce and Swilliam, but I don't think they're a red carpet duo.
Really? Do you think they have a chance in these 2 games with this lobby? Or let me even, because now I can nice this up a little bit. I can push you in certain places. Do you think day 3 they have an even better chance? Or are these new duels coming in, the randomness kind of hurting them?
To answer you, Shia Wager, I pose you this question.
Okay.
Can any duo in session 3 truly be a red carpet team?
I feel like yes, if you win, 100%. I feel like you still have the momentum coming in, the experience of kind of winning a set lobby before the finals. You're still in the business, man. There's some teams that will be playing finals and never have won a game.
Sure.
Or like Rescard Scram have just had, you know, 1 overall. That's a red carpet experience.
You know what? Fair. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. But they're going to have to really, really improve on what they've been doing if they actually want to be playing their finals. Lechy and Swilliam, definitely fan favorites. Of course, Lechy, one of the biggest players in the scene. Was doing it for ages. And Swilliam, someone who, you know, cross-region, right? You know, playing on Asia not too long ago, but now competing in the EU. And it's not been the smoothest of transitions for him. And so I'm sure he'll want to start the year off with a bang, but you know, you gotta step up to the plate, right? You gotta really be able to change your own destiny in that sense. Floki and Clemento down on Surge, not looking good on materials, looking for a box fight against Splash and Jamsu, who aren't an easy team to box fight. Pretty standard stuff for them, I'd say.
Question is, are we watching the opera again of Floki and Clement, because these fights last so long when they're involved? For Jamson and Splash, it seems like they don't go down either. It's like you're fighting the Hydra. You end up taking off one head and suddenly Splash has like double damage on his shotgun, or Jamson like moves at double the speed and you can't track him in these boxes. They just get buffed up the more you damage them down. Floki and Clement though, this is dangerous. None of these builds their own. They have to take turns jumping up like they're at a playground. Kind of crazy they're allowed to even do that, but that's because there's Zara and his teammate on the backside rolling in and making this a 2v2v2 as per Fortnite engagements must be. The reason Clement and Floki are here right now and doing this, popping these splashes, the sound effects getting crazy, aquatic, is because of the Storm Surge threshold. 215 below, now up to 45 below still. And there's people creeping on their left side of the wall. It's metal, but it can't be sprayed through.
Time's running out for them. Time is seriously running out for them. I don't want to sound like a hater, but Lechy did go down. Just saying. Cool. Clement and Floki. They gotta get some damage on the board. Wowza. Okie dokie. Armored Wall comes in to stop that team from the left from getting involved. But they really need to do damage. You can't out-heal it. Floki, you need to sacrifice yourself. You're gonna go down anyway, Floki. Sacrifice yourself for the team, Floki. Sacrifice. No, Floki. Oh. Goodness, I don't get why teams do that, Shia Wager. One of you can't out-heal it. No matter what you do, you can't out-heal it. Just sacrifice yourself for the team. Go into a box, do some damage, and allow your teammate to stay up and stay good.
It's a very viable, not even viable strat. That is the correct play to make, but at the same time, look at, you know, some of the decisions that happen inside that fight. Yeah, you can buy a lot of time with the armored walls coming through, right? But they then deny themselves to be able to make edits to get damage on those sides. You have to be, you know, dealing damage. That is priority number one. Yeah, surviving is also kind of priority number even one. But you armor wall up, you can't see that team anymore. You can't engage them. You put 2 armored walls up, right? Where are you getting the damage then? You don't have the shields to survive. Both priorities thrown out the window. You're right, one person needed to go down there. And we were right so close to the threshold overall. I think we were like 72 alive or something. So going down might have been the wave 2, but this is just visceral across the map. Kefi, Melody, I mean, this is just, these fights are getting rough on both sides.
I feel like what they just did is what has happened to them in so many of these games, where they just get torn through like that. So props to them to turning things in their favor. And I feel like we just keep seeing Boofink and Bevies in these mid-game engagements, and they just go the exact same way every game. This is what happened to Lechy. In fact, I'm not going to commentate this before people call me a hater.
Listen, man, what I'm seeing right now, fight after fight, these fights are looking like, even look at this. A few of the messes or the misses from Cheatin right now. Lechy's there to pick it up, but you know when you're watching a boxing match and it's like the 7th of the 12th round, the 8th, like we're going all the way towards the end. These guys just look like they're swinging slowly. There's some misses here and there. 2v1s where one person gets taken down for no reason, or easy decisions to be made that are not being made. I feel like the exhaustion of the semifinals weekend for some of these teams that have been here for a while might be setting in.
You're right. You know, sometimes, like the example you gave, you know, the fighter's just trying to wait out the bell. You know, wait for the bell to survive. But the problem is in Fortnite, that bell isn't coming. You just won't call for FNCS, right? So teams really got to pick it up. On a serious note, though, right? Like it's not great, right? There's only one game after this, and so ultimately, if you weren't anywhere near that top 6, you're playing for the all-out victory royale in this next game. The stakes just get higher and higher. Slove sliding into that box, but sliding his way back to the lobby. Yikes. Sick and Slove, who I've actually been relatively impressed by in some of these engagements we've watched recently. Going down. Kiko and Moshi, my Portuguese Magnifico, has always got to give him that shout out. Shout out to Mama Kiko as well. Love Mama Kiko. Just a lovely woman, you know? Lovely woman. They're sitting in first place in the consistency, which is really nice.
Some of the Elims this game. They just rocked in, tied with first. Going into this game, it was a three-way tie.
Love that. Love that, you know. That's the camaraderie you want to have with your teammates.
It's nice. I hope that good vibe lasts the whole game. And these guys don't make any mistakes going into these moving zones. And they have synergy. I mean, we haven't seen, I feel like Kiko and Mosh do absolutely completely well towards the end game, right? They survive a little bit, they have maybe a voice in the 8th, 9th zone, but I don't see them in that final fight.
Again, right? An example of just having to understand or trying to understand what your win condition is. Shmeki isn't going to have any win condition if he can't get out of this box. Messing up the edits there, and it cost him. Oh my goodness. Very, very lucky to be alive right now, but he was fluffing up the edits, and he almost went down as a result of it. I know it's a high-intensity situation, but you got to be on it, boy. You got to be sharp.
I have a feeling Tyson, or Tazian, I keep saying Tyson, it's just that IE back and forth. Tazian, officially saying it correctly on the 4th day of broadcast. But I feel like one of his, or his teammate at least, might have been on the edit entirely too. So you ever try to edit something that doesn't edit and you know it's yours and you panic a little bit?
Yeah.
That might have been the situation there. So total blame not on the player completely. Lolis as well, you're talking about POVs with SD that, you know, there is no chance for consistency whatsoever. You want to go for that win overall. 11 points on the right side of your screen, down on Surge as well. If you're talking about all-ins, this is one right now that needs to happen here, or they just really have one more game where they need to win. It's one of those circumstances where half the lobby's in that same condition. It's just completely tough. The shield keg is here. Very good tech to maybe outlast the zone a little bit, but they need to find beams somewhere. They have a very cool spot on the map here too, Levin. They can walk around and choose to pick apart any team. They can get in the zone even and then start to shoot. They have the time, but they're focusing on one high ground team, just putting all their options into one basket. 2 Spider-Man swingers as well, but no shots landed. Lola's ST, I'm not sure about this decision, my friends. Maybe it's time to move and get better angles.
Yeah, you mentioned their positioning.
Never mind.
They're in a good spot, right? Because they have a clear path to get to zone. They've obviously dealt the damage there to keep them just above. But again, they need to do more because in a moment, in an instant, they're down below and waiting a bit too late. And now you have a team who knows you're very low. Amplify and Flodax probably won't let up.
Amplify Flodax did not even know that they were there at the start of this entire engagement. They could have easily gone by towards the right side, used that keg while they were moving as well possibly if they wanted to stay up and maybe take, you know, 25 damage here and there from that lightning, and then be in a spot to look at everyone come to them and shoot. Refsguard and Scram, with this big snake-built base, they can do that going backwards. They have like 4 different boxes, 8 different lines of sight, and possible double beams on the freshly built metal walls, and that's exactly what they'll push for. Not sure about their damage situation, but them being this desperate, looking for that and not focusing on position. Levin, you have to assume these guys are low on damage and they want to stay up and ahead.
Yeah, and it's going to become really important to do that because the zone's popped, 6th zone, everyone knows where they have to go. It goes all the way towards the Daily Bugle. There's going to be a change in elevation as well, and so being able to track that, forecast that, figure out how you're going to elevate yourself naturally is really important. And we're going to see all the teams who don't think about that go down really early here.
There's your Shakespearean quote all the way back from the old days, Levin. You want to hear it?
Go on.
If it's past zone 6, you must take some risks. And that is word for word from Shakespeare himself. Yeah. That might be what Refsguard and Scram might have to do for the win, but they are ahead in consistency. They might not want to take any of those risks and play it safe. Let's see what they do.
The great Albert Einstein once said, shut up and rotate. And so for Kiko and Moshi, it's time to do that. You see, they have the eyes set on something. They're waiting for a team to use a pad that they can rotate. But that time might not come. And the zone now on their backside. And so without the pad, they have to run their way in. And it's so difficult. Kiko so low. Gonna struggle to even stay alive. And as they try to build their way up as well, Moshi has to commit so many materials. And it's gonna be difficult. He's done well to get up to this point. And Kiko actually does stay alive. But it's so difficult for them, Shayo, because they don't have many materials left to work with.
Rushguard has no space to work with either. This thing is crushing down like a compactor. He has to move away. Med missed inside the storm, but I don't think Scram has the option either. And now, once again, the dynamic duo with a bounce back too. Not even insulting, but just desperate and unfortunate for them. Maybe the revive is possible if he finds Scram. It's left to another clutch, and Rushguard needs to get as many points as possible. They're right there at the lead, second place overall, and they want to maintain top 6. He must stay alive here. It's the 7th zone, but possibly all the way at the end of the 8th. It's 2 minutes of time by himself as an individual.
But how can he clutch with no mats, Shayo? It's going to be so difficult. And he's at the front side of the zone. It's not like he can just pick off a solo here. The only teams that are going to be here are good ones. And he found something, and it's going to be more than enough to keep him ticking just in this one for now. 200 brick builds. He'll be okay. He can maybe stagger a bit now with those peppers. He's got the Spider-Man web shooters as well. And so maybe, just maybe, this will be enough to keep them high up in them standings.
You talk about high ground too, it's so difficult to hold as the entire ground moves so low. The entire builds towards the sky become even higher and higher. Swifty and Huddy have put a lot down, but they have to keep moving towards the bottom. They have to go into Mosh. I'm not sure where Kiko is entirely. It might be a solo operation. Now below, Shmeki clashing with Irazumi, and Leader's there to help his teammate too. Do they lose a body? They do. It's Leader by himself now. Revsguard though is clutching on the top right side. He has a formation of height, but he has to drop down once again. He finds more mats, 273 wood to boot with as well, and he has the Spider-Man web shooters to rock with. It's Mosh that he takes out. Leader now, from that low ground perspective, is in trouble too in the tall grass. He'll try to hide, but maybe even get wild and have a little bit of a surprise. It's up to him as Huddy is going to drop off of height with no builds. Boom! It's Karma who has it, but he's also there as a solo, and he drops down too. 1 HP. Bubak is there to keep the dream alive. Karma will try to catch back up, but this entire endgame is complete chaos.
And it's another endgame with duos, but plenty of solos. Bubak gets another elimination as well. This will keep him ticking along. He actually might be able to control height even as a solo, but he's got to stay aware. There will be people trying to take in the backside. Melody and Kefi, you can see they're posturing up to it now. They want to build fight. They want to make it a creative battle because they know he's all alone. And so now it's time for him to hit some key shots if he wants to keep his team in this one with a fighting chance. A big shot there, 69. Can he hit more? It's enough to scare them off. He gets the knock now as well. Bubak is hitting crazy shots. He's keeping his team in this one, but he's got to be careful. He drops down. Not enough! He hits that shot as well. Kefi will go down. How's Bubak staying up? But it won't be enough. Oh my goodness, but Lucy and Hydro will quiet Bubak down. How he hit those shots in the first place, I will never know. But it wasn't enough to get the victory royale. Shia Wager, another crazy game.
Eyes in the back of the head of Bubak, but eyes straight ahead for Hydro and Belusi. They were right there yesterday, didn't qualify by just 1 place, and they took the win away today. One of the teams that are going to be going straight towards the finals with a very, very statistic fight, right? You can see it from Bubak's perspective. What an unfortunate jump towards the end. So close, some amazing shots.
You could see it in his eyes. He knew how close he was to victory, to all the glory, but it wasn't quite enough. But he has one more game to do it, right? And we have one more game, but don't go anywhere, right? The devs are gonna break down what happened in all of that. That was absolute madness. Guys, please give me the rundown.
Don't worry, we got Sundown here for that rundown. Wow, what a game. And this is a duo that kind of touched on. They missed that qualifying spot by 1 yesterday, right? Like, of the 11 teams, they were that 12th team that just didn't make it through. But Sundown, give us the rundown, because today, they make it.
I mean, and so far it's been about on the low ground when they are able to win through. It's playing with your opponent, and the bigger story has been how well you're managing your resources and materials and where your key refreshes are coming from. Because as we've seen, high ground control just kind of tends to peter out there towards the end, Reese.
It does, and what's interesting is the fact that if you look back to the previous match, they were the team that was on high ground, and they were the team that was taken over by Aqua and Norreally2, who eventually ended up winning the game. So this time, they just did that little flip card on them, turned it completely around, stayed on that lower layer, ensured that they had enough materials from those refreshes, and then took an easy 2v1 because obviously it was just a mess up on height when every team was trying to win.
Yeah, super rough. The chaos, you could tell, right? The nerves are starting to get to some of these duos because they're not, I don't want to say they're mistakes. They are, but it's just there's a lot of things happening, right? You have to process a lot of information all at the same time and then make a split decision. Wow, my brain was wrong there. Split second decision and then execute on that, right? And for someone like Bubak, who literally, I mean, just the craziest shots. I just don't know how that's even, that's just, okay, Bubak, listen. That was a crazy shot. But still, we only have one game left to go, boys. So what can we expect from the duos here, right? They need to do something if they want to either make it in those top 6 spots or get themselves a victory royale. Now, I will remind you, we still have day number 3 tomorrow, but let's try and make it in through today, right, Sundown? Just do it today.
Right, the pressure kind of rises up, but right now, what duos need to do is they need to be looking at that leaderboard really closely and figuring out what can I do in this game to make my Fortnite season last longer. How do I make it through to the finals? We can see some of the duos who have already advanced going through. Loot Boy having a great day, having Aqua, Belusi, and Hydro going through. Noah Wiley also joining. Then Malad, Walks, Coop, and Frack winning the first 2 matches. But everyone else, it's either win or get yourself into that top 6. So if you're in top 6 range, it's hey, you're playing for that end game. You're doing everything you can to stay on your feet. If you're not kind of in touching distance of that top 6, it's victory royale or bust.
But look at how close it is up in the top 6. 90 points is the current threshold. Down till 10th is currently 80. So anyone up in that kind of 1st till 4th is going to be really pivotal. They could still fall out easily, like Rescard Scram at the top, Kiko and Mosh in 2nd. These guys could easily fall out if, I mean, some of these other players have a big game. I'm saying easily. It's still possible at the same time. No place is secure. But for any of the players who are like further down, you know, if you're seeing them not in that kind of 20th down to 50, like these guys, like you asked earlier, Zeke, they're looking to win the match. It's like for some of them it may be a little bit out of the question. Not the players on this page, definitely potential to get up into that top 6, you know, maybe 120-ish points is what they're looking for. So victory royale being 30, well not the victory royale because that'll take you straight there. 2nd place with a bunch of eliminations will obviously fly you up. 100% possible for some of the players still up in the top half of this page.
That's right, man. And again, it's just the victory royale, right? Like, there's 5 games, right? Whatever's happened to you and your duo, just let it wash over. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. If you could just do yourselves a favor, secure the victory royale. No one can look at you and be like, wow, look at how bad or good you did this whole time. They can just be like, oh, you got yourself a victory royale. You're going to finals. Respect. It's done. It's said. That's it. But this is it, guys. For day number 2, we have 1 game left to go. I mean, we've seen so many of those duels keep getting so close. I'm looking at Revsguard. I'm looking at Scram. I'm looking at like Fast Strokey. I'm looking at like all these people that just keep getting so close and they just can't make something happen. What is misfiring, right? Is it the nerves? Is it maybe just like, hey, honestly, like we have a whole day tomorrow. Let's just kind of take today, let's just take learnings and bring it into tomorrow. Like, what do you guys think right now?
Well, I mean, Reese has talked about it from the opening of the show. Refsguard and Scram have won 1 game in the set lobby ever. So if you're looking at their game plan, everything's kind of going according to that ridiculous textbook you talked about last game, Zeke. They're set. They've put themselves in all the end games. They've gotten more than enough points. Barring something absolutely ridiculous here, we should be seeing them into the finals. I think the bigger question is what's going to happen right around that 6th place mark? Does a team who would have been pushed in the top 6 end up winning? And then if so, which one of the little individual efforts is going to end up making the difference? Because so far in every single region, there has been 1 or 2 duos who in the final game, other than the team who pushed through in the victory royale, who has been able to impact the top of their leaderboard and make some clutch plays.
Yeah, and you know, when I'm looking at the teams who are there, I'm thinking like, who's the team who could potentially win this? And what's interesting is when I'm looking at the top 6 teams, none of them I actually pick out as game winners. You know, most of the people who are game winners who I'd put in this lobby are already there. The teams who are up in the 6 should be in But it's, in all honesty, no surprise. The teams who usually play that low, who usually play that mid ground as well, who are more consistent, who are more calm about things, like Rescard Scram, obviously like Floki Clement, the guys we've been focusing on a lot today. What I'm looking at is actually Trulex and Chico, who a lot of the times do play a ton of low ground, but Trulex has that FNCS winning experience of a very height dominant team. I'm thinking, you know what? They're already on the border. Maybe it'll be the time.
Dude, I'm nervous. You know me. I just want everybody to be happy. I want everybody to win. I'm a people pleaser, and I just want everybody to have a great time.
It's a Battle Royale.
So I'm already getting nervous. I'm aware, my worst nightmare, but it is what it is. This is it, everybody. Game number 5, the last one on the day for just Europe here in semifinals, day number 2. But again, we still have a whole another 6 games. That's right, 6 tomorrow. So for now, let's get ready to do this one last time in Europe for the day. 11, I wager.
I mean, Sundown Reese spitting facts. Zeke's nervous. Levin's hot. I'm excited. We're getting ready for the final game of semifinals for the FNCS day number 2. I mean, Levin, one more opportunity. We've seen all the stats. We've found the hard facts. But right now, emotional-wise, what are you feeling? Which team is rocking it in?
Look, like Sundown said, it is victory royale or bust. You have to come in and swing for the fences. And I don't know how you've done it to me, Shayo, but I am riding for you right now. Scram and Rescard, it's been such a tough journey. I'd love to see them just really cap it off right now in the final game and secure their spot. But there are so many other duos who will be feeling like they've done enough, right? Feeling like they deserve to be in contention to win it all. And this is your chance, right? 4 down, 1 to go. And we have that one right on the way.
Semi-final game number 5. One more team rolling in with a victory royale straight to finals. 6 more on consistency, but many more on the way on day number 3 as well. You want to make sure you make the most of the best situations. With just 46 teams in the lobby, this might be one of the easiest rides for someone who can grab on to control of the lobby. Bubak so close last game, 2nd overall 11 off a solo clutch karma falling down from the skies, and this time it's very different. No fight right off spawn. They're making things a lot more tactical, strategic for their last chance at this day for the finals.
Yeah, I'm sure there would have been some words between Bubak and Karma about what went down, because they were looking so good, so primed and ready, and Bubak was hitting all the shots necessary, but he just didn't have a companion by his side. And so maybe this game will be the chance to do the remontada, run it back. But this is a fight that has been run back plenty of times to the same effect. This duo having all the struggles, not able to find any bit of success, sitting in 27th. And a perfect example of a team that just has to get a victory royale.
I mean, you're talking about run backs. This fight has been crawled back, slapped back, dragged back multiple times. The words to describe this fight are anything but pleasantful. All the way here towards the POI, where Julian and Till are just all inning 24-7 against the team, and this is their first time rocking in as well. Greasy Grove has not been polite, has not been welcoming to any team so far, but it's just been fights and fights and fights, no splits whatsoever. This might be the first game where both teams have to have a say. And you look at the situation at Chonker Speedway, you look at the peace on the battleground. It has been broken. Floki and Clement with the all-in have started an absolute battle right here. It's just gonna be tough so far. Swilliam and Floki, a 1v1. 2 Guzzle Juices, no shield on the side of Floki either. Refscard down as Lotix also takes him off of spawn. No one right now is happy whatsoever. They don't want to play their normal game. Everyone's switching it up. The peaceful players going straight towards the fight. Everyone that was just fighting starting to split apart as well. For Floki though, he has to lock this in against William, who we know is an avid box fighter.
And Floki has no materials to work with, so he's got to be creative with his angles. And based off of that play from Swilliam, I suspect he doesn't have much materials to work with either. And so now it'll be a wild goose chase down to the bottom. It's all about who can hit the crucial shots. Swilliam's got the HP advantage. And with just 4 attempts with this striker pump shotgun, Floki's got to be clinical. Oh.
No way.
Oh.
Not like this. And this is the cost of that fight.
That is not how you want things to end. in your final game. They are high up in the standings, but it's going to be about whether or not it can hold. And that was worst case scenario for Floki and Clement. That is rough. That is real rough. They're now going to be sitting around waiting this whole game to see whether or not they'll be able to hold on to that spot.
I mean, 110 yesterday was that final spot. It did jump up by about 20 points in that final game, especially with, you know, one of the teams in the lead probably winning too. So I don't think it's looking good at all for Floki and Clement right now. If you look at history of semifinals so far this season, in terms of the teams that were also in the lead, Levin, Refsgaard, Osman fight, interruptions possibly. Not sure if Scram is still left. We'll see in the replays momentarily. Here we go.
Dang. So this was Till at Greasy Grove, taking Nipsey out. Let's take a look at the cavern. It's been a hub for so much action today. And Slovian sick. Wowza. Bang, and the dirt is gone. Sindre and Lotic 2 were the ones fighting Scram and Refsgaard. And this is how this one ended. 5 HP. Wow. A lot of action off spawn. You would have thought maybe teams would try to be a bit more conservative, holding on to their last life. But they went all in.
I guarantee you the majority of teams were struggling getting damage overall. Once again, it's late to mention it, but for Storm Surge, you gotta deal damage for 2 passive. That's when the server starts to punish you and just lightning strike you over and over again until you get past a certain type of damage threshold the lobby's setting. For a bunch of these teams off spawn, yeah, they're making it off. They might be splitting the drop, but unfortunately, because of that, they're not fighting. They're not dealing that damage level. In this last game, they tried to switch that up, but, you know, 4 games with no fights into just, you know, jumping into that cold water, it's sometimes of a shock. You're like, oh, wait, did I forget how to place my wall? Are my shots, why are they not hitting? I'm here in the semifinals. It's tough, man, to get back in that groove.
Yeah, and Jura and Flores, they've had no groove today. It's fair to say that. It has been a tough time at Covert. They've not been able to translate. It's tough, man. A couple of duos have had the same experience where they saw teams qualify for a POI. They thought, all right, they're gone. It's easy, right? Just do what they did and we win, right? Surely. It's never been easier. But these guys have been forced away, and you can see they're dipping now, right? Using that ventilation to get out or dodge. But it's not as easy as just walking into a POI where a team's been successful and then just winning, right? There's more to it than that, and Jura and Flores have been the perfect example.
Well, if that's the case, everyone will be great, right?
Yep.
If that's the case, I could be a rapper, just say the same words.
You are a rapper.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But not multi-platinum yet, so lots of work to do. Just like Bubak, Karma, you know, they're close. 98, spitting bars, but once again, 110, 120-ish for that rock. And actually, if we're doing the hard stats, you don't need to have the Shio facts, you can have the real ones instead. 114 is what you need. So Bubak and Karma, very, very close. Question is though, how did they get to that same spot as the last game? If I'm looking at their history so far in games today.
Ooh, little piece control. Ooh, rougher. Slow down, buddy. You gotta hit the max damage after you hit the piece. Crazy. He's going crazy. Gets the knock. 2v1. Doesn't even want to waste any ammo. Conservative. All right then.
Coolest pickaxe I've ever seen, by the way. Sorry for not competitive take at all, but hold, that's like,
yeah, man.
Cracked.
It's clean.
I gotta visit the shop after this.
What's your favorite pickaxe in the game? Not that one now.
That one.
No, you can't pick that one. You can't pick that one.
There's this like wizarding staff. I don't know the official name for it, but it has like gems floating around in it. It's like very, very old school.
Yeah.
Definitely my wave.
Well, my one is the FNCS pickaxe.
Okay, man. Okay. You held that one before? You had it in your inventory ever?
No, yeah,
Have
man.
you used it, Levin?
One day.
One day.
I promise you, one day I'm gonna get it.
Take
one
a
day. Oh gosh.
Listen, you do that, man, and I don't even know. I'll get one to you in real life.
Well, look, Zeke is Fortnite, right? So if I just ask Zeke, surely you can hook me up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has to be the way. Shakespeare once said that, you know, Zeke can make it happen. So that man was never wrong. He had many plays if you weren't aware of as well. So definitely a wave. Look at that Swilliam right now. This is desperation. Before it seemed like, you know, a little bit of organized chaos, like they're definitely fighting. But if my eyes don't deceive me, the zone is actually away from Tonker Speedway, Levin. They're fighting inside the storm in the final game.
In the words of the great Aristotle, storm fight bad, fight quick, leave fast.
Man, we are really on our history lessons today, aren't we? It's getting crazy with it.
Disclaimer, Aristotle may or may not have actually said that.
Bigger disclaimer, I don't think I have any idea what I'm talking about at all when I mention any of these things. So just take it with a really big grain of salt.
A massive grain of salt.
That's one big rock
Boulder.
salt thing.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Chico and Trulex, Reese was talking about these guys. They've been able to sort of toe the line. They're sitting in 6th, which is literally the cutoff. So we'll be watching these guys very closely throughout this game to see whether or not they can hold on. If the game was to end now, if Zeke, Mr. Fortnite himself, was to end the lobby right now, these guys would be qualified to the finals. But as it stands,
He's not doing that. Yeah, he's just
he's
not ending the lobby.
Yeah. Just to clarify for
Said he was
everybody
not-
watching, he's not doing that. Yeah, cool.
Was going to press the button, and then he just said, no, I'm not doing it.
Yep.
And I respect that. I mean, right now, looking at the amount of teams that are on this line, 114 they need to hit. You know, Bubak Karma, Fulky Clement obviously down this game, but yeah, Trulex is the next up-and-comer in that spot. I believe Leader and ESRB are actually tied with him overall at 6th. And you're wondering, yo, Shy 11, why are you talking about all these numbers? What do they mean? What are you even looking at on your screen? I see 79, I don't see 6. Yeah, what are you talking about? So updates this season. I know a lot of people like to tune in for that last game as well. See that hot action. At the bottom left, it shows exactly what position the team is in. And if you have their teammate up as well, if you have like a drone shot, you can see the number beside their name right now. It says number 9 next to Slovace. 38 for Mr. J and Wolfie. That's their place overall in the competition. By the end of these games, the top 6 will move on towards the finals. So all these teams are trying to get there. I mean, it looks impossible for Mr. J and Wolfie now, but to set the stakes once again, it's not over for them. You can also win and go straight to the final. So that's exactly what they'll have to do now. To talk about the final number on screen, it's on the right side. That's Storm Surge. If you're too passive, you're just going to be taking 25 damage over and over again in the form of Purple Lightning. And so a lot of teams will be forced into engagements. They can't just walk around the edges of the map. Who likes to watch that? Absolutely no one. Not even Levin. And sometimes he watches the most boring things ever. So, you know, he's told me he doesn't like that either. Every team will be forced to fight and take that damage. And right now, 49 below. I mean, Mr. J and Wolfie just need a few more shots. We're checking in with a couple of the teams. This is very important for Leader and ESRB on the right side of your screen to get this damage done. 11 above, it's cool. They're right above the line, but you'll notice the whole lobby will be dealing this damage, and that number will change up and down. You kind of want to be in the triple digits, somewhere close to 200 to be comfortable. If not, you're basically sleeping on a bench outside. It's going to be cold. It's going to be worrisome. Will you get the rest? Will you be in trouble overall throughout the night? And that is the question on Leader and ESRB's mind. 6 below, and that surge is about to start ticking in about 10 seconds.
And you can see these guys have the leg up on Lazen here. But for how much longer? At what point will they notice the double SMG spray will come through? We've seen that play so many times this season. It's so strong. And they're able to do a tiny bit of damage, but they won't be satisfied with that. And it might be okay to take this fight isolated. Not many teams involved to be able to third party. They've got to make sure that they get the angles right, put themselves on the other side of this team, sandwich in them. And you can see the Purple Lightning Shy was talking about coming into the fold.
This is tough.
And they just got to start doing damage. They can't afford
19.
to just sit around.
2 shots.
Can they hit the shots? That's the important thing.
1 shot. They need 1 shot. They're gonna be going through all their shields because they can't find 1 bullet on any player around them. Move into the zone. Do something. The stalemate makes no sense. That other team is fine on damage. They won't be moving. Just get out of here. You are costing yourself your entire inventory for staying in the spot. Due to ego, due to something. I'm not sure what, Levin, but they need to find someone else.
The problem is, there's just not many places to go. Like you said, the team below them, they know they're struggling with Searcher. They're just going to sit comfortably, hold some walls. And they really should have forced the issue once they had the chance. At this point, like you said, they are just going to be burning through resources. And this is tragic now. Look at this. It really is rough to watch because at this stage, they've got barely any shields, not much health. It's not going to be easy.
7th place overall too. They're so close to qualifying. They need top 6. They're dropping down to 8th, 11th. They cannot go down here.
If they go down, it will be the end of what's been a grueling session where they had done so well up to this point. And we hit 70 players, right? And 70 players means that Storm Surge will ease down for the moment, but they're still going to be struggling on damage when that next, round of Storm Surge pops. So they got to figure out a way to, 1, get their resources and shields up a bit higher, and 2, do some damage.
Hold on, a bit higher. They went through everything, Levin. They need to restock. They need to move countries and change professions in terms of what they sell at the store because they're all out of shields, man. And look at some of the other replays. It's desperation, drastic actions across the entire map. Mastroki Kylie. Very smart from Mastroki to go to this wall. It just becomes a shooting gallery for him and the big 130. The big damage too that they needed, 57 above after all of that. When you go back to that Reese mentioned team, Chulex, Chico, I'm not sure what their damage entirely looked like. Their spot, Levin, very different. It's like we were watching 2 very, very different games. They're right in the center of all the action. Bubak Karma there as well. And although Chulex, they look, very high and mighty, just high rolling through, very comfortable chairs inside their base. For Bubak and Karma, they are literally crawling on the ground, trying to find whatever they can to make it through to the next portion of this game.
I think the one silver lining is that they seem like they will be good on damage in terms of, they've got an elimination. Bubak was dealing a bit of damage just earlier. And so, in terms of their battle for Surge, they should be all right. You'd expect to see them sort of go through. Kiko and Mosh, though, they're struggling in the feed. I saw Mosh get knocked earlier, Kiko going down in the feed as well. So, that might be the end of the line for the Portuguese players, but the story still continuing for Arizumi. What their path to victory will be is so tough now. Can they stay on the line? Can they keep themselves in the game? A replay here from Shmeki's POV. You can see the strike. The stinger. Wow.
They didn't call him a striker, man. I mean, that was a power kick right there in the box. I mean, that's nuts.
SMG shotgun, no difference, man.
What I'm seeing too is a difference in loadouts from a lot of teams, maybe some that haven't seen a lot of end games, but 12 chug splashes on multiple different people. Shmeki foregoing a little bit of rotation, maybe not having access to the web shooters. He has more room for those shields, but they'll have a lot to work with. I feel like some teams that have this much in their inventory, they'll start to overthink things, Levin, and maybe end up tripping up over themselves rather than opponents when they make the end game.
Yeah, and this is where your decisions will have such a large impact on the rest of your game, Shire.
Yeah.
Like where you position yourself, the amount of resources you burn could be key. You can see in the bottom right, Bubak barely above on Surge, just sitting 66 above and having to commit a lot of metal right there, which isn't going to be great, right? That's the kind of resource you want to have later on in the game. And you can see the zone. We're at Tilted Towers, and things are going to start getting crazy very, very soon.
Already getting crazy. Scram fully eliminated. And at this point, I don't see any chances for a reboot. Why is that important? They're basically almost the de facto first place leaders of the lobby so far. They will have enough to qualify, it seems like, off of just being in this game. If the threshold is truly 114, that 129 to start. But Refsguard is left once again to play solos, Levin. Always, it seems like this man has been clutching by himself the whole day.
Refsguard's got all the firepower he needs to be able to get through this one. We've seen some solo clutches already. Arizumi won't be able to solo clutch though. He will go down, and that's huge as well. We saw how high up they were in the standings. Trulex and Chico will be dancing because that's exactly what they needed. They need all these teams around them to go down.
They need 22 points as well to try to be close to that qual threshold. Swilliam down as well, and there is the final confirmation of leader leaving as well. So yes, exactly what Levin said. One opponent, not in the wave, but there is a foe they can't actually touch. That Surge striking from them all the way above. Very crucial shot from Chico there to get them right above that line. But at 51 players, it can go any which way. Finally, the threshold turns off, but there is still one instance of Surge still left. That's when these zones start to move as well. Trulex and Chico know they are behind. They not only move, try to win this game, try to be consistent, but also deal damage and maybe change up the game plan they had to start with. And that is very tough to do, especially with the zone. Lots of hills, lots of weird ways you can get stuck at this layer, and they will start to move, maybe even go for this launch pad. That'll be huge. Getting this package will change their destinies entirely and maybe even cause them to qual. Meanwhile, Bubak and Karma on the other side, look at their match level, look at their position. It's looking so good right now. They've taken control of this game.
Yeah, Bubak wants to run it back. He was so close last time. He was in touching distance, and this time he'll be hoping Karma can just stay up. And you're right, that launch pad could be the difference maker for Trulex and Chico, and so we'll keep a close eye on how they do. But Shmeki and Tazzy and another team, right, sitting in third, they're looking comfy, right, in terms of 120. And for them, it's all about what they can do to ruin other people's chances of qualifying, right? If these guys are comfy, if these guys know they're going to be able to qualify, they just need to make it more difficult for anybody around them. And the longer they stay in the game, the worse it gets for everybody who wants to be in the top 6 with them.
Bubak and Karma are right beside them currently, and we're going right into Tilted Towers. Buildings in the way. Crazy skyscrapers to just climb. This is going to be absolutely intense for a lot of these low ground teams. If you don't have web shooters, if you don't have a launch pad, you are going to have a very, very tough time. And it's also a very close rotation though, so players will have mats to use. That's Refsguard finally taken out, but those guys are definitely qualified at 129 once again. We're looking at Bubak right now though, 11. Second place last game. He never really makes the end games except for that one. He's at 111th the whole day past that. He needs to defy all odds and make it happen right now.
And he's got the means to do it. The launch pad will come through. They know where they need to go. They're going right to Tilted. Bubak as well has some web shooters available. And in this position here on the front side of the zone, they'll be able to do some damage if they see fit. You can see Bubak opening up that edit, using that SMG, and you'd expect him to hit a couple more shots, but they'll be fine. 140 below though for Trulex and Chico. I can't say the same about them. They need to launch and fast.
Jump.
The chug splash will come through. He needs the heals if he's going to survive the zone. And this is where it gets dicey. They need to hope that nobody has eyes on them, because if they take any couple of shots, it could get real bad. They're sitting right in 6th, and they need to make sure nobody's in their box. They've got to stay careful. They've got to stay close. Chico and Trulex will go down in 6th. And it probably won't hold. They're going to be crossing their fingers, hoping it does.
Look at Bubak!
But as you can see, Bubak trying to get up high, trying to regain his position on height. Karma fell down last time. Not again, no. They need to stay up. This is their chance to win it all.
Kings of the city, Tilted Towers, has a new CEO. It's Bubak with Karma rolling in as that chief financial officer of Mats, all the way at the forward part of the build. Look at the beams from Bubak. Lots of teams in front of him, though. He's gonna use that Spider-Man gauntlet to get all the way towards the front and deny any chance of a big climb up top. But it's Kane and Cruel. They've been here before. We know they have pads, but they're put in a blender. Back and forth, armored walls will give them a little bit of moments to breathe, but Bubak is still there on the right side with the peak. It's gonna be a very tough stare down, and they'll have a chance to end it up once again. Liza and Emerza, they're not done too. Every team here, Levin, might be behind. The win is there. They want to make sure they grasp at it too. Chug Splash has been thrown left and right like bottles breaking glass inside these boxes. It's tough. It's getting a little bit slippery too. All the way up top, players are dropping down low. It's Kali and Fastroki at 98. They're trying to make things go as well.
Yeah, Kylie and Fastroki on the low ground. It's going to be hard to find a sense of control here, but they need to stick together, right? It's so crucial that they stay side by side and make sure they stay ahead of the elevation. You can see it moving up the hill, and so they need to stay tightly. They're trying to find anything. You can see low on HP, taking a moment, yeah, to take a breath as the end game continues.
Not a single player has really gone down in the zone. Deox is the first one to fall. Everyone wants to qualify. They want to survive. As a result, we have 24 players left alive inside this 8th zone. Dan is making a move from up top. Blue Box in trouble now. Their mats are dwindling low. Naku's going for it too. Kylie down on low ground. Has a right-hand peek with Fast Roki. It's getting crazy. Blue Box inside the storm truck. Splash is dropping left and right. He's not going to have enough to stay alive. Fall damage again. It's up to Karma by himself. Does he have the materials to live? A reconnect. 200. But pressure from the back. The beam. It's enough. Another catch. This is nuts from Karma. How is he doing it? He has a little bit of moment to live, but with just 10 mats, he needs to Elam right now.
Rubak did all he could last game, but it's in the hands of Karma now. He has the Spider-Man web shooters to stay up on height just that bit longer, but Neko and Dan will do everything they can to take it from him, and that move comes through just like that. He won't be able to hold it, but will he be able to stay in the game?
Kylie Fast Roki now on the left side. No match. They're going for an all-in. Inside this box, the beams are there, but no! Interruption from the left, and they are denied. Karma now in the mid-ground. Melody down low 2, right at the cusp, 114. It might just be enough, but they need just a little bit extra to keep pushing forward. 5th place for the moment. They're looking at edits on all around their sides on the builds. They don't have many left, but they have a few options of a few boxes right in front of the front. At the time, though, it looks like there's a lot of space for them to actually use. They push back cheating. High ground is still pressuring. They're not sure exactly what's going on above them, but they know they have as much time needed to just survive down low. It's Dan and Naku that have taken over. At 97 points, they'll have to win this game to qualify. They have to wrap it up right here, Levin.
Neko and Dan, they know everything is in their hands. They have complete control, but Crew has no control. He needs to find anything with that striker pump. He's looking in the backside of the zone. He knows someone's here. He's looking for the shot, but the build comes through. It's not enough. He will go down, and so Mirza stays a foot in this one. He's trying to rain on anybody's parade he can, but Neko and Dan up above, they look so comfy. Even with low materials, they remain the only duo with a chance at really having a fighting say in who will win this game. But now it's time to drop down. They realize it's time to take that engagement. It's gonna be difficult. Mirza, really low HP. He's getting in the way. Melody as well now on low ground. Will try find any bit. Kefi and Melody versus Neko and Dan. It's up to this.
No mats on the top side. It'll come down to one final push. Armored wall's not up for grabs. Destiny's in the air, but only one team can grab it. Naku about to reach out his hand, denied by a few builds on the left side. They're unsure on where to go. It might just be straight down. The edits are there too. It could go any which way. Naku and Dan have to land this shot or they will not qualify for the finals today. There it is. It's a drop down reversal. Dan's there. Where's the last player? Siphon comes in. It's gonna be them actually maybe even taking over high ground. No, Melody's running way away. Does he have the time to go for the heal game? Med missed his popping. Dan still has crucial seconds, but takes some free damage. He's running 30, 25, 20, 15, down to nothing on the mist. What is he looking for? Is he going for the all-in? Is it possible? Dan's in the lead. Melody down to 1 HP, and it will be Dan. That qualifies. A misstep of calculation. Dan's huge retake is enough to give his team a ticket to the finals.
The med misplay wasn't enough for Melody. He thought he had it in the bag, but he ran out, and Dan did enough to stay in this game.
Might be a possibility for that 6th place to come in for Melody overall. He will still be there. Dan was also top 6. He got that window overall. That was huge in game number 5. Dan and Naku, what a performance from them to get that victory royale and sign off all the way towards the top.
And like you said, the last game winner had a spot in the top 6, so that spot will be going to someone else. And if you want to find out who that will be, we're going to have to kick it to the desk. Zeke, Reese, Sundown, please, what happened? Who's qualified?
Don't you even worry, Levin. We got you guys covered. Also, shout out to you both. Levin, Shawad, you guys were fantastic today. Thank you for casting those 5 games. It was super awesome. High energy. And again, we're going to come back tomorrow for another 6. I'm looking forward to it. But we got to take a look at who did qualify. Dan, Naku, and I'm so sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I don't do words well, but they were in 6th place going into this game. Now with the Victory Royale, that means they're removed from that top 6, and now someone else is looking to occupy that spot. We'll get there in just a second, but first we gotta talk about this game. My goodness, Sundown, this is what I live for, right? These are the nail biters that always happen in the final game of the competition. It always happens this way. This is why I'm a broken record about it. But Fortnite, it's never done until that last game.
Yeah, and you can see there, particularly towards the end, the two duos who were fighting it out were inside that top 6, and whether or not they had that information, they were still holding on and wanting to get the victory royale, while every other player needed the victory royale to end up going through. But the question is, with 2 of our top 6 ending up fighting out for the victory royale, and 1 taking it, that leaves that last spot up for grabs, and it's going to pull up that final qualifying score just that much lower, actually, in that circumstance, as we get some of the highlights here from Karma and Booba as well. Had an amazing game last game, and they will end up finishing in that qualifying range.
Not just last game, both games, right? We saw Bubak in the previous game hitting those shots, hitting, quite frankly, incredible shots to clutch them up into that deep into the end game. Again, this time we saw Bubak go down to the fall damage, unfortunately, after kind of picking up this first elimination here, leaving Karma as a slow. And this is a qualifying run that we're watching right here from both of these players, pushing them up into the top 6. And unfortunately, this is the moment for them, unfortunately, let's say, where Neko and Dan were able to take that high ground from them, or take the, well, start the high ground retake, let's just say, as knocking down Bubak there, leaving Karma left as a solo, inevitably winning Neko and Dan the match.
I know, man. It comes down again to the wire, right? Those final moments. In every game, these things unfold, right? And it's being able as a duo to identify that chaos and look past that and find that moment of calm and say, that is our avenue. That is how we make it to the win. And for Dan and Naku, they do that, right? It's so incredible. Another qualifying team who does make it on through in that top 6. Remember, it's been an all-out battle, okay, today going on. It's whoever gets the victory after 5 games moves on. Your top 6 at the end will move on. Mirza, Lizen, and again, I'm so sorry if I'm saying your names wrong, but look at this, the run that they needed, right? They were, if you look at that bottom left, from 7 to 5, it just ticked over. So now the question becomes, Sundown, when we do jump on over, will they have qualified? Because remember now, even now, look, back up to top 5. That's how close it comes down to.
Yeah, and particularly here, Mirza able to pick up the 6 eliminations, run it out a little bit, hit the shot there right at the end, push them over. I mean, every single one of those elims is plus an additional 3 points, and the fact that he's able to really run it out and make that big of a difference. I mean, that was 27 points on eliminations alone, and they were able to just kind of sneak their way right into one of those final spots.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of poetic because for this team, like in that first qualifier, man, off spawn was absolutely rough for them. They managed to turn it around and make sure they called through. Here, though, are the 5 game winners that we've seen. Not the top 6 on the leaderboard yet, but this is the first half of the teams that qualified. Game number 1 for Axe, obviously alongside Coop, Milad and Wooks in 2, Aqua and Noah Rayleigh. No surprise to anyone at all in game number 3. 4 went to Bluesy and Hydro. And then game number 5, Nako and Dan. A first-time FNCS Finals performance for both of the 2 players, both Spanish team actually all the way through. And this is what it's going to be. Top 6 qualify. So Karma and Bubak, with that last game, clutched up to push themselves through. So did Lazen and Mirza with that beautiful right-hand peek from the tree side that we saw. Finally, Refsguard and Scram in 4th have managed to make it as well with 131 points. That last game not being too good for them, but doesn't even matter at this point. Not at all. Same with Kefi and Melody, Kiko and Mosh, and our winners, Tazian and Schmecky, who've been causing a lot of havoc throughout the entire FNCS in Camp Cuddle. Now, it seems like they're going to be there in finals as well.
Yeah, and you know Karma and Booba.
Jump in.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Zeke.
I was going to say, I just want to jump in super quick.
Go.
Remember that last elimination, the last duel we talked about? That was against Cruel Sundown. So literally, if Cruel had picked up that elim, they very well could have made the run for that top 6 spot.
Yeah, it's huge. It would have ended up being tough, but the bigger thing is that if you're Karma and Booba, you are so happy a team who is in that top 6 won the final game, because otherwise push all of those leaderboards down just one more shift, and you're looking at a tiebreak there of 2 eliminations where Mirza and Lazen, with their final eliminations in that game, we saw that they were able to run out 9. They only had 10 before that, so that would have been an absurd run. Luckily for them, they'll both end up going through, and I think given the performances today, very deserving.
Oh man, it's so good, Reese. It's so good. And look, even my boys, Refsguard and Scram, we did it. We did it. I'm 2 for 2. I started qualifier 1 and 2, 0. But now my predictions 2 days in a row, guys. I know what I'm doing. I know what I am doing. Let's hop on over to that second page though. Reese, we have to remember as well, right? The 11 duos that do qualify today, they're now removed from the pool. And then we're going to backfill tomorrow with the next 11 from the series point leaderboard. Looking at this page, do we feel like members from this page could be in that top 6? Do we think even members from like tomorrow's games, they're just waiting, right? They're just like, oh my gosh, We've VOD reviewed. We've watched every game. We know what our plan is. We're ready to go.
I mean, I hope so. Let's be real. They've been waiting 2 days.
Better.
They don't have the same amount of opportunities as the teams had in that first session or the ones we've just seen today in the second session. So those kind of new 11 teams that are coming through tomorrow that we're going to see, I hope they've watched. I hope they've VOD. I hope they figured out the strats. I hope they figured out in particular a drop spot that's going to be free. Because now, right, you know, you're going to notice every single team that's left has left an opening somewhere for tomorrow. So between now and then is the time to perfect that off spawn, figure out where you're going, hopefully not be contested by someone, and pick it up. Because like you said, those teams on the second page, guys like Floki Command, I was rooting for all day, unfortunately just weren't able to pop off now 2 days in a row.
It's tough, Sundown, but it's okay, right? Tomorrow is a brand new day. That's what you said at the start of the show. It's a new day, and it will be for them tomorrow. I mean, if you're one of these duos that just hasn't been able to put the pieces together, how do you just reset the mind and come back stronger tomorrow?
Well, you know that 11 more teams are out of that pool. You've been playing from the very beginning or had an opportunity to kind of dip your feet in today, but this is your last opportunity. It's a back against a wall, and if you're not going to rise up right now, then you don't get a chance to play in those finals where in EU, everyone knows that's kind of the pinnacle of the competition and where all the money, the clout, all the followers, whatever other thing you want there, that's where it's up for grabs. And you can bet every single one of these duos should be putting in the time, and they probably are.
Words of wisdom from Sundown. Let's very quickly take a look at our predictions and just remind everybody how we all did. You know, I mean, you know, guys, again, I'm 2 for 2. I'm gonna get literally every prediction wrong for
There's a first time for everything, you know.
Broken clock,
well, you know, broken clock. There it is.
Yeah,
I was trying to beat you to it, Sundown. Wings and Force, Sundown could not make it on through today, but high expectations for tomorrow.
Maybe not after their performance today. Definitely going to be one of those ones who looks to reset and call it another one. Definitely struggled to make it there together.
Yeah, I went for Floki Command, low-hanging fruit, realistically, but it just wasn't for them today. I think, you know, I'm forever hopeful. I'm going to go with them again tomorrow. Maybe I won't. We'll see when I actually see the full player list tomorrow who I'm going to predict. Unfortunate for me. But again, look, Levin's absolutely nailed it with Noah Rayleigh and Aqua. Shywager also with Mastroki and Kylie, who managed to go through just right now. Oh, no, just missed out. Unfortunately, it was not the case, so...
Yep. Once again, man, and it came down to a tiebreaker. So you can already like tell and feel how close this competition is, right? And just again, reminder, we're not even in finals. Finals is next week, and it's already close right now. How much closer will it be then? Fortnite fam, we just want to thank you so much for joining with us, hanging out with us, watching these games, losing your minds. It's so absolutely incredible. If you're new here and you just checked out Fortnite for the first time and you like what you see, don't forget we also have 2 other regions going on today, NA East and NA West. Different crew, different subset of players, and of course another set of spots to qualify for. We're back tomorrow, same time, same place. So until then, we'll see you guys on the battle bus.
I beep first. All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So I'm gonna go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a 0 ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I'd probably want to do it with Volks because he's a funny man. He's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my two teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. We made I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally at duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so now into trios, it's like, this last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier, your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always like a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh, no way, a year at trios. I hate it. Now we're on the duos, and I'm like, no, trios is gone. I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
When did I get my first gaming PC?
I knew you had a laptop at one point. I heard that once, but I have no clue when. That was really much shorter than I thought. I thought it was way longer ago.
If I had to leave at one of the Chapter 3 POIs, where will that leave? That's a good question, okay.
I don't know, it depends what he puts.
Okay. Oh,
nice! I got it. We used to drop there at the start of the season.
Which year did I first start playing Fortnite?
I'm pretty sure it's 2017 or 2018 because it's the start of the game. But I'm not sure if you started playing after December. No!
Oh!
Dude, I missed it. I don't know, I thought it was January for some reason.
When did I win my first cash prize? Oh, that is easy.
I'm going with this. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have got that ever.
Why? I told you I made one in World Cup, and then I bought another PC.
Of a random Soul Cash Cup like before that, or Winter Royale? What's been my favorite chapter and season so far?
I'm gonna go for easy guess. Okay.
And even I gotta think about this one.
Oh, wow. What? Why did you choose World Cup season?
Dude, that was like my season, bro. What's my favorite food?
You told me not that long ago. I completely forgot because I told mine too, but yes!
Yes, sir. We got it. I don't know. It's just amazing and simple. It's great. What's my favorite POI from Chapter 3?
I'm gonna go with the easy guess with a place that everyone liked. Yes, I knew it.
I just land there in arena all the time. It's not the same spot at the other thing. What's the most eye points, me or you?
Oh, that is yes, that is the easy one.
How many points is that total?
I think Bugle is probably the best spot on the map right now.
There is like a lot of chests, a lot of ammo, a lot of everything.
Tilted Towers, there's just so much floor loot and ammo boxes and pepper boxes, so you just always come out really stacked. And then Sleepy Sound just has a lot of pepper boxes and a lot of floor loot, so you always come out with a lot of launch pads.
I really enjoyed Tilted coming back. It was very fun to land there again.
I actually land Tilted. That's my drop spot. Duos.
Tilted is like one of my favorite spots in the game, like forever.
It's going to be very good and competitive. A lot of players are going to have it uncontested.
And it's all modernized and changed into this current, like, into the current way the game is played, and it's really cool.
That nostalgia, I'd say.
I cannot be more happy.
So I think people are making a mistake by not landing Sanctuary, because that Mythic AR there is definitely the best AR in the game.
If you can capitalize and get Sanctuary to yourself and maybe even get that Mythic AR in a Grand Finals, I just know how good it is.
Camp Cuddle is a really underrated spot.
I think Vigo's definitely the most slept on POI. I didn't even think of it in my top 3. Probably is honestly top 3. It is a crazy POI.
Best method to rotate on the map is definitely using Spider-Man's.
I would definitely say Spider-Man's 100%.
It can get you across the map in probably a couple minutes. Nothing can do that right now.
The map awareness is definitely like really important, because like if you don't know where you are or where you're going or like where it could pull, like you're gonna just be in a pretty bad situation for like the next zone pull.
So you really got to be aware and understand the map.
A good map habit would be always to mark where the zone goes and what side you want to be on.
Oh, you need to always 100% be aware of where the zone is.
Marking it is a huge thing, and I think that like that alone has saved me so many times because I can just see where the zones is and I'm not guessing.
Because if a zone pulls far and you're in a really bad spot, it could end your game.
Yeah, I would say the best tip to find a drop spot for your playstyle is really find where your strengths are in fighting.
Look for something that's not too heavily contested. It's kind of difficult in this current meta.
If you're really a team that needs to play for surge and really passive, I think you go for a center map, so a center spot, so that you can loot quick, get some surge, and then rotate and don't need to fight anybody.
And then if you want to like fight and you're really gonna fight and you want a crap ton of kills, then I'd probably just land like a Reese, Tilted, Chonkers, Daily.
I think Bugle is definitely the best spot for an aggressive player, and Sanctuary. Both of those drop spots are very, very good.
Don't be scared to land somewhere shambles. If you can master a spot that's really, really good, then do it.
Last time in FNCS North America East. In NAE, the top teams took a consistency-based approach for day one. The only top team to qualify from a Victory Royale was Threats and Users, with duos such as Scented and Cold and Clicks and Day focusing on leveraging their experience through consistency rather than going for the VR. Rokane finished day one with most elims among the remaining players, but he and Joji still finished 1 point from qualification. Surprisingly, their performance dipped as day one went on. Will they be able to reverse their momentum to qualify for the finals today? And will duos such as Pamsto, Fatch, and Muzz, Avery focus on consistency or getting the Victory Royale? Find out in FNCS Semifinals Day 2, North America East.
Thank you, me. FNCS NAE, the final frontier. Only one mission in semi-final stands between duos and reaching the stars. Claim a Victory Royale and you are in the grand final. But which players will qualify tonight to battle for glory next weekend and boldly go beyond the rift where only the best have gone before? Hello there, welcome into FNCS NAE. My name is Adam Savage. I'll be captaining this fine vessel alongside the very best crew in the galaxy, I should say. Sundown and Vivid, boys. This is going to be insane. I mean, before we go any further into the actual, the evening and how things are going to turn out, Sundown, we've got to give massive props to our main man, Vivid here. He has been on a journey. He's back on the desk, but he is a top flight caster now. He's been crushing it. I'm so proud.
Yeah, him and Monster D-Face just like absolutely eliminated it on the cast the past 2 times he was out there. And it's nice being able to see a little bit of the growth from player then onto the Destiny analyst doing the caster. It seems like he's been able to hit the triple crown. When's time for host Vivid?
Triple crown, hitting the hat trick, no problem. You know, it was awesome being alongside MDF. It made everything so easy. It allowed me to grow in just more ways than one. So it was very helpful. And then it was awesome to be casting over arguably one of the greatest solo clutches we've ever seen at Peterbot. Thank you for letting me experience that from the casting desk. And I'm just so excited to be back on the analyst desk because look at this. I'm on the desk with my boy Adam again, and obviously love whenever I get to work with Sundown.
Dude, honestly, I'm loving this. I'm loving this desk here right now. You'll be in my seat next week, Vivid. You're just having the time of your life here right now. We have got so much coming your way. Obviously, talking about the Peterbot clutch yesterday, so much to digest. But first things first, let's talk about how you can experience finals in the best way possible. The semis are coming at you from Legends Landing. Of course, this is now available to watch from in the Discovery Row, the Buy Epic Discovery Row. Do make sure to give it a go. Check it out. It is all new this season. It is full of activities. You get a front row seat to all the action unfolding in front of you. Do not miss it. It is absolutely amazing. Legends Landing by Epic Discovery Row. Do not miss it. All right, lads, we have got a brilliant day in front of us. We've got new teams into the mix here, teams that didn't qualify yesterday who want so desperately to get through. But before we get into those teams, let's take a look at our broadcast schedule and see exactly how we got here and what is coming your way throughout the entirety of FNCS NAE. As you can see, last weekend we had qualifiers 1 and 2, February 18th and February 20th. This is semi-finals weekend. We're here. We're living the dream right now. February 25th through 27th is happening. We are on day 2. It's the 26th right now. Obviously, next weekend, March 5th and 6th, are the finals. We already have 2017 teams confirmed, 23 left to get into those finals. But let's talk a bit about the actual format as well of this, Sundown. How do we get here, and what has this got in store for us?
Yeah, so we saw the 2 qualifiers where during those rounds, teams were able to advance through. That's where we got our first 16 teams. Then yesterday, we had the exact same format that we had today. 5 matches where each of the Victor Royale duos ended up going directly through to the finals. Then at the end of those 5 matches, the top 6 teams, based on their consistency, also ended up getting a spot. That's for a total of 11. So we got 11 yesterday, we'll get 11 more today, and then tomorrow we'll add in 1 more extra match. So it'll be 6 Victor Royales and then still 6 consistent duos, and we'll for a total of 12. That'll round out our 50 duos in the lobby. But the question is, how are these duos earning the points? What do the points look like? And what will they be playing for, Vivid?
Yeah, the points are a little bit changed up this season. I'd like to pay homage to the fact that elimination is worth 3 points. We've seen a lot of aggression so far happen during this season. And then if you look at the top there, as Sundown explained, a Victory Royale is an automatic qualification to the Grand Final. So to give it some numerical value, we'll just say it's worth 1,000 points. But checking out that top 10, right, it is so heavy up there in those points. And every single time somebody goes down, even after top 25, you do just get so many more points. So when you get down to the nitty gritty in the end game, you really got to fight for every single position because it is so worth it.
It really is. I mean, you saw yesterday as well here, some teams that qualified through the Victory Royale process, they were having a terrible day and suddenly it all changed in that one game. So anything's possible today. The teams as well, these are the duos. Sundown, walk us through who really sticks out for you.
Well, immediately on this first page, the first 11 duos we see are the new duos. And I mean, there are some big names in there. Immediately, the FaZe duo, the veterans now at this point. They used to be the young boys. Now it's Mega and Dubs pushing through. Voil and Accept also being in there. Creo and Vert in that group. I mean, Spegu and Charlie, just especially considering that a lot of the underdogs, quote unquote, ended up winning a match yesterday. The pool who's coming in today, they are very much so seasoned veterans. They have been here before. They've had this experience, Vivid.
You had a lot of players, just to point out, like you mentioned, right? We have some couple players coming over from Session 1 into Session 2 who unfortunately did not make it through, like Muzz and Avery, obviously a big duo there. We also have a Knifer and Bilo, who we seen some late from them yesterday as they were taking high ground a couple of times. So it'll be interesting to see how the meta develops as these lobbies change the players, right? Because we've seen a lot of players already go for the high ground, and that high ground dominance is now gone because they usually get a Victory Royale from the high ground. So as those players kind of leave the player pool, what will these new and returning players into each session act like when it comes to that end game?
Exactly. You want to shoot your shot, and this is the opportunity to do that as well. I mean, one thing I'm loving as well is that we saw yesterday that the dynamics changed completely with these new teams coming in, some going out from the POI, and suddenly it's opened up for teams. So it's going to be a bit of a free-for-all out there. And we said this off broadcast, or for you guys, we'll let you bit behind the curtain from us as well. We think this could be the most exhilarating, craziest, toughest day as well ever. It's going to be so fun to watch unfold. Before we do that though, let's check out a little bit of something we made for you guys at home. This is the Fortnite Effect NAE. Have a look at this.
I started playing Fortnite when I was on Xbox in like Chapter 2, Season 1 with my friends at school.
It was October 2017. It was after the Halloween.
First heard about Fortnite from my friend, and he told me that I just needed to try it out and I would have so much fun.
I've been playing since Chapter 1, Season 2.
My first thoughts was instantly like, this is just crazy. Like I was walking around just like, I literally remember just being amazed.
The game was more alive, the viewership was there, like everything was 5 levels up from the last game I was playing, so it was a no-brainer.
I liked it a lot. I liked how it was like not a very team game mode, you know, like if you're good enough, you can carry the team, you know what I'm saying?
I think it was the fact that there was 100 players and you need to beat them all to win the game, and I think that's what really got me.
The interaction that I've gotten from the community and like the community that I've grown myself.
I just want to win an FNCS, that's it.
I think I just still have that want to win. I think that's literally what it is. Lay down my legacy as a player.
I'd say it's the competing aspect, 100%. It keeps me playing all the time. I remember when I saw Nate Hill's name under my name on leaderboard, I was like, wow, like I can really like do something big here.
I'd probably have to describe Fortnite as a pretty fun battle royale game with the mechanics in it.
I would say that's a really great game. I think it's really balanced between pro players and casual players.
Last man standing wins, and honestly, like the craziest thing about it is that you can protect yourself while building, you can outplay people while building. Like that's just like the coolest part of the game, 100%.
It's a very like intense building and shooting game.
Right now the skill gap is pretty high. It takes a lot to be really good, and so if you like to see your improvement and grind for something and earn it, then this is definitely the game for you.
I definitely wish I knew the way like the storm and zones work.
I wish I just started playing competitive earlier.
I wish I knew how to abuse the meta more, because back in like, you know, the first ever Winter Royale, like the sword came out and I didn't land on the sword. I don't know why, I just didn't, and I should have.
Playing aggressive in the open qualifiers of tournaments is definitely something that I used to do too much. I would always fight everybody that I can, and I didn't qualify for a lot of tournaments because of it, and then I started slowing down my playstyle a lot, and I got a lot better at qualifying for things, so it made it a lot easier.
It's so interesting hearing like Cease mention there about the skill gap between players there as well, and like how the pool of players that we have today who haven't qualified yet are all so capable. Sundown. I mean, it's just there's such another level now. There's so many players who are AAA top tier, and that's why this makes this so exciting for us.
Well, and I think the reason it makes it particularly exciting is that Fortnite on a whole has one of the largest skill gaps. If you just, the very first time you ever played Fortnite, the very first time you touched down on the island, it's a lot different than if you're still playing now and if you're competing in these tournaments. And some of these players have been around from the very beginning and played kind of back in the early competitive days, but now nothing is the same. The level is so ridiculously high that even when Fortnite players sometimes go to other games, they continue to dominate in that regard. So the ones who are here and are at the very top of the top, it's just a blast to be able to watch and break down that gameplay.
Yeah, and something that goes into how good these Fortnite players are is actually how much practice they put in. But not only how much, is how the quality of the practice improves over time, because you kind of start to learn what you're good at naturally and what you actually need to work on. So anybody that's been playing longer knows what they needed to directly work on and then what practices kind of work for them the best.
Vivid, you are one of these people. You are one of these guys who is a cut above as well. So it's great. I mean, that's why we love having your insight here on the desk with us. It's awesome. Let's take a closer look at some duos in particular we think could go all the way tonight, or are definitely going to put on a show for us. First things first, let's check out Joji and Rokane. Obviously, two players that we know so much about, have been competing for a long time here, Sundown. It looks like they're uncontested right now. Does that obviously work in their favor? And how do you think they're going to get on this evening?
So the only time being uncontested doesn't work in your favor is if you don't necessarily have your Storm Surge routes figured out. Then if nobody's anywhere remotely near you and the zone pull is very far away, some of those rotations can get incredibly awkward. And in a Victory Royale advanced format where the consistency points aren't there, it's only necessarily at 5 games, that can make 1 or 2 of those games very frustrating, and then your back's against a wall. However, if they're able to kind of just get the space they need and they're truly uncontested, I think they're more than capable of running away with one of these games very early on.
Yeah, and what's cool about Rokane and Joji, they actually got 12th place yesterday on the leaderboard, so only missing out barely on that amount of consistency points. So they can kind of clean it up today and play just as well as they did yesterday. Then they'll be a shoo-in for a grand final spot.
I know. Honestly, I think it was 1 point if I recall. Yes, 1 point. That must. I mean, that. Yeah. Hopefully, I mean, you hope that they kind of, it doesn't make them kind of feel like they've missed out there, and it kind of weighs on them. You hope they're going to move past. I think we almost got there. We go again. Today it's going to happen. Let's have a look at another one of our duos as well here. Tahi and Edgy, of course, as well, going right to the very north of the map here, it seems. Again, a team that we've talked about so much here. Again, Sundown, walk me through how their rotations will work in terms of what works in their favor. I guess as well, dropping so far to the top of the map.
I mean, one of the biggest priorities over here, there is that slurp truck over on the side where you're able to hit it. It's one of the giant ones. It gives you the insta 100 shield where you can then conserve the rest of your utility. I think the benefit of being this far north is that as you're rotating in, a lot of the other POIs that are kind of on that northern part of the map have a very tough time of resolving their fights early. So there's always kind of these extra duos hanging around. And if you can loot up really quickly, like hop in one of those cars, get some chonkers tires on them, and start heading towards the zone, they're very good at finding someone kind of hopping out, using the MK7s, and either getting their necessary tags or just jumping on top of them. Like, Edgy is fantastic. I don't think he gets enough credit for how long he has been consistently at the top. When we talk about how Fortnite is such a high skill cap game, he's been there the entire time, Vivid.
Yeah, and Edgy coming in today, he actually wasn't in it yesterday, so maybe not potentially having the best season so far because they didn't even have enough series points to get into Session 1, but they are in Session 2. But a thing that worries me up at Sleepy Sound is that Scented and Cold actually found 0 success there day 1, or week 1 where the qualifiers 1 and 2 happened, so they actually switched their drops out, right? But Edgy and Tahi are going to land up here, so we have these well-vetted players who are used to landing at Sleepy Sound that it isn't working for them, so I wonder if Edgy and Tahi will find a better success here.
Indeed. Well, I'm wondering as well whether Greasy Grove, we talked yesterday about Aegis and Rise versus Nounsy and Sprite. What's going to happen there? Aegis and Rise, a team as well that we came so close yesterday, Sundown, but it didn't quite happen. But hopefully, wind in sails, they're back today.
Yeah, the greasy spot is weird. We've seen these fights going down. They're no strangers to taking the early fights, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, how if you were in kind of that first 50 pool of duos, just the raw number of games, you should have a shot. They were so incredibly close in so many circumstances, but they weren't quite able to get there, and you have to think whether or not that's going to be something that motivates them, or whether or not they carry over a little bit of that frustration into today. I think the first game will be very telling.
Yeah, we had some very close finishes out of the duo. A second place with 5 eliminations, actually, and then one of their other good games was a 6th place with 7 eliminations. So they definitely have the potential, but that all-spawn fight kind of gets to them because, as you can see, they had 2 48th place finishes yesterday, and obviously that is off-spawn deaths there. So as long as they can pick it up, clean up against Nounsy and Sprite, I think that they'll be good for today.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, actually. I think it's all going to happen. The off-spawns are so key, so important. We should talk about some POIs on the map we think is going to be quite contested as well, which could be really exhilarating for us to watch at home as well for you guys. We want to see that straight off the bat. We want to see going head-to-head. And it looks like Cova, Kevin, could be quite interesting. It looks like 3 teams could be dropping their Sundown. What makes it so lucrative as a POI for teams?
The simple answer is the vault. There's so much in there. The guaranteed launch pads are the biggest thing because then you're able to use a long pad in the 4th zone. If you end up in a tough position, then you still have one for the half and half out or using it in the 6th zone. On top of that, the different drop patterns here is even if you don't get it, there's so much stuff around the area that you can generally find enough to where it's just like, oh, we don't have the best position on the vault. All right, we're just going to grab the necessary supplies and then dip because you're still relatively central on the map, so you can get to the places where you need to go.
Yeah, but the worrisome thing about that vault is that usually when a team gets the key card, the other teams that are landing there like to kind of just wait it out. They love to wait for these teams to kind of bring the key card to them. And we saw yesterday plenty of times Scented and Cold kind of got trapped in the storm while the other team in a Day Fan kind of just sat there. Even when the storm was already there, they were still just waiting and waiting and waiting. So we'll have to see how that POI develops and if any team finds some luck in getting early access to that vault.
Yeah, speaking of the Storm we saw yesterday in the first couple of games, Storm Surge played a huge part of this as well. With those teams coming in who maybe didn't have the chance yesterday to experience that, it's going to be a very quick test for them to see whether they can keep up with the rest of the pack, who obviously had yesterday to kind of get ahead of the game as well. Let's look at Shifty Shaft as well, another POI, which is one which is always one fun to watch. Got a couple of teams landing here as well, Sundown. Again, another POI that seems very popular. Why do we like it so much?
I would argue to say we like it. I'm not a huge fan of actually fighting around here. We've seen some interesting splits. It's actually teams try to land towards the northern part of that little hill that's there to have the high ground priority. Once you commit and you're down in the mines, you're kind of committed, and there's not necessarily the best loot in there. You can definitely get 2 people up to fighting strength, and you can get some pretty quick access to metal. But the negative is, and we've seen this on a number of occasions, that if you get jumped on or if another team decides to come join that party, it's really tough to rotate out of Vivid.
Yeah, and we saw that Muzz and Avery were landing there yesterday, but we saw on that map right there, we suspect that Dubs and Omega and then Bank and Unreal will actually be landing there. So it appears that Muzz and Avery, a strong team coming in this, are actually choosing to find a new place to land, which could be detrimental to them, right? Because they got to be landing somewhere else that they don't know as well as they knew Shifty Chef. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. And then obviously Dubs and Mega coming in today, a new team joining us because they were not in session 1. They did not have enough points. So we will see what happens there.
Oh, it's going to get mighty feisty very, very quickly. I can't wait. We're talking about some POIs for you guys at home as well. Here's a little something called Where in the World, featuring some of our pros. Have a look at this.
Oh, it does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not going to be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
This is definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is that Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but...
Let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Condo Canyon.
I'm not 100% sure. I just say Condo Canyon.
Oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando. I don't know the name. Kando something. Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowskull's Morsel.
Okay, no, this one is this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney. I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so.
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh, wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great. Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I have not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would have never guessed that.
It's amazing, isn't it? The pros there saying, like, don't know what it is, never been there, don't drop there, haven't got a clue. And you think, you're like the top of the world right now. You should know all the entirety of it. But POIs, that's what's important to them. Where they land, they know it, they rotate from there, and that's what's important. That's how they're here, you know, competing to try and get into finals. We should obviously talk about our predictions for game one because we love to do this. Love to give a bit, you know, egg each other on, get a bit excited for each other, and see exactly who is doing well. I've gone for Slacks and Clarity G today, okay? Now, obviously,
Why
yesterday...
are you giggling, Adam? Why are you giggling?
I'm not giggling. We'll get on to that in a second, Sundown, and I'm sure we'll find out. Clarity G and Slacks. Obviously, I had to go for these guys. I think yesterday, 14th place, so got really close, but one of the few teams that actually managed to get eliminations in 4 out of 5 games, which is pretty strong, particularly when it comes to points. If they don't get a victory royale today, I'm thinking they could at least go through on the points, those top 6 places. Walk us through Sundown. Walk us through your pick. That's original.
Yeah, very original. It seems like we might have read this one before. We talked about a broken clock being right and almost only counting in horseshoes and hand grenades. And Fashion Pamps now have almost qualified to the finals nearly every single time. They've been my prediction every single one of these broadcasts. And we've seen the moments, and you can see why they've had the results in other places, but they haven't put them there. And you're wondering why every single time, Sundown, you probably would change something. Well, my logic is they're going to make it to the finals. So eventually I'm going to be right.
Eventually, Sundown. Let's keep praying on that eventually right there.
Totally.
I am going to be praying on Agers and Arise doing well over at Greasy Grove. We know that they've been shut down a couple of times by Nounzy and Sprite. However, I'm going to go ahead and pick them today because I like the performances that they made in the end games when they got there. They had a 2nd place and a 6th place. So I think if they can get one more solid off spawn, get into the end game, then 100% they can qualify through to consistency. But I bet they win a game today because they were playing so well in the end game. And then MDF and SBG, Qual and Magnolio for MDF, they got 17th yesterday, so a pretty solid pick right there. And then SBG picking Rokane and Joji, who got 12th, very close, only missing out by 1 point. So 2 very solid picks for those boys as well.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what? At this point, we're naming teams that every single one of them is more than capable of going through. I'm praying for Pamstone Fatch here, Sundown. I'm praying for you because
so am I.
Riding this train.
What do you mean?
We run this train for a while. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But let us know, on socials. Let us know who you think is going to go all the way here, who you'll be supporting as well. It's all about you guys as well getting involved, and that would make it so fun for us as well. Guys, it is that time. We are about to head into Game 1, Day 2 of semi-finals. Remember, in this format, 5 games, every victory royale, the winners go immediately through the finals. At the end of the day, the top 6 teams outside of those top 5 will go through as well, making 11 to join the 27 already qualified. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be huge. The hype is real. Let's head over to our casters. It's SBG and Monster ready and waiting in the wings. Fellas, over to you. What you got in store for us?
Thank you so very much, Adam. Yes, man, it's a new day, a day for the pro players to reset from yesterday. Big day of games we had yesterday, but I would say players pros, it's okay. Hit your little reset button, right, SVG, and we can get right back on that power train all the way through to the finals.
Yeah, it's a new day too. You know, wasn't enough beard on the casting desk, so I had to join you. We had to get a little beard. There's too much on the analysis. But you know, yesterday was one of the best days of Fortnite that I've seen in a long time. So today we gotta have high expectations, Monster.
I mean, absolutely. We saw how exciting the format could be, those wins mattering, and then, of course, those the top placing players, right? Being able to be consistent all the way through to the tournament. So there's a lot to play for here, and it really makes it for an interesting story. As we start to develop later, you'll see the narrative change a little bit. Players are going to want to root on those so they can win up at the top, but the battle bus is ready. So we're going to be hopping into game number 1. Let's get it.
All right, game number 1. This is the first one, setting the tone here. Yesterday, we saw so many players still up and at 'em after, let's call it the first 2 zones. It looks like a lot more contests happening here today, and this is going to be one of them, Monster.
Yeah, definitely. This is that drop spot, probably the most, I'd say, highly sought after location on the map right now. You think some of the other areas like the Sanctuary, right, that has those mythic ARs or other, you know, bigger loot availability as far as power weapons go would be the more dominant and preferred choice of drop, but no. Instead, it's Covert Cavern. Look at how many players we have here, right? So you have a team up to the north. Obviously, we know about the llama split. It's a great and powerful drop. That's another kind of backup option from this general area. But for the most part, players are fighting for this vault.
Yeah, you got to get the key card, though. And the NPC doesn't make it too easy for you. He's going to give you a little bit of a fight back when he goes after it. So we'll see how these two play this out. Well, could be 3, could even be 4 if that llama split team comes over and tries to get involved in this. But early on, we're seeing a lot of contests here. So many players going down early. It looks like Pledge has already taken out Creo, and now these two looking to claim Camp Cuddle early in this first match.
Keep in mind, this is Creo's first appearance today as well, as he did not make it to the first day, the first round of players. So we are introducing a new wave, a fresh wave of 11, all equally as determined to try to make their way to the finals here. So the stage has been set. The pressure is on for them. And players like Teo and Pledge, who had a chance yesterday, right? They're warmed up. They got those early game jitters out the way. And the player count is revealing to that story. Take a look here. Already 86 remaining in the lobby. Yesterday, we had 94 players leaning into the first closing zone, and this time, pacing completely different. So those are, I'd say, players' advantage from yesterday coming in right now. Probably just, you know, shutting down those new players entering into the fold.
Yeah, and here's 2 new players as well. The duo of Edgy and Tahi, they talked about them on the desk. Really started off the season playing so well. They won the first Cash Cup of the season, and now we see exactly how they're going to play this out, because typically they've been uncontested on this north side, not necessarily going to be fighting teams, especially when Scented and Cold were landing on the south side, but they're no longer here, and we'll have to find out if anyone winds up fighting them for that.
That's very interesting. I thought it would have been Smite and Larson, but it looks like Smite and Larson actually move out. They decided to take on Mega and Dubs here. This is not a much easier choice, if I had to say so. But Mega in a full-on battle now, just looking to control this high ground. And as the veteran that he is, they should know better than to give up any, you know, weak opportunity to get jumped on. And look at this. This is where they shine most. This is where they shine best. It's in the one-on-one situations, 2v2, clean kind of battles. But Mega's going to get bested there. Little side angle. It doesn't matter as Dubs comes through, gets the trade here. Now looking for the full finish. Back to square one.
Yeah, just simply trading those opponents, and it's a no-win situation for either team now, because these reboots are so hard to successfully get off. We see Cold and Scented yesterday, they were trying so hard just to get one another back, but now Dubs is going for it, trying to get in the face. He gets some shots off, really not significant damage. They trade. Dubs is 1 HP, but can he hit the one shot he needs here?
Looking for the pre-fire here, doesn't quite find it, and man, talk about just this cold-blooded here, sitting in the face of the AR, sitting in the face of the shots and the pressure. He manages to go ahead and extend that fight just a little bit longer, but Smite says, no, buddy, we are the veteran eliminators. They've been coming back and forth. First it was Scented and Cold, now it's Mega and Dubs. They're just adding players to the list of, you know, again, players they've been managing to take out. These are battles won, and one with good cause, right? Like, look at this. It was a pretty even fight between the two. The highlight shows that, you know, Dubs could have backed off. He could have done some other plays, but he just kind of threw in a towel there.
Yeah, shout out to Smite and Larson. They've been not afraid to take any fight. They're like, I don't care who you are. We are confident in our abilities, and it's shown to work pretty well for him thus far.
Yeah, for sure. Take a look at this. Reboot comes out. Smite going for a little build off here. Some shots are coming in, just giving himself a nice, strong, and comfortable area to work off of, just in case these opponents come on in, right? Just a little more territory, a little more domain to play off of here. Maybe put up a, I call it, bit of a front, right? A little bit of a facade over there. As we start looking at Fatch and Pam Stu, I mean, at this point, when is Sundown just going to be successful? When is he going to call the right crew here for Pam Stu and Fatch? He's been betting all his chips on here and on this team day in and day out.
Oh, I gotta respect it though. He's sticking with his guys, and honestly, I believe in Fatch and Pam Stu as well. They're very good players. They should be one of the top teams in this region that advance, but that's why you play the games, Monster. It's not necessarily a given. You have to figure out how to put yourself through in whatever lobby you're given. Just because you can succeed in the Cash Cup doesn't necessarily mean that's going to translate to the same players within this lobby.
I agree. Sensei and Cole are kind of the peak example of that. Dominating Cash Cup in duo performances, making them, you know, a clear favorite for the casters and the community alike. And then all of a sudden we get down to the nitty-gritty here. The big boys come out to play these custom lobbies. Things are a lot more difficult than anticipated for Spareborn and the K-Burb. This could have easily been a pick for me. Instead, I went with another trio, but here we have it. It's head-to-head action right now. Sparebow lets his guard down there. You can see there's a duo sliding on in there. It's Gold and Crew. This is a rough spot to be in now as he is down a member.
Yeah, and I was watching the Elim feed very early on. This was a fight that's been happening for so long. These guys have been kind of going back and forth. We see K-Verbs is already down, and Sparebow's trying to smack with that heavy shotgun. That thing does hit when you can find some shots. He got the headshot earlier. Now just trying to give himself some space to work with, and the materials are starting to run a little bit low, so he's got to play within what he's given, but it looks like another team's trying to get involved here.
I like this little mind game he's playing, though. Puts up some fresh builds down low and aims his way back up to the top here, just trying to bait them in to a better angle. This heavy shotgun, like you mentioned, can do some serious damage. It has the firepower. And now Sparebow being tracked and looked after. Rituals and Neverfi have no idea where he is. At this point, I think they're thinking he made it away.
Yeah, they're out. They're like, all right, hey, props to you. Tip your hat. Get out of here. We'll go play the rest of our game. Sparebow's going to have to chill there for a little bit, wait for his opportunity to really escape that fight. And we don't know if he has the card or not. If he does have the card, you have to try and play for that, reboot your teammate. But now we'll now see what he does as Ritual and Neverfi, they're disengaging.
Nice little disengage there. Proper move on their end to go ahead and slide on out. Little do they know they're going straight into the face check of the opponents, though. Should Gold look down this mountain, this might just be it. Wait a second. They do end up getting engaged on. Here's a quick look just to give you guys the full story of what was happening on the other side. Sparebow sitting there. The reaction, he's thinking to himself, hey man, we got away with that one. I'm hiding here. And Pam Stu and Fatch are also hiding on the other side as well. Daily Bugle being a highly sought after drop spot today. My gosh, I'm just doing a little head count here. Roughly 5 teams looking to move on in. Check out some of the real estate, you know, see what's available. As Fatch and Pam are looking to recoup their position, recoup their losses here. Look at their material count. It's not looking too hot.
And this is an interesting POI. We have 3 players that have qualified from, or 3 duos that have qualified from the Daily Bugle. And we see Teo and Pledge getting in another fight here. Looks like Creo getting knocked out earlier today. And we're just watching all this early game action.
Yeah, he was picked up, so that's nice for them to come back into this round here. So we start going through this little highlight pack. Take a look at that angle right there, right through the bars. That's a tough shot to make. Last round 8-0, making it look nice and easy as they find their first team elimination there. And my gosh, how fast the lobby's getting cut down here. 42 duos remaining now.
It's got to be a breath of fresh air, though, for some of these players that played yesterday and had to deal with that massive surge in this first game. You know, now it's a little more relaxed. 82 is manageable. 94 is a bit ridiculous. So that gives you a little bit of hope that you're not going to have to deal with these absolute stackers. Granted, 82 is still a lot of players, Monster, but I would much rather 82 than have 94, and then I'm just fighting, you know, getting 400 or 500 storm surge damage just not to take a tick.
You know, we just got a little glimpse of the minimap there on the wide shot. It actually reveals that the Daily Bugle is dead center of this new zone. Like, this is a very unique storm line that these players are gonna have to play off of. They're gonna all start to come up here, and now it makes sense as why Pam and company came down to take a fight, because, you know, Surge is going to be pretty tough to reveal itself, as this is one of those really weird terrains here. Look at all the trees, look at all the brush, right? Teams are going to be well hidden here. So Surge is going to be, it's going to become a problem, I'd say, for a fair amount of the players if this lobby doesn't start to cut down just a little bit here. For Joji and Rokane, they're using that vehicle to just enter into the zone for the first time. Clarity and Slacks, however, on the top scene here are getting into fights with the teams on the mountain, looking for those open trade exchanges.
This has got to be a tough zone to play if you're not getting to that top of the bugle early, because then you're just getting held. Like we just saw with Rokane and Joji, this is about as far as they could make it in without starting to get some pressure on them. And they're like, all right, I don't feel like wasting all my mats and all my HP just to get a better position. Let's try and play edge. And now they're going to gatekeep the next team that comes behind them. And it creates this build-up effect that we'll see. Likely the south side is going to be absolutely stacked.
Yeah, for sure. And you can tell that Rokane and Joji didn't pick the best position for Surge here. The zone where they just came in from is kind of covered with mountains, right? Littered with all types of terrain that's covering their line of sight, and it's limiting how many, you know, other teams they can look out towards, making it very obvious, if you will, when they have to make the edits to these other bases. So if anything, they're becoming the first target here, and they're pretty much a victim to their own great positioning of avoiding players here. Honestly, it's an awesome spot if you want to stay low key. It's a terrible spot if you need Surge right now.
Well, you're hoping that the next zone doesn't pull straight north. Otherwise, you're going to be in a really tough position. But we saw that stat fly up. Rokane had the most elims of any player that is still around. You know, maybe a few players were able to rack up those elims. We saw Dang Clicks pick up a ton. Shadow in that first game had 7, I believe. So now we're getting into another fight here, but Bamstone and Fatch are quickly armored walled off, and that's not even going to happen anymore.
I respect that. You don't really get to see that very often. That's the first time we've been on this side of the barrel, and then all of a sudden armor walls like denied. You can stop that push right now. That's the strength of armored walls inside Fortnite competitive, and that's the fun part about Fortnite competitive. No 2 seasons are ever really gonna feel the same, depending on what you know, Epic decides loadout-wise is coming into the round. And right there, you know, we're seeing our first instances of how armored walls can change the pace of the game. And then look at this: you let your guard down, all of a sudden Pam gets caught off, and this is Nosh and them are jumping inside the base. Fatch with the one missed edit. He's gonna get shut down there by Goober and Nosh. Not bad for them. That armored wall was almost just one big fake out.
Yeah, it gave him enough time to disengage from the fight, and then Fatch and Pamstu were starting to take shots, and these two took the opportunity. They're like, all right, you guys are distracted. I'll just take this. 3 shots on him, and that's an easy fight to win when you have a huge HP advantage going into it. But we're looking on the right side. Looks like Baka already dealing with some surge issues, and he's not going to be lasting too long here, Monster.
Yep, that's Glace right there. So taken out of the game already. Now on over to, oh no, Edgy as well taken out. Another team, you know, victim to the storm surge here. We talked about just because you have this great positioning up top, this is a very hard zone to play off of. Like, teams are just not going to reveal themselves, especially to the backside of this volcanic, you know, the mountain here outside of the Daily Bugle. You have to be on the front side. That southern zone is probably going to be your best area to find these tags. And look at this, Tahi's trying to just, you know, survive this at this point, sit this one out. 4 players having to go down, and no one moving at the current moment is, you know, disastrous for someone like Tahi.
Yeah, this is a poor spot to be in, and you think it has to start with off spawn. You know, they're all the way on the northern edge of the map, so they're going to run into less players naturally just because of the way the zones have pulled here than a lot of others, and you got to hit your shots. They obviously didn't have enough opportunities to grab Surge, and Ty's crossing his fingers, man. He's like, oh, please let this be enough, but I don't think it's going to.
Yeah, here it is. At least now teams might have the need to move because the Storm's already pushing them out. But again, this is looking like it's just a ticking moment at this point. You know, the Storm Surge is really going to catch up. One more big zap and it's all over. Tahi unfortunately jumps out a little too late there, deciding now it's time to push in and tries to waste as much material as possible, not to give anyone a small advantage here. And there they go. Edgy and Tahi fall to the Storm Surge.
That was one of the issues that they had when they haven't been doing well, is the Storm Surge on these rotates. So likely going to need to make adjustments here after that first game. We see Joji and Rokane were able to survive that first surge, but now look at the position they're in. Really nothing in their inventory besides this one big pot, and they're just barely in this zone, likely not going to be in the fourth one, so more damage is going to be taken on these rotates.
Yeah, walking a tightrope there. One strong gust wind and those guys might go toppling over. Looking pretty rough. They're basically balancing themselves with the one singular big pot. It's not enough for two, so we'll see how that ends up unfolding for them. On over to the Goofy Goober and Nosh here. Much different situation. Sitting on a fresh, big refresher allowed them to build this massive base, and notice they're not even digging into the chug splash just yet. Willing to go toe-to-toe, look for exchanges here so that they can pop these minis. This is like a small strategy you'll see pro players do. They'll save that 200 cap armor, shield and HP value for the rotates, right? A little later, so a little min-maxing here coming out of the pro players. If you are wondering, like, why aren't they healing?
It's always a smart play too. You might think that you want to get max HP, but the minis or the 150 total HP is a lot more replaceable than it is to get back to that 200, like you said, Monster. And now Muzz and Avery seem to be in a fairly good position. They're trying to hold this lone player out of this zone, as they also need to make a rotate, so that guy will be trying to find them and follow their path. But ultimately, I think Muzz and Avery are going to make sure that person gets no free ride in the zone.
Yeah, that will be a pretty quick elim for them right there. And that poor Shark Girl is just sitting there. Or Lava Girl is just sitting there. It's not looking too hot. On over to Clarity G and Slacks. You can see the field really starting to open up now. This elevation at this point will start to come into play. This is the strength of having this position here. Not only that, it's very, very steep. They are on just about the border's edge here. So with this steep height position, look, teams are starting to come in, opting to use launch pads in zone 4. You don't see that very often, but that is what happens when the terrain is so demanding of players. It's going to cost you either one, a lot of material, or a lot of HP.
And you see, not only are the hills or the mountains a tough climb, but it's also there's nothing in the way. Normally there's a lot of trees there. They've all been farmed out, so it's just open space these guys have to get through unless you make it into the Bugle. And now we're just going to see these teams all trying to claim a space or a building within the Bugle. Otherwise, you guys are not going to be looking too hot after this zone. If fifth pulls, I want to see if we're going out and up or we're staying right in the Daily Bugle.
Yeah, I don't think there's any good location, like, at all. Up, to the left, to the right, down south. None of these look very appealing from this position because of how centralized it is based around this Daily Bugle at the current moment. And you best believe it's going to go back and forth as well. Joji and Rokane here just trying to make the best decision possible. They're actually going for a fight at this moment here, looking for a little something. Edit comes in. Joji pushing right through the box, loses Rokane in the process. He's down, not just out quite yet. Ooh, beautiful shot here. Joji showing he can take the 2v1 situation. He's not afraid of the battle. Look at that. Picks up Rokane, throws them all in that quick moment there in an instant. And all of a sudden they find some tags. They were looking for the refresher because they need a little bit more. Unfortunately, they give Okus and company a little too much time here to bounce back.
Yeah, Joji said, get off me. And he gave himself a second there, but not going to be enough, at least for the moment. He's going right back for the heal. I don't know that's actually going to get confirmed. We will see. It does have implications with so many other players around him, and another duo trying to get in on Joji. Joji doing his best, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They may run into another duo, but ultimately Joji's just running into other players, and down he goes. But zone's moving, Monster. We're seeing this 5th zone rotate, and it is going up on top of this mountain.
It pulled east. It pulled very far east as well. Look at this. Not a single piece of that low ground is in play. This is completely over the lip of the face of this mountain, and you saw how many players are trying to play that outer edge there, thinking, at what point do I go up and how much is it going to cost me? Do I follow someone's build? Do I start off the lead here? I mean, it's a tough decision to make, and just pay attention to that player count, guys. I'm expecting it to cut down pretty quickly now.
As everyone tries to get up that mountain, you know, you got the webs naturally hanging out in the POI that might help you be able to move a little bit. But on the opposite end, we see Teo and Pledge trying to get themselves out. They're buried down there, trying to get out of a bunch of builds and up into zone. Now on the other side, Nounsy and Spray, already 4 eliminations here, and they're in a really good position, especially with zone pulling in their favor.
With that, it's coming on down south as well. Still though, playing this this upper terrain, right? So it's going to be a little bit of a steep rotate regardless of what. Out comes Gold. Gold still manages to stay alive. Okay. It was looking like it was Raps for him earlier. He's barely got a slither of shield on top of his HP here, but he's holding in right now, earning himself to top 25. That's a little bit more placement, guys. Anyone who's up right now is definitely, you know, a little sigh of relief if you made it this far and you're a solo. Just kind of, you know, it's just hanging on to the little thread here. But hold up. Nosh goes for the edit. Out comes the big bills. And oh no, the edit unfortunately could not come in, and he was just trapped up and boxed up on some move there. Big pickup and refresher for them now. This is everything you need for an endgame.
Oh yeah, it's such a clean refresh too when you take no damage and just get the entirety of the loot. They're gonna hit the pad. They have to go from one side to the other. We see people choosing to make their own bridge, but Nosh and Goofy Goober are gonna say thank you. We'll just jump on yours. Nosh does fall a little bit, but he'll crank back up, get to his teammate as the entire lobby starts to look to make these rotations. We're going into open space, then up a giant mountain.
I was going to say, honestly, arguably an even better position to have that floor lockout right there. That's going to make players have to go around them, maybe even open up some elim opportunities for them. Avery, though, has to be careful. As the lobby gets later and later here, it does become more and more difficult to stick those builds. Got to be a bit more patient, but he knows that better than anyone as the vet that he is. Muzz and Avery now, kings of the high ground here. They're sitting very high up. Not a lot of strong material. Really, the foundation held on by wood, so not too much to work with there. Clarity G on the other side looking for their first big set of eliminations here. They do and will need a refresher here shortly as they're starting to run out of material.
And the zone's going down, so this is favorable for a high ground because it's going into wide open space. If you have the material, if you have the ammo, it's going to be a great position. But oh no, look what's going on. Sprite and Nounsy are going for it. And it looks like Avery and Muzz aren't even going to be able to contest that. That high ground is now given up.
Yeah, very easy high ground take. We knew it was going to be pretty simple because they were running out of material. And now you're watching it all unfold here for Nounsy and Sprite. This is the perfect spot to be in. A victory royale is all they have been fighting for these last couple days here. Off the contested drop, bit of a struggle in the uphill battle for them, but this is what happens when they can make it to the end game here. And it's still a long game in front of them for Clarity G, though. He gets shut down here, and it's not looking like it's Slacks and Clarity's round to walk away with just yet. But hey, 3 eliminations is nothing to overlook at as they now sneak into the lair. Oh no, he reveals himself. Back into the zone he goes. It's the best play he could have done for the situation here. And he finds someone in the storm. Stolen on that one. Oh no. And then just clapped out inside the box here, but it's Nounsy and Sprite who are controlling the height.
He just ran a circle around those guys, and now we see Nosh, who's picked up a number of elims, trying to navigate through. He's running very low on build, so he has to get back to Goofy Goober. He goes down, and it's going to be the end of Nosh without a crazy play, and he goes. Now it's up to Goofy Goober. What can he do? 5 builds in a dream.
Man, we just keep seeing Beef and Nick play this outskirt here, being the kings of the low ground and playing the Lake Storm, and it's just catching players off guard round after round here. But hold up, someone slips inside the box. Who is this? It's the last place Curse who gets shut down there, and just like that, also wrapped up and out of the competition. This is now basically served up on a plate here for Sprite and Nounsy, and they're coming down to feast here. It's time to go ahead and wrap up these eliminations, get this victory royale here. Beef is going for it. He's putting everything on the table, looking at, you know, focus in and pull his best Peterbot impression, but it's not going to be good enough as he gets put down into the low ground here. And the reset, just better for Nounsy and Sprite now.
Yeah, all those materials and refreshes were able to get them to that point, but quickly turned away. And now it is up to a final 2v2v2. Rarely do we see this. Beef and Nick trying to get into any position to make a play. Down he goes. Nick's got no hope, and it's a final 2v2.
Great little flick there, though. So now it's a 2v1 situation. Sprite may have jumped the gun just a little bit here, and now he has to clutch up. This is one of the most difficult tasks you can ask for from anyone. No builds, toe-to-toe. That's one. Finds a second. Oh my gosh. We have back-to-back big clutch performances, and now Nounsy crowns himself all the way through to the finals.
7 eliminations. Absolutely clutching up. Sprite went down to go and try and claim it, but Nounsy holds still. He's like, all right, I got you, bro. I'm gonna take this, and then just wins that aim duel at the end. Welcome. You've made it to the finals. That was a crazy last play right there.
He says, SVG, hold my mini shields. I'm gonna go ahead and jump in here and show you guys what time it is. I want to clutch. I want a big play too. And he goes out, finds it, secures that victory out. Nounsy and Sprite here. We'll be seeing you in the finals. That was just game number 1. What a big game there to really kick things off and keeping it exciting, right? The pace just continues.
Oh, those guys are no stranger to these winner-take-all games. We've seen them do it before. Sprite had the clutch. Nounsy, hey, maybe he's trying to one-up his teammate. That was one great play, and that's only game 1, Monster.
Definitely just the start here. Let's toss it on over to Des, though. You know, we got to get the right reactions from the rest of the crew.
Nounsy, unbelievable. I mean, 7 eliminations there. I mean, this is the duo I picked yesterday to go through and win all the way. I think they're trolling me, guys. Suddenly, game 1 today, dominating. I've gone for Clary. I've gone for Slacks and Clary. Do you know what? It doesn't matter. Brilliant work from these guys. Obviously, we saw the high ground there versus Muzz and Avery. They reigned supreme. And Sundown, they just did what they need to do. They worked it. They worked the high ground. And at the end, they're Nounsy just clutching up and giving us our first winners of the day.
Yeah, they put themselves in a position to win the match, and then when there was a little bit of a slippery slope, Nounsy was able to come up with the 1v2, but right now what we're seeing on screen is just what they were able to do from the high ground to really thin out the lobby, and this ends up being key, because if they're not putting this pressure down and using all of this excess light ammo, you can even see they're just making sure they're spraying down as many bullets as possible, and then when Sprite is out of builds, he goes to try and drop down and finish off one of those duos, but because they were able to burn through all of the excess utility the other duo ended up having, when Nounsy does drop down, he's able to take advantage. And watch this drop down. One of the things I want to really commend here is how he ends up sticking with the striker immediately after the swap. He goes through, he'll take a couple there, but he knows if he hits one good pump shot there, he's going to be okay. And that striker pump landing the final shot was just a huge clutch. Wasn't quite a 1v3 like Sprite's, but he'll take the 1v2 and the ticket to the final.
Paying homage to an old classic there. But listen, there are 4 big smiles amongst players right now. Obviously, Nounsy and Sprite, big smile on their face going straight to the finals. But DJ and Agers are sitting there right now smiling so large because they're like, yes, finally, Greasy Grove is ours. Let's hope, though, that nobody else wants to go up against those boys. But, you know, seeing that Sprite and Nounsy are now out of the running throughout this lobby, they're going to be so happy with an uncontested drop.
I love you said DJ and Ages. Obviously, DJ and Ages, we've said it for so many times before. It's Ages and Rise now, but still, I feel you, man. We all feel nodding going, totally feel you. Like, that's exactly right. Obviously, the POI opening up now makes it a massive difference for this team. And obviously, you know, we saw a lot of teams there, a lot of players as well. We saw Beef and Nick getting a lot of, you know, eliminations as well, kind of really working up their points regardless of the victory royale, still making a stand for going through in those top 6 positions later on. So hopefully, standings now we'll take a look at and see exactly how the leaderboard lies after game number 1 and see who is there or thereabouts after this. Obviously, you can see here Nounsy and Sprite, the very first winners of today, going through immediately through to next weekend's final, which is awesome. And game 2's coming up. But Sundown, there you can see Beef and Nick at the top. I thought so. 26 points, placements, and 7 eliminations.
Yeah, 7 elims, but then immediately my eyes drawn to that 4th place spot because 8 elims, but only 11 placement points. Av and Enquist got busy in the early game. And then also we'll look at where the 6th place line is. We'll touch on that every time because the top 6 teams do end up going through. Currently that pace, 32 points, a little bit above average with Sensuk and 33A Freeze holding it, and Knifer and Bila just on the outside looking in at 30 and 7th Vivid.
Yeah, and obviously I'm smiling a little bit there, seeing Slacks and Clarity creeping in at 9th. Not a big gap between them and 6th, only 4 points difference. But Beef and Nick, we saw them in the end game right there. They did end up clutching up a huge amount of placement points right there, 26, because they did actually get 3rd right there. So it is cool to see them in the end game, giving themselves potential to actually come into this next game, pick up another huge game, and continue along the route of getting consistent points every game, so that way they can secure a top 6 finish.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether or not we're going to see a lot more of these clutches as well, Sundown, because even the bottom half of the table here, 11th through 20th, we're still seeing a lot of performers, a lot of players here who are managing to score points.
Yeah, you can see there just on the outside of that front page, both Noisy and Teo, 27 and 26. A little bit of a drop there until we get into Smite Larson. And then we have pretty much the rest of the pack. But don't forget, we still have plenty of matches to play today. So if you're not in that top 20, you still have 4 more matches in the Victory Royales to go through. And like we talked about, Aegis and Rise, they're going to be really happy that Sprite and Nounsy are gone. Not only because they have maybe the opportunity to win a match out of Greasy, but because it happened in the first game, you now potentially have the ability to look at your game plan and be like, hey, in 4 games, are we good enough with uncontested drops to just end up in the top 6, like even though we're down that first match? And I'd say the answer is probably yes, if they're able to be disciplined enough.
Oh yeah, I'm absolutely going to agree with that. How they played when they got off spawn yesterday was phenomenal. They just had troubles off spawn again. But a team that might be a little worried about the off spawn still is Mega and Dubs, because they have Smite and Larson right there trying to share the shifty shafts with them. Not even share, just try to take them right out of that drop slot. So it'll be cool to see how that develops, see how Mega and Dubs can kind of fight the foes that they are facing over there.
I mean, we talked about experience as well here, lads. Obviously, you know, Sprite and Nounsy, who've been in the position before as well in semi-finals or reboot round formats, and they've, I think, a couple of times now qualified through this particular type of format. Does that experience this, Sundown, as well, make a massive difference in this kind of situation, because they seem so dominant there at the end?
So I think it does when it comes to winning matches. Like being able to play out those 2v2s, you have to be able to get there to have the experience of playing them. And that's almost a completely different game. I would say the battle between first and second to actually win a Fortnite game is almost as hard as just making it into the top 2. Because you're guaranteed to be taking a fight against somebody else who's trying desperately to do everything they have to win. But I think any of the duos yesterday who had the opportunity to now play today, we've never had this type of format before, where it's victory route plus consistency. So they automatically have a little bit of an edge.
It's kind of awesome, isn't it? This format's great. I'm enjoying this a lot. There's loads more coming your way. Game 2 is right around the corner. Let's head over to Monster and to SVG to talk us through everything that's about to happen in this second game. Over to you, fellas. Let's do it.
Honestly, I couldn't agree with Sundown more than that, right? This type of format, we haven't seen it before. It makes it exciting. Every game, there's something to play for. Every game, there's just more on the line. And then, of course, the overarching tournament, the story. How good can you be if you do not, or if you do, fall short and catch that second place round after round here? I mean, SVG, we were treated to a great game 1. Game 2 is almost here.
Oh yeah, and now you got a lot to live up to after that first game, so the storylines continue, and we'll see these players really start to dig in, figure out where they want to be, because there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, definitely. It's a spot for the finals that's on the table here, and it sounds like the battle bus and the bus driver is just about ready, so let's go on and get into it.
Game number 2, here we go. It is day 2, session 2 of game number 2, and early on we saw so many contests, so many players going back and forth on this early game. One team already eliminated, and one team has already moved on. So lobby getting a little lighter, not too much. We'll see exactly how these guys choose to play it, but Covert Cavern, 3 teams in the same area once again.
Yeah, back with Noisy and crew here, trying to make the best of this situation. Now, we do know it's Princess Wolf, right, and AMT. They've been there this whole time, you know, trying their best at this drop, and so far, not too successful from what we've seen. But for Teed, right, for Teed and Creo here, or Vert and Creo, they're trying to make this camp cuddle drop work. And this is a contested spot right now, highly contested right here. And the last game, I mean, Creo was taken out first, but he was picked up by Vert a little later. So they managed to do a little something with their game, but it's not your ideal type of situation, being forced out of this drop, not really having the route to play off of. And it looks like this time they're going to go with the early rotate, try to get ahead of the loot, right? The loot spawns, and get as much as possible.
those two have been fighting at that POI basically all season. There's been nothing settled. They're going to continue to do it until this season's over, and maybe even on to other seasons. We can see Owl looking to go get his teammate's card, but it is stone cold steel in the way of those armored walls. Now, he's just going to grab it and get on out of there. He's going to have to find a reboot, hope to play somewhere else, and honestly, the team that was contesting him there looked like they didn't want any fights early on or even any more, because they placed those two armored walls and were simply just sitting there waiting for him to move.
Yeah, completely happy with the quick elim and just, you know, get out of here. We want to play our game. We're feeling good about it. Voyu and Accept, though, no strangers to battles, early game fights, and just being hungry to get after those top spots here. This is a team that has been very consistent over the years. What can they do now? Trying to make themselves another FNCS appearance here. It's Dayfan and J-Man who are on defense. So J-Man and Dayfan, I mean, they've been all over the map. Yesterday, played at least 2 or 3 drop spots today. Seems like they're pulling up a new one here in the Joneses.
Hey, if you're a Day fan, you gotta land where Day lands. That's the Joneses. He's following in his footsteps. He can't contest Day himself, but now he's moved on. Now it's time to go and take his spot. They were going covert yesterday, at least did a few times, and now really in a poor position. Both teams here are gonna have to do something quickly, because teams are just gonna continue to rotate into this area and they're gonna want to get involved. Neither team really has dealt any damage to either player. It's just gonna be a stalemate at this time.
Yeah, and Voyu is going to be one of the first ones to have to tap out here shortly. As you can see, his ammunition really starting to cut dry there. And you know, honestly don't want to be in this type of position where, you know, you're basically defenseless, right? Yeah, you may have some builds, you may have some other stuff to work with, but you don't have the ammo, then you can't protect yourself in this BR. So it's time to get on out of here. They're going to give it up. No tags, though. It's about as negative as you can go in the early game.
Now we see another fight going on over at Condo. A big shot there by Zuck, cleaning that one up. And then he's getting the other one with his teammate Freeze, and Zuck take this one. They're able to get the quick 2 eliminations, and I don't know. Was Zuck gonna push you away, Monster? If you're going down that early, you deciding to go right back next game?
Yeah, probably not for HD and Zuck. They're gonna have to think about, reevaluate this drop spot in this position. That's the second game now. They get shut down pretty fast there for Chubbs and Twix. We've seen a fight here break out time and time again as well. This is a very popular location for these battles to go down on. It's just outside the Tilted Towers location too, so you know there's going to be players in the vicinity. This is actually Smite and Larson, so the quick rotate from up north cuts across the Loot Lake, and now all of a sudden they find themselves right on top of another team. Smite and Larson, man, just adding players to the list here at this point. Can they find another fresh duo in Chubbs and Twix?
They're doing the Noah Riley, Rezon, and Vadil strat of just like, we're going to find somebody and we're going to fight you for Storm Surge. And that's going to be how we do it every single match. And it's worked thus far. Actually, I don't know if it's worked, because they've yet to qualify. They seem to get these early game elims and then don't really get much more going on after that. Chubbs and Twix able to hold their own at least for a little bit right here, but not really anything left to their name.
At this point, if Smite and Larson can just get couple end games, I mean, I want to see them let loose. We've seen a few players already find their big clips here, and that's a team that can surely do it, just judging by the firepower and again the prowess, right? Not afraid to take on anyone. That's a team I can see just battling it out for one of those epic high ground moments here. Magnolia and Qual, this is a pick for me. 20 points right now in the competition, finds Rise here. You get to see the double angle, both perspectives. Unfortunate for Rise there, gets shot in the back. Wow, getting focused from front, so it was wraps for him. Agers trying to figure this position out here, very far from his teammates, so not sure how this story's all developed here, but now he's on the backside of the city, just trying to you know, maybe play for the reboot card, right? He's gonna have to get back there, and it's up in the air, so it's a tough one.
And if you're those two, you're like, I finally get Nounzy and Sprite out of the lobby, and then I have to deal with people rotating into Greasy and fighting them. Just no luck on their side today, and sometimes you need a little bit of luck to succeed. And we'll see how it turns out for them. Maybe that won't happen again. Maybe they'll make adjustments knowing that more teams are going to be looking to third party that, because I know a couple of duos land on that southern side and that eastern side of Greasy as well. Both of those teams looking to rotate in, get some tags, but here's Edgy and Tahi. Didn't have a great successful game 1, but looking up here for game 2.
Sure is right now, as they have a lot of ammo, heals, and everything else to work with. You can see right there, they have not earned any points of that last game 1. They were taken out before they could even earn their first set of placement points. Already this game, okay, pacing a little different. Seems like players are, maybe thinking, hey, we started a little too fast last game. Let's go and take a step back here. Because now a player just gets rebooted there, so the number jumps up to 91, but Sleepy Sounds, man, very interesting drop spot. Scented and Cold gave it up because of Smite and Larson, but all of a sudden, now it's just occupied by completely new duos. So everyone kind of playing mind games with one another, maybe psyching each other out of the drop here leading into the day 2 of the quals.
Yeah, I don't really know. Sleepy has produced some great results in the Cash Cup format, but hasn't necessarily translated in FNCS thus far. So I'd like to see exactly how that plays out in the finals when we get to that, but we still got a lot of games to play here. We got Lava Boy and Shark Girl looking to grab one of those top positions. Joji and Rokane hitting a little refarm here. This is my pick. I believe that they were on pace to qualify yesterday, but didn't really have the best second half, and I think they'll put it together here today.
Yeah, they have to put it together at this point. This map, reveal right now, it's pretty center. It can pull either way. So for everyone on the zone right now, it's fair game. A just playing Deep Storm right now, trying to see if he could play a little sneaky pickup here. Looking at the map, there's a few players down south though, so there are some lurkers. Trying to see if they can listen into that reboot van. What is going to come about of this spot that he's found himself in? He has Zenki and Ducky right on the front side in a fresh unknown duo rotating from behind, which is Jackson and Fable Taco. That's right. They do land over at the windmills.
And that's a center of a first zone you can get. We see zones now going to pull to that southeast corner, but still fairly central when you see it. These zones are wide open, Monster. So this is a very tough rotate for a lot of teams as we get there. And oh my goodness, no. Rise is going to be able to get away.
I don't know about that. He's still sitting there. I think he's trying to time this pickup. But Agers didn't see Jackson, and Jackson didn't see Agers. They were both out in the open. Meanwhile, Agers is standing on that ramp. He went up to get the reboot card. And now he knows the vehicle is the dead giveaway. Take a look. He's aiming his cursor in that direction. He's like, oh, snap. There was a team here this whole time. Tension rising in the caster seats, but back over to Edgy and Tahi. They're just trying to make their rotate. They're trying to play this one out. Dead center is the location to probably be here, unless they haven't found any tags, and they'll be deciding at this point if it's worth jumping out here to take a quick fight. Uh-oh. Is it going to be against Larson and Smite, though? That'll be a big one. That's a scary young duo to fight right now.
Oh, yeah. And they're not afraid, but hold on. Look at this. We have 2 players trying to go for the reboot here. We know that Owl has the card. He came all the way from Chonkers. And Ager seems to know that there is a player here, so he's obviously aware of Owl in the vehicle. He's like, get out of here. This is my POI. I want to get my teammate back here. You go get your own. And now Ager's going to bring Rise back into this one. Owl's going to have to rotate and try and find something else, but both of them are well behind on this rotate. And that doesn't even include whatever time Rise is going to have to spend finding some weapons, finding some loot, and getting himself to a position where he's even worth it.
Yeah, for sure. You could just tell, man, Ager's going to go ahead and pick that one up. Does just enough to go ahead and fend him off. There is a duo waiting, though, on the outskirts there, looking inside. So pay attention to that feed to see what happens. And we're back to 91 players, so it dropped a few. We were like around 89, 88, and people have gotten successful reboots off. So this is going to be... oh, it's going to be a tough Storm Surge. It's going to be a tough warning coming in right now. 150 damage is the team that's lowest on the leaderboard for the Storm Surge at the current moment. For Clarity G and Slacks, they have a lot to worry about. Only 3 above, so this is surely going to start fluctuating here. They need to start finding players, and quickly.
This is reminiscent of game 1 yesterday with how stacked this is. Everyone has decided I'm not getting contested off spawn. I'm going to find my own spot and then take the fights later on. But another player has just come back in. We have 92 players now. So we went below 90. Now a couple more reboots come through, and now we're seeing everyone looking for those Storm Surge tags. But these tags at a distance only do so much if no one's getting eliminated. If no elims are happening, if we're continuing to keep the same number of players, someone has to get hit by Storm Surge. It needs to get below 70 before it goes away. It's not a timing thing. It's a number of players thing, and they're going to be able to see, oh, it looks like Smite is in some action there. We know those guys love to take fights, and Thatch is actually the one picking up Smite.
You know, two things are guaranteed in life. One of them is having fun whenever you play Fortnite, and the other is Storm Surge. So, in this Fortnite competition, Storm Surge is surely here, and it's gonna do its work. It's gonna bring its numbers here. Rokane has to go open toe-to-toe exchange here. He finds a little baby tag, not the headshot he was hoping for. Another body tag there. Remember that the damage fall off is the most unfortunate part of this weapon. Yes, it's spot on and deadly accurate. You can aim down as long as you have that dot on the mark. It's going to hit. But unfortunately, it does not carry that same big pack of punch as the other rifle, the Ranger in the game currently does. Owl, though, oh no, bulldozing into a box. He's looking for the fight here. He was hoping to have someone reveal themselves with, in shotgun range. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite get that. Crack just gets, demolished as far as his shield goes, and this has gone from what was a very brazen and bold play into just a terrible decision for them. I think they realized that here, but what more can they do? Hold up. As I say that, though, Crack just finds himself elimination, so they buy themselves a little bit of time here. They can actually survive this.
Yeah, they were able to get above Storm Surge, too, and it looks like they were actually able to successfully get that reboot and get themselves in a position. But, can't believe it. Oh, no. Look, Rise is out again. Ager's playing by himself, and this is a worse position than he was before. Just barely above Surge, but more importantly, he's one player in a big lobby with not much to his name.
Yep, not much to his name here. At least he has some minis. He has some builds to work with here, and still a small chance at finding his way to reboot van there. But being held by Quad Magnolia, I mean, that's my pick. They're currently in 13th place, so pretty solid game one. Off to a decent pacing here. On over to Owl and Cracked, who, again, I have no idea how Cracked managed to find that elimination there. They were in the worst of positions. Cracked didn't even have any shield when they entered into this fight there. So getting into a box, finding himself a little one piece, that's the strength of the heavy shotgun. Now they have the advantage here. Now they have the high ground, and they don't have as much pressure looming on top of them. For all we know, Sparebow down here could be the team underneath the Surge, and there's only one team, and they know that. So they're trying to push this here because that's just a sign of desperation coming from the other side, and all of a sudden, they get another two, and look at that. Look at that. All that loot straight into their inventory.
Max only coming out of Cracked here. We see the big shots coming through with that heavy shotgun, and that's why you hold it. You got good aim. That thing is really worth holding. But now Cracked, and I will have to make a play here. We're going to see how Rise goes down. Agers makes a play. They're getting in, trying to get some Storm Surge damage, but not without losing his teammate first. Unfortunate. We'll have to go again, and hope game 3 is a little kinder to him.
Tough part about that is Rise and Agers did a great job winning the fight for the most part. They did their part. There was another team looking on in. More impressive how Agers got out of that afterwards, right? Because that should have been, that's it. Everything right there. 2v1 spot, no shield, and for him to still be up. So here you can see that he's just trying to play into this reboot van, but there is a team housed up right next to it. It's not going to be easy pickup by any means. Now, mind you, this reboot van is indestructible. So long as he can hide his toes, he's basically pretty safe there. And he's not gonna give his hand away just yet. He's close, but not just yet.
Yeah, once that sound goes off, that's like the key. It's the Batman symbol just pointing at him. Like, everyone, look, this guy's a solo, and let's just throw everything we can at him. But Joji and Rokane getting in a fight on the backside of Storm. This is a pretty similar position to where we saw the rotate come through. Joji and Rokane in a good position, though. They got their elims, FaZe, Mega, and Dub also able to get some elims, but that's Cracked and Owl that gets caught in the crossfire here.
Tough elim right there. Tough knock there. They're going down in the feed. They've had what was an exceptional, you know, play to stay in the game, basically, but looks like they were playing with house money. It's time to pay up. Deaths have been collected. Crack is down. We wonder if Owl gets fully finished there, but Rokane and Joji here, only 3 points in the competition. This is desperate of them at this point to try and just, you know, make do, right? They have all the ammo. They feel like, I'm assuming they have the advantage for the most part here, but they're not happy with this low ground. They're not happy with this, you know, pretty bad spot they're in, right? They have all these teams sitting comfortable up above them. They want to fight for a little bit more here.
Yeah, and everyone's going to have to rotate soon. So as much as they want to fight within one another, this only works for so long because you can't fight the storm. It always wins. So we see Rokane going ahead, getting in, and this is one of those smarter plays. This is why he's a veteran. You see him putting that metal in place, then you back up. You're like, all right, let my metal get strong, then we'll go back to the base once it's fully built, and we can make some plays on some other players looking to rotate. Now tuning in with some other veterans in Avery and Muzz.
Yeah, very experienced duo right here as well. 350 damage above. But Avery eyeing up the build piece in front of him. Now, mind you, these are getting weakened by another opponent, so that might be the opportunity to go ahead and jump on in. We've seen surprise plays like that happen before. Azers still alive here, somehow holding on. But for how much longer can he? As he is now 140 damage below the Surge. Clarity and Slacks are the opponents in mind here, the closest duo to him. The next up, if you will, for Agers as far as who he's going to target if he has to jump in a box. He doesn't have a great loadout to jump in a box either. Now that I'm looking at it, no SMG in hand, so a bit out of the loop here.
Yeah, this is where you need that heavy shotgun to hit a headshot from a distance and then dive the other player. Like you said, you can't necessarily jump in on someone, especially if they have the SMG. You're just not going to win that trade. So he's going to start going for the piece control, trying to claim pieces and get in on Clarity over here. Ultimately, he's got to make a play soon because Storm Surge is going to start hitting him. And we do see Clarity. He's keen to it. He's like, I don't need to fight you, man. I'm going to back off. You have to come into my builds. And if you want to take this fight, I'll give it to you, but we're gonna fight on my terms.
That's right, and if they're paying attention, they'll start listening in and hearing the sound cues of the surge happening right above them. But Agers will also be very much aware to the fact that he can make this edit and go straight up. He's gonna wait it out though. One player has to go down. He's gonna lean into the med kit here. He thought about going for it, and I think his timing is off now. This is as unfortunate as it can get for someone. He is the sole player. Slacks and Clarity recognize it. They hear it. They look at the map. They look at the number count. They're like, yep, it's just him. Let's go get him. And they find it. Quick snipe up right there. That's 3-point swing for them. Whom, by the way, they're already inside the top 10. So very, very important elim. Very important refresher as we start approaching this endgame.
As the rotates come through, we see Joji and Rokane. This is that elim they were able to pick up earlier. Just both players taking those aim duels. Look at that. Hey, that's what you put your practice in for. That's what you need. The SMG getting the fire and both of them able to win those fights. And now they're flying through. We knew they had the chili chug splashes. Whoa. So, oh my, where are we going?
Joji slipping and sliding right through those builds there. It's always so scary when you jump in a box with an opponent, but now with the sliding mechanic, man, it just makes it feel just a little bit different. It hits different as Joji gets sniped up right there. Those opponents are not going to allow him to get too far away. End up closing that gap, even with the speed advantage they had under the peppers here. And look at this, man. They had everything they could have asked for, all the big loots, the big movement too, and shut down here. Rokane has to make a pretty much big decision. Use all the heals or wait it out. He's gonna go ahead and use them here. Tries to fight his way back. He's trying to find Joji's loot. Joji had the other half of those heals here, so if he can, there it is. Oh no. No way.
Gets him. Yeah, that's just enough. Able to find that elim, and that whether or not he gets that refresh, just getting those little bit of HP, and he is actually going to be able to get all of that. Look at that monster.
And he just gets to sit on it, pop the heal as well. This is the best case scenario for him now. I mean, with the mythic hands too, this is it. He can definitely steal away some placement right here. All he has to do is break out, have a little opportunity, get into an open field, but he's at max material as well, so there's just everything going for him at this point. He's going to elevate himself up, get up to the high ground. Other players flying around too. This is Fortnite for you. This is the new season if you've ever seen it. It's high action, it's high octane, and all of a sudden now Rokane is in this game, up and out of harm's way on high ground. Zuck once again up top here, trying to play a big game here. They're currently sitting inside 4th place. This game already amounting up to 6 points for them, and they're looking to make a little more. Storm Surge is active. They're not too comfortable here. A few tags from them is going to be the difference that allows them to alleviate this pressure coming in shortly, but Rokane, man, still alive here, still fighting for this one.
Yeah, these are the plays that get you into the finals. You gotta do something special to separate yourself. And we saw a few players go down there. We're down to 30, and that's quick. We were just above the 50 mark. Lots of players fell on that rotate. Rokane's doing the most. High ground's being fought for. It's Viola and Knifer. They went for it all day yesterday. They're going for it again today. And they've claimed high ground, at least for the moment, but they're on the backside. They're exposed, and it looks like Reciprocal and 20 know that. They're gonna do a front side high ground take, and it looks like it's successful. If Viola cannot get forward, but I guess Reciprocal and 20 don't want height. They're just going to take some shots and let it be.
Yeah, and Knifer slipped off the high ground there too, so pretty unfortunate for him. Now he's down in this low ground. He's going to have to make his way back up. Didn't seem like he had a lot of builds to work with either. Clarity G, decision. Enemy of 2 in front of him, and he goes for the play, but no, has to back out. Big shot right there, but not big enough to go ahead and shut down Dusky on the backside of the zone here. Dusky living off the siphon now. That's another big set of placement points for him. Nosh is still up alongside Goofy here, trying to make his way in. Opening edits here, scrambling, lost in the sauce for a second there, but okay, finds his bearings here. Back onto the track he goes. They have an elim. They're fighting their way to top 10 here. It's just looking better and better on high ground. Jackson giving a little bit of pressure onto Knifer there. Dubs is gonna fall, and right here, oh no, just outside the top 10 too. That was big placement they could have needed here. Look at this.
Now they're going to push into somebody else's builds, but Zone actually pulls in their favor. They can stay on this side and rotate around all those builds, but no, they get caught up. Now Jackson and Fabled Taco have taken the high ground. They're on height looking to claim it. Nick stayed alive to a top 10, but Teo and Pledge now making a play for the high ground. It is chaos up above, and everyone wants a piece.
Yeah, definitely, and Jackson is going to have to give it up. He comes all the way down here, now inside the top 7. Still has some big movement to work off of, and it's going to be enough to at least keep him in the game. Buy him another day, buy him another moment here, but no more mats. He needs a big shot. He finds a big shot, and he is showing that he has got what it takes to clutch up here. Is today going to be the day of solo clutches? We will see. Can he keep up the work? It's going to be a little bit harder, but that med miss in the ground. They don't even see him on this backside here. More enemies inside the storm. This could be free siphon if he plays into it. Instead, he waits for the zone to try to bounce back. It's not going to come back. He takes the passive route. This is the last tick here. 2 more left. He tries to swing his way in, and it's close, but no cigar, unfortunately, as he gets taken out there. And now, Pledge and Teo, 7 elims, high ground, top 3 situation here, and a solo in the mix. All they have to do is win this 2-on-2.
Pledge is back in his element. He strives and thrives in these end games, and he's been cleaning up everybody. Now it's actually a 2v1. Mamtating's all by himself. He's got little mats and trying to get through these old builds. He's taking storm damage, and almost looks like things are on fire. So Teo and Pledge, they should know in a second. Yes, now it's a 2v1. Just spray on down. This game's all over.
And just a couple builds as well. They're just going to continue to shred and rip on through. Mama Ting's going to eventually run out of resources here. That's probably the play that they're looking to set up here. And Pledge just playing it nice and smart here, taking his time, possibly lining up the next win condition here, as they do have the medkit. But no, he goes all the way in. He looks for the right camera peek. They find him lurking, sleeping his way through the low ground here. And man, he's just like a fish out of water at this point. All they got to do is come through, find that one tag, and there it is. Lost in the sauce, mixed up between the two. The pinch was good.
Give me them. He finds them just underneath, and nice clean plays. There were so many high ground contests that game. Everyone wanted to grab a piece of it, but ultimately Teo and Pledge walking away with that victory royale. A lot of eliminations too. That's kind of been the key. A ton of eliminations for the teams that are winning these matches.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to bode well for the rest of the opponents inside the lobby too. Remember, those big point teams, you want to get them out of there if you are one of the teams down at the bottom here. For Pledge and Teo, them qualifying their way through after having a great game 1 and a, obviously even better game 2. This is good for the rest of the lobby. Big point teams moving on out.
Yeah, they played well yesterday. They just narrowly missed out on that qualification. So happy to see those two push through, get that victory royale. And hey, Pledge, another player that has won a winner-take-all game. Maybe that's the theme of today.
Yeah, definitely. He's been here before. He's done it once before, and now he gets to do it again alongside Teo here. Big game for them, Adam. Tell me what you got for us.
Well, I, for one, I'm loving the winning mentality here. 13th yesterday, they come back, bounce back in game number 2, and take the Victory Royale, going through to finals next weekend. Teo and Pledge there. Sundown, there was, I mean, SBG alluded to it then as well, a lot of retakes on that high ground. Those guys, as soon as they knew they're up top, you mentioned this earlier about the mats and players down below just raining SMG bullets in particular, and you know for a fact that they're going to run out eventually, and you can just dominate and win through.
Yeah, just because you're under less amounts of pressure, it requires more covering off your sides rather than just covering the single tarp. Then being able to execute towards the end, luckily for them, this was a pretty easy one in that circumstance, but actually gaining the high ground was relatively difficult. A good job making sure they got these refreshes on the backside of the zone. You can see here right now that Teo is currently sitting at 0 mats, but Pledge is able to go back into the zone and scoop up all of those extra ones. And then this final Elan, like I said, just fish in a barrel, whatever euphemism you want to use here, is just so easy.
Yeah, really funny there. He's looking for him. He doesn't find him when he rounds the corner, and then all of a sudden he just pops down right in front of him. He's like, oh, there we go. Finally find that last elimination there. But yeah, I love that point that Adam made right there. We weren't seeing like any high ground retakes after half and half in qualifiers 1 and 2. But coming into the semifinals, we've seen plenty. And even that game right there, a high ground retake on the 8th zone of the game, that's almost unseen. So very well done by Teo and Pledger to have the awareness to realize that they can actually go for it then, and it pays off big.
It does. I mean, we're seeing some of our top players as well here who aren't really performing. He's only 2 games in, of course, but we saw that Age is having to kind of go solo there with Rise Ground early on, but we saw Nosh as well. Good start to proceedings, but with Goober, but again, just not really going all the way at the end there, and it costing them ultimately.
Yeah, you have to, like we said, we have to put it all together. It's only been 2 games, but even then, you say it's costing them. I'm looking at the bottom left-hand corner. Until that Victory Royale ended up popping off, they were still in first place, which means when you pull those winners out and we go and look at the leaderboard, they're doing fine. You have to be in that top 6 when all is said and done. We have 3 more matches, but they're well on pace in terms of the points so far.
Yeah, and that just shows, even Adam's point right there, it shows how easy it is to kind of fall into this, like, mentality is like, oh man, we didn't get to Victory Royale, and that's what gets you straight to the finals. But no, you still have this top 6, right? So it can be kind of bittersweet to get a top 5 because you're like, that's how close we were to that Victory Royale. But like, no, you just gained a plethora of points that go towards that leaderboard. So you got to keep your mind in the game and make sure that you are looking at all the win conditions here.
That's right. Keep your mind in the game. I love that from you, Vivid. You can see on the screen right now our 2 qualified winners going through after games 1 and 2. We have Noundy and Sprite, of course, in game 2 there. We had Pledge and we had Teo joining them next week. And we're now up to 28 teams, if my maths is correct. I say never do maths on broadcast. I did it there. I think I'm correct. I'm going to roll with it. Guys, over to you for the leaderboards as well. Sundown is looking pretty. And, you know, I'll eat my own words here. Nosh and Goober are top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's what I said. Keep an eye on that bottom left-hand corner. The team number represents where they're at on the leaderboard, and they're right there setting the pace currently. But the pace has also slowed down a little bit after last game as we keep an eye on that 6th place line. Knifer and Byla able to just scoot themselves up. They're there at 56, but we can see the average points has just slipped a little bit lower. Now it's 28 average for that 6th place spot, and only 3 points separating 6 and 7.
Yeah, and Slacks and Clarity holding strong there, 9th position, still in striking distance. Adam, what are your thoughts on your prediction right there?
I'm feeling good. Again, I think it was Slacks went down earlier in that last game there. So, you know, I think it's proving that you kind of do need to have both players, at least till like the 8th zone, to kind of really stand a chance, I think, personally. But still, I'm feeling good. I think all of our teams we predicted are there or thereabouts in the kind of top 10. So there's 3 games to go. Anything's possible, but I'm feeling confident. Let's see how MDF and SBG are feeling as well as we head into game 3. It's looking very, very exciting over here. How about you guys? How's it for you?
Hey, we're just warming up. Things are just getting started. We're approaching the halfway mark here, SBG, but the few prestigious games are starting to run thin now.
Oh yeah, this has been a great start, but ultimately it's like 2 tournaments in one, because you get those Victory Royales and then you also get the placement, the consistency. So it's multiple stories that we're watching here, and we've seen Beef and Nick really strive and make it to these end games, and I want to see them take that next step, or you know, they could just be our beautiful story for the day, consistently making those end games and run away with that leaderboard.
Definitely. And remember, one thing to really think about, guys, is teams start to win, they are no longer allowed to participate in the next queue. So these are draw spots that get to open up.
Yeah, they definitely are. But hey, somebody was already landing with Teo and Pledge. Creo and Vert were trying to play there. They wanted that drop spot, and apparently people were going after Agers and Rise down at Greasy at their drop spot. So I mean, everyone's thinking that same thing. Great minds think alike, Monster.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate seeing Rise get taken out there inside Greasy. Teams rotating a little bit quicker than he might have anticipated, but maybe even landed on him. We didn't get the full story there in the early game. So hopefully our observers can go ahead and check in with Agers and Rise to see, what's going on down there. Has someone decided to kind of invade the space here, or was it just a missed timing for them down there? But either way, Agers and Rise, surely a team that can, pop off now, right? When they were contested, they were still pulling top 10s, still being very much competitive in the overarching scheme of things. Now that they're their team, right? The team that they were going head-to-head, Nounzy Inspired no longer there. They still have a shot to qual. It's almost the same like we saw with between Macwood and Donnie, Bucky and Cam, right? These are teams that had everything in their power to qual over at the Bugle, but they all pushed through to finals. So now it's the same problem. It's if anything, it's an even bigger problem. They have a drop spot that's highly contested and teams are landing there. So we'll see how it all unfolds. The story's just beginning here. Game number 3 is underway.
Game number 3, and we will see where we're going to wind up and who winds up taking this one home. We've seen some contests happen here at Covert, and that's where we're going once again. These players are trying to decide who gets what piece of this and who gets to push somebody off. It seems like nobody's changed their mind thus far. Princess Wolf doesn't get any shots, a little too timid, doesn't pull the trigger quick enough to get any shots done, and now we'll see where AMT and Princess Wolf go. They've typically rotated out of here. It does look like 20 and Co are still fighting up at that northwest corner on the map. Interesting that you've decided, I guess now 7-8 games, they've decided to fight for, I think it's 8 chests.
Yeah, trying to battle it out here. Not much, but a little something here. On over to Cracked and Owl, whom we've seen some small successes, but this time here stuck at 10 points right now in the competition. Contested over at the Chonker Speedway. In the feed there, Serbsky goes down to static, so other small fights unfolding on the map. Owl's gonna get taken out there before he even gets touched down by Cooped and Posed. We're up in top 16 at the current moment with 30 points. Much better positioning in the overstay of the story here, but hold up. Pose comes on down. They find themselves a little Obama. Okay. So now things are looking up for them.
Yeah, coming out of Chonkers with a llama, you're already going to get a ton of chug splashes, but now getting those chili chugs. But we're tuned into Kondo. Looks like Zuck has taken down HD. Him and Freeze went off spawn once again. So this is now just rolling off spawn. At this point, I mean, you almost welcome the contest. If you're just winning every time, it's free points, it's free surge, and free shield.
And it's keeping them competitive on the standings now. That's an extra 6. Now, closing things in. Stronghold on that 4th place position. On the other side, a team that needs a lot more. They want to jump up to that top position. Those big spots here, Mega and Dubs. Contested up against Larson and Smite. All of which you have had exceptional couple of rounds this last few days. Mega, same story like before. Okay, so he gets high ground. It's pretty clear that they know how to play up. This is what game 1 looked like.
Shifted into creative mode here with that little crank, and now everyone's going right back down. Larson taking a big amount of damage there from Mega, but now he's in the box, has the control. He goes down. They're getting third-partied, and Dubs is able to get Larson. This is similar to what we saw in game 1. Another team inviting themselves into this fight. Dubs not able to do enough to take down both players, and he might be able to get Mega here. This is a really good breaking line of sight to be able to try and get this. Ooh, oh no, it's not gonna work.
Nope, here comes the shots. They end up finding them. It's Unrealiana and Bank who rotate in. They don't even have any points here, so they're just desperate to try to find these rotates here, get some elims, and Dubs could not clutch up, unfortunately, there. Lets his guard down. Oh, no, actually, wait. That was just Mega's down body. Okay, Dubs gave up Mega. He goes for the trade, gets inside the shifty shafts. So Bank and Unrealiana. So it makes sense. They actually were the ones who got the knock there. You can see the elim come through. So they wanted to come in, get the full finish. They might be thinking, though, they do have a decision to make. Do we risk it all and get inside this Base here, they find Smite, so now they're probably really feeling it like, hey, it's a 2v1. We got these extra mats, little weapon upgrades. There's more confidence here, if anything, than there was before now.
And hopefully that doesn't give them a false sense of security, because they just knocked and finished a player, then they got a full finish. So they're probably thinking, all right, hey, that was a full duo, and now we're chilling. We're just going to farm our metal. But Dubs is lurking, and he's going to want to grab that reboot card. I don't know if Dubs is going to be bold enough to make a play there. We're tuning in with Agers and Rise here, who had some struggles at this part of the game in the last match. Seem to be doing all right. As far as I can tell, there's nobody in the surrounding area, and they're going to be able just to, for once, take a deep breath, grab their loot, farm up, and put themselves in a good position.
And this is the time you want to do it. Game 3. Things are getting, getting into the deep end at this point now, all right? You got to learn how to swim at this point. Otherwise, you'll find yourself sinking to the bottom here. For Nosh, Goofy, they're up there. They're swimming. They're doing pretty great, if I say so myself. 72 points in the competition here, leading the pack right now. Amongst the Wolves, Rokane and Joji. Different story for them. Not as good as they'd like. That last game pretty rough. Big clutches, but who was it, Joji, right? Joji got caught on the rotate there, slammed out.
Someone grabbed his doubles above him. Should quickly clean that up. Some SMG spray. You walk through a box that's not yours, you're gonna wind up paying for it, and that's what happened. Now we see Creo and Vert. They have their POI all to themselves, with Pledge and Teo winning that one, and we see much better position. You don't have to fight off spawn. You don't have to put yourself in a stalemate trying to figure out who gets to play that POI. Now they're even grabbing a solid mountain or hill to go get some surge tags, but it's looking like somebody else wants a piece of that, and that's Clarity and Slacks.
It's a great shot here as well, just to kind of sum up what's about to go down. Two teams, right? Really sizing each other up here, both building out of wood, so that's an offensive stance. If you really think about it, like, hey man, what's up? What do you want to do? Moving quick.
We ain't planning to stay here too long, so I don't want to spend any hard mats.
Over to Blaze here. Look at this. They jump in, they find Dubs. Dubs was just trying to hang out, right? He was low key. He's been here for a while, but this zone is right on top of Shifty. I mean, this is going to be the next hot spot players start to move through.
Yeah, and it was right after the reboot happened. Rarely do you see a successful reboot where a player is able to come back, get enough to make themselves kind of legitimate within the lobby, you know, because until you get a decent bit of mats, some heals, and a loadout, if you're kind of just a player running around, you're not necessarily a legitimate threat to anyone. But now we're seeing another fight happening here. We saw Smite fighting earlier on. Chubbs and Twix were on the opposite side of that this time, and now it looks like Sparebow and K-Burbs getting themselves involved with this duo.
Yeah, and it's a little more center here as well, so we're gonna have some time to fight this one out comfortably. It's Sparebow and K-Burbs on the other side of the wall. Chubbs and Twix right now, feeling things out. They kind of sneak their way around. A lot of these builds are actually there, surprisingly, but Chubbs, the fatal error, unfortunately could not hit the shot. And that's the shot you need to make. That's the shot that'll determine the battle for you. Missing that, and now all of a sudden, look at this. They're at a huge disadvantage here. Shots coming in from all around. Free time's up.
Too many people too, like they're right in the middle of the lobby right now. Everyone's gonna be seeing this, especially as they keep going up, and Sparebow and K-Burbs are playing this well. They're like, hey, we'll just chill down here below in the builds. We don't need to get involved in cranking up and up and up. We'll take the damage. You guys can come right back down to us, and we'll relax here, because they're the ones hitting their shots every single time. They drop them in. There's one big piece. Twix is weak. K-Burbs is also weak. Sparebow's trying to help, but he's getting held out. Can K-Burbs do enough? Yes, there's some shots there. 1 HP on K-Burbs. Sparebow trying to help his teammate, but right now he's unable to do anything.
Look at that. He's going to swing around the side here. I can't believe K-Burbs still standing here, guys. 10 HP in the small dream. And all of a sudden, Sparebow and K-Burbs do enough to just fend them off for a little bit here. SMG shots coming through. They're trying to see if they can rip through these builds, find any kind of cheeky tags right now to turn this battle back around. But Chubbs and Twix getting shot from another team too. And that's that same one that was off in the distance. And look at this. They're going to reveal themselves. These are white tags. I don't think Sparebows gives this one away. Nope. Someone else managed to snipe it up. It's actually Ritual on the other side, but Nevify as well here gets one. So they end up actually getting both of the elims from long range right there. I mean, that's 6 points that Sparebow and Caper could have surely used right now. It's looking like it's going to have to come down to a victory royale for Sparebow and Caper.
Definitely is going to, and we saw them in the last match of Game 5 yesterday. They were in the position. They just ran out of materials slightly too soon, and Peterbot put on a show. But ultimately, they've been going for the wins. They're not simply just trying to play for that consistency. So already in the bag, they got a plan, I would assume. Now we're seeing all these players. It's that Storm Surge tag phase where everyone's hanging out in their box. They're like, all right, you're opening your window, I'll take a shot at you. You're rotating, I'll take a shot at you. And they're just throwing shots around, letting everybody get a tag. Now we see Nosh and Goofy Goober, though, trying to find some plays here on the backside, rotating late.
Yeah, these vending machines definitely come in handy. You can find yourself the ammunition, maybe some minis as well. So quick check there. But they're outside the storm line right now. That's going to give any other team much more confidence. Shots coming in. These vehicles are really, really exposed. The window's completely wide open, so this is a tough spot to be in now. Another machine here. Okay, things settle down, so the opponents are going to back off. You know, a little reset right now, right? For Nosh and Goober, they have a lot on the line right here. They are currently leading this tournament. So, you know, in their mind, maybe they're taking a different approach. Maybe like, hey, listen, let's slow down. Let's just get some points. But we've seen teams that mix up their playstyles actually be the, you know, to the detriment, right, of their overall game. You don't want to play too slow.
Yeah, and you got to feel comfortable with the amount of points you have. That's probably why they were chilling behind in the storm. They were just waiting, letting people get their fights, their rotates done. They're like, we'll take whatever's left. We're already doing well. We just need to make it in. Now here's another team that needs to have a big match here, and Agers and Rise. High expectations leading into this tournament. These guys have underperformed based on expectations. Also have not got enough Storm Surge monster. These guys are struggling once again. The rotate isn't good enough, but uh-oh. Are we about to see a pre-edit play?
Yeah, definitely. You saw right there. He set it up. There goes the walls. They're looking to take them all the way through, but no. Did not aim at the right box. That's what happens here. Now team's starting to opt to shoot inwards. This is all they want, though. All they want is real tags here, so big exchanges there. Not enough yet. Just barely. 18 above. With that fall off damage, that's all they can do at this point for body tags. 20 reciprocal. Get a moment to breathe here. Agers and Rizzo, no more excuses now. Completely free on their drop spot. Greasy Grove is theirs. They managed to get out.
And Agers and Rise seem to be in a better position. They're finding enough tags. They're finding enough players to shoot at. And worst case scenario, if you go down below, you're jumping on the players below you. This is the first time they've even had the possibility to do that. Otherwise, it's just been, I'm running for my life. I'm trying just to stay in this match. And it's a much different position once you've fully farmed up. You're actually in zone, and now just looking for Storm Surge tags and able to get more than enough. I mean, we've seen Agers hit 200 plus damage, but now we're seeing Riv try to sneak on, you know, a little crouching, going in behind these guys, but nothing gonna happen, nothing gonna come out of that. And it sounds like someone just got cracked, so that's a big sound cue to tell you it's time to jump on somebody.
Yeah, look at this. Dayfan aim in onto Noisy here, who's also below the Surge. The clock's ticking at this point, man. Everyone's really starting to get active here. The Surge is already lighting things up. 1 HP onto Noisy as the tag comes in. Look, he's just you know, blowing him, and it's over. He's gonna have to get that splash in, and he does right in time. He almost thought about mining there. You saw that, right? You saw that, SVG. He switched to it. He said, oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
No. Splash. That was almost wraps. Okay.
That's those quick moves that save you, you know? But I don't think it's gonna save him for too long. Somebody else is coming in.
Yeah, his teammate's down. These are big tags. That's gonna put him up above. A little too late. Little too late for that play right there.
Glace and Chucky looking to clean this up. They already just took down the last place curse, so they gotta know Noisy's a solo somewhere. Noisy's gotta get out of this area because Chase, Glace, and Chucky, I almost just threw their names together. But Rise and Agers now in their own little engagement going on here, and somebody's knocked in those boxes. Looks like that's Freeze. He's gonna go down. Low control from up top there by Zuck, and pushing out Rise and Agers for the time being. Agers able to grab the body, get all that loot, and that's all they wanted. They're good now. You guys enjoy your fight. We're out.
Massive refresher, and that's the same team that was just down there. They've been looking to take this fight for quite some time here. 20 actually still up as well. He's going to find statics there, so look at this. Now we have three different duos sitting on top of one another here. So these are teams that converged on in, try to get a piece of this fight. I mean, you know, Agers and Rise welcomed this with open arms. They weren't looking too hot before. You saw them 18 damage above the surge threshold. So for them to actually find these clean elims and then pick up the loot is massive for them, considering they didn't really have much just moments ago. We're talking like the difference in 30 seconds, how your tournament can all of a sudden swing in such a positive direction. So now that they have their bearings and the tags, can they do enough to make it to endgame? Here's a quick look at Tyler and Rivnatra on the other side. Tilted Towers, my gosh, there's so many teams here. Surge coming in, it's hot. Being below though, forces them into other battles.
And they are just trying to find Surge like everybody else. These are all Surge fights. You know, typically they happen whether you want them to or not. We see Noisy able to get that one right when he was able to switch to that Chug Splash. Just keep him alive, like you so perfectly pointed out. And now we're into this mid-game area where a lot of players trying to claim their space. We'll see a lot of infighting between players that are next to one another. And one of the teams not even in the zone yet are Edgy and Tahi again, struggling in this early to mid game. They haven't been getting the surge. They've made it past third zone, but that's about all I can say right now.
Yeah, this is one of our, you know, just S-tier players as far as individual performances go. Man, Edgy's got a resume like none other, as does Tahi. They've been here before. No strangers to high-tier competition. Some of our most experience that we have in this space, but 13 points in a tournament like this, in a customs tournament, is not what you expect of someone like Edgy.
Definitely not, but they are one of those teams where at any moment they can win a game. You know, like at any moment it's one game and that's all they need.
Knife from Vila. First time we see him get up on a drop here. This is right inside the zone, fourth zone, aiming dead center. Little piece of high ground terrain in play here, but for the most part it's all vanilla. It's open field. Grasslands here to play with. Knifer and crew, remember you get that guaranteed launch pad, so this is going to be really big for them. Fresh heals
picking
as
that
well.
up. Picking that up is massive after even getting that llama too. So they have the chili chug splash, they have that movement plus the pad. I would expect them to play for height once again. We see Zach, and he was also able to grab a llama at some point. He's not in as good of a position as Bahila and Knifer though, because he's a solo. He's got very little builds. He's getting chased down here on the backside of Storm. It's only a matter of time unless he could do something special here. And he's just trying to stay up, trying to look for some angles, but it's only a matter of time. He's not got enough to do it. Wall to wall, the shot misses.
Hello?
Oh, Zuck, hit some shots, you might have it here. These guys giving him way too much opportunity.
Yeah, everyone's nervous. That's what that looked like for a second there. They were right next to one another. Zuck didn't even fire. I don't think he realized that he got fired at first. Edgy finds himself a knock onto Pamstu in the feed there. That's actually huge for them. Definitely needed it. There goes the finish. Play catches Fatch too, so okay. It had to be a lobby focus, judging by where they were positioned before. Take a look at this. They run into the loot here. Not much yielded from it though. As you can tell, barely any metal and brick onto Edgy here, so it cost them a fair amount of material just to try to secure this, and there was nothing on the bodies of Pamsto and Fatch here. On the other side, Nosh just gets picked up here, so Goofy trying to hold on. 80 points right now, so they actually overtake our number one seeded team now. And we have a new leader in the space here.
And they're looking good. 80 points already out of 3 games. That was beautiful by them, and we'll check out exactly what happened with these eliminations and how these players were able to take all those out. We see Tahi getting chopped out from the bottom here, but not before Wrigley gets dropped into him. He'll take that. I mean, any day you get a body dropped right in you, free refresh. Hello, it's Christmas all over again.
Yeah, and a launch pad. That's very, very crucial to this whole story here. That's a win condition. They're in the end game. They pull half in, half out. You know, are the lucky stars aligning now? You have to ask yourself that question. I think for Knifer and Bila as well. Multiple launch pads potentially coming into this late half. They weren't too far off as well from this zone. They were dead center. They had should have had a pretty decent time making it on in. Here's my pick. Quad Magnolia right now.
And most players
finding their way on up.
Most players were in this zone. They were able to make these rotates fairly easily, but it's going to be so many players fighting for such little space within this zone as everyone falls within this 5th zone. And we can see exactly how many players are just piled up on top of one another. Creo and Vert, Agers and Rise able to make it in. Yuz and Okius are still alive. So a lot of our top contenders still in this, and it looks like Quad Magnolia trying to find some shots here, looking for plays. Now, just making a little rotate, back, checking out what's going on. They're in a good spot. Tahi's picking up another elimination there. Looks like Lava Boy and Shark Girl are going to go down, but Tahi's going to pay for that by getting knocked himself. And Edgy and Tahi are just both eliminated. They're gone.
To the hands of Chucky and Glace there. They had everything. We just talked about that win condition, but now it exchanges hands into Glace and Chucky. That's a big for them, especially since they've been actually on fire this round already. Chucky and Glace knocking out a couple other big competitors too just a bit ago. So things are heating up. Keep them in mind as another team enters into the fray. These win conditions are the ones you really have to look out for. That is what matters right now. Knifer and Bila still in play. Nosh and Goofy here looking to size things up. Fable, Taco, and Jackson aiming for the height here. They're in 6th place so far. I'm feeling like they're getting their confidence rolling here as we still have Agers and Rise finally in an endgame. We have not seen them make it this far yet today.
Looking healthy too. This is the best position they've been in thus far. I mean, we've seen them take these high ground positions in 7th, 8th zone and try and go for the win. Right now, it's going to be 20 and Reciprocal trying to play for it. Knifer and Bila looking to play a little bit different of a position this game. They're going for that low ground, not wanting to go and jump on height. Brocane, Joji picking up a couple of elims there. Bila and Knifer trying to get that double piece, get these guys off their bottom layer, and they've now been cut off. Gonna have to rotate in a different position, wait to see where zone goes. We got a couple of seconds here, Monster, and see till we see where the rotate's coming from.
I'm loving this slow play that we're watching right now. A lot of teams recognize, like, hey, listen, I don't actually have to play for height just yet. There's a lot of teams in motion right now. Let's just go ahead and, you know, wait it out. Bide our time, and look at this. Nosh is going to find themselves a nice pickup right there alongside Goofy. Goofy, there goes the full finish as well. Couldn't pick up the loot, so out comes the rotate instead. 4 elims for them. The builds get broken that they were going to connect to. And all of a sudden, high ground 20 way up top with Reciprocal, and they're doing that good old-fashioned wide split there. And look at how they have so much commanding presence over the rest of the lobby here. You know, the world is in their fingertips at this point, and Nosh tries to make his way on up. Hold up. Goofy and Nosh actually almost attempted a high ground retake there. They called back on the play. Down on the bottom, though, Rise and Agers, they're leading the rotate.
And they're still up with 4 eliminations. They're going to need to start looking for refreshes as those materials dwindle. Reciprocal and 20 doing a great job of just holding height, but now is the time where it starts going crazy and everyone starts trying to grab that position. If Rise and Agers can just play this low ground, it looks like they found some of their old builds. They've stumbled into an old base of theirs, and that is beautiful. That is what you want to see, but Knifer and Bila also trying to play that position. Nosh grabbing an Elim, but not without losing Goofy. He goes down. Ultimately, it's going to be up to him, but he's going for the revive.
This is a good pickup. He's going to have enough time to go out and do it, but the zone's pulling straight north, so he is going to have to get him up quick and then get a move on it. Reciprocal and 20 could be running out of material, guys. Do not count them for a free victory royale. They're still going to have to fight their way and battle it out. Right now, the fact that they're not even shooting down on Nosh means that they're not paying as much attention here. They have to be very careful. Nosh looking up here. He's thinking about it. High ground looking a little bit weak on some wood builds, too. What are they going to do with this? They don't have the mats, though. Down they go. And they're just starting to run out. No, Goofy goes down. That's a 2-man team on the other side of the wall here. Nosh realizes it. Out to the side he goes. Top 10 for him. Not bad. He's still in this.
Just diving into Storm, trying to play backside. Don't look at me, guys. I'm not here. He gets an elim. That's big. That's some more points, and 110 should be putting them easily in that qual range with the next couple of games, but that's not it right now. He's cleaning that one up. He's grabbing another elim. He has the Spider-Man's monster.
This is it. He's going to swing his way around. Oh, he thought about it, but no, he's going to go onto the low ground here, playing it out, taking his time. Oh, man, he gets cracked, though, so he loses a lot of HP. 20 in reciprocal, might not have any builds left either, though. So this high ground, this is just coming down to the wire here. 7 points already. Can Nosh continue to clutch up here?
Now we see he's looking for another elim to keep this game going. He's done enough. Every time he seems to run out of everything.
On height,
elim comes. Oh, look at it. It's Rise and Agers. They've taken it. They've played low ground the whole game and now find it. Another one for Nosh.
He's still going. He's still finding one. He found one. Can he get the second one right here? Oh, no. The peanut butter peak was just a little bit better, and down goes Nosh. But Rise and Agers, after a struggle of a weekend here, they might just have enough to pull through, but there's no builds on Rise. This is the worst kind of position you want to be in right here. Only 2 mats onto Agers' inventory here. They're going to have to jump down. They're going to have to take this fight, and there are still fresh duos alive in this lobby. No, actually, 2 solos. Okay, 2 solos and a duo.
Yeah, and the duo is Bila and Knifer. They've changed their game plan. They're on the low ground. 20 popped off. He has 7 elims. He's going to get another one. Let's call it 8. He's rotating through. He's able to get that refresh. He has the Spider-Man. He's stuck in the middle between these 2 monsters. He's trying to make a play on low. This helps the high ground team. And now the final 2v2.
This is it. No builds either. Agers cranks on up. Rise loses HP. Down he goes. Agers has to clutch up. He was in this situation last time. He finds a beautiful knock right there. Wants the finish. It's only a 43. The clock is ticking. Down goes the full finish there. Here comes the Siphon. 70 HP. He has a small lead, but he does not know that. That was the last material. He's going to take it all the way here. Here comes the fight. There's a launch pad. This is so unfortunate. He cannot jump in that box. So he knows he's going to go to the other side. And he gets the shot there.
Able to get it, redeems himself, like you said, in a similar position to last time, cleans it up, and taking home the victory royale. Agers and Rise, hey, that's 2 teams coming out of Greasy Grove. They seem to produce something special in Greasy, and it's victory royales.
Man, but that story is gonna surely continue going into finals. That contested draw spot, we already know they're willing to fight it out tooth and nail all the way through. So Rise and Agers, okay, they punched their ticket. That's game number 3 and a big round finish. And Agers gets to redeem himself, clutch that one up.
Whew, that was another great one. I mean, I don't have any words, so I'm gonna throw it over the desk. You guys tell us exactly what happened.
I have so many words, SBG, because we talked about this in the pre-show. If you have a contested POI, that team qualifies and opens things up. We saw in Game 2 after Nounty and Sprite go through that these guys didn't really fare well, as we saw Rise go down early, but suddenly in Game 3, the game changes. Rise was on one, as we say here in the UK, and suddenly 4 eliminations very quickly at the high ground. Sundown, it was a masterclass. It wouldn't be a finals without them. Agers and Rise qualify.
Yeah, he was able to push through, picking up a lot of their individual eliminations, but I think the biggest thing is the second contest for Height, which we're watching right now. They had Height earlier on in the match, but they lost materials, didn't have enough, needed to drop down. They were able to find an elimination together and then work from top to bottom. And while Rise went down, Agers was the one who was able to seal it. And despite not having any eliminations coming into this final moment, he played this so incredibly well. He played it very patiently. And then Adam, you called it out, recognizing the fact the launch pad was there, and he wasn't able to drop down. He was able to cover the front and then made it to the finals.
There's actually so much that goes into how Agers just played there from the high ground, right? You can see in the end there when he's in the 1v2 situation, he actually puts his main focus on the player that did not get the Siphon elimination. He just full on focuses on. He knows that player has less HP than the other one because he didn't get the Siphon, and then also less resources because he didn't get the restress off of the elimination too. So make sure that he gets a knock, and then he does a little bit of damage as that player crawls into the storm, and he just waits for the Siphon to come into him so that way he gets that plus 50 HP before he re-engages. And he was so patient and so aggressive at the right times, and that is why he deserved that victory route and a spot in the finals. And listen, I called it. That's my prediction.
Do you know, I gotta say as well, like I don't say this enough, Vivid, I think you're 4 for 4 now. I think qualifiers you called, winners went through, you called Fridays, every single time we've asked you of it, this guy, you are the prediction king now. Let's take a look at who the teams are that have actually qualified today. So you guys, if you just joined us, you can see exactly who has already gone through. We now have 29 teams, I believe, that have gone through. Check this out. We have Nounsy and Sprite in game 1 today. We have Pledge and Teo in game 2, and now Rise and Age has joined them in game number 3. 3 sets of duos there, which we've said their names so many times. You expect to see them in finals. They've made it, but there are still teams pushing for those points to qualify in those top 6 spots by the end of the day. Sundown, run us through.
Yeah, looking again, still up top, Nosh and Goofy Goober, Knifer and Bila, Beef and Nick, 20 and Reciprocal, Qua and Magnolia, and then currently being the gatekeepers on the outside looking in, Fabled Taco and Jackson sitting at 79 points, just above kind of that 25, 26 point average we were talking about beforehand. Then Av, Enkas, Mamtating and Keys, Sensuck and Freeze, and Posed and Coop rounding out our top 10, but we still have 2 more matches to go, Vivid.
Yeah, 2 more matches to go. Pretty much anything can happen. Don't forget, right? This top 10 leaderboard matters, right? You can get top 6, get those consistency points, get yourself a spot in the finals. But if you have 0 points going into the last game and you get a victory royale, you're in the finals too. So it is not over for any of these teams by any means.
Indeed. I mean, if Nosh's team qualify as well naturally through the Victory Royale, then all the teams kind of bump up a place because they're suddenly taken out and suddenly someone else takes the leaderboard top spot, Sundown. So there is, I mean, that's what I love about this format. There's such an organic nature to it that literally anything is possible every single game.
Yeah, and it's super interesting, the dynamic for the teams who don't end up qualifying through the Victory Royale, because as you mentioned, each one of those Victory Royales pulls out not only the points that team earned, but all of the Victory Royale points, all of the eliminations they were there. And on average, looking at all the regions that have been on broadcast, that's roughly accounting for 84 points per team. So when you start taking each one of those out per each one of the individual teams, there's a lot of room to make plays, and it makes those huge games. Even if you don't get the Victory Royale, we've seen time and time again in those final matches, getting a second, a third, or just holding on for a 5th, or getting 1 more elimination is enough of a difference.
Yeah, it's crazy. Going into game 4 right now, we only have 2 games left to play. It's looking very, very good for Nosh up at the top of the leaderboard. Also, Knifer and them, but they got to stay consistent. I think if they play 1 more game out very, very well, then I think they got that top 6 in the bag, and then these other teams fighting for that Victory Royale. Can't wait to see what happens.
Me too. We're going to head over now to our casters. It's game 4. 2 games left. Who's going to go through? Let's find out. MDF and SBG, over to you, boys.
2 games left, but there's definitely a lot of space left to go ahead and jump your way on up. The standings getting closer and closer here, and like we have been talking about, you win a game, especially a team up at the top, you really just, completely remove all those points from the standings. It makes it continue to stay very, very close. It's nail-biting now as new teams start to, I guess, realize, hey, we can do this. We can actually be consistent enough and qual if we just play good these next 2 rounds.
And we've seen that happen. I mean, yesterday, I believe it was Death and Tabney snuck in because Pewterbot won that game. If Pewterbot falls, he's not able to stay in. And Monster, it's time. It's time. Game 4. Here's the battle bus.
No time to waste here. We want to get on this battle bus. Take us right to the action here. It's posed on screen. This contested drop at Tonker Speedway up against Owl. We've seen this fight round after round. And now again, with those last teams pushing through, Agers and Rise, look at how much closer, right? That's a team out. Posed and Coop now find themselves here. What's this? Top 10. They weren't that close before, but just by winning, just by playing patient, just by doing just enough, all of a sudden they are very much in this competition for the back tail half of the tail piece of this tournament. Over at Greasy, what happened? They heard the spot's uncontested.
Everyone heard the spot was uncontested. It looks like we have 4 duos here, and they're like, oh, okay, no one's no longer here. This is a great idea. Let's go there. But apparently, everyone had the same idea of trying to fill the void left by Agers, Rise, Nounsy, and Sprite. Hamstu and Fatch, interesting to see them here. They had what I thought was a good area of the map, but obviously wasn't good enough. They're trying to go and grab a piece of Greasy. Magnolia and Claw doing the same thing.
Why are they here? Look at how good they've played so far. Top 5 currently. and they decide to come to Greasy Grove when other teams are going to decide to try to come here too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you see two teams qual out of Greasy and you're like, okay, they got to be doing something special here, right?
See how it works out. I mean, it's only a matter of time before that feed lights up. There's no way 6 players are walking out of there without contesting one another or getting into some kind of battle. On over to Smite and Larson, who have really not found success since trying to contest up against Mega and Dubs. They decide to try their hand elsewhere here, and they come across Zenki and Ducky.
Another one. Just another one. Add it to the list. Smite and Larson, have no fear. We're going to come after you. It may not work out for us every time. We're still going to try and take these fights. In a pretty poor position, though. Not really much to their name. Big shot there on Ducky. And Smite's going to get the chop here. That'll allow him to get some shots. One short, but his teammate goes up. He can't get up himself. Shots coming through. He's looking to clean that up, and both players are 1 HP.
Yeah, this is it. All you have to do is really just find this last little tag here, and it's all wraps. But Smite, limited ammunition, no builds, opts into the mythic hands here. The Spider-Man hands goes around the side. Weapon's not loaded, though. Has to give it up.
That's not what you want. You don't want to be using these at this stage in the game. They're great for those late game rotates, and we see trying to make plays for high ground. Smite jumping in, getting the final shots there. Down goes one. Now, can he find the other? Can him and Larson clean this up before somebody else comes in? It looks like a vehicle's coming in from the south to get involved in this fight. Larson, Smite, they hear that, they're out. Thatch, Pam's, they wanted to get involved.
Look at this, Smite and Larson are gone. They're out of there. Like, no, don't want none of that. You can have this battle. You guys can have this game. Smite and Larson want to just continue to play this round out, even though they're at a huge disadvantage. There goes the Siphon. You saw the shield coming out of nowhere there. Off the Zenki. So down body very late, but does eventually get finished off, as seems like that team gets completely wrapped up by Pamso and Fat. So what a game for Smite and Larson. What a game for Pam and Fatch to land at Greasy Grove. Forced out of there early. They didn't want to take that fight against the 2 other duos. Like we said, it was just way too much, a little too populated for the time being.
This is that fight we've seen at Kondo happen many times. Zuck and Freeze trying to close this out for the 3rd time in a row. Getting in the box, though. Zuck goes down. Now it's up to Freeze. He grabs the top here, has the piece control, but he's the one missing the shots. And that auto shotgun not going to be able to do enough damage. He's the one on the back foot backing out of this fight. And HD, these guys want revenge. They don't want to just let this guy walk away. This is personal now.
Yeah, surely. And not only that, you know, he doesn't have any builds down low. Like Freeze doesn't have anything, really. That was it. That's wrapped. So runs out of material, runs out of resource. All of a sudden they get finished off. A little dance. A little dance on the body there before he gets sent back in full to the lobby. Now the one issue with that, though, that I have is he took that left camera peek. You know, sticking to the fundamentals is gonna be the best way for you to take any battle. The moment you stop doing that, it's wraps.
Yep, and we do see another player coming in. Looks like Zone is gonna pull over to Kondo. So if I'm these guys, I would have preferred not to get Zone, because then you can loot it. And we're using a launch pad way too early here, but he was separated and needed to get back to his teammate.
And the truth is, they haven't really won any early game fights. This is the first one, so grasping at straws here. Flo and Nazin, though, on the other side, you know, doing a lot better here. Top 16. Saw the elims go down. You've probably been watching the feed for quite some time, so I'm thinking they have a good grip on what's happening here.
Yeah, I would imagine that whether or not they knew who won this fight, they knew that this fight's been happening every single match, and they're just gonna wait and walk into this, and they got winner. They got next, and for whoever wins that fight over at Kondo, there's not really a great position to be in. They're just taking piece by piece, closing them in, and eliminating any space. Nazin gets some big shots there, and following up more. Nazin, Flo, been putting the pressure on. I don't think HD and Co really have much left to them. They're just gonna try and get whatever's left. But HD getting back to his teammate, at least they're gonna go down together if they do.
This is game 4. There's only 5 games today. Getting taken out now can just be the momentum killer for you, right? It can really offset you. Fortnite, as much as it is a mechanical game and, you know, about games and stuff, you know, it's emotional being a competitive player as well. You really got to keep your mental balance in check here. So rounding things out, HD and crew may have had finally a small taste of success in this early game, but they're gone. They're out now, full reset. And it happened very, very early, so they didn't really get to play this tournament out.
Unfortunately, now another third party coming in, the SMG only squad, trying to represent. Everyone wants to get involved, and you know, Monster, occasionally this happens. You start having these long, drawn-out engagements. People start hearing the shots coming through, and if it lasts long enough, another team, and then another team, and then another team just keep jumping in on this fight.
Well, that's the thing, right? No two Fortnite games are ever the same, and the zone has a big part in why that is, right? This zone finally lands on the Condo Canyon, and it's like a blessing and a curse. Honestly, it's usually against your favor if the zone's right on top of you, right? Like you mentioned, more often than not, you want to loot your area, have a reason to move, so other people want to rotate, and then you can have a better understanding, right? Your game sense, you can basically strategize a little bit better on your movement. When the zone's right on top of you, I mean, you have these kind of situations occur, right? Can you really anticipate someone moving into you? Just depends.
And you got these people that are good at looting, you know, they're moving out first zone. But let's see all that chaos that happened in the beginning of this game, because we saw more fights happen this game than we did in the previous two, except Voil cleaning it up. That was Flood going down, Ducky just hiding behind a ramp, Fatch and Pam Stu just cleaned that up. He didn't have anywhere to go, and then obviously the Condo Canyon we've seen. It's still going on, but this was happening earlier, and I'm sure more players are rotating into that space right now.
I was just going to say, Ducky there had a single heavy shotgun. If he would have got something in that game, that would have been huge. His move, pretty happy. Okay, big smile on his face. We love to see it here. I want to encourage our pro players, you know, opt into those camera shots to make for some real fun moments. Tag your favorite pro players. Who would you like to see their reaction and whatnot? We definitely want to see it. It's one of my favorite pieces of the broadcast for sure.
Yeah, it's a great piece. Great addition, you know, because at the end of the day, they're just people. And we're all just people playing the video game. It's nice to throw in those reactions and the awesome moments. Imagine you win one of those reboot rounds or the semi-final matches and you get to throw yourself out there.
He's so sick. Knifer and Byla almost went and chose them today. This was my first pick coming out of the earlier weeks. Actually, my second FNCS qualifier too. I was saying, hey, you know what? These guys got it today. Now in the semis though, second place. All right, 99 points. It's the final stretch here.
Definitely are. One more solid match and they should all but solidify it. I mean, from what we've seen in the previous matches on multiple different regions, let's say 110 or so is safe. So if they're able to pick up about 20 more points, have one more good endgame, even just slay out, get a bunch of elims here. These guys are moving through. And we see them, they're trying to rotate early, get one of those priority positions in these zones as we're pulling full east. This is one of those water zones, water-esque zones that we could see.
Yeah, definitely. And Condo Canyon is going to be the hot real estate right now. This is where everyone wants to be. This is where the cool kids club is. Rokan and Joji have already found their little spot, their little position here on the north side of Condo. On the south side, though, tons of teams. Looks like they're just duking it out. Looks like there's fights possibly unfolding down there. How close those guys are positioned up on top of one another. Keep in mind, as the surge starts to unfold, that's why you'll see teams like that get that close to other teams. It's pretty much a red flag if someone's basing up right next to you with all the, again, other options available. Someone's getting really close to you, well, you know it's about to go down. They're probably looking for a fight sometime soon.
Yeah, and that's why those plateaus that we see over near Condo are quite nice. You can't really base up next to them without getting punished for that position just because of the openness. And now we see a team that was in a position where they might need surge, but obviously felt comfortable. They moved back further away than most players and put themselves in a position where they're well beyond. They're in a good spot. And now we're tuning in with Bank and Unreal in a position where they could qualify if they have two solid matches. They just really need to put themselves in a place to continue. They had one really good game and then a couple of average ones. Now we see another team in a pretty similar position, about able to qualify if we have one more good match, but so is everyone else. And now these guys are behind, just hit the reboot, having to make the rotate. Storm Surge is going to start kicking in a minute, so they have a long rotate to go and not going to be able to get any damage until they jump in.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it is not looking too good for Okus and Yuz right now. Such a long way to go. By the time they get there, I mean, they're going to have to beeline into someone to take a fight, just like Boxer and Convicted are doing right now. I like that they're doing it early. They're not waiting for other players to go down. Instead, they're trying to take this game and, you know, make do, right? Make it work here. This is Dusky and company. No way. They stand out in the open with Boxer having an angle like that. Those were the tags that he needed here. This is the reason they took the fight.
Now they're out. They got what they needed. Now just going to lurk on the outskirts. A few players on the outside looking in. We see Beef and Nick. Another team in the top 3. I think they fell in 12th last game, so multiple top 15s, pretty consistently making those 8th and 9th zones. So we see them just need a couple of tags here. I wouldn't be too concerned, as they can see all those players needing to rotate. Beef is going to be able to grab one, but that's not enough. We need a few more, get the job done. Nick looking for shots as well, but here's the edge of the zone. Okus and Yuz able to make it in. But just because they're in doesn't mean they're safe. Zone is at their back. Storm Surge is on their head. And so is Edgy and Tahi.
Yeah, and so is the rest of the lobby, because they're right at Condo Canyon. They can hear all these shots. They're within earshot of this battle going down. Okus goes for the full commit. Remember, they just came out the zone. They had the biggest disadvantage right into Edgy and Tahi. They just get gifted tons of loot. Possibly even the vehicle if they didn't explode that too. So, you know, a lot to gain from finding that team there on the outer edge. There goes the feed catching up. Yuz completely eliminated. They're all gone. Here's Keys and Mama Ting up at 8th place currently. Okay, not bad at all, but they're below the surge. This is a very desperate position to be in. Just a few tags separate them from the pressure now. That's a wood box. Maybe thinking about chin checking it. There it is. Nice little tag. Okay.
Got him.
2 damage above.
That's what you want to see if you're Keys and Mamtating, able to get that elim, and Rokane picking, or not elim, that tag I should say, but Rokane picking up one, and there's another player right in their sights. It's Shark Boy after picking up Lava Girl, and now Rokane and Joji are on the chase. They want this elim. Solos don't last long in these lobbies.
No, definitely not, especially when you get coned up like that. Rokane, cap now. The material count after that one. A little bit of high ground as well to play off of. Launchpad for the reward too. This is big loot. Mind you, Shark Boy and Lava Girl, we saw where they were landing, right? They're landing up at the covert. So pretty clear that they had a struggle of a game here. Big rotate. That's like the far pull for any teams up there. We haven't seen any zones last what maybe 3 weeks, right? FNCS, we haven't seen any zones come this far. This is the first the canyon coming into play.
Yeah, several players were tweeting about that. They were like, how many people have played a condo zone? Well, here it is. Haven't gotten the experience with it. We'll see who's able to think on the fly, able to make those quick reactions. Because ultimately, that's what it is. It's a bunch of reactionary pieces, some proactive, and then finding ways to just be crazy good mechanically. So we see Joji and Rokane able to make that rotate in, but this north side, oh my goodness. There's not going to be anyone on the south side of zone because it's in the water, and everyone is going to be stuck in this little chunk. Maybe you might want to go down to that island, go hang out, kick it.
I'm actually surprised Bila and Knifer pretty much made the right call here. They went coastal early. They decided just, hey, you know what? We're going to play the dead side. It's super. And now it's working out. Now they get to see everyone coming in. That's a player on Mythics. Okay, yes. So he's sliding on through. These are fresh builds, easy targets, and a storm line too. So notice the tap fire here. Just try to bait them in. Making sure if they do expose themselves in full, they have just enough bullets to go in and land some extra tags there. These tags are very important too to their position. They may have been very comfortable coming into the early game, but they didn't probably have much opportunity to find more tags afterwards. So these tags are very crucial. Here's Taco and Jackson. Windmill team landing. So they've been south this whole time. And they have the best spot. A little bit of high ground. Dead center right now.
They're currently sitting in 6th place. They've been doing just enough to keep themselves in it. at 84 points, I mean, they're right there. We see Rokane picking up an Elim, so they're Rokane and Joji pushing up the leaderboard as well, trying to come for these positions of the top 6. We did see Tahi and Edgy fell once again, so not able to make another endgame. They'll get one last shot to try and win a game, but that consistency is not happening today. Nonetheless, Fabled Taco, Jackson J, having one great performance. They played all right yesterday, but definitely came ready with a game plan and executing so well.
Yeah, definitely. Another team looking to slide up into one of those dominant positions here is Quad Magnolia. They're just hanging out. Zone 4 is going to start coming to a close here soon. The lobby getting sliced up right here. A few players outside the bubble. They're going to have to slide on in. Quad Magnolia get the first issue of the surge warning there. They're 158 damage above. Nothing to worry about there. Rokane and Joji are above as well. Knifer and Byla manage, although, to play the dead side, find tons of tags.
And already we're down below 50, so a nice deep breath for everyone. You know, relax. We're not dealing with that storm surge in 5th zone for once. But a lot of players had to fall for that to happen. We do see Jackson able to get an elimination there. And now Mamtating is a solo all by himself without keys. He was lost on the rotate. Does have the position to be able to just farm out, grab a bunch of space within this building, and just sit there and cross your fingers and hope that zone pulls your way. We see Nosh and Goofy Goober grabbing some extra loot there. And everyone is on that north side. AV and Enkusu are the only two on that south side, besides a couple of teams all the way on the western half.
Yeah, now that NQ's and company, I mean, look at this. Zone comes their way. It's going south. They're in top 7 here, so this is the spot they want to be in. First dibs on the next rotate. You know, for a moment, we actually had a little bit of silence, a little bit of comfort settling into the world, and now things are getting heated up once again here. Rokane turning on the pressure here. There it is. Another catch for Joji and Rokane, but the punishment coming in this time. It's a duo that's willing to fight back here. Splash doesn't hit Rokane there, so a little missed opportunity, but all that matters for Joji is staying alive here, getting the reset and being prepared for the next rotate.
That was so close. They got the Elim, and then everyone starts looking at them. And yeah, you say floppers. Have we seen anyone carrying floppers like this entire time?
We were talking about that last week. We are like, dude, what happened to floppers, man? Where's these heal-offs? We just don't see them very often. And this is a rare occurrence for us. Nick just slides past the enemy there. He's virtually blended into the builds. Doesn't even notice him. You know, you think to yourself, well, why would anyone not be in a box? That was that guy standing behind a wall.
Everyone trying to make this southern rotate here too. We're half in water. We got that island, so if you were able to make that rotate to the beach down below, you would have been in a good spot. You see Joji and Rokane able to make that rotate as well. Where do you think zone's going, Monster?
I mean, the odds are so slim at this point. I think it's going south.
Uh-oh.
Look at this. What a shot. What a beautiful shot. Couple fishing positions there too.
Everyone's hanging out. They're finding their positions. Does lose Owl there. SMG posed. So Owl posed, cracked. Those guys been fighting off spawn this whole time. But hold on, we got another one.
Charlie and Spegu on the other side of the wall here. Zone pulls west now. Joji and Rokane have not stopped fighting since the moment they entered into the zone 4. They've been battling it out, looking for refreshers and everything in between. Byla and Knifer have the longest rotate in the lobby right now. They have the most difficult task to make here. You have to cross over this wave of players that separate, that are housed up in between them and the new storm, the new safety. It's moving now.
Slacks and Clarity now just trying to hold this high ground. Gonna do a nice cheap rotate here, spending almost no mats. They're gonna dive back though, hit this launch pad. Yeah, saving some materials that helps you. You get to still hold that high ground because nobody's taken it yet. Slacks goes back, reinforces the high ground. They're playing it once again. We haven't seen these two on height thus far, Monster.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. For a second there, I thought, I'm like, Clarity, wait, why? Why would you use your pad now? It's too late, but that was a recycle there, so well played for them. Nick and Beef still up right now, too. They're starting to run low. See if they start approaching this red light here. Will they be able to gas through? We'll find out shortly. Shiesty on the low ground there, sliding his way across. Byla left as a solo now. Lost knife for 52 damage above the threshold of the Storm Surge, but that's the least of his concerns, as now he has to try to just stay alive here. Make this endgame. Joji makes a wrong turn there. Into the zone he goes, and it's going to cost him a lot.
Oh man, Byla was able to find a rift. They were left over from the early game. No one took those, and he's just going to use that for a nice free rotate. Clarity and Slack's really good up top, but some shots starting to come through for them.
They're hyper-focused on what's happening down low. They haven't even looked up once. They do. I mean, you hear the MK7s, it'll just be shred time out there. Just look at this wide shot here, giving us a great example of how many players are still left up. Qual now making his way up to this next layer here. Little bit of pressure up for Clarity G and Slacks, and it's not free for them by any means. You can see how many teams are starting to look up and put some shots up there. Muzz is going to fall here. Almost makes a big end game. There goes Rokin in the feed, just outside the top 15, just inside the top 15.
And these two looking really good as far as heals go, but those materials are dwindling. They definitely don't have enough to sustain this high ground position. We see Byla somehow still up. Oh my goodness. We talk about solo clutches. He may not have the elims, but he has the placements and the rotates. And as we say that someone's getting in, he holds it off for another second, but just too many players in that area. The contest is coming for high ground right now.
Nexi's going up right now as well. Slacks just lets his guard down here and loses the high ground. Clarity G and Slacks now, what should have been a victory royale, ends up with no materials and a new team up above. Wrigley is going to be by himself as well, only 8 builds. That's a quick block there as the team almost swung their way up and around, and looks like they are going to find a success. It's the box. Wrigley goes, great tag there. That's off to Clarity G. Down to low ground. There goes the finish. That's a 3-point swing. Chug splash almost enough, but no. Slacks was not going to let him get away with that. It's Moo on height. We already saw Moo's reaction to his last little elim there. He was very, very happy. If we get to see this win moment, it could be everything for the kid as he punches his way to finals, but there is still a tall, tall task in front of them. They have to fight their way through. Magnolia and Qual on the low ground. Slacks here, who is completely positioned up to do some big plays here. He's got the momentum in his sails. Can he do it? Nope. That's a big shot there. 34 HP left. He gets hunted down to the hands of another player, and Qual is also going to get taken out. Uh-oh. This is not looking good for everyone else, but it's looking great for Height.
Yeah, Goofy Goober here cleans this up. They have so many points. If he wins this, that's another spot open. He's going for another elim right in the face there of Vert. Vert holding the wall, trades the tags. He wins that one. Moo, and then they fall down. Moo and Wanted fall. It's Princess and Ant all the way up. It's a 1v2.
I cannot believe that just happened. It's up to Vert by himself in a 1v2 situation. He does not have any more mats. Vert has to jump down. How in the world did Moo manage to fall there? Princess Wolf and AMT have been struggling at their draw spot day in and day out. Today, though, it just seems like things started to piece together over here. Mind you, we were just talking about how much of a struggle it was for them. They land over at the covert castle, right? They have to cross all the way through.
And now still just putting all this pressure on, but they have no mats. This is just a no mat battle. They trade a little bit. Vert goes down, and it's Princess Wolf and AMT taking it.
Not only that, they get to do it together hand in hand as they jump down and in sync hit the big shotgun shot there to win that game out. Vert, my man, almost pulls some big plays out of the pocket there, but just wasn't going to be enough in the end. 7 eliminations, rounding into the 8th for the Victory Royale. Hats off to Princess Wolf and AMT, who stayed patient and played that game exceptionally well, considering they had the longest rotate of anyone else.
Oh, you love to see it. And just taking advantage of unfortunate situations for other people. Sometimes you just look up and Height is falling and you're like, all right, I guess I have to play high ground now if it's just going to be gifted to me. But the thing I liked most about that is they dropped at the same time. A lot of times you see that 2v1 situation, a player gets overzealous, they try and drop down and win the game, play hero ball, and these two perfectly, same time, clean it up and take the dub.
Yeah, definitely. And that was just round number 4 here. We do have another game in front of us. I need to look at the standings, though, so I'm going to send it on over to our guys at the desk. Let's get over there.
All right for a second here. Now, yesterday, okay, we saw that Nets and Spark, you're in 45th position before getting through to finals. Looking at the stats just now before the leaderboard updated itself, all the way down at 49th was Princess and AMT. That is crazy. One place off the bottom, and they suddenly project themselves all the way through to finals. Sundown, this is the thing dreams are made of, my friend.
I mean, it's everything you could want in this type of format. When the Victory Royale will send you through, when your back is against the wall, when there's only 2 games there, you have nothing else to play for. Granted, they had tomorrow to play for, so they would have had some more opportunities, but what a better spot to get it. And when you're able to kind of just know that, like, hey, the victory will put us through here, you're going to sharpen down a little bit, and they made the individual plays. And as the casters noted, they took advantage of some unfortunate situations that happened there to everyone else on Height, Vivid.
Oh, Moo has got to be just wondering how he could let that happen. You know, he was chilling up on the higher ground, and then all of a sudden, the Victory Royale gets stolen right out from under him. But Princess, Woof, and AMT, they're doing it all. They are going to be getting their first points of the day, and it's going to be a Victory Royale through that Victory Royale straight to the finals, and it's going to be their first FNCS finals for them, actually. So that is awesome for them. Wow. They have to be ecstatic.
Oh, I mean, it's, you know, you'll be floating on air right now. It's going to be unbelievable knowing that you are there in the finals after such a torrid day 2. Suddenly, you've qualified. Let's take a look at some of the other teams as well. Obviously, we'll have a look at the kind of the leaderboard shortly, where we're going to see really what players and teams need to do to get into finals in those last spots here. Clarity and Slacks, a team that I picked earlier on today, and they actually had a pretty good run there at the end. Slacks there managing to kind of... They took high ground so early on. I think that was the problem here, and they just ran out of mats, and that's such a... I mean, Sundown, is this a timing thing here? Is this just kind of a loss of focus for a second? Because going that early, knowing that there's no one else around you, naturally, you're going to fail. You're going to have to come down at some point and engage.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit while we were sitting there on the analyst desk, and it seems like a lot of these players, particularly on NA East, just maybe aren't watching Europe. They're not taking the time to go and see how these games are playing out, because with the exception of one single game that we saw yesterday, it was game number 1 with Janus and Vortex, any team who has taken height in the 50-50 zone in NA East in Europe has not won the game out. You burned through way too many mats, and you saw even that first pull went like island to island across the lake. They had to burn their launch pad and still build all the way up. Like, if you commit to height that early, you better have a full inventory.
Yeah, it's sort of like a meta thing, right? Like, I love to talk about how qualifiers 1 and 2 in that first weekend, we saw like no height take. So yeah, maybe they would have won the game there, but players have adapted. They've realized that these players are running out of mats fast, and they take advantage in that 8th zone, and they just go for it.
Absolutely. Right, let's take a look at this. Let's just set the tone for you guys at home here. We've got 4 games, 4 Victory Royales, 4 qualifiers. Okay, Naunty and Sprite game 1, game 2, Pledge and Taya. We then had Rise and Ages game 3, and in game 4, out of nowhere, Princess Wolf and AMT go through as well. Those 4 teams qualify. One more place up for grabs in game 5. But the leaderboard, this is where I think it's really exciting right now, because 6 teams from this board go through. Sundown, let's look at the teams that are on the edges here who could go through, because it's very tight at the top, with 6 top teams now all on 3 figures.
Well, we've been so used to coming into this last game seeing a major shakeup because of the match 5 winner going through. With that being said, the 49th place duo won match number 5. So now it looks pretty much the same. Let's take a look immediately. All I care about right now, what's happening at 6 and 7. Fabled Taco and Jackson at 104, and then Av and Enkaz at 98. So a 6-point gap between the crowd, and even then an 8-point gap after that. So those are going to be 2 of our focal point. But anybody who's in that 4th, 5th, and 6th spot right now, Vivid, they still need to have at least a decent game, put some points on the board.
Yeah, definitely just need a couple of points to secure themselves a top 6, but let's not forget, I love to stress the fact that we have a Victory Royale that leads you straight to the finals as well. So any of these teams, right, it's looking a little grim for the top 6, but it's not looking grim in terms of a Victory Royale. Yes, maybe you haven't been playing so well on the day, but you got to take a little bit of inspiration from what just happened in game 4. 49th place team gets the Victory Royale. It can happen to anybody.
It really can. I mean, what's interesting as well, we talked yesterday about like Donnie and Macwood, Clicks and Day, teams that didn't get the Victory Royale, but just continue just to have, you know, kind of express themselves and show everybody that they are here, they mean business, and they want to go to the finals. They're going to qualify with the points. And even though Nosh's duo hasn't actually got the Victory Royale, they're still sitting pretty and just enjoying themselves out there and putting on a show for us. So whether or not they do get the Victory Royale and open up some spaces, we'll have to wait and see. But this is game 5, the last opportunity for points, and of determining who those top 6 teams are going through on points, and who the last game 5 Victory Royale winner is going to be as well. It's over to Monster and SPG for the last time. The last game of the night. Let's do this thing. Over to you.
It's the last game for NA East, as we do have a lot of competition in front of us today. But hey, the train doesn't stop here. You know, there's still a lot of pressure on the line right now. Sundown said it best. Teams in 4th, 5th, and 6th definitely have their work cut out for them. No one is safe just yet. Anyone just inside that top 12 or so, I think, has a real fighter's chance to hop up.
Yeah, no doubt. And we don't know who's going to win this next match. So there could be a free 6th slot that was being held by one of those current top teams. It'll be interesting to see because this game is about to go crazy. We're seeing a lot of places emptied out. Greasy may go wild once again. Who knows, Monster?
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, if a team like Nosh wins, then, well, that's another slot available for someone. So the battle bus is ready. Let's jump into this last game of NA East.
So we've basically filled, you know, our top 2, maybe let's call it top 3 spots. They've almost all but solidified it. It is this last game that decides the last 3 spots. Is someone going to do something crazy? Are we going to determine our winner at the last moment like we've seen so many times this weekend? Nosh, Goofy Cooper, taking it down one last time here at the Daily Bugle.
Yeah, they took Polarized and Nico's drop spot for a little bit. On over to Smite, though. Smite and Larson here, who for the 3rd or 4th time today have chosen the new drop spot. This time right on top of Shark Boy and Lava Girl there, shutting down the Dreams. That round here. Going back to the old trusty here. Looks like it's a fight for the Llama. Is this right? Just outside the Loot Lake. Possibly for the Llama split, but
now it looks like Bank is coming into this area. No, he looked at it. He decided we're getting on out of there. But lots going on in this early game, deciding the last game. People may be switching it up. You know, this is your last desperate chance to qualify today. Granted, we still have 6 more games tomorrow, but if you want to get in today, you don't want to play more Fortnite tomorrow, at least not right at this level. You got to win this match or put yourself up in that top 6. We see Chonkers. It's been contested all day. It's not changing at all in this last match.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty big gap, right, from these teams in 11th place. If they want to get all the way on up, 30 points separate them from the competition. So that's 10 elims and outperforming the opponents via placement points, or, you know, just tons of placement, basically. They're really just praying for the downfall of any of those teams holding those top positions, but it's not completely over just yet as Owl gets turned on here. Big tags come through. Posing Cooper really going to need to finish this one up quickly here before the backup comes in. Backup's on the way, and no, Post just couldn't do it. Owl, a little bit sharper here today.
Wow. Okay, I was not expecting that to happen. Well played by Owl right there. You can't ask for better than that. A little support from Cracked coming in from the side, but man, 2 elims off the start. If you're trying to crawl back into this, just drop, you know, a 30 elim game to qualify. It's possible. We've seen 15 happen.
Nope, just go win. That's it. Just go. A 30 elim, highly unlikely.
Hey,
just gotta just win, man.
You gotta give the guys hope, right? But we're seeing a couple of players going for this boat over here. First action we've seen with Zenki and Ducky on the boat, just tagging up the SMG squad. They must have literally no builds to just be sitting there getting shot at.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Seems like they made a mistake. They thought, oh, look, just spawned on our side. Let's go and play after it. But it's one of those flex drops right there. You got to be careful, Zenki and Ducky, in claiming it today. It's the first points on the board. First big points for them, at least. As they pick up their first elim. Not bad. But again, this is the last game. So, you know, for all these teams you're watching on screen right now, all that matters is that Victory Royale, these early game fights, are just, you know, ways for them to find Surge, honestly. If that even becomes a factor here, which it should, right? Because all these guys have a true chance.
Oh, no doubt. At some point, Surge will be a factor. We're seeing some plays right on the zipline. Noisy able to win that one. Dayfan getting sent back to the lobby. Now it's a little 2v1 to clean this up. Can last place Curse and Noisy find J-Man on the way out. J-Man's doing his best left foot, right foot escape. But is it going to work? It looks like he's going to be able to get out of here for a second. Don't know that this will last.
Yeah, puts a little stop here onto last place Curse. So Fortunately, though, he is starting to run out of space here. Oh, he tries to fake him out. He's underneath the ledge there. Does he reveal himself? Yes, he does. Out he goes. Now Last Lays recognizes exactly what's going on. That might have been the big mistake there. I think he should have just gotten out when he had the chance.
It's a smart play.
You can't actually eliminate him. There is the only way is basically you need like a clinger, or you know what I mean. You need some way to get an explosive or something underneath the build. Maybe a gas canister, you throw it in. You know, like very few ways to eliminate him at this point.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to move at some point. He's probably gonna want to get his boy's card to get him back up. And Noisy will just sit here and wait. I mean, look at the loadout. That tells me I'm fine. I'll take some shots. J-Man gonna get on out of there, but oh, Smite Larson getting in another fight here. This is what they're known for at this FNCS, just taking all these fights.
Yeah, at this point, you know what? They've played such an aggressive game since the beginning. You know, I'm sure it's going well for their careers at this point, and a lot of people giving them a lot of respect right now. And you kind of have to at this point. They've proven what they can do. I'm super curious. Like if they don't end up winning this round and qualifying tomorrow, if they play it nice and easy and show us what they got in the placement compartment. It is pretty exciting seeing what teams like this can do once they make it all the way through to the end. It's pretty clear that Larson's got what it takes. Let's take a look at the mechanics right now. Very, very clean elimination onto Shiesty right there.
Able to clean that one up too, and now we're gonna try and chase down this last elim if they're able to get it. Looks like Rhythm's gonna jump in the car. Oh, they got it. They're diving on this if they have any kind of movement, but I don't think they do, and Rhythm's gonna squeak out of there with very little HP.
I was ready for them to punch in those headshots right there. Ding, ding, ding. And
Nonetheless, they'll have to find some other players to go take a fight with because Rhythm, he's not about it right now. He's walking on out of here trying to find a little reboot action for his teammate if he was even able to grab the card. Now we're checking out Joji and Rokane, one of those teams on the outside looking in. And we'll fly through for you. Projected qualification is going to be about 125 points.
Whoa.
Which is pretty high compared to what we've seen in some other regions and days.
Yeah, but it makes sense, right? When 4th, 5th, and 6th are around 110 to 115, players like Rokane, right? You're gonna need a really big game. You're gonna need a really big game. You're gonna have to make it all the way through to the end. Slash and Clarity G in that same boat, as is AV and NQs. These are the teams that we're hoping just pop off right now.
The toughest part about this too is, one, you need to hope that all of the top 6 don't make it through the end of the game. Really, 4 through 6 don't make it to end game. And then you have to hope that you do more than the other teams in those similar positions. That 3 box that we just saw with all 3 teams, all of those guys have the ability to pop off, have like a 10+ elimination game, and it doesn't matter what you do. If you're putting up 10 elims, that's 30 points right there. That's shooting you into that top 6.
It's definitely possible as well. AV playing this Rocky Reels. So once again, we're seeing this desert biome come into play here. This is a zone that's pushing back this way. We haven't gotten a full shot of the map just yet, right? Things are still setting up here, but you can see everyone's coming south. They're thinking, you know, repeat performance possibly from the last game. What were the mistakes there? Maybe not getting there soon enough. Maybe not having one of those little mountains, you know, claiming a canyon.
That's a good point. Sometimes you under-rotate expecting zone to bounce back, and really just all inning like we saw from Knifer and Byla in that last game would have worked out in your favor. Now we see Slacks and Clarity getting beamed up from so many different angles. It's not exactly where you want to be. This is a terrible position in a valley between multiple players. This is not what we want.
Let's take a look here. New zone reveals, and it is coming south once again here. Oh no. Condo Canyon, Risky Reels, the entire desert biome. This is a repeat. Now, mind you, the desert biome in particular is one of the more, you know, high ground, low ground type zones, right? There's a lot of dips. You got to get there early. If you're playing this outskirt, man, like we said, they got a small taste of what happened last round for rotating late. A lot of those teams were punished.
The tallest piece in that southern map is right to the north of Chonkers. There's that weird looking hill that looks like an ice cream cone or an upside down triangle, which Zone has a tendency to pull up and down those massive mountains. We see all these plateaus. Jackson giving us a little bit of a perspective, but you have to get through this open area that these players are trying to hold from. Man, if we get one of those plateau zones where it goes up just a flat cliff face, that's going to be a tough rotate for anybody.
And at this point, anything's possible. It's all on the table. Jackson and Taco. Can't believe we kind of started our journey with them. FNCS qualifier week number 1, day 1. One of the first engagements we watched go down over at the windmill. They've been duking it out ever since. Day after day, day in and day out. Haven't dropped an appearance just yet. Here's Keys. The other side already here nice and early. So a lot of our top teams, a lot of our veterans in position.
That's where you need to be in this last game. You know that the stakes are high and the experience is what gets you here. It's what allows you to be one of those top players, is understanding those positions. And one of these other teams right in that position to put themselves into finals with one last match is going to be Beef and Nick. Wow, all of these guys are so high in points and so close too. Like, this is going to come down to the last moments. I know we've seen it in multiple different regions, multiple different days, but there's no way this gets decided before that final elim.
It's those little shots right there. Those shots that you miss right there when Surge is giving you the warning that gonna make you second guess yourself here. 44 above the Surge. Things have really slowed down. 82 players remaining in the lobby. Things started really quickly. I thought we were in for, one of those fast rounds where the lobby cuts down, but they said, no. We understand. We can win.
Yeah, all these players, they were getting in those fights early. It was chaos. I mean, all those early game fights, like you mentioned. But now it's the deep breath for the final song.
Ooh, Avery tagged up big time down low it. Muzz right there. Rokane just playing the bush here, trying to keep a little element of surprise in front of him, and no tags for him either. Luckily, they're not as in a desperate situation as some others might be here, as they're 260 above, but it's not going to last you forever. Not for the full duration of the game. You are going to need to continue to get active. J-Man and Dayfan do just enough here on this northwest portion of the zone here. Few teams still outside the zone, though. Plenty of opportunity. Out comes the box fight here. On to Muzz and Avery. They're below again.
This is not a team I want to have to fight for Surge. If I'm running into Muzz and Avery for my Surge fight, I'm not in a good position. These guys understand why this fight's about to happen. They're not getting pushed for no reason. They know, just hold this out, chip away at them, and Storm Surge will do the work. Build some space, allow yourself to get some tags in the meantime. Yeah, just these little peek shots, taking the side shots. Not connecting just yet, but eventually they're going to start taking Storm Surge damage, and then you just win this engagement by default.
There it is. Shot in the back there. J-Man loses all of his shield. Things are going to start to slow down now. Muzz and Avery have a decision to make. Do they push on in and take advantage? Have they realized what just went down? I think they do recognize the defensive stance that J-Man has put himself in. They surely understand this is a Surge battle here at this point. Great tag right there. Surge just finishes up J-Man. He gets straight taken out the lobby there. Whoever did the last damage managed to finish it. It's actually Rhythm and Shiesty who jump on in. Muzz and Avery granted with an elimination there. As things unfolded so quickly. Reciprocal and 20 just barely above the Surge. Not inside the safety of this next zone that just revealed itself, but very easy rotate for them. It's pulling towards the Chonkers, so no one in the Condo Canyon is safe either. And that's where I would say the bulk of the players are, right? Judging by the last game. They're thinking, oh, it's going right back this way. And no, that's not the case. This time, got a little bit of Buga's drop spot in play right now. It's the Chonkers.
Now checking out some of these fights that happened. Rhythm was down below. That's why they jumped in and third-partied this fight. They won for a second, but ultimately it cost Milks. He goes back and gets sent back to the lobby. Unfortunately, it's going to be all up to that solo trying to make plays there. Reciprocal and 20 though in a good spot. They're the only player in the southern quadrant of this zone.
Not for long though. Others are on the move here. Rokane and Joji back onto them right now, getting targeted inside the vehicle. NQs and AV as well. They give up their mount, and they had a vehicle up. Okay, so they actually were very, very much prepared, more prepared than anyone else in the lobby. Although they had the plateau, they also had the car sitting up there fully boxed up.
Look at that.
They managed to use that to get off of it and straight into the new safety of the storm now.
What good rotate. You don't see that often with those people bringing cars up to a plateau. Rokane, Joji able to make their way into zone though. 2 elims all together. We just saw that shot. Looks like literally all the teams from 4 to 12 are still up at them, fighting for these final spots. So don't go anywhere. We got some action for you. It's coming. We're just building. These players are letting us relax before they go crazy on us and just break it down.
Yeah, this is what we're here for, celebrating the best of the best. I mean, I could kick back and watch high-tier competitive Fortnite all day long. Watching these players base up, go position to position. This is what really, really excites me, honestly. These are the players that are fighting for it right now. Legacies, stories, history being written right before our eyes.
Speaking of legacies, Dubs getting an elim there on the Pam Stew. An old legacy versus a new one created over the past few months. Let's call it a year from Pam Stew. Fatch, obviously, his teammate. Much longer legacy going all the way back to World Cup days. AV trying to find some shots here. That player just getting absolutely tagged up by the entire lobby. Welcome to the lobby, Focus. It's fun, just not for you.
That's a tough spot to be in. He's right up the top of this mountain, guys. He's going to have sight lines from not only the players firing in right now, but you can see just to their south, that team that's firing into the box. So a couple people lining them up. Little marker comes out from AV, recognizes there's a threat up above. That's the highest position anyone can be on right now. Do wonder, how did they get up there? It's Muzz and Avery with a wide rotate. Okay, so now down they come. Oh, Avery takes a lot of fall damage here, slips through the build. Muzz targeted on the way down. That's a white tag.
That is a tough rotate to waterfall down protected at your back. I don't even know that I've seen players have to do that before, much less like be practiced enough to be able to do it. It's one of those awkward things that you've mentioned it. Fortnite puts you in new situations all the time. You never know what kind of game you're going to play. And Muzz and Avery got put in a new position right there.
300 damage above the surge for Rokane and Joji, but look at this. They're not stopping from putting pressure on the opponents nearby. That championship mentality, that winner's mentality to hunt for elims, to close the gap, to catch up to the top 6. They're still fighting for it with every waking moment, with every opportunity that presents itself here. 0 elims for Clarity and Slacks as they continue to stay active as well. In the meantime, though, AV and NQs find that they have not done enough. This could be it. 12 players have to go down now.
They have nobody in their sights. Joji takes out Yuz right there. And AV's going to have to hope to bait somebody to peek. They're shooting at this and just praying for some tags at this point because everything is covered up. All these players are just holding builds, and now they're getting shot at themselves.
And honestly, you know, the play here is don't let any of these builds get comfortable, right? Once those heavy mats start to come out, you give it too much time, that's it. Their chances at elims are going to just slowly dwindle away here. And this is why AV has been keeping up the pressure on the players across the way there. That was Dubs and Mega to go down first. Creo ends up securing the elimination there. For Taco, this is so bad. 106 points. Holding on to top 6, below the surge here by 165, digging into what little heals he has left. And he has pulled half in and half out. Can he wait this out? Will he find some tags? Players are getting knocked, but those are not finishes. Team reveals himself in front of him into the box. It's a side little angle here, and they might have just gotten the tags that he needed. 3 damage above. There is no way that just happened. No way he is this lucky right now.
It may be luck for the moment, but I don't know if that'll continue.
He's back below now.
They've saved everything for this, and they just have to push in, getting tagged, getting pre-fired as the builds break. They do have a knock in there. Jackson's going to be able to get that. And once again, they have a breath. They're able to get above. That's on Glace. He goes down. Fable Taco gets knocked out. It's all up to Jackson. Our 6th place team has 50 HP as a solo, trying to make it through this final match.
Not only that, he got the shotgun shot right as the Surge would have completely eliminated Taco. There was a small chance there, a slither of hope that he could have gotten the pick up there, but it's not going to be enough. Glace and Chucky managed to finish that one up, and now pressure is all on Jackson here as he has to finish this game out by himself there. AV and NQs slips their way on up. Another placement now. Top 7 here. 4 chug splashes. Almost out of complete material here. And ammunition. There goes the split. Okay, so at least he has some SMG to work with. NQs might have dropped a little too much there, though. Hopefully the split's going to come out afterwards. Oh, no. He's just got double AR. What am I talking about?
Yeah, he doesn't need that SMG ammo. We do see both 6 and 7, as bad as it looked at the time, somehow narrowly escape that Storm Surge. And now live to fight another zone, but we do see zone pulling in their favor. Creo and Vert right on this wall, though. They know these guys are in these boxes. Gonna give it up after one quick little wall take attempt. Enkus and AV now make their rotate.
Here it is on high ground, though. Rokane makes his way all the way across here. Has to be very careful. There's a zip line in play. That will destroy and bulldoze players right through your box. There goes the max cap off here. They want to have that high HP. I was just talking about it. Players are taking the zip line into the box. They go. Joji gets chunked in the meantime. Jackson still alive right now. Barely alive. 144 damage. Separates him from the safety. 10 players have to go down. There's an enemy in the box. He's gonna need it, but no, he gets taken out. And now 6th place could be up for grabs here. Rokane and Joji have a true opportunity now to go ahead and snipe that position, make their way to finals, not have to show up for a Sunday.
They're below on, or they're behind on the Storm, though. They're on the backside, able to make it in zone with only a few mats remaining. So if zone pulls far, they're going to be in a poor spot, but it looks like it's going right towards Chonkers. They're going to be able to get this and just use some old builds. The refresh is necessary to extend, though. 8th place is not good enough. We see Dusky up above. They're trying to play for the win. It doesn't matter for them up at 11th. They want the dub or they're going home. And then so many players in this mid ground. They're only playing on about 4 or 5 layers here, Monster.
This is it. You have to get the Victory Royale or you are getting yourself sent back to the lobby and queued up for tomorrow, Sunday, for 6 full games. Teams that we know have made it probably all the way through here. Yep, I saw Beef and Nick. They've made another end game. I saw Bila and Knifer there. They're comfortable. 20 down to the low ground in 5th place, so has to be careful. They're probably going to need a little bit more, and he's going down right now to the Storm there. He just barely makes it in with a slither of HP. On your screen, though, Joji and Rokane still fighting their way through. 108 points. Slacks and Clarity trying to do their best as well. Avery falls in the backside of zone. His chances are up. That's Raps now. Dusky here on high ground. Can he get this Victory Royale? Was there still a chance for them to make it all the way in? They have 30 builds here onto user. That's not bad by any means, but that's still not the perfect spot to be in.
And we do see Goofy Goober still up, so he's stealing points away, which actually does help some of the lower teams make it up there. We did see 6 fall, so there is opportunity. Clarity and Slacks, one of those teams jumping in, have very few builds. Down goes Slacks. It's all up to Clarity. Can you clutch up and make a play here? He finds another duo. That's not the door to knock on. He walks away. He finds himself alive still, and there's the drop play with the rotate. No, what a play. He gets a knock, but he needs to get in Storm.
This is huge right now. Clarity just made a ridiculous play with the truck here, and now he's fighting for the siphon. That's 3 points. 3 points that he's going to need here. Another solo behind the wall as well. These Freshwood builds are definitely the sight that he is looking for here. He wants to go right through this. He's looking for that knock. He does not find it. The player's to his side here. He didn't realize he jumped right across, and no, he goes down. It's to the hands of Joji. Joji was still alive there. Joji is still fighting for this. From 8th place on up to top 5 now. Joji is still clawing his way into this competition on high ground. Everything is breaking loose. Glace and Chucky are up here. Solo dolo. Actually, there is no Glace. It's just Chucky. He's on high ground. He wants to win this. And it's looking like a near solo competition here. There are only 1 duo remaining here. There is only 1 duo.
And the one duo is going to go down soon. But Goofy Goober goes down. Joji has seemed to do enough, but now everyone else is still trying to make their plays. If he can win this opens another slot. Reciprocal down on the low ground. Big shots there by Joji. Now he's gonna have to jump in. No, stopped with the wall. Big shots coming through once again. He gets the elim. There it is. Joji cleaning it up. Let's call it 5 for him. Now Baka up on the high ground, smacked. Jeff going in the mid-game ground. Head-to-head monster.
It's all solos right now. Joji here playing this low ground right now. He's just got a couple of builds to work with. On high ground is still Chucky looking on in. Casker lurking on the layer in between that. He's starting to fire his way on down. Knock, knock. Here he comes. He slips on up the build. Jeff goes down, smacks over. Low ground peak here. 59, 31 tag. Low ground again. Joji only has 25 HP, 74 tag. He might have just did enough for Jeff to actually steal this way away. It's all going to come down to this last shot right here. Striker shotgun is not going to be enough. The low ground shots from Jeff managed to clutch it out in that end game. It's all ones though.
Solos for days in that end game. Everyone was trying to make their last play and go after it for the victory royale. I mean, you gotta respect that attempt by Baka, but ultimately Jeff able to hold down the low ground and just say, give me that, I'm going to finals.
Man, look at the shots right there. Jeff wraps up, smacked, finds Joji, gets glazed, the 3-piece chicken nugget to close things out, rounding him up for a couple more eliminations there. Jeff and Plague out of nowhere jump way up to the top. Shout out to Fusion Jeff and Matrix Plague, man. Well played there, taking home a victory in the last stage there of the semifinals. What a day.
What a day indeed. I mean, every game was action-packed, and this last one, I mean, how many solos can you throw in a duo game? Someone's got to make it there, but man, what a game, and I don't even know who our top 6 are. That's going to be so close.
Yeah, we definitely saw some clutches there. Well, from us here at the desk, Monster D-Face and SVG, we'll be seeing you guys soon. Tomorrow's another day of finals, not all over just yet. Let's get on over to the desk. Bring us on home, guys.
Fellas, we could not have asked for a better way to finish out day 2 here with 4 solos going head-to-head for the last place in finals. We thought it was going to be Rogue Kane. He was on a rampage there. Well, I think with 7 eliminations, and we thought, you know, I'm sure a lot of teams are watching with very kind of, I guess, very excited eyes there. Maybe a place would open up with them qualifying and someone else can snip into the top 6 there, but didn't happen. Jeff and Play coming through a day 2 qualifying team. Our first one so far, getting the Victory Royale. Sundown, they've done it. They're going through the finals.
Yeah, and this finish was very interesting because, as you noted, we were keeping an eye on that bottom left-hand corner, and you kept seeing, as the casters called, that number creep up. They're already into the top 5. So at that point, even though they were only a solo running through, Joji was able to pick up a ton of additional points, which took them away from everyone else. And that made it so whoever won this game of solos at the end got a ticket to the finals. And the Vivid, Joji just played extra spoiler here.
Yeah, I mean, Joji did do it all right there, and I love this, right? Day 2 of these semifinals, we're seeing so many more solo v solo v solos in these end games, right? We hardly saw any of that in day number 1, obviously, except for Peterbot at the end, right? But that just means that this competition, as these lobbies start to dwindle down and the more players get added, the competition is actually getting tighter because these duos can no longer survive as 2. They're getting pressured way too hard by the competition in the rest of the lobby, and we're getting only solos left, which means that we are in for a show on day 3, and I can't wait for it. But props to that team there picking up that victory royale from their low ground. Well played.
Yeah, well played indeed. I mean, let's take one more look here at what happened in the end game there of game number 5, because it was so epic in so many ways here. I mean, so now, as Vivid said, you know, 4 solo players, we haven't seen much of it at all, and suddenly it's all there on a plate for us in the last game of the day for NAE, and it's been, I mean, we couldn't have asked for much more.
And I love the play by Fusion Jeff Plays here because he went down, and notice how he went down. He still had 18 builds. He didn't have to commit to the lower layer, but he took a peek and realized that nobody else had gone, recognizing they didn't have the materials. So if you have mats and you go early, what are they going to do? They just jump down on top of him. He's able to pick up not only the eliminations, but the victory royale, which was his only way through to the finals.
Oh man, absolutely phenomenal way to clutch it out, right? Like we talked about it last game, game number 4. A player in the 49th position on leaderboard comes up and clutches up, and then again, you know, we see Jeff here not in contention for that top 6, but it doesn't matter. That Victor Royale is on the line. He clutches up. He does it for Plague, his duo there, and they got to be so excited. We'll see those boys in the finals.
They will indeed. Right, there you have it, guys. This is the top 5 teams that have qualified via the Victory Royale. You can see Nounsy and Sprite in Game 1. All that time ago in Game 1. Game 2, Pledge and Teo. Then Rise and Aegis in Game 3. Princess Wolf and AMT in Game 4. And then we have Jeff and Play going through in Game 5. GG to all the 5 teams getting the Victory Royale today. But we're all biting at the bit to find out exactly which teams are going through the top 6 positions. And there we have it. Sundown, Nosh and Goober remain on top. But things have shuffled in the pack. And there's our top 6.
Yeah, you can see there C9 Nosh, 33 Goofy Goober, followed by Beef and Nick, the French Canadians, Matrix 20, and then Reciprocal. Right after that, then you have Fusion Joji, 33 Rokane, Knifer and Matrix Byla, and then in the final spot, Qua and 33 Magnolia Vivid.
I love to see Twanty and Reciprocal up there, man. They fought so hard throughout day 1 and day 2 up there at that split drop in the northwestern region of the map. We always saw the action going down between them and who was contesting them, and they were just winning out so many times, but they can never really find themselves a consistent way up the leaderboard, and today they have done it, so that is awesome. A contested team finding their way through, and Slacks and Clarity hugging on to that 9th place position down there, unfortunately not making it, but that's kind of a good position to be when you think about it, right? We're going into day number 3 tomorrow. If you are 9th tomorrow amongst these teams, you kind of like bump yourself up to like 3rd tomorrow, right? Because those top 6 teams are no longer in it tomorrow.
That's true. That's true. And, you know, even though some of these teams like Clarity and Slacks didn't make it through, I mean, big shout out there for entertaining the fans at home. The truck play was out of this world. I mean, we were all like living in the moment on that. What was that? It was brilliant. That's what it was. Thank you, Vivid, with the class. I love that. Let's look at our predictions from earlier on today and see exactly how we fared and how we got on. Has Vivid continued his winning ways? He has. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous, Vivid. Slacks and Clarity, my duo there, didn't quite make it, but Vivid, yours did. I mean, game 3, it was just a, you know, it was a whitewash. It was a superb cakewalk for these guys. Went all the way and qualified in game 3.
Yeah, I love the fact that they did it through a Victory Royale as well. I talked about how I thought that they were going to do it through a Victory Royale because I figured they were going to be contested all day, but Sprite and Nounsy with an early qualification through that Victory Royale, so they actually had greasy grip to themselves, and still, they ended up getting off spawn. They did get contested a little bit in game 2, but they found themselves some solid ground in game 3 and just rode it to a Victory Royale.
Yeah, and then looking over at Monster Deface and SPG, they also predicted correct trios. No, we're not going to look at that one. We go to the next one. It's fine. We'll talk about it maybe tomorrow. We'll have that story then. But hey, congrats, Monster Deface, SPG. Good job on the Qua and the 33 Magnolia pick, as well as the FS Joji and 33 Rokane. I mean, it seems like we batted okay here on NAE, so we'll just ignore my prediction and my broken clock going through there, and we'll keep it moving.
TikTok.
Man, we behind the scenes here, guys, are just like saying to Sundown, they're going to do it eventually. They're going to do it. We're all rooting for it.
Eventually.
I think it's four different times now. Pam, so in fact, it's not. But hopefully, maybe it'll happen tomorrow, Sunday, on our day 3 of our semi-finals. Thank you guys so much for watching NAE. Of course, you have FNCS NA West coming your way very shortly with Kelly and Co, bringing you all the action from that region. Big thanks to Monster and SBG on the casting. It was unbelievable. As always, loving it, Sundown. Loving it, Vivid. You guys have been great. Thank you for the company. Thank you guys at home for the company as well. We are back tomorrow with our last 12 teams hoping to qualify for finals. It is all to play for. Do not miss it. Don't be silly. Be back here tomorrow for more NAE. But enjoy NA West coming away shortly. Until then, we'll see ya. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
Beep, beep.
I did not expect that.
I got 5 out of 5 last time we did this.
Don't think I'm gonna do very well.
Where is that? All right, so my guess for the spot's gonna be Sleepy Sound.
I think that's by Logjam.
The Sanctuary? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the fields at Sanctuary.
I'm trying to remember where the cornfields are. My guess is the Sanctuary.
I don't know the name of it, but it's a landmark near the Bugle, to the west of the Bugle, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's, I remember that.
All right, so this spot's gonna be the Logjam.
That is Logjam.
That would be at Logjam.
I think that's Logjam Lumberyard.
Lumberyard? I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, this one's familiar to me. This is Logjam.
Oh, perfect.
This one I have no idea.
I think this is the clock tower in Tilted Towers.
The clock tower at Tilted.
I would say Tilted.
Oh, that's Tilted Towers. That's the clock tower at Tilted.
I think that this is the Tilted Towers clock tower building.
Oh geez, this could really be anywhere. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Camp Cuddle.
Sweet.
Oh wow, I did not expect that.
I peeked through that window before. I think this location is Sleepy Sound.
That's the top of Bugle. The Daily Bugle.
I think that one's at Pony. Maybe.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I don't know. Condo Canyon?
I think this is Greasy Grove. I just see like a lot of plants, and I feel like I might recognize that building.
This is the roof of Bugle, of the main building at Bugle.
Oh, it's Coney. No way. Oh, I knew it.
Bugle has like a similar roof over there.
Not even close.
I think that's Condo Canyon.
Actually, I'll go with Camp Cuddle. That looks like, yeah, Camp Cuddle.
Maybe Condo Canyon? I don't know.
I know it's in the desert somewhere. I think that's Condo Canyon.
I'm trying to think of the racetrack name, but I completely forgot about it. So I'm gonna go with Condo Canyon.
Sandy Shores has a lot of beach, so I'm gonna go with Sandy Shores.
That's Camp Cuddle? Oh, that was Camp Cuddle. No way.
Nice.
Camp Cuddle? Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed on a million years.
Oh, Camp Cuddle.
How did you become a pro, and what advice would you give to those trying to become a pro player themselves?
Hopping into a Scrim Discord and being able to see your improvement and going against some of the best, it will help you improve.
The two most important things you got to remember are just confidence and experience.
You have to see what you're doing wrong and be honest to yourself about it.
Don't work on everything. Like, don't be a jack of all trades, basically. Just work on what your strength is.
You're having a good practice routine, making sure that it's effective. You are improving. You're seeing improvement in your placements.
The best advice I can give you is to learn from the already established pro players. So if you watch their videos, you can learn a lot.
I'm absolutely cracked and creative, but I can't seem to replicate it in real games. I know some of the part has to do with my nerves, but any recommendations on how to get over this hump? Hop in creative and then make sure that you do also play in arena before tournaments so you can get the even balance of the two.
A lot of times when I'm playing creative, I'll switch my server to East, which puts me on like 60 to 80 ping. That way when I go into game and I'm on my normal like 25 ping, it'll feel a lot better.
Experience is probably your #1 factor in not getting nervous.
Honestly, same. Like a lot of creative stuff I use, I don't use like 90% of them in game.
I think you probably need to slow down. I'm assuming like a lot of creative players are really fast. They have really like fast mechanics, but in real games, I don't think you need that. I think you just need to know when to bring in those skills.
The best way to get rid of these nerves is just get a lot of practice.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's Life with Panda here, back again with another player joining us. Defiable hanging out, returning to the lobby. What's going on, Defiable?
Nothing much. How are you doing?
Doing good. Looking forward to the season, man. Now, obviously, 2022 is here, and we have a brand new competitive game mode in duos. What is your personal favorite game mode in Fortnite?
My personal favorite is duos, followed behind by solos. Obviously, this season's duos and their solo cash cups.
What is your favorite part about this current meta?
I'd say the Spider-Man. I like how the mechanics work. I like how they function, and I land at the Daily Bugle where the Spider-Man is most common there. I really like the meta right now.
So tell us a little bit about you. What does your day-to-day look like, and including Fortnite into that schedule?
Obviously, I have school for like 7 hours, so I get home at around 3:30ish, do my homework until 5 or until I'm done with it. And then I hop on. If there's any tourneys, I play them. If there's not, then I usually just play creative or play scrims. And then on weekends, it's tourney days, so I just warm up for the tourneys, and that's basically it.
How did you get into Fortnite?
My friends in season 3, all the hype started building up at my school, and then they were like, hey, you should download Fortnite. And I've been playing ever since.
What are some expectations for you and Fortnite in 2022?
I hope to place top 5 in FNCS in one of them, especially this one, because I mean I have really high expectations for myself. I want to place in a lot of the cash cups, and I just want to get my name out there, basically.
How do you stay motivated when playing Fortnite?
When I'm not motivated, I usually just take a day or two off, or if I'm like if I'm not playing really good, and I'm like playing, or if I'm playing really bad, then I'll take like a 1 or 2 day break, so I can just fully reset my mentality and everything.
So you mentioned that you like to take some time to rest to avoid that burnout when playing a game too much. What are some things that you do when you are away from Fortnite?
I like to play football, and then I also like to play other games, or I just like sitting in a call with my friends and just talking to them.
Thank you so much, Defiable, for hanging out with us and answering some questions. Tell the people at home where they can find you.
Twitter.com/Defiable1_. You can find me on YouTube, just search up Defiable, and those are like the main 2 I use.
last time in FNCS North America West. If you thought day one was an intense Fortnite brawl, wait till you see day two's competition. Duos such as Jaritos and Kytrix, as well as Tavern and Cause, will be joining us for Session 2 today. 2 years ago, Falconer and Riverside played their way to an 8th place finish in the Chapter 2 Season 2 Duo FNCS. This makes them the only complete duo in NA West to have the chance to return for their second Duo FNCS Finals. Day 2 also hosts a staggering 61 potential NA West FNCS Finals debutants. Will the experiencer Falcon and Riverside help them advance, or will we see some new faces in the finals next weekend? Find out in the NA West Semifinals Day 2, starting now.
It is time once again to watch the best of NA West duke it out for their chance at the finals. I'm going to be your host for today. Hello, Kelly Lincoln. We've already had one intense day of semifinals where 11 teams move forward to join the 16 that made it through the qualifiers. But of course, we have to find 11 more today, everyone. And as always, I can't do this by myself. I have to bring on two gentlemen with me here, and it's going to be Panda and Clay. They're going to be breaking down the analytical part of the Fortnite show. Panda, I mean, yesterday was such an incredible day of Fortnite, but for me, it was all about the story of Snacky and Favs.
Absolutely. Look, every game I was like, I knew they had the potential, right, to walk away with a VR, finally accomplishing that in game number 5. But now today, it's a bit different, right? It's not about Snacky Favs. They've made it, right? Today is all about, for me at least, Falconer and Riverside. But we'll talk about that. We'll dive into that shortly. But I'm excited, man. This is the first time I get to hang out with Clay here on the broadcast. Clay, man, how you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling amazing as well. Yesterday got me so hyped. These games coming out of NA West and yesterday, as well as NA East in Europe today, have just been nonstop action. And that's due to the amazing format that we have this time around. It's providing such great storylines all throughout that it's just nonstop.
It's not just due to the format, it's due to the watching experience. And what better experience is there than Legends Landing? You guys can find this in the Buy Epic Discovery tab there. And I mean, Clay, just talk to me about your favorite parts of this experience.
Oh, I love being able to box fight while listening to competitive Fortnite. You're quite literally getting better on multiple different ways, both through experiencing it yourself in first hand, as well as listening it through and being able to keep up with all of the action happening all around the world.
See, that's my favorite part that you can see right there. The list of champions that won through Chapter 2, all of the names that have claimed their spot to be the Fortnite champions. And that's what we're here for right now. We need to figure out which duo is going to be the first team to win the Chapter 3 Season 1 FNCS Finals. But of course, we have to figure out which 50 teams even get to move forward to there. So let's take a quick look at our schedule in case you guys are just joining us for the first time and you're saying Day 2 semifinals. Wait, I wasn't even here for Day 1. Well, we already wrapped up our 2 qualifiers, which is how we found the teams that are competing today through series points. Day 1 already wrapped. 11 of those teams have moved forward to the finals. Now 11 new teams are going to be jumping in and doing the same dance that we saw yesterday. It's going to be 5 games. 6 of those teams are going to make it through placement points, and 5 teams through those 5 VRs are going to have their ticket stamped to the finals. And of course, finals is going to be next week, everyone, March 5th through 6th. You are not going to want to miss it. So make sure you put that in your calendar right now. But let's actually break down the format just a little bit more, Panda, so that our viewers can have a better understanding of how this works.
Absolutely. So we got to talk about it. Session 1 is over with, right? So now it's all about Session 2 and Session 3. 5 matches played today, 6 matches played tomorrow. Now, every VR today in these 5 matches will walk away with the final spot, as well as the 6 most consistent teams. So it's going to be super important not only to focus on that VR, but focus on being consistent, playing it almost like you would play a finals in a lot of ways, so that you can try to climb the leaderboard similarly to what they did in the qualifier. So that's going to be super important going into today. But we got to break down the points, right, Clay?
Indeed, these points this time around, you'll see fluctuate so much, and you have a really big range there. Obviously, Victory Royale says 1,000 points. That's just to get them up to the top of the overall leaderboard. But 28 points for second place, that is great because a lot of changes can come through there, as well as 3 points per elimination. So you can get a 60-point game and still not get first place. And again, like Panda said, we're focused on the Victory Royales as well as the top 6. So pulling that off would be great.
And I do want to add on to this as well that there are some teams that we saw yesterday, most notably Favs and Snacky, that had a pretty poor performance for the first 4 games. And it wasn't until that 5th game that they were able to grab that VR. But speaking of teams, here we have it, Panda. The 11 teams on top that are going to be joining us today.
Absolutely. And again, notable names: Falconer Riverson, Cool, Kabu. Some big names here from the West Coast, only making it into day 2. Again, showing how this different format has definitely shaken up the way the leaderboards typically look. So I'm super excited to see how these players are going to be able to do, but I'm also excited about players like Frappi and Nate. Again, they had the opportunity to kind of prepare there with day 1. It didn't necessarily go in their way, or in their favor, I should say. However, day 2 is here and day 3 as well. So many other great players here still trying to step up to the plate, deciding, hey, what did I do wrong yesterday? What didn't work out in my favor? And how am I going to fix that here in day 2?
Indeed. I'm looking at a Tiny Cow and Fruit on this page here. I want to see them. They had such a heartbreaking moment with that tiebreaker in one of the qualifiers there. So unfortunately falling a little short. But again, even if they don't make it today, they have tomorrow as well. And they have one more game tomorrow on top of that. So a lot of opportunities for players still to qualify through, but you really want to get through today so you don't have to worry about the pressure tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I mean, tomorrow's the last day. Tomorrow's the last opportunity, and it is going to be a little different where I think we actually have 6 games instead of 5, so just a little more opportunity for our teams. But speaking of teams, that's one of the best parts of the FNCS is that we actually get to talk with a lot of the players that a lot of the viewers look up to, and we're going to do that right now, where we asked what our players thought of the Fortnite effect. Let's see.
I started playing Fortnite in the very first season of Chapter 1.
I heard it from my school friends, and I've never played a Battle Royale before.
I started playing in the first season, Chapter 1, Season 1.
I think I remember watching Ninja the first day Fortnite came out, and I was like, wow, this game looks pretty cool. And I've just been in love ever since.
At first, it was a bit like I thought it was really hard just because of that whole new building mechanic. Everyone else was like used to it compared to me.
I loved the building mechanic. I remember the first day I played, nobody really was building at all, and I was using, I believe, just walls, and it was so easy playing back then because I was the only person placing walls.
No, it was just different from any other game you'd play, like building, editing, all that stuff was just completely new.
The building mechanic is by far like one of the best things I've ever seen in a video game.
I loved how they constantly are changing the game up, so you sort of have to relearn the game.
The thing that drives me the most when it comes to Fortnite has to be seeing improvement when it comes to my social numbers and also my performances in game.
I think it was just like the drive to get better than my friends. I always want to get better than them, so I'd always like keep playing and playing and playing.
I just like the competitiveness. I'm a very competitive person.
The drive to want to be the best and want to place at the top.
What I would tell someone that was coming into Fortnite for the first time ever, I would say that the meta is always changing, so you can always be ahead of your opponents as long as you put the time into learning those new things.
It has a large range of really cool guns and just so many utility items that are really unique.
You can't really max out your skill level. It's fun and addicting every day you play.
So if I get them on the first time, they'll probably get hooked to it.
I've made so many memories on this game that I'll probably never forget.
Well, one thing about the game that I definitely messed up on not doing was putting my socials in my username.
If I understood like how zones worked at the beginning, it would have been way easier to rotate and stuff.
I just wish I knew how to aim better when I first started.
Maybe how important connections are. Just like getting yourself out there and meeting lots of people is really important in the competitive scene.
I love that they bring that up because that's something that us casters and analysts and hosts from all regions talk about all the time, is how these players not only don't have their socials as a part of their name, but will change their name so often that we don't even know who is competing anymore. I think Midi is kind of probably the most guilty of that in NA West, but we have to focus on some of the teams that we're really excited to watch. So of course, one of those teams is going to be one of the new 11 teams joining us today, and that's Falconer and Riverside. I mean, Panda, this team is just synonymous with NA West.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited about this team, right? They're going to be landing Greasy Grove, so kind of taking over where Snacky and Fabs were dropping yesterday. However, it looks like this is going to be a very different story than we saw yesterday. Snacky and Fabs had this POI to themselves. However, Riverson and Falconer are most likely going to have to fight for the right to stay here on the map. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Because again, like I said, it's a very different story than yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot of new stories, and I'm sure Frappe and Nate are probably looking for a new story as well. Clay, tell me a little bit about this team right here.
Yeah, they've been playing almost as long as Falconer and Riverside as well. Frappe, you're going to see landing just to the west there of Logjam at the Spillix gas station. Really great scavenger route here. Have that opportunity. They like to claim these Spider-Man web gauntlets that can spawn over here, and that's really where they're going to get their mobility. And there's a lot of extra loot around, and I believe they may be contested by one team kind of encroaching a little bit on their territory. But what I'm looking forward to see from them is them making it to the end game in confident style.
And we definitely saw that yesterday from them. We saw, I think, a second and fourth place finish out of Frappe and Nate, so it's definitely possible to see them get into the end game. And getting to the end game is valuable with those placement points, but of course, a lot of it is about that VR. If you get second place, that might be nice, but it doesn't mean that you have assuredly gotten that ticket into the finals. But for the final duo that we're going to be looking at their drop spot, Creep and Dom. Panda, I actually don't know too much about this team right here, so I'm really excited to see how they do today.
Absolutely. It's always great to see some names that they're kind of there in the scene, right? They've been around for a bit, but here they are landing near the Butter Barn, of course, one of these special spots here on the map. It's kind of the western area here in the desert. One of the special spots, again, going to be utilizing those Spider-Man web shooters. That's going to be super important to their game plan going into today, because again, we talked about it yesterday, we'll talk about it again today. Those web shooters are valuable. Despite them only having 10 uses, there's still so much you can do with them in the end game.
And that's exactly what we saw from Vino yesterday, being able to do a 1v2 in-game successful fight there because of those web shooters. So I'm definitely certain we're going to be seeing that towards our end games later today. But something that we need to focus on for the early games is the off-spawn fights. Time and time again, we'll see these teams that have a contested drop spot. One team will win, and then the following team will follow up with a VR themselves after that. So although it might seem a bit unfortunate to have an off-spawn fight, it actually may work out in your favor towards the end. So the first one we're going to be looking at, Tilted Towers. Everyone is so happy that it's back, and they're so happy, in fact, that they're all seem to be landing there right now. In fact, I think we have 3 teams landing here, Clay.
Indeed, and it's definitely designed that it could be split. You got J Rose's E22, Combat, and Zays, and I believe we've got Physics and their duo partner landing on the other side. You can split Tilted if you drop correctly, and you don't really have to worry about fighting, but we know these players here in NA West are going to try to go for that 50-50 right there in the big middle castle-like building. They always like to go, I mean, that's the story back in the day. Everyone would land there, try to get that first weapon, and try to spray people out of the air. But we'll have to see how it plays out today, because 3 teams landing there is a little bit more risky.
Well, there's another POI where there's potentially 3 teams that are going to be landing there. And we've already talked about the web shooters. We've talked about the popular POIs. So, of course, chat, you know, the Daily Bugle is what we're going to be focusing on next. And Panda, there's reasons why there's so many teams focusing this POI.
Absolutely. So some points obviously are going to be the similar structures to Tilted Towers. Also, on top of that, you're guaranteed those Spider-Man web shooters we've been talking about here. And then on top of that is the hills, right? This different elevation point that you can take here. If you get a nice MK7, something with a bit of range there, and then you take the zip lines up, you can kind of control all of the fights from top down to low. So it really boils down to how you play that POI, but Daily Bugle definitely has its perks when you land there.
And I feel like we've actually focused on Tilted Towers and Daily Bugle a lot, but Clay, real quick, is there another POI you think that's kind of being ignored a little bit between either us or the pros?
I mean, not by the pros, because Arkham and Epic Whale are landing there, but Coney Crossroads. I think it's such a great POI. It's right in the middle of the map. You get access to a lot of different rotations out of it. The loot that you can get there, if you can hold it down by yourself, is just really, really good. And it's one of my favorite spots.
I mean, it's obviously one of the most pivotal factors of success for a lot of our players, but so is their knowledge. So, of course, once again, we decided to pick their brains in our video called Storm Chasers. Let's see what they have to say.
I would position myself right below towards Rocky Reels. There's like a butter barn area. Yes, I would set up right there.
Okay. I feel pretty good about this one. It's gonna be to the left of Chunkers, but like where the road goes into like a fork. Yeah, like right there. I feel that.
That one's pulling tilted, I would say. A little bit below tilted. Yeah, that's good.
That's looking pretty good.
Nice.
Go.
That's good. Perfect.
That was pretty close. I'll take that.
All right. So based off of this circle, I would probably try to position myself or where I think zone's going to be going towards the bottom right of Shifty Shafts, sort of like the mountain over there. Yes, right there.
I feel like this is gonna be a weird one, and I'm gonna have to go with somewhere in Coney Crossroads. Yeah, I feel like that's gonna be it.
I think that zone will pull to the Daily Bugle and like the top right of the circle. Yeah, that's probably fine.
Okay. Oh, I'm barely in. Was close.
Oh man, I'm a little nervous seeing Frappe get 0 out of 5 there, especially we're going to talk about our predictions in just a moment. But, you know, let's shift focus just a little bit there. Panda, there's a lot of incredible teams, and I think a lot of us obviously are going to look to the teams that were just on the cusp of qualifying. So before we make it into our predictions, I want to talk a little bit about those teams that we saw have a decent performance, but it just missed the mark a little bit, such as Clutch and Smuck, who got 12th place there, Combat and Zaze, who we actually looked at their drop spot a little bit, in Mojo and Salco. So for a lot of those teams that we're watching that were just on the edge yesterday, what do you think they're going to be doing change-wise for today's games?
Well, I think the first thing, and that's going to be super important for anybody that was just outside of that range, it's going to be to focus a little bit more on being consistent, a little bit less on the VR. Maybe that worked out for them yesterday. However, if you're doing that well that you're just outside of that range, it only makes sense to try to focus that here going into day 2. Worst comes to worst, right? It doesn't work for you in day 2, then go back to going and focusing on VRs in day 3. However, being consistent is way underlooked here in this format, I personally think. So I think that's the way they're going to have to play this if they want to make it through day 2.
And Clay, obviously, there are going to be kind of some new drop spots opened up. Obviously, 11 new teams are going to be jumping in, but 11 teams that were able to qualify yesterday have kind of exposed to the newer teams and maybe even the ones that competed that, hey, look, these spots are good. They work out. Do you think that we're going to be seeing some teams kind of shift where they drop?
I think we'll see a couple for the people that did end up fighting off of the drop every single game yesterday. I think we'll see them change up just a little bit. But for a team like Notch and Hav, where they made it to what is almost the end game right before those moving zones, I want to see how they play in particular, because they don't have to change up their drop. They just have to change up their rotations and how they play. Because again, they were able to make it to that fifth half in, half out zone, but every single time that we watched them, they didn't have a lot of mass, they didn't have enough heals, they didn't have enough storm surge damage. So in contrast to changing up their drop, they should stick with it, but find some more storm surge early.
And I love what you brought up there, Mats, because obviously a lot of this is about the end game. You could have a great elimination run and it's still just not going to equate to a successful end game there. But what I see frequently, Panda, in the end game is these players that will steal height relatively early on and then they run out of mats and there's nowhere to go. So when is it the right moment to kind of claim height to be able to like have an advantage towards the end game?
Absolutely. So we saw, I would say, probably the biggest mistakes these teams made yesterday was going for height too early. We saw with Snacky and Favs then getting taken out by Hove, and then when it finally worked out in their favor in the 5th game, it was because they took it extremely late. So I think it really boils down to timing, but also you have to look at what's going on around you, because if you feel that it is genuinely free in like zone 7, maybe even the early parts of zone 8, then take it. However, it should be those final moments that you're really focusing on that and kind of making sure that you're getting those refreshes along the way, because people don't realize in trios, it's easier to have mats. You have 3 people with material. In duos, it's only 2.
I mean, yeah, in trios, you would honestly see one of the players kind of be a mule, where they would just carry a lot of pots and materials for the other players. But everyone, I know that you're so excited to jump into game, but before we can do that, we have to look at our predictions, who we think is going to be walking out on top. And I think it's a little safe when you say, oh, well, out of the 11 teams that are going to qualify, this is one of the choices. No, what I'm saying right now is Frappe and Nate are going to walk away with a victory royale. They got a 4th place finish. They got a 2nd place finish. They're also one of the most experienced players that are competing today. So for me, it's quite obvious, but it looks like we actually have some partnering up going on here, Panda.
It really does. And I will kind of add to this for Kelly's team. I would definitely pick them if Falconer and Riverson weren't here. That would be my second choice in Frappe Nate. But Falconer and Riverson, they are here. Some of the most decorated players on NA West here to step up, not quite making it through in qualifiers, which was a little surprising for me at least. And then them not even being present in day 1 was a little surprising. So I'm hoping they can kind of turn around that energy, push that forward there. But that's kind of why I picked them. But Clay, why did you pick Falconer and Riverson?
I mean, they are the only returning duo from back in the day that is still together. So, I mean, chemistry is unmatched when it comes to competitive Fortnite. You just have that beautiful calm and synergy, and that's why I picked them. But, I mean, look at Jacob and Takata. They have that synergy as well, taking Turtle Tavern and Cause. So they also have a chance. Turtle Tavern is definitely a very volatile player. He can play really, really well. He can sometimes fall a little short, but when he plays well, when he's on his game, it's very hard to stop him. So I'm excited to see how the pairing with Cause works out today.
I think it's interesting that all 4 of you picked teams that were joining us today. So again, not only did they not automatically qualify through qualifiers 1 and 2, but they also weren't able to get enough series points to make it into day 1 where 50 teams were. So, and I'm not trying to talk down to either of these players or either of these teams because they're incredible, but wouldn't you think, and part of the reason why I chose my team is that they might have a bit of momentum going into it. So Panda, real quick, what do you think momentum from yesterday is going to be like? Is it going to be kind of emotionally turmoil where they're feeling down they didn't qualify? Or are they going to have that extra practice and be a bit more dominant today?
I think it's a mix of both. I think the extra practice is going to be huge for them because they have that day 1 experience, but we cannot stop to think that day 2 members like Falcon and Riverson are just going to be worse off, right? These are veteran players that know how to get into lobby situations exactly like this, high pressure situations, and they make it through. That's what it boils down to, being able to hold on throughout all this pressure and come out on top with either a VR or staying consistent.
It is going to be a lot of different factors that go into success for today's game, everyone. We have 5 games to go. Those 5 games are going to have 5 victors, and those people are going to move automatically to the finals. And then, of course, at the end of the day, the top 6 teams through just placement points and eliminations are also going to make it. But guys, that's not it. We also have 11 new teams joining us tomorrow, where we're going to actually have 6 games. So again, if your favorite team doesn't go through, do not fret. They're going to have another opportunity. But for right now, everyone, let's hop into game number 1 and let's join our 2 casters. It's Jacob and Takada.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Great breakdown from the desk. But Jacob, as a reminder here, we're in day 2 of the semifinals. Day 1, 11 duos qualified, 5 from the Victory Royales and 6 from the consistency on the leaderboard. So now in day 2, we also have 11 new duos. The drop spots are changing. The rotations are changing. We have a lot of action to unfold today.
Can you believe this is game number 1? Now, I'm already getting the chills, because if yesterday was anything, a little bit of a teaser of what we're about to see today, we're going to see all-out action through 5 straight games. And I think you hit the nail on the head. 11 newcomers. Today starts their journey, and they don't have to wait long. The battle bus is ready. Game number 1 is on our hands.
Game 1 of 5, Jacob. Our duos are getting ready. The engine for the battle bus is starting. These players have been waiting for this moment. They've been prepping for this moment, getting their rotations down, getting their paths down, knowing their strategy to take home that Victory Royale. And we're just getting it started here in one of the most popular POIs, Tilted Towers.
Yep. I thought it was going to be triple con, but already you see with those freed up POIs around the map, some teams may have made some last-second adjustments. Will that work? Will that not work? We're going to have a lot of time to find out, but a team that was sitting on that bubble for so long. This team right here, Combat and Zays, unfortunately enough, they were in 8th place, Takada. 8th, all the way up until that 5th and final game. They went down early, and they barely missed out on that bubble by 10 points. 10. That's not a lot. And this is another one of those duos, Ghosty and Flameback, over here towards Daily Bugle, where there was a lot of contention that went down, and rightfully so. Panda hit the nail on the head how important this POI is.
But I mean, Jacob, you know, if you're that close to qualifying day 1 of the semis, that's going to motivate you to try harder, to do even better in day 2 and get that qualification to the finals. Here, we're seeing action in Daily Bugle, one of the most popular POIs. It has the Spider-Man web shooters every game, so you get that mobility, but it's also almost like Tilted Towers, where there's an incredible amount of loot in a short space, so it's easy to get looted up quickly.
Yeah, and it's easy to kind of lose track of each other inside of these buildings as Quaxy's trying to go in. They found the separation. We saw this yesterday, and we're seeing a repeat very, very early on in game number 1, where these teams, they just need 1 second, a millisecond of separation, and then that's where they're going to go and try to pick up those eliminations. And they went ahead and claim throw the rest of Daily Bugle, but it's not going to be for long. You see some teams already coming in and trying to peek at that action.
Oh, I mean, it's so important to finish these engagements quickly, Jacob. If you're able to secure those eliminations right off the start, you can go directly to your loot path, finish up looting, getting your materials, getting your rotate going. But if these early game engagements last a long time, it can have a very big negative impact on your late game, because you might get the zone late, you might need to get storm surge tags later if you weren't doing a lot of damage. But seeing that they got those eliminations quickly and a drop like the Daily Bugle, it's looking good for game 1.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for them. They don't have to worry about that surge, something you talked about with how active a drop spot like that is. But for Frappi and Nate, they don't have that same situation. This is almost the polar opposite. They're not going to have that early engagement, so they're going to have time to mat up, get the resources they need. They look like they have a great loadout as well of different items that they can use in course to prolong their journey. But the biggest worry for me is the tags that they're going to need for that surge. They're going to have a great path, and there's going to be a lot of teams around them from Camp Cuddle if they want to rotate towards Sleepy Sound, so their options are theirs, but you talked about it, timing is of the essence.
But let's take a look here at Matt, who's looking to see if he can get a bit of damage or maybe a few eliminations, going for a 2v2 box fight here, trying to get a wall replace on the ceiling, but be careful. That quick edit from his opponent, getting a bit of damage down onto him. Currently, they have a good amount of materials. They have 3 minis and 1 big pot spare, so they have what they need to come out on top in this engagement, but if they take too much time, there might be a third party coming in.
Yep, you already see it in the minimap. Multiple opportunities there. Mavs and Knobs, you seen them yesterday. Clucks and Shades, they do so good in the earlier rounds. They are able to kind of assert their dominance. Their struggles kind of come in these set lobbies. So today is kind of a refresher for them. A second chance at life. Another opportunity to advance to the grand finals, but they have to make it past this battle right here against Knobs and Matt. And it's being prolonged. And I like the way Clucks and Shades, they're staying together on the low ground. One of the battles we saw early on, just a second of separation really costed these two teams. So it's interesting enough how neither team wants to go all in, so they are taking their time.
I mean, there's two ways you can take this engagement, Jacob. You can go all in and try and get those eliminations, or you can just play it for tags. You do a bit of damage here, you get a nice shot with that striker pump shotgun, and then you can leave it. That's enough damage for Storm Surge. You keep rotating, because if you spend a lot of time here without making a decision or making up your mind, I mean, you're going to arrive late to zone, you're not going to have a lot of materials, so they've got to either play this for tags and get out, or go in if they really need those eliminations.
Now, finally, Knob and Matt slowly but surely going down towards that layer. They're trying to take piece by piece. That control of the cover is going to be important, and Knob is doing a good job. They're pressuring Shades and Clucks. They're pushing them down piece by piece, dwindling down their shields as well. And they're just doing it all with just calm, cool, collected. Just like you said, they're not rushing in. They're not putting all their game on the line here quickly in game number one. Knobs is just taking piece by piece, like I said, and continues to do so. And I like the way he's staying agile. He's staying moving, not to give any free shots over to his opponents, but this is where it's going to get sticky as Shades and Clucks, they're running out of ground. They're running out of space here. Sooner or later, they're going to be converged on.
Well, the last thing you want to happen here in duos is to get full piece, to get boxed up and leave your duo alone. But be careful as Nav going in, gets a big shot off with the striker pump, but it's not enough to knock down his opponent. Matt at the same time, though, getting cracked 30 HP to work with. Now 11 HP, manages to get out of the box, but his duo has gone down. Actually, no, his duo was able to secure an elimination. Now it's a 2v1. They have the advantage, Jacob.
Yeah, I know these guys are duos, but they played that one like they're reading each other's mind. Perfect bait and switch. You kind of called it yourself. You thought it was Matt, but Matt took all that damage. Nav went in there to pick up that elimination, and now they have that numbers advantage to their side, so they can go ahead and get a little bit more aggressive than they were before, knowing there's only one player in Clucks with almost looks like he has no builds left to his name. He's going to go down. Nabs and Matt will continue what they started yesterday.
Ooh, quickly switching over to another engagement here on the snowy part of the map. We have Slick playing for a TNA and also Day for Fusion Esports. They're looking pretty healthy right now. They have a good amount of shields and also 3 peppers for mobility, but they've got a duo on top of them and they're looking like they want to get into a bit of action. But we have a replay from Day. Managed to get a nice on his opponent there, knock him down and secure that elimination. That's 3 extra points for them.
Yep. Exactly when you want to start the game, and it's a little bit quicker than we've seen some of our game number ones to start. I will say there's still that probability of the surge, but people have seen yesterday, and it was very, very aggressive, especially towards the ending portions of the day to where it's win or you're in if you're not towards that bubble for top 6. But today, they know how different this is. For those 11 duos that might not have experienced yesterday, they might be caught a little off guard, so this might be a little bit of a hiccup game for them, but it won't take long. A lot of these guys are experienced players, so they know exactly how this one will go, as Yuki and Monkey over from Tilted. It didn't kind of traverse far out of the zone because they got granted that zone in the first one, but they have to now worry about the Storm Surge. If there's no duos rotating around, luckily there's going to be one around them.
I mean, that's what these players are accustomed to doing now. When you're in the semifinals, you're going against the best of the best in your region, and these players know they need to get damage done. They have to do Storm Surge. So even though you have all the loot you need, all the materials you need that damage. Putting yourself in a position that has high elevation, just like Frappi and Nate are in right now, where you have a good vision of the whole map, is a great way to get tags, Jacob.
Yeah, you can see the slow side is still down low towards Greasy Grove. About 4 teams total, kind of below that Greasy Grove line. Everybody else, the north portion, depending on this circle goes, there's going to be a lot of rotations being forced out. But for now, Frappi and Nate just looking pretty towards that high ground. They have a ton of rotation. Jump pad as well. Great heals to their name. just trying to build up that Storm Surge that we were talking about, landing in the northwestern portion of the map. Not too many contested players, not too many players at all rotating around. So that's what they're going to look for. Knock and Hove, a great team from yesterday, looking to continue their run, going up against Nico and Siderazor, a team that I thought was going to qualify yesterday. Both of them looking for that second chance, but somebody's not going to get it in game number 1, as Hove does find a way to get an elimination. It was actually Knock that got that one elimination. It looks like somebody might have taken the second one away from this duo, but hopefully they got the damage that they needed for Surge.
They got the damage. They do have that one elimination. I believe Nico got eliminated from a third party there, but I mean, at least Hove and Notch are going to get the loot. They got the materials, and now they have a lot of options. Taking a look, though, at Slick again, who's trying to get a rotate into zone. You can see that they're on the edge of zone, looking at the bottom right map. So this engagement is a dangerous one, Jacob. If this lasts a long time and that zone starts closing, which it will be in the next minute and 15 seconds, they're going to have a very difficult rotate.
Yeah. Kiowa and Trey were having trouble yesterday. Not in terms of loot. They were getting a good amount of loot. They were getting a good amount of resources, great heals, because they land that top portion, kind of a split drop, not a named POI, but they were struggling in terms of getting that surge. So today, a lot of these teams have that experience yesterday, are realizing we have to do a better job of trying to get that damage or figure out a plan, get the damage and get on out instead of trying to all in. But right now, it doesn't look like either one of these teams got the surge that they wanted. They're just trying to hold each other outside of the zone, which isn't going to be too concerning because you already see in their mini-map, they're not too far off, so they're not going to have to worry about too much, especially with Trey getting in that truck. He's just trying to rotate out. He says the longer we stay here, the more danger we're going to put ourselves in, regardless of the surge situation.
I mean, both duos here do have mobility. You have Trey and Keo who have the vehicle, but also Slick and Day that have peppers. However, peppers is an item that you don't want to use to rotate here in the second zone. That's more something when you're already in the moving zones. Maybe you want to make a play for high ground, so it'd be best to keep them as much as you can. But if you do end up having to use them in the mid game, I mean, it can come to it.
I like this duo on screen. After done casting yesterday, I went to watch a lot of streams. I love NA West Fortnite. There's a lot of great personalities out there. And Aguilar, just talking to him a little bit, he said, hey, we know exactly what we need to do. We know exactly how we need to switch up and what went wrong. They think the biggest things that went wrong for them is their communication off those off-drum fights. And you could kind of see it. We jumped on board a little bit. I do believe they were going to get Show and Poppy Blast. I do believe, correct me if I'm wrong out there. Anybody feel free. I'm kind of learning along with everyone out there. But the thing is, today, you already see they got those 2 eliminations. So their drops are already better. Communication is on point. So I expect to see them in endgame and have a better time this time around.
I mean, the more practice you get, the better you get with that communication. I mean, there's some veteran duos that we've seen compete. For example, Landjunk and Punisher, which qualified yesterday in the first day of semis. I mean, these teams have had a lot of time to practice their comms, but be careful here as Chicken and his duo are put into a rough situation. The loot is looking amazing, but now Chicken is left alone as a solo. He has to choose if he's going to defend his duo here or he's going to try and make it escape and play it out as a solo.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to play it as a solo here. Sitting in the middle. Look at everybody in the minimap possibly trying to make Chicken a target. Forced to use the chili splashes. He has minis, he has chug splashes, but he doesn't have a moment to use them. He's just under siege, under fire, and Kinzo just taking that as a breath, and him and Caleb are the ones that are getting aggressive, trying to pick up both of those eliminations. I like how they're keeping Kins down so they can get the Siphon a little bit later, as Chicken once again is just getting pressured and get finally eliminated off the map as Kinzo and Caleb take a share of first place.
I mean, it's so difficult to come out of a situation like that where your duo partner gets knocked down and you're left alone as a solo with multiple teams spraying you, another duo pushing you, but Chicken lasted a long time. He even was able to get off some splashes there, but taking a look here at Silks, who actually is going to get cracked, has no spare shields to work with either, so this is not looking good, especially seeing that they're 41 below Storm Surge and they have to do some damage.
Yep, another team, Shallow and Biz. We saw them towards the end game quite a bit yesterday. Both of these duos are below the Storm Surge threshold, so they're going to have to take this fight. And better before you have to use all your resources and heals, and they found some separation. Vibesy, I do believe, might go down, or at least down to 1 HP with Storm's ticking in. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to last long without some help from his teammates, but it does look like they did just enough to get them both above the threshold, so they're going to back off. Try to get the heals, but Shallow and some biz, only if they knew how weak they had their opponents.
66 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. 4 players have to get eliminated for that Storm Surge to go away, so it's still gonna last for a while. But if you're looking at Zay's right on the bottom right now, full screen, he's 157 below, Jacob. This is not a position that I'd like to be in.
Yeah, starting off in Tilted Towers, currently in Tilted Towers. Not a lot of opportunity for Combat and Zades to pick up that surge damage early on in the game. And now they're forced to use their resources, try to out-heal it instead of trying to just simply go for the shots. 177. Actually, Combat's gone. He's out of the game. It's going to be all up to Zades by himself, finding every bit of resources, fruits, vegetables, medkits, shields, just everything he can as he's trying to just out-heal it with only a couple of players still left to go down. It's only a wonder of what other type of action is going on as he's running out of things to use, running out of ideas. Luckily, he still has the bandages, plenty of bananas, some cabbages. And this just goes to show you guys out there, Takata, make sure you guys eat your fruits and vegetables. You will live longer.
There you go. Good tips from Jacob. Good tips from Fortnite. I mean, Zays is doing whatever he can, picking up scraps. Even talked to the Tomato Head NPC to see if he could drop him maybe another banana, some bandages, maybe even a med kit. But I mean, he's doing what he can to survive. There's one player left that has to be eliminated, and I'm afraid it might be Zays, Jacob.
Oh, he's still trying, living on a prayer. Wonder if those they have to have been looted early on. He's trying to find anything living. Oh, he's gonna get. Oh, he found it, unable to use it. The corn. Only if it would have got delivered so much sooner. But with one player going down, that's gonna ease up the pressure on everybody else in the lobby, Frappi and Nate included. And for them, they did just enough damage to not have to worry about it. And that's surprisingly so. They had to travel far to get to this point.
And what I'm liking about what we're seeing here with Frappi and Nate is they have Spider-Man's web shooters. They have launch pads. They have a vehicle they can use to rotate. They literally have everything they need to get from the zone they are now to the last moving circle if they play their cards right. Even the chili chug splashes. I mean, Frappi and Nate, they're looking strong in this game 1.
Yep. Everybody else is kind of smushed towards the bottom of Tilted. I do believe I saw J Roses and E22 probably pulling zone. One of the only teams that look like they're sitting on the island, or at least towards it. Everybody is going to have to. And this is the Tilted Towers we expect to see. When you drop into a public Tilted Towers game, this is the type of combat that types to pop off. For Aguilar and Compalot, they had a big journey from the bottom of the map. They reached the center, but it's not done just yet. Everybody here is going to have to find their way in, except for Creep and Dom. And this is one of our teams to watch. Not too much know about them, but I talked about it yesterday. If we don't know about you, this is just a perfect time to make us know about you.
Actually making use of the bush here, trying to see if Dom can find an angle to get some damage, maybe even get a knock if he can hit enough shots. But so far, you can also see at the bottom right, we have the teams in Tilted that have to make the rotate. There was so many duos, just like Jacob was saying. It looks like a arena match in Tilted Towers, so all of these players are gonna have to make their rotates, maybe even reuse some materials from other duos. But meanwhile, the players that are in zone, or the players that are using vehicles to rotate, they don't have to go through a city.
I don't think he has his license yet, but that's okay. He's still going to try and make it deep towards the zone. I say towards the zone because they're not even in just yet. They're just going to line themselves up on the center. But for them, and you know as well as I do, being as experienced as you are, it's step by step. You don't have to just go all the way in towards zone. You can inch yourself in because you don't want to become the focus of the lobby. But back over to Creep and Dom, still having that cover of the bush, which allows them to shoot out and rain fire from all angles, and they can easily build to protect themselves afterwards once they make their spot known.
If Creep plays this well and waits long enough, maybe a duo will come close to that bush and he can even box him up and look for an elimination. But I'm kind of liking what we're seeing. One player in the box, one player in the bush, has a good amount of angles. We can also see Hove there, a notch. We saw them in an engagement a bit earlier. Now with 2 eliminations, that's already 6 points. A reminder, it is 3 points per elimination in these semifinals. So you can rack up an incredible amount of consistency just by securing elims.
Yep, you already see Hove and Notch still peeking out. 268 above the threshold. Not too much to worry about, but they still want to try to find those eliminations. That might have been Aguilar and Compalot taking the brunt of that shot across. And Tavern, our pick, he's going to get dropped for a moment. No more shields. He's actually going to get knocked all the way. Kaz going to be left by himself, trying to be the hero of the squad. 29 HP and a dream, but he does have the resources. He has the heals, but he just needs to get a moment to catch his breath here as he's finding his way around to even catch that refresh. It might have been Turtle's fallen resources, but now they're his.
Picks up Tavern's loot, 114 above Storm Surge, trying to use those minis as quickly as possible to recuperate the shield. You can actually see Slick also was knocked down in a similar engagement, but now we have Aguilar looking to see if he can secure more. Gets one knockdown, trying to get into the box of his opponent there, but be careful. There's a dangerous situation. Storm Surge is ticking. There are a lot of duos in the surrounding area, but Aguilar seems to have got out safe with 2 eliminations, but don't want to talk too soon because anything can happen, Jacob.
Yeah, they're such in a fantastic spot. 3 eliminations, 11 splashes on Aguilar alone, and mini shields. This is a great spot. They just can't peek. They shouldn't peek. I can't say they can't, because they can do whatever they want here realistically. But look at that. They open the cover, and they find themselves a makeshift vault of sorts as a whole pile of loot towards the low ground. A full-on mat refresh, but Z&O is going to have to find a way to get 49 damage here, because he's below that threshold, and he's already taken that Storm Surge damage. So looking left, not able to see what he wants. Looking right, finally finding something in the distance, but it's only a mirage, something that isn't even there.
Oh, Zeno and Nickjaw, 37 below. They have no more heals, no more shields to recuperate this damage from the Storm Surge. They have to do damage now. Actually, look at that. There is one big pot. Zeno's going to try and pull it off, but no, is unable to get it. Goes down now. That means there's 50 players alive, so Storm Surge should stop ticking now.
I think he kind of lived on a prayer with his teammates going down. But that's something you kind of see throughout every single region. There's going to come a point in time to where if you try to save your teammate, whether he's knocked, whether you're trying to give the heals, anything like that, you could cost you and your teammate the entire game trying to make that play. But Frappa and Nate know exactly what to do in this situation. You talked about their rotation resources in the Chili Splashes and the Spider-Man Mythics. Tons of mats as well. So the choice is there, how they want to try to get around this battlefield, but the information that they're gathering is so crucial, so that gives them the go-ahead. They're going to grab that Chili Splash, use it, and then mythic their way towards the front side of zone.
Ooh, I'm liking this rotate with Frappi and Nate, using the Spider-Man web shooters, just like you said, combined with a Chili Chug Splash, but be careful. The rotation's just getting started. They still have a ways to go. The key of using the Spider-Man web shooters correctly in duos is staying close to your duo, not getting caught off guard as Frappi gets cracked, gets boxed up by Aguilar. He has to get out of this situation. 25 HP to work with. He got out, but now he has to get the zone. He has to heal up, and he's split with his duo Nate.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of teams trying to take a share of the high ground, but Crimson and Vlux doing their best to hold on to it, and they need to be very, very aware, which is why you see them not pressuring the low ground. They're making sure anybody they hear jump padding around is not going to have a free and safe retake as they try to connect, making it easier. Frappi waiting right below him, but he's separated from his teammate Nate still. They're trying to find their way together and reunited at last, but the damage has been done. Everything has been felt. They are very low on almost everything when it comes to health and shields, and Flux and Crimson, they're not low on anything. They're just sitting high, sitting pretty, waiting for the opportunity to strike.
Meanwhile, take a look at Buzo here, using a launch pad to secure a nice position in zone. Let's see if he can group up with his duo Evol here, going fully to the low ground, boxing up, staying safe. Still has a lot of materials to work with, but what I'm seeing is they don't have any shields. No minis, no bigs on Buzo. I think his teammate has a bit. Frappi now has been eliminated from the match. We have Cypers with one elimination, 15 points, trying to get a rotate in as a solo now. Has a bit of materials, Jacob, but it's going to be a hard clutch.
Yeah, very, very hard here, but somehow, some way, with just a spicy pepper, he's figuring out, trying to pop that med kit. If he gets contested at all, gets shot at on his box, he will not be able to pop it off, so he has to go uncontested. Hob and Notch and Hove actually are trying to figure it out, editing those bottom covers, still taking shots, but their main goal here is to try to stay ahead of the zone because they have all the resources. Everything that they need is they're trying to pressure Caleb and Kinzo. They don't know that's the first place team, but they're just trying to make everybody's job that much harder as they continue to move their way in towards zone. Crimson and Flux, the team that continues to hold on to the high ground. My only question, Takada, is how much resources do they have left? Because they've been holding it for quite a while.
They've been holding it for a while. If they have a good amount of material still, they should be able to hold it for longer. But looking here at Natch and Hav, who have an incredible amount of that Stinger SMG ammunition to keep applying pressure to the duos that are below. But take a look. Looks like there's a high ground retake coming in. V-Flux and his duo, they're going to have to make a choice here. Are they going to battle it out or are they going to drop down? V-Flux drops down, giving up the high ground now. An opposing duo has it. It's Dom and his duo, Jacob.
What a perfect time, Flux. He had no ammo, 2 MK7s. All that he could do is probably throw a mini at somebody's forehead, hoping it could do damage, because that's the only hope. He has to reunite with his teammates, and that's exactly why he dropped down low. And that was the perfect opportunity for Dom and Creep, one of our teams to watch, to steal away that high ground, but they do not have many resources, which is why they're trying to traverse over old builds and recycle those. But Hav and Notch, they're continuing to push their way through. They have all the heals in the world and even more as they get the siphon onto Matt, continuing to push their way through the box, taking moment by moment, trying to steal away that high ground if the opportunity prevents itself.
Already 7 eliminations for Nov and his duo, but take a look at that, taking the high ground quickly, but they're gonna get contested. They're gonna have to battle it out. It's not gonna be a free high ground right now. Hav and Notch do have it. Looks like their opponents finally drop down. They still have the chili chug splashes. They still have materials. Will they be able to secure that victory royale though? It's looking good so far, getting the tags on the low ground, getting those eliminations. There's only 3 duos left, Jacob.
Yep, 2v1v1 with Hove and Notch having that high ground. They have the resources, they have the heals, they have everything in the world. They just cannot drop down low and bring themselves to the opponent's level, and that is why hold the high ground, put the shots down, and take game number 1.
Hav and Notch played that flawlessly. From staying in the mid to low ground, securing eliminations, getting refreshes, to waiting for the perfect moment to take that high ground. And when they saw it, they took it and they finished the game off, securing the victory royale.
Yep. And we talked about it throughout the course of that game. And yesterday as well, it's been a thing. Taking high ground too early, it could find you some eliminations. It could allow you to make it towards that end game and pick up a couple placement points. But if you run out of match, you're going to be forced to drop down early. And a team like Creep and Dom will just be waiting for that opportunity to steal it away. And Fratby and Nate is one of those teams to where they just played a middle layer throughout the course of that end game. Calm, cool, collected, not a worry in the world, because they knew they had it in the bag.
Nov and Hot showed us how you have to play a semifinals, when you have to take high ground to secure that victory royale. But there was so much action that I want to see the desk unfolded.
So production, I don't know I think there was an error in the opening of show where we looked at our predictions, because yesterday I had Notch and Hove. Why wouldn't I pick them again? So clearly I win, everyone. Congratulations to me. All the no, but seriously, incredible performance from the
Are you sure about that, Kelly?
You know,
I think this looks accurate to me, Kelly.
Yeah, I'm with Panda. This looks pretty accurate.
All right, listen. Just give it a game, all right? Next game, Frappe and Nate. That's how good I am, that I can see into the future. And I see Notch and Hove there. So that's all I was doing. I was just looking into the future. But we have to look into the past at some of the highlights that we got to see there, because obviously Notch and Hove had an incredible run there and a few back and forth of the height steal. Panda, we were talking about the early game.
Absolutely. I mean, look, when you're talking about a team doing big things, right? It's Fratby and Nate trying to hold on, trying to make something happen. This is your actual pick for the day, but your pick from yesterday here, and Notch and Hove, they were able to clutch it out because they knew when to take high ground. Again, veteran player mindset here going into these final moments. We watched it unfold. They, not only them trying to take high ground, somebody else did as well, but they were the ones that were victorious. They were the ones that were able to claim it, hold it, and then pressure these players down low and walk away with tons of eliminations.
I mean, Clay, there was a lot of incredible plays there, but I actually do want to talk about one of the teams that we saw steal height, Dom and Creep, doing a pretty good job there. We also focused on them at the start of the show. So, you know, they were able to show that they already were able to grab height. Next game, clearly they're going to do it again, right?
Oh, for sure. And I wanted to point out, like, normally it's like 7 in the A zone when you grab height, but we've seen this week that it's 9 zone. If you're taking height in 9 zone, you're more likely going to win that game. So I look forward to seeing what Creep and Dom can do there and see, hey, we learned, let's not take it too early. Let's go for that 9 zone, play that second height level until you get to that moment. So I think they can do it.
Clay, to add on to that, do you think that we're seeing this kind of later zone take or height take from the later zones because of the Spider-Man web shooters allowing mobility and that kind of access? Or is it because people know that this is a VR heavy format for the semifinals?
I would say it's about 70% on the mobility and then 30% on the VR, just because we have those chili chug splashes more prevalent this season than we did the last chapter, and they're going to be in everyone's inventory because they're speed boost and they heal you up as well. So obviously players are focused on that victory royale, but having that more abundance of resources for mobility will make it a lot easier.
I mean, game number 1.
I also want to add to that.
Please.
Sorry, I want to add to that because zones have been a little bit longer. I don't know if you know this, but recently, right, for those at home that might not know, the zones have been extended a little bit, causing the game to be a little bit longer, which is another factor into why high ground is being taken so late.
That's interesting. And obviously, let's recap just real quick in case you guys are joining us right now. Who was the first winner of game number 1? And what do you know? It's Hove and Notch representing 33 there. I'm sure that team is feeling quite proud of this duo right now. They're going to be joining the 16 teams that qualified through qualifiers 1 and 2, and of course, the 11 that qualified yesterday. But we have to look at the teams that had an incredible performance but weren't able to grab that VR. And the first name that I'm seeing is Monkey and Pump there, Clay.
Yeah, an interesting duo came out yesterday, tried their best. We're gonna fall a little bit short, but they took 9 eliminations. I think they ended up getting like 3rd place there, I believe is the point breakdown there for them. So overall did a really great job, and they keep it up, they're gonna qualify through.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And on top of that, like when you see names like J-Rose and E22 there, we saw this yesterday with them. They were there in the top 6 after game 1, but they found themselves slipping out of it. So maybe they're changing the game plan today. Hopefully they can. They just got to stay consistent here in day 2, but anything goes because there's still 4 more matches to play.
And Clay, we talked a little bit about this at the start of the show, but now that Notch and Hove has kind of moved on to the finals, or they have moved on to the finals, do you think that a team is going to try and look at their drop spot as a viable place to be landing now?
I think we're getting to the point where players are starting to realize, hey, we're running out of games today, and in the grand scheme of it all, we're almost halfway through the overall semifinals games. So I think they're starting to look at that. They're starting to say, hey, we keep getting eliminated. Maybe give them one more game, and then that 3rd game for sure, we'll see a couple teams switch, just because it makes more sense. Hey, let's stop if we're losing this now to try to give us the most amount of games to succeed.
And just as Clay said, although we've just wrapped up game number 1 of day 2, we have a whole nother day tomorrow with an additional game on top of the format. So maybe your favorite teams aren't doing too well right now. Well, there is more than enough opportunity for them to look at what they're doing, maybe even VOD review and make those changes. But everyone, that's us for right now. We're going to be hopping on back to our casters for game number 2. So let's see what they have to say, Takada and Jacob.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Amazing breakdown from the desk. We are going to be getting we're going to be getting into game 2 here shortly. But I mean, Jacob, we just saw an incredible match in game 1. There was action throughout the whole game, from battles in Tilted to teams battling it out on the edge of the storm, rotating in with vehicles. I mean, that was an incredible game, and we're just getting started.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that you have to be almost picture perfect on your game plan, because you saw a couple teams that land directly in Tilted. Combat and Zay is one of them, who had a phenomenal day yesterday, just missing out on qualification. The zone stayed towards Tilted almost throughout the course of the game, and that made me think for them, they may not have known how to get that surge for a team that's used to probably rotating around, finding a spot that is easily with some high ground and rotation heavy from a lot of the other teams. But how this one will play out, we won't have to wait long. Once again, the competitors are ready ready. Battle Bus is on the way, and game number 2 is right around the corner.
Battle Bus is ready. Players are dropping in. We've seen action in the Daily Bugle in Tilted Towers, but these teams, they're just getting started. 11 new duos here in day 2 of the semifinals. 11 duos qualified in day 1 of the semifinals, so the drop spots have been mixed and matched a little bit, and we're taking a look at one of the popular ones, Greasy Grove here. We have Chicken and his duo partner that actually looks like they have it uncontested, Jacob, or am I mistaken?
I mean, it looks uncontested to me, and that's a little bit of a surprise, but hey, sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and I like the way he just grabbed the pistol, saw that they were uncontested, and immediately tried to shoot at some of these players going through the sky to their own drop spot, but over towards Daily Bugle. We've seen this fight throughout 2 different days so far, and Ghosty is already trying to take some shots after Jivan and separated again. That's been the trend of Daily Bugle overall. You separate, you're probably going out.
Ooh, Jivan is gonna go down here. That was actually the duo which came out on top in the Daily Bugle last match, if I'm not mistaken, and that engagement finished quickly, and just like the engagement in this match, it also finished quickly. It looks like these players are battling it out instantly in the Daily Bugle, which is a good call because now they can focus strictly on their loot path, on looting, getting those materials up. And I mean, you have the guaranteed Spider-Man's web shooters, so rotating later in the match shouldn't be too much of a problem.
On over towards Covert Canyon, where if you rotate the wrong direction without your teammate, you're probably going to end up lost, and the same thing will happen to you as in that last elimination. Just a little bit of separation is all it needs. Zevo and Buzzo kind of trying to get as much loot as they can. They made it far yesterday as well, but it does look like they're getting hunted. Striker pump shotgun in hand, trying to land those jump shots and bring his opponent in. And I like the way he's playing this low ground. He's just trying to bait somebody down towards his level and negate that high ground.
Looking for that positional advantage is very important in these early game engagements, as you don't have the time to farm up a lot of materials. So it's all about having that high ground or having that positional advantage, even loot advantage, knowing the most efficient loot path in your drop spot to have more loot than your opponents. That's what it's about in these early game engagements. But taking a look at Bumboy here, who doesn't have the player advantage as he's in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, this is not the way you want him, but Elder and Statics yesterday as well. One of those teams, and I like the way Clay kind of said it. You know, you're running out of games. If you started yesterday, you had a total of about 16 games to try to qualify. Obviously, leaderboards change against Bumboy, trying to go in and get his own leaderboard points, getting the knock onto Static, forcing Elder on the defensive. And I don't even know if he saw him try to escape there for that moment, but he's just going to turn around, try to get that siphon. But here's the audio of him trying to escape, and this is where he's going to take high ground and let that MK7 run free. Only gets 1 tag, so for now, Elder might escape, but there's gonna have another opportunity here. How much can Elder run with? No mats. He's gonna have to backtrack just a little bit for the tree. And great by Bumboy to deny the mats and the resource gain. So this one could be like shooting fish in a barrel. The shots get lined up, but he slides down the mountain just in the nick of time. Who thought a great escape would be that exciting?
I was biting my nails, Jacob, especially when Bumboy took down the tree. I thought it was over for his opponent, but he managed to make the great escape. He got out of there, and although Bumboy did not have the player advantage, he did have the loot and positional advantage. But look at this. Jacob, did we just see the same thing?
That wasn't a 50-50. That was a 25, 25, 25, 25. Everybody gets to share that one. But Poppy Blast over here. This is the Aguilar fight I was talking about. Communication was hurting them, and it looks like communication hurt them again as Aguilar, after a big victory in game number 1, goes down early in game number 2.
Taking a look here at Bumboy again. Looks like he wants to get the reboot on his duo partner, G5RC, and it looks like he's going to be able to do it. I don't see any duos close by, no players close by, so now the problem here is they're going to have to farm up those materials, seeing that they had a little bit of delay in their early game to that engagement, so it's going to take a bit longer, but if they get some lucky zones and don't have to rotate too far, it could be like that never happened.
You see that stat? That stat's scary. That stat's scary if you're a fan of Bumboy. No team this season has gone on to win a game in set lobbies after rebooting a player.
I mean, look,
I don't know if he knew that stat, but you might think twice. Is Kinzo and Caleb, second place so far. I thought they were going to qualify in qualifier number 1, but sometimes you need more than one chance. Chili Splash being used, and remember, he just rebooted his teammates, so the resources are very, very thin on this duo.
Perfect time for the stat to come up. I was going to give them a little bit of hope, a little bit of faith, but now as the duo, well, opposing duo is looking to make a push onto them, and Bumboy's duo does not have a lot of materials, does not have a lot of loot. This is not going to be an engagement they want to take, but you can see making use of those chili chug splashes to have more mobility than their opponents, disengaging successfully. And although they made it out of that engagement, now it's going to be a battle to having enough loot and materials for that late game. Taking a look though here on the edge of the map, we have Pump. I thought he was going towards his teammate, but clearly that was not his teammate, Jacob.
Yo, that tricked me too. I thought he's somebody waiting to be the guardian angel, a halo on his head, ready to save the day. But it's just an enemy. It's just evil waiting for an easy elimination and refresh as well. And it almost makes me wonder, because I didn't see his teammate on the mini-map, as he forced by himself as well. Did Buzzo get taken out early? Only time will tell. But Kinzo and Caleb, the team that we saw get aggressive, are now trying to put themselves on some high ground so they can get tags that they need. But Cool and Kaboo, they're trying to sneak up on this team and really make short work, and they do it to perfection. Drops the shield in a blink of an eye, and even tags 40 white HP off of that player.
Looking now to see if they can explode the vehicle, but look at that. They said, we did enough damage, we got our Storm Surge. Take a look at the bottom right. They're not in the zone right now. They have to rotate, so although that could have been an elimination and they had the player advantage, they're not going to risk it. They're happy with the damage they did. They're going to go straight to the rotate and get a better position.
Yeah, I like this play because depending on how they did overall, sitting in 24th place, it can't be too good in game number 1. You need to start building that momentum. You need to start building that positivity so that you can start to feel that even if you don't win a game, you put yourself in a position to get that top 6 points on consistency. And here's another one. I almost picked them yesterday, J Roses and E22. They're landing over towards that spot that we saw in qualifier number 1. I think it's Mighty Monument. Rich Homie Quinn and Wave qualified after a big game number 5 and a solo clutch by Wave. And hopefully J Roses and E22 don't have to follow that same road of clutching up in game number 5 as a solo, but hopefully they're going to be able to get their points. They're already in 3rd, so it's looking great for them.
Yeah, speaking a bit about Rich Homie Quinn, too, already qualified. He was actually playing trios with Wave and Cool. Cool, the player that we just saw hit the rift there at the corner of the map. So, I mean, hey, if they can end up securing a victory royale, they'll be with Quinn there in the grand finals, have some X-trio action going on. But taking a look here at Nate and Frappi, they have just as good as loot as last game. They have the Spider-Man Rev shooters. They have the launch pad for mobility, but they're in an engagement, and it's looking a little scary as Frappi doesn't have full shield. But Nate's feeling confident.
Yeah, he's definitely feeling confident. Trying to at least, at the minimum, get the tags. Ooh, spots the player out and gets the knock. This is usually, you know as well as I do, where players begin to get aggressive. Picking up this elimination is crucial for Nate and Frappi. Frappi in their way of qualification, and Nate not even going for the knock. He's just trying to chase down Bumboy, not letting this duo survive, and this is where it is going to get thick as 22 damage is just being shaved off him, and depending if that's another enemy sitting in the storm, Covert Canyon is just a battlefield waiting for players to traverse and catch off guard.
That is the second time this game that Bumboy has lost his duo partner, living up to the statistic where, I mean, no duo secured a victory royale after rebooting. So, I mean, it's not looking great for Bumboy, Jacob.
Maybe he has a chance now. Or would that stat actually still work? I think the stat would technically still work because he did reboot his teammate, but maybe that's what he's thinking, bro. I just got to throw you in the backpack. You can watch. Just call out my resources and anything that I don't see. As this is a nice triple POV here, trying to figure out how 3 different views around the map. You got Caleb. They're sitting towards that top side of the map. Shift these shafts. You got the bottom side and Creep and Dom. And then you got that right side and J Roses and E22. 3 different teams going through through 3 different situations, as Caleb and Kinzo are the ones that are looking for the tags. They have the high ground, and we saw them get in this position, and that's why they're trying to leave that high ground as well at the same time, is because they didn't get the tags that they want. There's not too many duo teams around, so now they have to start looking for them.
Luckily enough, though, Cable does have 1 elimination, so they've got a bit of tags going, but it's never enough. Taking a replay here of Bumboy to see what happened after that engagement here. He managed to barely get out, but I believe, yeah, there it is. Frappi said, I'm not done with you, using his Spider-Man web shooters to catch up and finish that elimination. In my opinion, that's worth it. That's 3 extra points that are going to help a lot for that consistency leaderboard.
Yeah, leaderboard, it's going to help for this game as well. I'm not having to worry about that surge. And for a second there, when that replay showed up and I saw Evo just hiding in that corner, I thought he was just sneaking players all over the map, getting some eliminations. So for him, he just escaped on his own, right? Because that could have easily been him going down. But J Roses, E22, trying to rotate. And it looks like they're trying to take a little bit of that slow side, maybe even take the scraps that are left over on Daily Bugle, maybe some web slingers that might be over on that side of the map. But 79 above the threshold, they're still going to be looking for tags all at the same time.
And they're going to be getting some. Now 120 above, got nice 2 shots off from that MK7 assault rifle. Now seeing if they can get a little closer, because that is a good position on the mountain of the Daily Bugle. You have a good elevation, but be careful, because if there's a duo looking at you, you don't want to end up losing shield just to get that position. So they're going to take the smart rotate here on the right side, maybe even get a bounce up with the webs to get there quickly. But be careful, because if the other duo's looking, they might get some shots off, but no. Looks like they got a clean rotate now. Taking a look at Evil and Buzo, who are 36 below Storm Surge.
I'm surprised, but at the same time, I'm not, because the 1 elimination he did get was already a weak player. Yeah, at least half HP, because he was getting shot out of the sky. And this is where Vibesy on our side. He had a rough game as well last time around that we saw him. This time, 82 below the threshold. That seems to be a common trend as he's trying to find the enemies. He's trying to break into a box. And with that Stinger SMG, it's easy. But at the same time, without your teammate, you break into the wrong box. That could be you going down and out.
Oh, that could be you getting eliminated, but I'm liking the loot here on Vbixi, who has 10 shots in their Spider-Man web shooters, 5 chili chug splashes. I mean, I feel like we've seen so many duos with incredible mobility. If you have the chili chug splashes, that's one thing. If you have them alongside the Spider-Man web shooters, I mean, you're looking great for the late game. Looking at the right side of the map as well, we have a player here looking to see if he can get a replace on the cone, but be careful. There's some edits that you don't want to open, Jacob.
No, not that one right there. Beast and Remy. Beast over peaks, but he's still putting those shots down. He's trying to do it as a solo. At this point in time, he's probably simply trying to do it for a refresh. Definitely the game on the line. Tiny and Fruit is that duo that is towards the bottom. 62 HP. Luckily for him, he is going to be above the threshold, so it's something that he doesn't have to worry about for now. And I say for now because sooner or later, it is going to be a thought in his mind once it creeps back on up. But for now, it's just taking it in stride. You can survive. Other teams are taking the damage. You take it step by step in order to make it to the end game.
Taking a look here at World Cut, who has 21 damage below the Storm Surge, alongside his duo Kika, with enough shields to kind of hold it up for a bit. But I mean, there's 74 players alive. That means 4 players have to be eliminated for this Storm Surge to stop. But taking a look at the right, we have Buzo again. We just saw them. They were looking so good, but now Buzo's in a 1v2 situation, does not have the player advantage, having his duo drop him materials as he's knocked down. But it looks like he's made the opponents disengage for a short amount of time. He's gonna have to either win this 1v2 or find a way to get out and pick up his teammate, but no, teammate finally gets eliminated. Now it's officially a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I do believe Buzo was taken down early on, forced to get rebooted as Evo finally drops. At least they have that 3 points from that elimination this game. Trying to make something happen here, but he's gonna need a miracle on his side as he finally does go down to Smuck. And that was another team yesterday. They finished 7th place, right on the bubble. 3 points shy, 1 elimination. That's probably why they're getting just a little bit more aggressive this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if you're so close, it can be a little stressful, but also it can be motivating. You're 1 off. I mean, you just have to make it in this day 2 and you're in. So if they play their cards right, they just get one more elimination than they did yesterday. That could be enough. We can see he got a nice beam with the MK7 to secure that elimination. So I mean, that could be the 3 points that qualifies them, Jacob. I'm just saying.
Yeah, only worry that has for me is that play was already weak going through the damage that is Storm Surge. So Worldka and Kidka not getting too much damage for their own, but trying to go ahead and put the shots onto Rush, neutralize the vehicle, and make him go through that same hard journey that they're going through now. They're going to be one of the last teams to rotate in. If you can already look at the head of that mini-map, it's going to be a highly congested side. And if they're going to be the last one to the party, they can easily become the target. And already they're not in zone, and shots are already firing off.
Looking to see where they want to position themselves. Wants to get a little bit more into zone, higher up on the elevation, but be careful because if you're right above another duo, they have the option to drop you down. Do a double spray with the Stinger SMG, and it can be dangerous, especially if other duos start looking and you start getting focused by third parties. But looks like they've made it into zone, built up their box with metal, and now it's kind of a waiting game to see where these zones close, see which damage they can do here with the MK7 or depending on the loadout they have. But so far it's looking good for a lot of these teams that have made it into zone. But I mean, Jacob, look at that mini map.
Oh my gosh, I think I only see two out of 34, maybe 3 now, as one barely got in towards the zone. That is inside, safe as can be. And for Rush as a solo, I feel a little bad for him. Fratby and Nate, they got some traveling to do, but they got a bunch of mobility. But I like the way Fratby is getting the information. He's looking towards his backside, looking towards his front side, trying to figure out where all these duos are at, and trying to figure out the perfect rotation for him and his duo to try to make. And Nate, he saw what he liked, and already he's getting that communication, trying to figure out the last resources before they make their move. And it's going to be a great move because just like the southern portion of the circle that's in zone, that west is just as stacked.
Oh, tilted, or actually Sleepy Sounds, getting confused there with the POIs, is right beside the zone. So the good thing is they can use these buildings while they rotate with the vehicle to kind of block off some angles they have on some of the opposing duos. But as they enter the zone and get closer, that's when it opens up. That's when there's a lot of angles, but they've done it perfectly, using that bridge to not have as much of a focus. They're getting some shots onto them, but take some shots back, hold it out, and they should be good.
And that's why I always bring up some of the content pieces from yesterday and the Storm Chasers one from today. Choosing that spot in zone is so important. Do you go to the center? Do you put yourself deep? Do you put yourself on the edge? And for them, they would realize they were one of the last teams towards the zone. Edge is the perfect spot for them because if they try to go toward the center, they will certainly become a target. Is Rush on our right side still doing big things as a solo, but that run could come to an end as he's 151 below the threshold. It takes a ton of damage across the map. Caleb and Kidzo on our left side, they're trying to pick up an elimination, drop a team down to the box. And this is something that you said to watch out for. Be very, very careful where you position yourself because Caleb and Kinzo, or a duo just like it, will not hesitate to drop you in.
Storm Surge is so important in these lobbies that you have to know every way there is to get damage done. From double splays on floors, from pre-edits, but looking at Rush here, he's trying to get into that box, get into that engagement. He's now playing as a solo without any shields. 154 damage below the Storm Surge threshold, so he has to make a play happen if he wants to come out on top. That's a duo in front of him. It's going to be a 1 versus 2, but be careful as the builds are getting annihilated here. Rush, you've got to make something happen, and you have to do it now.
Was that a boat? What was that? Just exposed a car. It was a vehicle just getting drove into him and just exploded. Great use of the resource. Whoever thought that one and that trick from up their sleeve. But you see the elimination feed. Tons of teams and duo players going down, and we're into our final 30 teams left alive. Make it 29 as Fratby goes down. So does Pollo. There's a ton of teams continuing to fall right before our eyes.
Fratby is on the ground, but Nate is seeing if he can pick him up in time. If you look at the mini-map, though, they're on the opposite side of that 5th zone, that half and half zone. They have a long ways to rotate, but they do have that launch pad. So if they can make use of it in a nice position without getting focused in the air, this could be a good rotate.
Yep, everybody close to them. is battling each other to try to get themselves a safe spot. They just jump over everybody, say, hey, we can do this while you guys go ahead and just go ahead and cause that chaos. We're just going to find yourself a spot in towards zone as Nate immediately gets shot upon, but it's just for a moment because you cannot focus on him for too long because every other team is now finally making their way in towards the zone. The last one finally made it in as Zaire also goes down. Salco getting that elimination. Another player on the bubble going into the 5th and final game yesterday who went down just a little too early.
Oh, you can take a look here on the top-down view. There's a lot of duos here on the west side of the circle. Duos on the east, but I mean, north and south, it's looking pretty open here. Nate and Frappi, they're on a lower level here. So for that Spider-Man web shooters, it might be a little difficult to get a clean rotate. You generally want to be on a higher elevated area when looking for a rotate with that item.
Everybody here is going to have to go. Everybody getting a little bit of a mix. Not one team definitively in the front of zone, but at the same time, not one team definitively towards the back side of zone. So everybody's going to have their work cut out for them. It's J Rose, Sneed22 just trying to find somebody slipping, taking piece by piece away. They know a team's down there, but they can't take too long and focus on one team because of how close everybody is. And Frappi and Nate, back-to-back launch pads being used to try to get themselves in towards the zone yet again, as close as they possibly can. And they still have the Spider-Man web slinger, so rotation is easily theirs, and so is that shot from above to go ahead and take it down. But Trey is trying to go ahead and push through that box from the backside, catch Frappi and Nate off guard, but he only did so much as they finally back off.
They've got to be careful. 30 seconds till Storm Surge starts ticking. 11 players have to be eliminated to avoid that Storm Surge, and they are 170 damage below. So they have to start rotating, but also start looking for tags, looking for shots with that striker pump shotgun, the MK7, but Frappi goes down. Nate is now alone, seeing what he can do to survive.
What can Nate do by himself? Still a ton of mobility and heals. No HP, though, currently in his inventory if he does take too many shots. But gets himself a great spot in towards zone. Turtle, Tavern, and Kaz with the high ground. Kinzo and Caleb shortly right below him, but we've seen what happens. Take the high ground a little too early in 7 and 8 zone. In that 9 zone, somebody could try to steal. As you see, Kinzo and Caleb waiting for that perfect opportunity, and that's Kaz staying toward the backside of the high ground, shooting them down, making sure that they don't even have a chance. But Tavern is just trying to connect, make it as safe as possible, and that's why you have the 2 different roles on the team.
Look at that double layer high ground. You had Cause extra high, so all the duos that are padding can see they've got high ground on lockdown, as Tavern is ahead of zone, so duos can't contest it ahead and they can't land on them. They had everything covered to take that high ground, but now they've grouped up, and Combat and his duo saw that opportunity to take the high ground. It is now a battle for the high ground. Jacob, who is going to end up taking it?
It looked like they got separated for a moment, and that's what took Kaz to take too much damage, and he goes down in the elimination feed. E22 trying to survive. He has plenty of splashes to go ahead and heal up that HP when it's necessary, and Tavern's gonna fall as well. Both of those players go down, but Zay's got chopped down as well. Everybody from the high ground comes falling. It's only gonna be one team left, and it's Cool and Kaboo, who found a way to steal it away from the 2 fallen duos.
They've taken high ground. It's 8th zone. We've been talking about it. You don't want to take high ground too early. You need to wait for that perfect opportunity, just like Cool and Calbo did here. They have 4 total eliminations, total of 32 points, but be careful. There's another player that's looking at it. Sharp contesting that high ground, as it seems to be a solo, so Calbo and Cool do have the advantage.
Yep, so many solo players brave enough to try to make a play for this high ground, but we've seen it yesterday as well. Bolts coming into 3rd place, almost stealing away a victory royale for himself, but again he goes to today's journey as Caleb and Kinzo. They have enough soft mats to try to get themselves in towards zone, but I think that's going to be it, so they might be trying to look for some tags, possible refresh as well. You see him looking up, gathering that information. Kaboo got shot down for just a moment. Caleb hits with a great 80 tag. Kinzo is trying to take advantage. Kaboo gets dropped. It's up to Caleb and Kinzo, the siphon's going to be cleaned up. They get the refresh. They got 6 eliminations so far. 5 duo teams remain, but Kinzo falls. That's Combat back from the grave to go ahead and claim that elimination and take the high ground right back, but he's going to fall. That's Caleb trying to get the resources to heal back up. Only 5 teams remain, 7 total players.
Caleb and Wombat having that engagement, that battle for the high ground. Will Combat come out on top, or will Day, another player, come from the zone and secure the high ground while they're battling it out? Looks like Day has it right now, but his duo partner Slick has been eliminated. He has the med mist to tank a bit of zone, and he also has 64 builds. So Day is looking healthy on the high ground, but Caleb, he's second high. He might still want it.
You got Mojo and Salco towards the bottom as well. One of the only few duos left. Caleb is just trying to put down the necessary shots. That's going to be a big one onto Combat to pick up that elimination. They have 7 so far, but with no resources, he's going to have to recycle. He's going to have to play this one perfect. Mini shield at the right time, using the big pot, but he doesn't have enough space. He gets shot from above, dropped to 2 HP. There goes Day to finish off that elimination. We got a 2v1v1. Day, Vibesy versus Mojo and Salco. Only one team can take the victory royale in the end, and Day has all the mats in the world. He has a great med miss and a great opportunity.
3 duos alive, 4 players. That's 2 solos and 1 duo. The duo is Salco and Mojo. They have 8 total eliminations on the low ground. They have the med mist to tank it. They have the player advantage. It looks like they have everything they need to take this game. 1 player also on the high ground, which is Day. Will he be able to do it, Jacob?
Trying to figure out, I was gonna say, Vibesy finally going down to the store. Armor wall on today. Salco knows his teammate is gonna go ahead and stay in the zone. He's gonna be the one to rely on. His HP is dwindling though. Salco is gonna go down. 1v1. Mojo has what it takes to win this heal off, using the med mist first. Day is trying to find his opponent. He's using a med mist on his own, but he has no splashes. That's going to be the difference maker. Day has to drop down and take out Mojo before the splashes come into play, but it doesn't look like he's gonna get that opportunity. Mojo's on the run, and he will take game number 2 and advance to our finals.
We just saw a heal off here in Chapter 3, something that is not very common. Both players making use of the med mist, but only one player making use of the chug splashes, and that was Mojo and Salco, who came out victorious.
Yeah, it was yesterday where me and Clay were kind of having a little fun with Salco hiding behind a tree, trying not to be too suspicious. Unfortunate enough, he went down in, I do believe it was 9th place. They were 12 points shy. Now, they don't have to worry about points at all. They're going directly to our finals, and they get to watch and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Very well played there. We even saw the Salco did not give the elimination today, refusing that siphon heal that he would have got if he ended up securing that elimination. And I mean, that could have been the game changer.
Yeah, that would have definitely, that's something I didn't even think about throughout that entire process. And that's why you're a resident pro player. That's why I trust in you to guide me through this journey.
I mean, we just saw a crazy match be unfolded in front of our eyes, but I need the desk to break that down for me.
It seems like with this format, heal-offs aren't that prominent, but there we had it in game number 2 of 1v1 situation, and it went to the way of the heal-off, Panda.
It definitely did, and that's what you kind of want to do in a situation like that. They had the low ground. They were getting elimination after elimination, and that's why they were able to pick up on all of the heals that were down low. You see the chug splashes and that med mist in play. Again, the med mist is new to Chapter 3 Season 1, so this is definitely a new dynamic to the way that players can win a game, and it's been very effective. We saw it yesterday with Snacky and Fabs in a similar situation, being able to win with a heal off. So now it's Mojo and Salco taking advantage of that same strategy, and I gotta say, they did exceptionally well here.
I think what I want to break down right now, though, Clay, is that, you know, we keep talking about the factors for success, and especially in this kind of format, and a lot of people seem it's going for height. Everyone is trying to steal height, and we even talked about the early show that it's all about taking height a bit later on than we're used to. But what we just saw right there from Mojo and Salco is that you can be on the low ground and kind of maintain all of your resources where everyone is fighting for the high ground. And if you even are able to take it and give yourself that advantage, you no longer have mats, you no longer have heals. So Clay, when does it become a realization that height isn't what matters.
Just depends on your play style, really. I mean, we saw back in the last FNCS seasons with the reboot rounds, not everyone won from high ground. They played their game, and low ground will win you games. It's rare, granted, right, in these past couple seasons where people aren't looking up towards the high ground. But now with more and more players looking up towards the high ground, I think we see people from first moving zone into second hold the high ground, but then after that it's a free-for-all. Everyone's looking up, everyone's going up, and so low ground is usually a little bit more safer during these times of turmoil.
And that's exactly what we saw there. But, you know, we keep looking towards the Victory Royale winners here, but that's just 5 of the teams that are going to be moving forward. Also, consistency is a key part of the competition today. And Kenzo's team has almost gone 100 points in just 2 games so far, Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we talked about it. There's 2 different ways you make it through here. You can make it through from that VR, or it's that consistency. Caleb and Kenzo, they're choosing the consistency route, getting second place, I believe, in the first game, and now just staying consistent here in game number 2. So this is a good look here for them. If they can maintain this, this can be an easy qualification to the finals.
Lots of ways to be able to make it into the finals, everyone. And maybe day number 2 just isn't the day for them. Well, we also have day number 3 tomorrow as well, where 12 final teams will be moving on to the finals. But speaking of teams moving on to the finals, let's look at which team is moving on, joining Notch and Hav. And of course, it's Mojo and Salco going for the heel off on the low ground there with a handful of eliminations as well. So incredible performance there. And love to see how they're going to be performing in just a week. But we just talked about Caleb and Kenzo having a great performance. 92 points, 31 ahead of Tutu and J Rose's Clay. I mean, clearly this is a good start for them.
It really is. It's not anything guaranteed quite yet, because we saw it elevate a little bit more over in EU and NA East. But as long as they just keep playing consistency, they're looking good. Slick and Day moving to 4th place with that finish was great overall for them. But after those, bottom layers on the bubble, it's getting really, really close.
Oh, without a doubt, any of those teams there still have an opportunity to move forward into the finals. But of course, game number 3 is going to give us that kind of insight on which teams are that much closer. So with that being said, Jacob and Takada, take it away.
Takada, this has been a phenomenal 2 games to start the day. And a lot of our teams that were actually slacking yesterday, that some of us kind of predicted to have a better day, are performing today. And do you believe, as a competitive player of your past, is it better late than never?
I mean, coming off from having a day 1 that didn't go so well, or maybe even went really well, but you were just a few points off qualifying, it can be motivating, but it can also get a little more stressful. You know, that's one day down where you had the opportunity to qualify. Now you're on to day 2, but listen, the battle bus is ready, the engine's getting started. Let's see if these players can make it happen.
Make it happen indeed. 2 games down, 3 games to go. This is kind of that swing game for a lot of our teams that are not necessarily in the bubble. I'm talking about teams that are possibly 16th through maybe 30th. This is that swing game to where in games 4 and 5, you might have to go for that victory royale. And for others, you might be able to play that game that got you this far. And just like that, before anybody can really touch the ground, Fruit, you're back to the lobby.
Oof, already 1 player down, but taking a look at this engagement that we're going to see in Chonkers as we have Poppy Blast and Aguilar. You've been talking about this duo here for a bit now in these matches, and they are getting into an engagement right off the start of every single match, Jacob.
And for them, they said it was the communication. Oh my gosh, or maybe it's 2 quick shots like that. Complomp, not even a chance here. And this is where he's going to have that tough decision, Takada. Do you go in? Do you try to get aggressive and get your teammates reboot card, possible eliminations as well? Or do you continue to play the rest of this one out as a solo? And we're roughly less than 5 minutes into the game. Playing this one out as a solo is a daunting task.
I mean, Poppy Blast already got that elimination, meaning he did get the Siphon Shield. Has the same amount as his opponent here, but this engagement could go any way. Blast actually going to get knocked down, making it a 1 versus 1. Show versus his opponent here. Who is going to be able to come out on top of Show? Now has 5 splashes, even more. Correct me. He can get it full shield. Look at the loot, Jacob.
11 splashes, and he didn't even open up a single, or maybe one chest at the end, but that's because that's the new coolers to this season. And at first, when I was playing it, I was kind of skipping past a couple of those, but after watching and seeing how much opportunity for those chug splashes, you have to go ahead and utilize those coolers, and Complot has to figure out a way to get Aguilar's card and get out alive, because he has no heals, he has no resources. Even with a chest right there and some bandages, that's not enough to fight this fight.
I mean, he might know that Show has the splashes from that cooler, but what he doesn't know is he has even more splashes from the chest and even more loot now. So he has to make that decision. Do you get out, or do you just take the engagement and try and come out on top? It's a 1 versus 1, even though we're playing duos here, and this is a very important key match. We're in game 3. If they're going for that top 6 spot in the consistency leaderboard, I mean, this is an important match.
Yep, Complot looks like he already has Aguilar's card, but this being a 1v1, I can see why he's staying here. He's trying to make sure that he doesn't just give up all this free loot and all these free resources. He has to at least bring something home for when he finally reboots Aguilar. But you can already see on your minimap, there's a couple teams, a couple players just waiting for this one to finish so they can try to get tags of their own, as Complot knows that this player is a solo. And it already looks like with the Striker and the MK7 that he possesses, he might have a little bit of advantage in terms of weaponry, and he knows where he's at. And this is where the battle's going to begin.
The engagement is coming to a start here, Jacob. Both players have a good amount of loot. Both players have a good amount of health and shield. It's just up to who can come out on top. Nice shot from Kompalomp there, opening a chest, securing a bit more minis, but he's already got 6. It's all up to just who can finish this engagement. But take a look, Show might be backing off. He might say, all right, this is getting too risky. We're wasting too much time. I'm going to go for a vehicle. Look at that, though. Dom and his duo Creep have... I mean, they've came in for the third party, and they want to finish it.
Yeah, for them, depending on if they're watching the elimination feed, because that's another thing. I love these content pieces, knowing your drop spot, knowing who not only lands there, but around you as well. So if they were watching that elimination feed, they see Aguilar go down, they see Poppy Blast go down, and not see the teammates, they're like, hey, these are free eliminations ready for ours for the taking here. And Complomp is finally going to see, hey, I bit off more than I could chew. It's time to get out of here, but the shots are ready. And Dom gets in the car. Dom gets in and doesn't let Complomp out alive. If you want to take the game in your hands, that's exactly how you do it.
That is perfect timing. But let's take a look here at our duo, which placed second in our last game, Day and Slick. They're under the duo here of Shallow and Biz, and it looks like they're getting to an engagement right off the start and more of a split drop of the map. So Slick here actually has no shields. I'm not sure if Day has some extra shields, maybe minis or bigs, but it looks like their opponents are going to be disengaging, which it seems they also don't have shields, as one of them is on less than 50 shield right now. If he had minis, he would be at 50. So it looks like both duos decided mutually, you know, let's not take this engagement. Let's make it happen later. We want to loot a bit more. We want a bit more shield. We want a bit more mats, and then we can make it happen.
And for Slick and Day, I mean, the choice is definitely theirs. They got second place last time. Slick, I know during the qualification process was really trying so hard that he messed up his own stream in that final game. Nobody was able to watch, but a replay is on the way for some of that action that we might have missed early on, but it's going to be Day and Slick. They're trying to move up on this other duo, Slicksy, and I do believe that's Vibe, but this is where Dom and Creep came in, and they immediately eliminated him, and Dom just gets in the car, peeks on over the top on Complomp, and that's where when you're Complomp, it's just a lose-lose situation. You get out, you're getting taken out. You stay in, you're getting taken out.
Yeah,
like
it was just
right here.
It was not looking good. Taking a look though at another engagement here, a lot of battles happening here on the map. We can see Clux and Shades with the high ground. trying to see if they can make this engagement come to a close. But I mean, the loot on Clux, you could argue that it's not that good, but look, I'm a believer in the epic pistols. All right, they do a lot of damage quickly if you don't miss your shots. The bloom isn't as heavy. I mean, if you know what you're doing, I'd almost prefer a pistol to some of the assault rifles.
Yeah, a lot of people are kind of sleeping on those pistols this season. 25 to the body, 50 to the head, so you could really end one in 2 shots to 4 shots. So that is definitely something you got to watch, especially if you're not expecting it, just like you say, where everybody's kind of opting for those Stinger SMGs. But you saw a moment ago, 3 teams here stacked on the round. Now we're going to drop to 2 as Bo Crows and Sweat are going to be the only 2 towards the bottom. And both of these teams in 33rd place. So this is going to be a big game. If they don't have a massive game here, they're really going to be relying on that victory royale for the final 2.
Oof, I mean, yeah, but it's not the end of the world if you have to do that victory royale, because I mean, it's a possibility. You get some good loot, good mobility, set yourself up for the end game, and take that high ground at the right zone, you have a good chance of coming out on top. But taking a look at a team that's feeling a lot more comfortable at 2nd place, being J Roses and Tutu, already with 61 points. And not only that, they have a good amount of loot, have the chug splashes, have the bigs, the minis, launch pad for mobility. Now it's up to damage. Will they have enough storm surge coming to these next zones? Will they have a good enough position to not lose a lot of these shields on their rotates?
See, one team's gonna get that drop. J Rose is E2-2, edge of zone. Dom and Creep get shot at for just a moment. And that's where I like where you can see a lot of players might turn and try to take that fight and get an early elimination or another elimination in their case. But they know they already got that elimination on the lower side of the map, so now it's just about positioning and the rest of the surge damage that you're looking for. Is Daily Bugle hot as can be, just like we dropped here right out of the start. It's actually hotter than that as Sunset trying to get the elimination, spinning around in circles. Salt Lover is going to be the first one going down, so it's all up to Sunseat trying to go ahead and pick up the elimination, carry her teammate out to safety. And this is where the elimination is going to be important, because it forces that player to play a little passive now that it is a solo.
Looks like they are going to be able to pick up their duo partner there, but look at the amount of players. We have Rush. They're popping some shields at the bottom. An opposing duo coming in for the high ground for a 3rd party, and I believe even another player in the middle of the building here. So this is almost like an early game off-spawn engagement with the amount of duos that are here.
Just trying to count right now, because there's a couple of solo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Possibly 5 if you count the 5th one, a 6th and a 7th, the ones kind of traversing in. And then we go back down to 6, because I do think the solo finally got out alive, but almost doesn't matter because of that statistic that we saw early on that is still going to reign true here in this game. But Frappi and Nate currently sitting in 8th place. You see them here in this trio kind of thing. 3 different duo teams, call them a little bit of a trio here. They're all going to try to disperse, get out. They know they have a long journey towards the zone, and the only ones that are going to sit here and look for shots are Balance Photo and Murph Nevitz.
Ooh, take a look at that. Rush is actually going to get the reboot too on his duo partner. I mean, we just saw him in the Daily Bugle, and he very quickly was able to get to a reboot van and reboot his partner using those Spider-Man web shooters. So now he won't have as many shots if he's able to make it to the late game, but at least he used it for a good cause, getting his duo partner back up. Now though, Nevitz and his duo Balance Photo are going to be using a vehicle here to get the rotate into zone. You can see they marked a high elevation position. They have 0 elimination, so they most likely need to do damage, and that's a great way to do it.
Yeah, get a spot a little bit out of the zone, high ground as well. You know, everybody's going to be trying to pass by there to get themselves their own spot in towards zone. But J Rose is an E2-2. 1 elimination to their name so far. Foxy gets a good shot onto J Roses, drops the shield right on off, forcing him to stumble, trying to get out of the box. Him and his teammate are separated for now. J Rose is trying to take the high ground. I think that's where he's going to make the call for E2-2 to take a little bit of the high ground, create some separation, and not get split up. But there's another team trying to disrupt the fight and make their job that much easier. With them being 362 above, they need to figure out a way to get out of this position, because with multiple teams trying to end your qualification run, already sitting in 2nd, this could be disastrous. But for Jay Rose, as he knows his situation is in, he's getting aggressive. He landed some early tags, so it's not going to be one he wants to back off of.
This is a very tough decision, Jacob, because they have that damage advantage. They actually have a knock now, so this is the confirmation. They're going to go in. They're in the 1 versus 2 with the player advantage. Jeev is going to be cracked as well. No shields to work with. 2 opponents trying to get into his box here. There's not much left for Jeev in there, but Jay Roses and his duo partner come out on top. What I was saying beforehand, though, is if you don't have that knock, and even though you get the crack, if you're good on Storm Surge, you have mobility, you have shields, you have to make the choice. Do you want to keep going for this engagement, seeing that you do have the advantage, or maybe do you just want to rotate the zone and not risk it, since you're already 2nd place on the leaderboard and all you have to do is secure more points each game?
Especially when there's a lot of hungry duo teams that are also going to be looking for similar eliminations, even trying to steal those away in the midst of the battle. But Zare and Fade, they won a game in qualifier number 1. Since then, they haven't had the best time of their life in these set lobbies. Looking for a change here today. Attacking from the low ground. Slick and Day falling from 2nd down to 3rd. Not too much of a slide, but they know end game is where they're going to pick up a lot of their points, but they need to survive. In order to survive for the end game, Takada, they might have to go through this duo.
They might have to. It also depends on where this zone closes. Only 8 seconds left till we see the next location. Taking a quick look, though, at Tiny here and his duo Fruit, who are trying to get more damage done. They're 98 below, but be careful. You peek too much and you might lose a bit of shield there. So they've got to be careful. We have Poppy Blast. We saw him in the early game in that engagement in Chonkers, but Tiny's made the decision. We're pushing the duo. We're going for the engagement, but that plan gets stopped very quickly as Tiny gets knocked down. Fruit with only 18 health to work with here, trying to survive, popping mini shields. This is not looking good.
And everybody that actually did get those knocks, I don't believe neither Fruit's team or the other one got either one of those as Poppy Blast and Show towards the low ground. Even though they didn't get the knock, they're trying to get the cleanups here, and they can still get one onto Fruit. The piece is going to be taken, and Fruit is going to go down. Show and Poppy Blast are going to pick up that one and continue on their journey. 16th place. This is the bubble for the bubble that I'm talking about, to where you need to have a big game number 3 to put you in contention for consistency to even be a chance. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck going for that victory royale.
And that's what we were saying. Game 3 is such an important match. You don't want to end it quickly, and that's why a lot of these duos are trying to survive as long as they can, get to that end game, and make the game count. Slick here actually has the Spider-Man web shooters now. Not sure if they also has them, because if they both do, then that's going to make it a lot easier to rotate in the late game. But taking a look here at World Cup and Kika, who are only 11 below Jacob. That's just one shot with the MK7, and then they don't have to worry anymore.
Yeah, forced to use 2 different big pots, a 3rd onto World Cup, make it a 4th. All their resources going out the window. Only 1 big pot for the both of them. They desperately need this 11 tag, and they have to start hunting for it. 2 different 19s, and they're still below the threshold. Now they're going to be above it. Barely above it, and they're going to survive for now, only needing 1 player to go down, as it might even look like they might fall below it here. But even if they survive right here, Takada, this is only the first surge that we're seeing in the game. It's still going to be haunting them. It's still going to be in the back of their mind as something that they have to achieve, and with no resources, no type of shotgun striker auto or anything on World Cup, with only 13 medium ammo, he desperately needs a refresh.
This is looking a bit scary. I'm getting stressed out just watching World Cup here as that Storm Surge threshold gets lower and lower, and now 16 above, only 12 above. It keeps going down, making me more and more nervous. 34 health, 50 shield, and no extra minis. 13 total shots, total ammunition for his MK7 assault rifle. Has to make those bullets count, Jacob.
This is very, very unfortunate. Last time we see this was in game number 1. Flux, I think, when he was sharing a portion of the high ground, he had 2 MK7s, no medium ammo to his name, and he was... I was saying as a joke, he probably should have thrown a mini at a forehead, but that just shows how little ammo he had and how little options here. 6 shots, 1 below the threshold, and that's all he needed. He lands the 20 tag, no ammo left to his name, but he has a full Spider-Man mythic, so something is definitely possible if there's a loot pile around the ground, but that's all he's really going to be looking for at this stage in the game as Kinzo goes down, and that was a part of a duo that shared first place.
Ooh, first place duo going down. And now, I mean, Worldka and Kika, they're going to do what they can here. They have to make a rotate happen, but it's not going to be too easy. Meanwhile, we're seeing the replay here of Slick and Day as Slick quickly secured that elimination, which actually gave him the Spider-Man web shooters I was talking about. We also have Fizzy here, who was a player that was below on Storm Surge, tried to get some damage, but was not successful.
And there's kind of the last one we saw. The very tail end of it. Double Stinger SMG into the box, and it's just very hard, especially when they know you're weak. It's so hard to survive with two players trying to Stinger SMG into your box, and especially if one of them can grab a hold of that build. But J Roses need to always find themselves in a great spot in towards the zone. 3 eliminations are their name right now. Storm Surge is not going to be a worry. As Show actually loses Poppy Blast for a moment, but avenges his elimination as he gets one of his own, and it's actually not going to be elimination. That Show is just down for now, as Poppy Blast is going to have to take him back, but it was Poppy Blast who actually did go down early in the game, so they're trading, taking turns being the hero of the duo.
Being the hero of the duo, seeing what they can do to come out on top. But we have Matt here. We've seen him quite a bit today, but he's playing as a solo now. He is above Storm Surge, but you need to get damage when you can get it, because if you get below Storm Surge and you have to do some quick plays to get that extra damage as a solo, it's very difficult. Putting himself in a high ground position here could be good, but he's not in the zone. Has to use the materials from the duos in front of him so he doesn't get focused off as a solo to make it into zone, but this is not gonna be easy.
I like the way he's doing exactly what he said, recycling those builds. He knows he's above the damage threshold, so that's not even on his mind. It's just getting himself a spot comfortable as can be, as Worldka and Kika still on this edge of zone. But Worldka, at least this time, does have some ammo, different weapons he can go ahead and try to utilize here, as they still some damage to go ahead and be above the threshold. So refresh is still a major need for this team, and you can kind of see them resetting builds. They're looking for somebody to catch off guard.
Oh, Kika gonna go down, though. Now it's all up to Worldka. I mean, Storm Surge is active. You can see it on the screen. This is just not a position you want to be in. Worldka has about 3-4 seconds to get the damage he needs off. But, I mean, yeah, NT, nice try going on to the next one. They were able to make it a lot further than I expected them to with the loot they had. So, I mean, I'm impressed overall. But taking a look here at Frat by Nate, who have seen, I mean, they've been doing a great job getting to the late games. It's just they need to secure that victory royale or keep getting to the late games and come out in that top 6 spot. But I mean, they're on route to do it.
Yeah, anything short of the victory royale, I feel like right now it's the late game, like you said, making it to it, and then picking up a couple eliminations for that late game. Because I think simply making it there is not going to be enough with how stacked and how hard this lobby is fighting for those qualification spots. Yale, Confi getting a spot in towards the zone. Not looking too comfortable, though, because they're going to have to share some of those shields to get themselves back up. Some splashes as well. 31st place, 7 points. They're going to need a big game here, mixed with some eliminations. You see some couple players going down in the elimination feed. Again, it's Evo, though. That's a player to watch out for, because he's slowly but surely picking up eliminations to keep his team in contention.
But take a look here. Our second place duo, J Roses and Tutu. But remember, the first place duo has already been eliminated. So if J Roses and Tutu are able to make it far in this late game, they could take that #1 spot. Taking a look at the top-down view, we have a lot of duos stacked down on the southern side of this zone. And it's actually going to pull to a coast. So there's going to be a little bit of water in this first moving zone.
And realistically right now, if you kind of look at it, everybody's jumbled. Nobody really has convincingly and definitively that front side of zone. So everybody's going to have to figure it out. And the players towards the high ground, just looking at everybody across the battlefield, they're going to try to take some shots and then maneuver forward. Players towards the low ground, especially Gosh and Sharp, they probably are the closest towards the front side of zone. They're going to go ahead and take those peppers and try to stay ahead of the zone. So that way, it's not going to be a worry for a lot of these teams that are going to have to go through one another to get to the same spot.
Gosh and Sharp taking the low ground rotate. Meanwhile, all these other duos use their launch pads, use their Spider-Man web shooters, and that's actually a very strong rotate as a majority of the opposing duos looking for tags are looking up. They're not looking straight down, so great rotate there from Sharp. We have Tutu, though, as J Roses has gone down, now playing as a solo, has 370 damage above the Storm Surge, but once more looking for that elimination. He knows the player is knocked down, might just decide to take the loot here and not keep chasing his duo opponent, but no, falls down. Can't find the loot anymore. Jacob has to go down now into the battle. Finally getting eliminated. That was very unfortunate.
Yeah, just a cheeky spot for his teammate to leave the down body. Unable to get the refresh. Actually drops into somebody else's lap. He goes for it, gets taken out. Matt, 3 eliminations, trying to go ahead and make way as a solo. Currently sitting into 4th place. Last use of the Spider-Man Mythic, trying to go as far as he possibly can. Doesn't get too much out of it, but he definitely has some resources to try to get ahead of zone, but he's going to drop towards the low ground, recycle some of this brick, and then continue to make his way. Evo and Buzzo always finding a way towards the late game to get a share of that high ground, but we're in zone number 7. Some may say that's the perfect time, but the trend of this semifinals, it's a little too early for some.
Nate and Frappi, we've been talking about how consistent they are making it to this late game, but they just have to make it happen one of these matches to get that golden ticket to the finals. Though, take a look at high ground. We have Kytrex here with his duo partner Jartrex with 3 eliminations, looking to make it 4, taking out Buzo, our previous high ground duo.
Yeah, perfect time to strike Jaritos and Kytrex. You talk about 7th zone. It's definitely too early in our semifinals to go for height. I think duos and teams have to start taking note of that, because that has been 3 for 3 games. You take it too early and you get eliminated. Back to the lobby you go. Forced to rethink of a game plan as Gosh trying to think of something here as a solo, bobbing in and out of covers, peeking only when necessary to take the tags without a single build to his name. All he has is 6 minis and a dream to try to stay alive. Players running around, perfect edits. Fade didn't even know he was there as Gosh now tries to run, outlast his opponents, recycle some of these builds, and mat up where he can, because his journey is not over just yet.
71 points for Gosh, currently in the 5th place here. Has 6 mini shields to work with, but not a lot of materials. Meanwhile, Jaritos and Kytrex are on the high ground still. So far, not contested. Looking good for them here. Let's see what Gosh can do, though. 1 elimination right now, 1 for his teammate, and he's playing the low ground as a solo. Just picked up 400 wood and 200 brick. That could have just saved him a lot of placement points.
Every moment from here on out is big. Takata calling it, those resources were a massive boost towards his end game potential. As you see, everybody's just jumbled towards the backside of zone. Gosh doing a good job of staying up front of it and not have to go through that chaos as a solo. And since he's slow down all that 400 mats, he doesn't have to use too much of it here, and he's gonna be able to save it to when these duos really come down to the wire. 8 teams remaining. You see the elimination feed still going off. Frappi is out. Jaritos and Kytrex still holding on to the high ground, but look at their builds. They don't have many to hold on to.
4 eliminations for Jaritos, 51 points, has the 5 chug splashes if it comes to that heal off, but so far it looks like they have this game in the bag if they play their cards right. But be careful, we just saw a player go for that high ground. Meanwhile, they got chopped down. I didn't want to speak too soon, but Creep now and his duo partner want that high ground, but they get chopped right back down to the low ground, get eliminated. Now Dom is the only one left for his duo, trying to secure a bit more placements with that med mist. Meanwhile, the last engagements happen above.
He doesn't have the resources to build up. He has to go around the mountain. He has just enough of the med mist, but no, not able to make it into the zone. That's going to be a denial from Jaritos to take out Dom. Shades, you saw him with the jump pad. He took the high ground away from a duo. A 2v1. Shades on the high ground, forcing the players down low. A bunch of players are going to go down. Jaritos going off. Kytrex versus Shades in a 1v1, and Jaritos is going to come out on top and take
the game to advance to our grand finals.
Jarritos did not just take down 1 or 2, but 3 opponents in the late game. They're finally at the end securing the victory royale, from losing high ground in the last moments to making a comeback, clutching it up, winning their game, and getting that golden ticket straight to the finals. What a match from Kytrex and Jarritos.
Yep, from high ground to low ground, doing everything that they need. And you see at the very end here, just enough builds to deny some shots and take the game overall. Jarritos, 8 eliminations by himself, Takada. That is how you cement yourself into the finals.
I almost just got left speechless from what we just saw. I almost jinxed it. I mean, they had the high ground, but then right as I said they should have the game in their hand, it got chopped down, but they were still confident. They still pushed through and got that victory royale. What an amazing game, but I want to see our analysts break it down for us.
Thank you so much, Takada and Jacob. And to be honest, there was a moment there where I thought it was going to be over for Kytrex and Jarrito. To have someone steal height from you and also to do it as a solo has to be a bit of a morale hit, but that was nothing to them, especially with 8 eliminations coming out of Jarrito. Panda, they definitely deserve their spot in the finals.
They absolutely do, and here's why. This is a team that is special, right? They know what they need to do. Not necessarily, I would say they're the best in high pressure situations, but they know what needs to be done, right? However, in this situation, they lost the high ground, they remained calm, and they were able to clutch it out here from the low ground. So a really impressive game here for them, and if anything, they should feel special here because that was a beautiful VR.
I do want to focus a little bit, though, on the player that tried to and actually successfully stole height. Shades there found out that he didn't really have too much of a heal-off opportunity, so drops down 1v2 Clay. Didn't go to the way of him, but what could have he done differently there to possibly have a bit of an advantage in a 1v2 situation?
Yeah, I think he just dropped down a little bit too quickly and prioritized the wrong targets there, right? We saw the player that got the eliminations in the feed, and he prioritized that one, unfortunately, instead of Kytrex there, who was 1 HP. Had they got them down, they would have had a little bit more of an opportunity. But obviously, in that moment, they don't see what we see. They don't know which individual is which. You just have to pick and choose, and at that point, it's a dice roll.
But a second place finish is still incredibly good. Those placement points on top of those eliminations are definitely going to solidify his spot in the top 10. But we're all about the victory royales here, so let's take a quick look at our 3 teams that have found themselves in the winner's seat. And of course, it's Haven, Notch after game number 1, Mojo and Salco in game number 2. And you guys just saw it, usually from high ground, but then having to drop down. Dartrex, as we call Jarrito, and Kytrex, game number 3 victory royale winners right there. But we still have 2 more games to go here. And it's not just the 2 VR winners that are going to be moving forward. It's also the top 6 teams that you're seeing right here. And what I'm seeing, Frappi and Nate jumping up into 5th place right now, Panda.
Definitely a huge game from them, but I also want to talk about Caleb and Kenzo. They didn't put a single point on in this game, and they were still up at the top of the leaderboard. So, look, they definitely did something right in the first couple games. So, all they have to do is be a little consistent here in the last 2, and they're qualifying. But they need to be on it. They can't just give up now.
Indeed, and again, I want to say a big shout out to Kytrex, who one of the biggest veterans here in the NA West region, even went from playing on different inputs back and forth, really showing up. But look at how close the bottom of this leaderboard is, right? This is all the way down to 20th place. They still all have a shot into getting into that top 6 because of how much points eliminations are worth, as well as that second place.
And I just want to remind everyone what we saw in NA West during day number 1 as well. Favs and Snacky, you know, one of the more recent winners of the FNCS in Chapter 2, didn't have a great performance for the first 4 games. In fact, I think they almost went down around 20th and 30th in every single game. But that final game, the one that matters the most, they grabbed a VR. So although we only showed you 20 teams, literally any of the other bottom teams here, any of the other 47 teams, still have a chance to just grab that VR and move forward. And of course, for me, I'm looking towards Frappe and Nate, an incredible team here. They've already gone a 2nd place and 4th place finish from yesterday. And after today's performance, Panda, they did a pretty good job moving themselves in the top of the leaderboard.
They did, and while you were pretty confident thinking they were going to take this game, they are still being consistent, which is just as important. Because remember, we keep talking about it. You can qualify through victory royales, and you can qualify through consistency. So as long as you remain consistent, remain calm, you got this thing. But for Nate and Frappe, the one thing I think they should really work on here is being a little bit more patient. You see here, every chance they get, they're going for shots in the back of zone. So they need to be a little bit more cautious, especially taking those risks there, because ultimately that's why one of them went down.
I love that you say that. Patience is the name of the game. We saw Harito and Kytrex could have tried to steal height once again, but then instead they said we're going to be patient on the low ground and wait for them to come to us, and that's exactly what got them that VR. But everyone, we just have 2 more games to go here. Game number 4, we're going to have another VR winner move forward to the finals. Jacob, Takata, how are you guys feeling?
Feeling fantastic, but that's me and Takata. We don't have to go through this battlefield, but a fantastic job for our analysts, not only to break down that last game, but really set the tone and the story for game 4 and game number 5. Depending on where you're at in the leaderboard, you have 2 different ways to qualify. If you're at the top half, you can continue to play consistency. There's Caleb and Kinzo that Panda said they didn't score a single point, still sitting in first. But for those teams that might be out of the bubble, maybe top 20 and below, they might have to go for a victory royale.
I mean,
they don't have to wait long.
That's what I was gonna say. You heard it. The battle bus is getting ready. Let's get right into it, Jacob.
You see how excited we are to get right into the game, and for some of these teams, they are excited because they're at the top of the leaderboard. Others might be getting a little nervous, might be getting a little desperate as their chances to qualify for the finals are vanishing before their very eyes. 2 more games on the day, a fresh 6 tomorrow, but there's still a chance with 2 teams able to qualify through victory royales.
I mean, you could be a team like Slick and Day who are already in the top 6 threshold. You could be a team like Aguilar who was at 14 points. So it's going to be difficult to make it to the top 6, but they can still get that victory royale. If they come out on top here in the early game engagement and they end up winning, that's a ticket straight to the finals. But be careful, as Show is going to annihilate that opportunity right off the start in a quick 1 versus 2 with that MK7.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a different thought process going down, separate just a little bit, just going to try to land onto the weapons. And instead of just landing together and trying to use a little bit of time, get the floor loot inside of the buildings, they're just going for a straight 50-50 when it comes to those weapons. And I think for the past 2 games, probably Blasted Show have been getting the better of them.
So far, that's what's been happening, but it's still up to who can get that victory royale, because I mean, it could be Blast and Show 4 games, and in the last game Aguilar comes out on top and ends up winning the game. I mean, you never know. But quickly switching over to the Daily Bugle, we do have an engagement here with Ghosty, the same off-spawn engagement that always ends so quickly. But now Jeevan seems to have been boxed up here. He's got 2 opponents getting in, takes down 1. Will he be able to get 2? No. Ghosty finishes it off, is going to be able to pick up his teammate. That was a close one.
Is that 3 out of 4? 3 out of 4 games, Ghosty and Flameback, maybe at least 2 for 2, because I know that last game was chaotic with all 4 players landing on 1 chest on the roof of Daily Bugle. But this time around, Ghosty and Flameback, they have some time. Another early victory towards Daily Bugle. They're going to be able to mat up and begin their journey to try to take the victory royale here, just like Astra Winx and Eon. Towards Rocky Reels, we haven't seen a lot of action go down here on stream at least, but Pollo and Yellow Glow, they're not afraid of any of these battles. They're not afraid, especially being in 16th out of that bubble. Depending on where they're at exactly, they might need some early eliminations.
They might need it. We have Pollo here looking to see if he can get one of those early eliminations. But, I mean, they do have the high ground positional advantage. But I'm kind of feeling a little bit of a disengagement from them. Maybe not. Really depends what they want to do here. Do they want to alpha up their drop spot here at Rocky Reels and come out on top, eliminating their opponents? Or do they want to be like, okay, we have enough shield, we have a med mist, we got mats, let's just go for the rotate, as they're not currently in zone. But it looks like they want to keep the action going. They want to keep this battle going. And so far, I mean, they've gotten a bit of tags, so it's not looking too bad.
It's not looking too bad at all, but I like how they're not just going all in right now. If they don't know exactly where both of the players are, they know shots are coming in from the outside. And being on that 16th place, they can have that choice. Do you want to go for the victory royale? Do you want to try to go for some consistency? And I think this battle is going to decide it. If they win this one, they can still play for consistency. If they lose, game number 5 is going to come down to a victory royale as the first knock is going to come through. Pollo is going to clean that one up along with Yellow Glow to finish up the refresh, the siphon, get everything that they need, and drop their opponent Astra all by their lonesome. A solo player trying to survive here. And Pollo and Yellow Glow, if they got aggressive after that last one, they're just going to do it again.
They're going to do it again, and they're going to keep it going here, as now not only do they have that elimination, they have the player advantage, making sure they're all healed up. They're already going to use the med mist, going to even maybe use a bit more shields, and now it's just the hunt for this solo. But be careful as Glow gets cracked with that first shot from the striker pump shotgun, but manages to come out on top in that engagement. Now in 13th place with those extra 6 points from eliminations. But let's look at some replays, see what else has been happening off spawn.
And this is that one we kind of jumped on board. Is that another? Is that a 50-50? What is going on over towards Daily Bugle? These guys just are not scared. They're not being intimidated, but this is the one we did see. Different angle. Poppy Blast dropped down to 4 HP. But this is what Aguilar is talking about. Miscommunication is costing them big on these off-spawn fights.
Oh, I mean, you can see it. They know that something's wrong here, and now that they've been eliminated in game 4, they just have one more game to make it happen. But look at this. Glow and Pollo, they were feeling so good. They were feeling so confident, but now a third party is coming in, and they said, we already have our Storm Surge tags. We already have materials, loot. We don't want to get into another engagement. Good decision to go for the rotate now that they don't have to focus on that damage, and they just have to focus on their position.
And that's what you want to do, where you just focus on your position. It gives you options to kind of do exactly whatever you want to do. But the team currently sitting in third, Day is going to get dropped. And that's going to be Vibesy. Great communication, dropping him over the water so that way he doesn't take any damage. And Day finds a way to get out. Might have used a launch pad there at the final moments to escape this 2v1. But I don't know how long he's going to be able to escape and stay alive, because with those mythic Spider-Man web shooters, they're going to be on his tail.
Look at this. Day's in third place right now, so getting eliminated on this 4th match is gonna make him and Slick play for the qual in their last game. But who knows, they might be able to come out on top. Will he be able to get that 1 versus 2? He's got 2 players on him, but finally is gonna get eliminated, and Slick and Day are out of the match.
Yeah, the common trend from a lot of these fights, whether it's the replayers or the ones that are on stream live, is it's a lot of the teams that are 16th, 15th, sort of on that bubble, trying to have a big game here so they can qualify through consistency. But they got to watch out here for Zare and Fade, closer to that bubble than ever before here, getting a victory royale in that first qualifier. So they have the mindset that they can go ahead and qualify through both of these methods, but it's these eliminations that they want to be able to clean up. And already judging with 6 chili splashes, 6 chug splashes, and the resources, they might have found themselves a llama off spawn.
Oh, I mean, their loot is looking good. And now, just as Silks and his teammate thought they were safe after securing their elimination on Day, the third party came in from Fade and Zaire. So they have that positional advantage now. They have the high ground. And with all those splashes, with all that loot, they're not too worried about losing shield here in the engagement. So they're looking for tags with that Stinger SMG, maybe even a striker pump shot here and there. And so far, I mean, they're still in the zone. So they're not worrying about too much.
Yeah, the only thing right now, if this battle takes too long, the amount of surge they're going to need overall, but along with the heals, possibly getting both eliminations, it might not be too much of a worry. And I like the way Vibes and Slicky are kind of playing this. They're sticking down low. They're trying to force Zare and Fade into a mistake. That's something we've seen a lot from teams in this position. They get a little impatient. They drop down low, but Zare is just trying to explode that vehicle, cause some fire and some chaos, maybe get some free destruction on the builds. But Slickies and Vibe, they're not biting on any of this bait.
Be careful though, only 18 shots for that Stinger SMG. They're gonna need some more small ammunition. It looks like Fade has it though, so as long as they get a quick split, they should be good. What's dangerous about this though, is if you look at the zone, they're on the dead side, the least congested side of zone. So after this engagement, they're not gonna have a lot of opportunities to get more tags. So this should be a majority of the damage they need, especially if zone closes more towards the north here. We'll see in 30 seconds how it ends up happening, but so far, I mean, they can play the waiting game or they can try and predict the zone and go straight to the center.
Yeah, you talk about how far everybody else is spread out. The closest teams are around Logjam, Lumberjam. So they're going to have to travel far if they're going to need Surge. That's why this fight is so important. But the longer this fight goes and the damage and the tags trading off and shields being used, they're going to get a good amount of Surge. But it's just a matter of time, and everybody else has an opportunity to rotate in, but they have a ton of time. So I'm talking about it's a matter of time, but they can go ahead and play around with this one. They can continue to hold on to the high ground and break these covers, because what they're doing now is just dwindling down the resources of Vibes and Slicky little by little, which is why it's taken so long.
I mean, it's felt like almost a whole match here, Jacob, in this engagement, and not a single player has gotten to a box, has gotten full pieced. I mean, they're just going back and forth, trying to do a little bit of damage, trying to get a big striker pump shot off to crack their opponent, give them something that's going to allow them to play a bit more aggressive. But now looking, that second zone has appeared and the first one's closed. It's looking pretty far. I don't know exactly where it's closed, but it's definitely not close by.
It is a little too close as we switch angles. You can kind of see the little edge, a sliver of it. At about a minute and 20 or so seconds here, it's going to begin to move in, so they have to start figuring out how they're going to close this battle. Fade gets the shield ripped right off, but so does Zare. They wait for that perfect moment to strike from the low ground to the high ground. They do exactly that. Both of these players' shields are dropped right off, but they use the splashes, the minis, to get that HP and shields right back on up. But Slicky and Vibes, this is where they're going to try to break free, get a couple of those resources that they had to use to turtle down in this cover, but it doesn't look like neither player wants to back off of this fight just yet. It goes to show that these eliminations are so important to these players.
I mean, it looked there for a second
Maybe
like
now.
Zaire was reconstructing tilted towers by the, I mean, height he was going up. But I think they finally decided here that maybe we've taken a long time in this engagement. We got our shots off. We got our damage done. Let's leave it there. We'll continue it later. But looking at another engagement that's happening currently on the map from Buzo and Evol at 66 points, 9th place on the leaderboard. They're in Covert Cavern and they're looking for a little sneaky play. I'm not even sure if the opposing duo knows they're there.
I feel like because Buzzo kind of built and jumped over there, they might know now, if anything, but it does look like everybody's just playing careful, playing sneaky. And this is another spot in zone, and with nobody around Covert Canyon, or at least for now, it's going to be on the far side of that exact POI. They could take some time to try to fight this one, especially being down on the damage for the Storm Surge threshold. They might be looking to get a little bit aggressive, but Evo sneakily waiting in the wings to strike, and this has been his thing multiple times in today alone, waiting for that perfect opportunity. But now he's going to build, take back the high ground, and continue to hold that presence. Even though he doesn't have a ton of ammo to continue to put down that pressure, him having the high ground alone is pressure enough.
I mean, you can see Evo playing like he was an eagle, waiting for that perfect moment to strike. Already 170 above the Storm Surge threshold. We can also see J Roses, who on the contrary is below Storm Surge, although they do have those Spider-Man web shooters, but they also have teams looking at them, trying to get those tags. So, I mean, J Roses and Tutu, they're gonna have to do a bit of damage here.
Which is surprisingly enough, because when I was watching the qualifiers, I was seeing a little bit more aggression. I was seeing a little bit more trying to take the game in your own hands, and they're doing that, but they're just taking a few more mistakes this time around, traveling a little too early to try to get in towards the zone. Gets chipped down. Luckily, though, they're going to be 11 above the threshold. It's not anything that you kind of feel safe, you don't feel comfortable, but you feel just enough to go ahead and pop the shield and get the information that you're looking for. As J Rose is trying to make a rotation, they know the spot is contested. Staying here could mean your lives. An elimination on hands as the target is J Roses yet again, as him and E22 are just trying to get out. They're just trying to stay alive in 5th place.
I mean, you know, when a player is using their Spider-Man web shooters in second zone, it's because something urgent is happening. And right now, that urgency is having to do damage. They are not close to a lot of duos. They're getting picked off from a far range, and they have to get that damage done before it's too late. 76 players alive. 6 players need to be eliminated to stop that Storm Surge. And CZR knows exactly that as he's looking to get an elimination here, but there's so much pressure being applied from the teams on the outskirts. Great use of the reinforced wall, but it's not enough as CZR and Javier are gonna go down.
Yeah, they just became a product of what happens when you start to fight with too many teams around you. They want a piece of that action. They want some of that pie, and they start to put down their own shots. And you saw even Caleb and Kenzo trying from the high ground, sitting in first place to go ahead and disrupt it. But Chicken, 237 below the threshold. He has some splashes. He has some peppers. He even has a med kit, but I don't think he has time to pop the med kit. You might know more than I do if he's going to be able to pop that one off. We'll probably check back in with him later. But J Rose's E22 first down is going to come in. Back-to-back shots being fired off. The team that needs the surge, the team that needs to start figuring out how they're going to qualify, pick up a great elimination and move up to 2nd place.
Wow, I just want to point out, they did not just get their Storm Surge, they just recuperated all of their uses on their Spider-Man web shooters because the duo they just eliminated had double Spider-Man. So it's like they never got into a problem here. Refresh their materials, back up to 6 minis, back up to 9 to 10 shots on each Spider-Man web shooters. Now, their only problem is their edge zone. You can see at the right, it's starting to close and they're not in it. So they're going to have to make a rotate, probably use a bit more shots on those Spider-Man web shooters, and then if they manage to make it into zone, I mean, that was a good comeback.
Yeah, J Rose is going to lead the way just a little bit. Everybody's stuck on this side. Is going to have to figure out where the rotation is going to come in. First place, we talked about Caleb and Kenzo. Not scoring a single point last game, but they've dominated their first 2 and put themselves in such a commanding position. It didn't really matter, but they cannot have another game like that. They got to start scoring points and get on that rhythm. Sitting in first place, there's going to be a lot of teams waiting in the wings to chop you down, but E22 and J Roses trying to make it ahead of the storm, reuse the jump pad to try to get themselves in. And you talk about you want to hold on to those web slingers as long as possible, and I like the way he has the med kit, so that health and HP is not too much of a worry for me.
Oh, I mean, they've done it, right? Made a good use of that launch pad, but oof, okay, I'm gonna be careful with my words there. Tutu almost just got eliminated, well, knocked down, better said, but I want to bring up that Frappi and Nate are doing a great job of playing a split drop. They're not doing a very contested drop like Daily Bugle or Tilted Towers. They're doing a split drop, and because of that, their main issue is finding Storm Surge, but they're in a great position to see. I mean, you can see right now, find angles on duos that are not in a great position, rotating in late and just getting those tiny tags from afar with their MK7, with their medium ammunition, and just making sure they can consistently get to that late game and rack up as many placement points as possible to end in that top 6 spot. And seeing that they're in 7th right now, I mean, they're just on the cutoff.
Yeah, I like Frappi here. Anybody is a target, not just the players that are struggling in towards zone, trying to stay alive, even the aggressors that are over peak and trying to take shots. Frappi is going to take any opportunity. Nate as well, as you see Rush trying to revive his fallen foe. GG's as he gets the revive off, has some floppers, plenty of heals to go around, plenty of shields as well, but the spot that they're in is the only thing that worries me here. So many teams around them. They have the vending machine as well if they have some gold to go ahead and try to use, but it's getting in towards zone is the worry to me. Not so much the heals or the resources, as so many teams are around them that can easily turn around. And we've seen it happen to so many duos already today alone, as another team just wandering around above them. And this is where once in 20 seconds the zone begins to move, teams are going to look back, as now they're going to be the only team left back there.
Oof, Rush and G's making good use of the gold bars, but now, just like you said, they've got to figure out how to rotate. Look at this. They're going to use a vehicle to get this rotation done, but be careful. If that vehicle ends up exploding right where they want to be positioned, it's going to be very difficult to start building and not get focused. So hopefully they can do a nice dead side rotate in the zone with that vehicle and make it happen. But taking a look at 2-2 here, and J Roses using the Spider-Man web shooters. Quick one shot into zone, playing it safe, and now picking and choosing the correct option.
Yeah, just a few steps out of zone. They're doing the best they can to get in, but now the lobby is spotting them out, forcing the armored wall to stay alive and alleviate some of that pressure that's being put on them. They know a team is going to be above them, spotting them out through the cone. Kaz and Turtle are still alive. I saw them pick up elimination in the feed. Ghosty going ahead from Daily Bugle. His journey continuing as Tavern and Kaz finally above the threshold here, trying to stay alive. But they too, you said it, the top side of the match, so many duo teams that land there struggle for Surge.
Ooh, I mean, you can see it too. 4 above for G's and his duo Rush. They are not in a good position, especially seeing that they're in their corner of the zone here. So they have to do whatever they can, but I can see they still have their vehicle inside of the builds. But I mean, if you want to try and use a vehicle now, it's quite a risky play. It is possible, but it's risky. Their priority is going to be Storm Surge. It's going to be doing damage, and that's exactly what they're doing slowly but surely, seeing that the 12 above now. However, on the contrary, Zaire, on the right side is 16 below, so he's gonna have to do some damage quickly because he's running out of minis, although he does have a good amount of splashes.
And 13 above, 16 below, that's almost nothing. Look at that. They just get sneezed on, 6 below the threshold. And now you see they're trying to make a way. Caleb and Kinzo are up there. They're panicking. They're trying to look for a team to go ahead and make a target, but Storm Surge is just taking them down. They're panicking. GGEs are going to go down. He's going to fall. Rush just rebooted him back into the action. Luckily for him, he's going to pick up the med kit, pick up the web slingers. So he's going to have some resources to use to try to make his own journey as a solo to the end of the game. But 16 above still on the right side, 16 below. Damage of the Storm Surge is really taking teams apart, and that's where in that final game, if they survive this one, they're gonna have to figure out a way to get Surge early.
I mean, this is a very important game for Rush and also Zaire, who is in 9th place right now. So if they can secure just a bit more points, that's going to put them closer and closer to that top 6 qualifying threshold, which takes you straight to the finals here. So they want to do as best as they can in this match, making use of those chili chug splashes, looking for angles on some opponents there. His Fade is going to get a knock, but he wants more, wants to take out his duo partner as well, trying to find the angle, but doesn't have that many materials. I take that back. Look at that, almost full materials, Jacob, but they have to get the zone now.
Yeah, Refresh looking good at the right time, but both of them are taking damage from the storm, getting denied entry inside of the circle as its team's not wanting to give him that space there. He's going through that struggle himself, trying to survive with the med miss. Last mini being used on Fade, so all of their heals and resources out the window, and they have Turtle, Tavern, and Kaz that know they're there, know that they're trying to live on a prayer. So as soon as this zone begins to move, they know that as a possible refresh toward the backside, they put a steel wall above them because they know that threat is looming around every corner.
Threat is looming, and they don't want any risk seeing that they're so close. But taking a look at the team that's already in that threshold, J Roses and 2-2 still has 4 shots on the Spider-Man's web shooters. A good amount of materials to get the rotate on. 2-2 dropping right beside J Roses here, staying compact, staying close. You can tell they've got good synergy, they've got good communication, and they can make it happen here in this game, seeing that they're already 2nd place.
218 below the threshold. Right now, they're just trying to make it in front of zone, get themselves a spot, and then try to look for that damage as they're breaking into a box. Air gets chopped down. Poppy Blast gonna get credit for at least one of those eliminations, but the high ground take here on 6th zone might be a little too early for some as you're dwindling down the resources. You see exactly what happens, Takada. You take it too early, you lose all your resources, then you're stuck looking for a refresh.
look at the elevation change as well on this zone. It's a mountain zone, but look at Monkey going straight into the box, trying to secure that elimination. They actually get it. Now Yuki with 3 eliminations, Monkey with 2. They've got 66 points, and look at this zone. All these players have to rotate back up just after going down. It is an incredibly difficult zone to do correctly, but if you're a player like Nate, you have that Spider-Man's web shooter. You have that ability to make it an easier rotate, and Nate did it perfectly. Now in zone with 370 wood.
Only 105 effective HP and shields, trying to survive. Monkey and Yuki, you saw them at one point or another, weren't the healthiest when it came to resources. So a single launch pad and a duo being prepared to try to steal that one away. Jay Rose is one of these solo players, many solo players left in this game, trying to stay alive. Luckily for him, he doesn't have to peek and take shots. He's going to be 301 above the threshold, but there's still so many teams around him. Regardless if he wants to take the shots, he might have to defend himself here, as Shallow and Biz trying to look and take a piece of that high ground. And that's exactly why I say you take it too early, you lose your resources, and then you put yourself into a hole.
7th moving zone currently. Biz and Shallow have the high ground, but J Roses, he's still going. He's still surviving. 100 points now he's gotten for him and his duo. Meanwhile, we have Poppy Blast with his duo Show. They seem to be tanking a bit of Storm here, playing more on the lower end of the zone, close to the low ground, trying to find a solo or any players that they can catch off guard to secure a little bit more of those elimination points, because they do not have any materials.
Yep, you see Trey, Kiowa, one of those top side of the map duos, 3rd place. They have a great plan, not having to worry about Surge, as they are just going and moving in a great layer, separating themselves from the rest of the teams. You see low ground, Show and Poppy Blast from a great early game fight. They're making it last towards the end game. Shallow and Biz putting that pressure on the Beast and Remy, denying them an opportunity to retake the high ground. But they have to be careful, because this is that moment in time, usually in every single game, where they don't watch out towards the high ground. A team steal is away. Poppy Blast goes down. So does Show. That's Slicksy's picking up both.
Slicksy getting a nice 2-piece, but now Sharp also going down, leaving Gosh alone as he also gets eliminated there. Shallow and Biz, they still have the high ground. They're looking great in this zone. 6 duos alive. That's 10 players. What is going to happen here in the next few moments? We have Shallow trying to Spider-Man web shoot up a bit of materials, a bit of loot, anything that can help them secure this victory royale. Meanwhile, we have Uwa, we have Bumboy. These players, which had a difficult run in our previous matches, now in a top 5 situation where they could take the victory royale.
8 eliminations so far here, floating down towards the low ground. Not many mats to use. They're trying to refresh as many as humanly possible here as they make their way towards the end zone. Shooting at some builds in front of them, making that path that much easier. Shallow and Biz continuing to hold on to the high ground. Pump is in the mix as well, sitting, I do believe, towards the top side of the leaderboard in the early portions of our games. This one is down to 4 total teams. One of them is going to be a solo, and that is going to be Pump.
Oh, Pump just
anymore.
Getting eliminated there. Not anymore, like Jacob said. We still have Biz, Shallow on the high ground, applying pressure. And Bumboy managed to knock down another opponent. That's 1 more solo now, Jacob.
Yeah, keep them alive. Save that siphon. Save the refresh as long as possible. But you probably needed those mats. That might be the time to pick them up. 2v1, just like last game. Deja vu, an opportunity for the solo player to strike as the players are going at it here. Uwa and Bumboy doing their best. Steel wall to go ahead and hold down some of that pressure and make it a little bit easier for them to survive. But Shades takes the high ground. I don't know how. I think it's Shades again. His 2nd chance at life. 2v1 situation here. Can Shades take the game? It's Uwa. It's Bumboy towards the low ground. They have men miss. They have some minis. And they have no resources, though, at least on the side of Bumboy. So it's going to be up to Uwa to place the perfect build. Shade's going to delete that one. It looks like they ran out altogether. Med miss is going to go off. Shade tries to drop, and he gets taken down. Bumboy and Uwa qualify for the finals.
Great attempt from Shades there as a solo, dropping down, looking for those eliminations, but Bumboy already had the med mist, already had the heal off. His duo partner was ready for the action, securing that last elimination, and it worked out for them as they got the victory royale.
Sometimes it's not how you start, it's how you finish. It doesn't matter if you stumble. It doesn't matter if you trip and fall, because if you get that victory royale, no one would have noticed. As Bumboy and G5RC, they make it towards the end. But Shades, I think that's been the story, because even though he doesn't get the victory royale in 2 different opportunities, he's boosting his team up that leaderboard, and I do believe they got themselves into a top 10 position.
I mean, they made it happening, from Bumboy having to reboot his duo partner 2 times in a previous match, to staying well, to keeping that motivation going and getting that victory royale now, not letting the previous matches affect him or his duo. They are going to take this game, but let's throw it to the analyst desk and let them break it down for us.
We were just talking about it during our last desk segment, that someone like Favs and Snacky, who had a poor performance for the first 4 games, and then once they grab that VR, it doesn't matter how well they did, because that's how the semifinals format is run here. It kind of rewards both players, those players that are hot and cold and the players that are going for consistency. But my goodness, Panda, what an incredible run from Bumboy and UA there on the low ground. Once again, we have another low ground success.
Absolutely. Look, it's showing that high ground isn't necessarily everything here, especially for G5RC and Bumboy. This is a duo that we've seen time and time again here on the West Coast, and it really showcases that they know what to do with the low ground. We've seen them time and time again on the low ground. It's actually kind of surprising. Clay, you know more about this team though than I do.
Yeah, Bumboy has been playing in West for as long as I can remember. I mean, it goes back to the very first FNCSs. He took a break for a while there and then came back and has been really strong ever since there. And then, of course, pairing with G5RC, who has been really great with him to kind of hold him back from being a little bit too aggressive, because Bumboy back in the day used to be, I'm W-keying everybody I see. And now you see a little bit more patience there on Bumboy's side, so it's a really great pairing overall.
And real quick, I do want to touch on something that I saw that team, Bumboy's team, do, where they were able to drop an enemy and actually throw them ahead of them, carry them into the zone. So Panda, tell me a little bit about this and why that was advantageous for them.
Absolutely. So the big thing there in that moment was getting the material from that knock into zone. That's going to be the priority. No matter what, you want to make sure that you have the fruit of your work, right? So being able to get that knock is great. Being able to get the material is even more important, especially in the final moments of that game.
And that is exactly what we saw that come into fruition. 100% worked out for them. And it's those small nuances that really separate the mid ground from the high ground of players. But of course, we have to look at our VR winners, everyone. These are the 4 teams that have found themselves in our first place spots, and which means that they are moving on to the finals next week. Bumboy and G5RC are going to be joining Harito and Kytrex, Mojo and Salco, and Hav and Notch. But as you can see, there's a blank slate there. There's still one more team that can grab that VR, and maybe it's going to be one of the teams that we see here, Clay.
It may be. Look at the spread, though. It's still anyone's game. Even though first place has 111 points, it's still easily overtakeable by all the way down into 10th, even more than likely all the way down into 11th. Gosh and Sharp made their way up into 4th. We've got Flameback and Ghosty now on 6th. Rapé and Nate right on the bubble in 7th. They've got a really big game here, Panda. Otherwise, they're out.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a make or break moment. Like we've talked about in the past, the top 6 are going to qualify through consistency. But if you're not in that top 6, your sole focus is the victory royale. You only have 2 options with 1 game remaining. Obviously, for these teams that are up here in the top 10, they have a lot better shot there through consistency. But if you find yourself lower, I would say lower than 15, right? Maybe 15th has a shot, but 15th down, you need to think about that VR and that VR alone.
Well, let's look at it right now. To get into 6th place, I believe, is around 84 points, or maybe a little bit more than that, 89 points. So to look down right here to see that even players all the way in 20th place are only a 20-point difference from there, it still could be anyone's game. And that's not even including the fact that a VR could just grab them their ticket into the finals. So still a lot of opportunity here. And speaking of opportunity, we still have a whole more day of semifinals, which is going to be starting tomorrow. Just like today, we're going to be having 11 new teams that were lower down in the series points out of the qualifiers. They're going to be joining us tomorrow, and it's actually going to be a little different where we have 6 games played tomorrow instead of the 5. But everyone, 5 games. It's now the time for that 5th game to be played, the final game of the day. So with that being said, Jacob and Takada, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, Clay, for doing an amazing job as always on the desk. But Jacob, we're getting into our last game. We've seen an amazing 4 games, but I mean, this is it. This is when we'll know which are the 6 duos that are gonna qualify through the consistency leaderboard and which are the 5 duos that secured that victory royale.
Yeah, just like everybody's really talking about one team, no matter where they are on the leaderboard, is gonna get that finals ticket. If they get this victory royale, everybody else is going to have to fight tooth and nail. And for the team that's sitting in first place, Trays and Kyo, they're doing a fantastic job. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of the teams on the north portion of the map are struggling to get that surge as the battle bus is ready. Let's see who's going to struggle as game number 5 starts right now.
Four games down, just one more to go. We've seen action in Chonkers, in Daily Bugle, in Tilted Towers, all over the map, and it's all coming down to this, the last match, Jacob, and we're starting it off strong in the Daily Bugle.
16 teams here fighting for a spot or within contention. 6 of those are in that side of that bubble. 10 of those are on the outside, and just like Kelly said, 20 points is what separates them. And with the final game on the line, they go for a 50-50 yet again. Takada, if that ain't bravery, I don't know what is.
They are not stopping. They won that 50-50, and I mean, I'm impressed. They've done it every single game, even to the last one, the most important, the last match. But look at this. There's not just 2 duos here, Jacob. There's 3 duos. The 50-50 ended with a sniper rifle from the chest spawn. But now, I mean, not a single elimination has been made.
Is there an additional team in here as well? Because before it was a lot of 2 teams landing around. I think I see a 3rd team in the mix.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happens when you leave it up to a victory royale situation. As Complop, Aguilar switching up their strategy just a little bit. Instead of that split drop on this position, they land together. The ammunition is there. The shots are firing off, but it's showing Poppy Blast, who's seemingly winning this exchange. Complop trying to pop the guzzle juice. Does he have time to get a max HP off of it? As Aguilar, he's going to be a distraction. It doesn't get the knock just yet as Poppy Blast, living on a player, drops down to reunite with Show. Neither team wanted to give this fight up just yet. They know how weak their opposition is, and Aguilar finds the angle, gets the down on the Show. Poppy Blast is being backed down, and you got to know his teammate is there. Complomp tries to reunite with Aguilar, take this 2v1, and they actually nail the victory. The elimination is in. I think you are the prophecy we were looking for, Takada, because you said it. Poppy Blast and Show, they might win 2 in a row, but all it takes is that 5th and final game for Aguilar and Complomp to come out on top.
I mean, look, they got the first part down, Jacob, but now it's the hardest part. They want to secure the victory royale. Due to getting eliminated in the early game, they haven't been able to rack up as many points as some of the other teams, so they really need that victory royale. But seeing that they've came out on top in that off-spawn engagement, I mean, I'm feeling something, Jacob. I'm feeling something.
Yeah, and just take note. Ghosty and Flameback, they were winning a lot, and they would kind of loot it up, and they would put themselves in a good spot to get resources and everything to put themselves in a great position, as Matt and Nav are not in the best spot here towards Greasy Grove. Finally, some contention on the Chicken. And I do believe they're going to get a share of that high ground, getting piece by piece. Gets the cone as well, locks him in, but Nav oversteps his boundaries. Matt's not there to save the day, but finally comes in with the halo and the wings to make sure his teammate stays alive. This battle will continue with a fight for the high ground. Kaizen, he's taking shots, but a sneaky blow onto Matt is going to take him down. Leave Nav all by himself.
Nav now playing as a solo here. Doesn't have that player advantage, but gonna go for the engagement directly into the box. They're unable to get in though. Now it's all about the angles game. How is Nav gonna come out on top when he doesn't have an advantage? He's actually at a disadvantage here, so he's gonna decide to drop down, maybe look for a different angle, maybe even try to escape here, but it's not looking good. Goes down to 8 shields. Gonna have to pop 2 minis, but will he have time?
I want to say he would have time because there's a whole game left. But I know that's not exactly what you mean because his 2 players just taken down option by option. He's scrambling around, just trying to stay alive, refresh as many of the resources as possible. We know this is going to be prolonged. Takes down 1. Chicken gets the kill elimination, though, at the right time to save the day.
Got that knockdown, but wasn't enough to get the second knock, which would have secured the 2 eliminations. Great attempt there as a solo, but unfortunately did not come out on top. Taking a look, though, at J Rosers and 2-2. They're at 104 points. They're relaxed, but let's look at some replays because, I mean, right now, J Roses, they've just got to farm up and they've got to get to that late game. But here we've got Aguilar. I mean, Jacob, you saw what happened here.
Hey, when he says the only thing they're lacking is communication, and it's time to flip that switch in game number 5, you tighten up. You see from frowns to smiles. Aguilar knows, though, this is not over just yet. You survived the off-spawn drop, but there's plenty more to go. A mountain to climb, some might call, is they're one of those teams that need a victory royale. You're not going to go ahead and qualify through consistency.
Taking a look here at Moddings and his duo partner who are running Spider-Man's 31 points in 29th place. It's kind of similar to what's happening to Aguilar here, where it's going to be difficult for them to get enough points to get into that top 6. But if they secure the victory royale, that's a direct qual to the finals, Jacob. So there's no giving up here. You got to give it your all in every single match.
Ooh, see that? Projected points to qualify through consistency is 109. Going into this game, Takada, there's been 1 team over that 109 threshold. That's first place. That's Trey and Kiowa, who are looking to punch their ticket into the finals. And that stat has been spot on almost all qualifier long.
I mean, Kelly was talking about it on the desk. Even 11th through 13th place, they're just a little bit of points off that top 6. Everybody is so close on the leaderboard going into this last match that it's really difficult to know who's going to make it.
Yeah, 9 points. That's what you're talking about. Not even a full 10. Let's see how that off-spawn one did end. He got that quick down on the Kaizen. Unfortunately, unable to get them both. Moddings and Tyler. They had some eliminations when we jumped on board. This is exactly how they did it in Crimson and Flux. Oof, for them, it's got to be hurt just a little bit. And I go back to what Clay said. You might have 16 different opportunities throughout the weekend to qualify, but you don't qualify on day number 1. You might be feeling good going into day number 2. If you don't qualify on day number 2, you might begin to doubt yourself because it's not possible with so many players still qualifying themselves, drop spots being open, so many things changing. You may begin to doubt how much you can achieve, but we've seen it firsthand, Takada. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible in Fortnite. That's what I love so much about these competitions. And I mean, taking a look here at Ghosty, Flameback, they're feeling pretty happy here with 89 points, but be careful. That's literally number 6. That's the cutoff to qualify, Jacob. So they're feeling happy, but at the same time, they're feeling stressed out. They know they have to get to the late game here, and they have to do a decent job.
Yeah, and for Fatpie and Nate, you don't want to be that tiebreaker team. Because even though I do believe they're tied with points, depending on who wins that tiebreaker, it might not be them. And we've already seen it from Tiny and Fruit in one of the qualifiers, so history does tend to repeat itself as Beast and Remy trying to break into a box on Greasy Grove. Multiple teams making their way in. They hear their shots, and to them, that's like a horn saying, hey, partnership here. The boat and dock is ready.
Oh, it's ready, and Beast is also looking ready for an angle there as he's scouting through the cone, trying to see if he can find a shot onto his opponent. They're gonna edit out now. See that his teammate is gotten into a box with Chicken here, looking very dangerous. Manages to help him out, but be careful. The opponent's duo is also there, gonna knock down his teammate Remy, now at 10 health to work with, Jacob. This is not looking good for Beast.
Yeah, that was a big shot on the Beast, and he's barely staying alive. Quick edits to do so as he's now trying to take the high ground as the duo below him is just trying to drop him down. There's still so many teams in the mix that could threaten this exchange. Even if Beast survives for now, he finally does get dropped out, but there goes the other teams I was talking about. As soon as he gets the elimination in the Siphon, Kaizen gets dropped to Fruit, and it actually does look like they're going to get aggressive. Look at the mini-map, Takada.
Oh my gosh, it looks like they're coming closer and closer. They want to secure that finish. Chicken now is put into a scary situation, and he's gonna be put in a disadvantage 1 versus 2. Teammate gets finished here. Now Chicken, although he does have 3 eliminations, he's gonna have to get another 2 if he wants to come out of this situation on top.
Yeah, we've seen him be your hero once today to save it in a 2v1 situation. Tiny and Fruit picking up their spoils of war. Max mats of everything that they need. Only 1 big pot. Still room for more, but they're just going to go and get that elimination back right on out. They know other teams are there. They're going to disrupt this fight. So it's no use for them to go and hunt down Chicken, because the later on in the game that you go, the opportunity will present itself in terms of eliminations.
Taking a look here, that Tiny and Fruit are going to decide to get into a vehicle here and get out of Greasy Grove, or maybe just get a little further away from the engagements happening there by Chicken and his opponents. And look at that, they're actually going to find a nice vehicle. Going to go a little quicker than their previous one, but so far, I mean, we've had some pretty stressful engagements.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are feeling the stress. A team that's not, though, Caleb and Kinzo, 107, sitting in 2nd place. Does have that sniper. I haven't seen it utilized too much. Maybe about, like, I can count on my hand the amount of shots were hit on screen throughout these qualifiers. So it's definitely, even though I'm talking about it's not being utilized to perfection, with that said, it can also, because it's not utilized, catch a player off guard that overpeaks.
Yeah, currently making use of that legendary Hunter bolt-action sniper rifle. But, I mean, Caleb, if he manages to get a nice shot off, it could be a lot of damage. But the reason we're not seeing so many players run these sniper rifles is just due to the items available to them in this game. With the Spider-Man Reb shooters, which is very good for mobility, to the med mist that you can use to stay alive in the zone in those moving circles, to the peppers that we see Slick using. It's kind of difficult to mix in a sniper to the loadout.
Yeah. And it's not even that, it's just more utility to go around, you know what I mean? So if a sniper is very, very effective, like I said, if you catch somebody off guard, it's just there's so many better options, from the Stinger SMG, extra heals. You kind of laid out, you know, when it comes to the peppers. So if you don't have anything, I could see you picking it up, trying to rain. Oh, I told you, there's gonna be somebody that gets caught off guard, and it's Slick. Anybody else in the lobby have saw that, they would have definitely be trying to clean up that elimination, regardless if it's theirs or not.
Whew. And look at that. They're not done just with the knock. They want to get the full elimination there, as Day is now put into a very sticky situation, as he's got duos from afar applying pressure. Meanwhile, the duo that took down Slick is in his box, trying to get in, trying to box him up, trying to finish him off. And there it is. Day gets knocked down, trying to get down 1, gets the knock, but it's not going to be enough, as that knock did have a teammate. And now Day and Slick, one of our duos that were close to that cutoff, have been knocked out of game 5.
Just trying to see where exactly they... Ooh, I think they're sitting in 11th place or so going into this game. So yeah, one of those teams, they're going to have to go again into semifinal day number 3 tomorrow. But for the rest of the teams, your chance to live on this prayer is definitely still alive. First place putting down those shots. Flameback and Ghosty sitting on the bubble, currently in 6th. Shades and Clucks, they always find themselves towards the end game. I do believe they land outside towards those ruins southeast of the Daily Bugle. So they have a lot of opportunity to get the tags. But this time around, they had a whole different game plan. They didn't get the off-spawn fight that they want. They were forced out of the Daily Bugle early. So now they're forced to adapt outside of their normal game plan.
Outside of their game plan, and that's always a scary situations when you're in the semifinals, because although there's some players that won't make it today, a reminder, there's still day 3 of the semifinals. 11 players, or 11 duos, will qualify today. 5 through the Victory Royale, 6 through the consistency leaderboard, and then 11 more duos will join the lobby tomorrow to compete on the last day, day 3 of the semifinals. Taking a look though at Shades here, 30 below with Clucks. They actually did a drop outside the Daily Bugle, close by, and now in this last game landed in the Daily Bugle, which is why there was 3 duos there at the start of the match.
Yeah, forced to use their heals to try to out-heal the damage of Storm Surge. Mini shields being dwindled down, and this This is where a lot of the times I see a lot of teams trying to do this. You can correct me if I'm wrong. They waste all the heals, they waste all the resources. They still find themselves below the threshold and forced to go in regardless. And this is just another example, putting down some steel walls because everybody in the lobby knows they're taking that damage, but 3 more players need to go down. They're sharing the last bit of their minis. They have a guzzle juice, which isn't going to do too much in the long run. And that's what I'm talking about. Now they're going to be forced to get aggressive here as nobody's fallen just yet. Ghosty and Flameback, another team that is barely above the threshold, knows that they're there. Shades is going to go down. Clux, 23 HP. One more tick of the surge, and he is going to drop. Out he goes. Jump pad, spoils of war, and you see it. Everybody's just making a mad dash trying to collect it.
And look at that, Ghosty and Flameback, the opposing team there from the early game, now making another come up here in the mid game, knocking out those 2 players. Third zone, 53 seconds until it closes, and they're just on the edge, but they're not in yet.
Not just yet. They do have some heals, not the best in the world, but sometimes all you need is that opportunity and chance. And it's kind of what you do from there, but the audio cues has to give away the position of Ghosty in Flameback to that nearby duo. And depending on the audio visuals, which I do believe was Defiable who kind of noted that one out, they could probably hear each other, and that's why you see the duo towards the backside not taking too many steps.
Taking a look here at J Roses at the bottom right, getting those tags onto the opponents in engagements already. A great safe way to do it. When you're not close in the action, taking shots from afar, you don't really put yourself in too much of a risky situation, especially if the opponents you're looking at are already in engagement. It's very unlikely that they'll stop that engagement and look at you. So J Roses, 2-2, doing a great job of securing damage. They do have 0 eliminations, so Storm Surge might tick pretty hard for them. They have to get a rotate in now, though, that the 4th zone has appeared and they are not in it.
Yeah, Worldka and Kika take down Fizzy for now. Does look like a revive is going to be attempted as I like this. J Roses, they're not getting aggressive. They're not trying to catch this duo off guard. They're just gathering that information, trying to figure out where they're pushing to come in. Fratby and Nate, though, they're under siege. Fratby is going to drop yet again and leave Nate by himself as a solo to play the rest of this game out with more than half of the duo still remaining. And you take a look, he's in 5th place, right on the bubble. So everything is in Nate's hands to end this game.
Oh, I mean, this is not a position I'd like to be in here. Nate is currently in 5th place, barely in the cutoff of the consistency qualifications, but he still can do it as a solo. He's lost his duo partner, but he does have the Spider-Man web shooters, has minis, has bigs, has almost max materials, so he can still make it happen if he plays it right.
I'm really intrigued to know if he's going to survive whatever he's attempting on the other side, just like Flameback and Ghosty trying to survive 2 duos, putting them into the sandwich here. Flameback's gonna go down. Ghosty is trying to revive his teammate, but he's under siege. Shots coming down from below. He's gonna survive for now. Now he's gonna attempt the revive, but you see Crimson, you see Bloods trying to break through the covers. Can he get it off? Just a few seconds remain, and this revive could be the difference between them coming in 7th place and making it into the bubble.
Quickly getting that revive done safely, but be careful as there's another 2 duos under them going into an engagement, and there it is. Rush getting cracked by Ghosty there, losing all of his shield, forcing him to pop some mini shields. Meanwhile, Rush, his teammate, is also in an engagement, tried to pick up as much loot as he could and get out of there safely, which he actually managed doing. So now Ghosty, Flameback, they've got to make their choice. Do they drop down? Because it's a dangerous place to be in, as Flameback almost gets knocked down again, and now they're put in a scary situation, Jacob.
Scary situation indeed. And I was going to say that Flameback went down there, even though he had the Spider-Man mythics. I was thinking maybe a little bit of a brain fart. Glad to stay alive at the end of the day. Might forget the tools that you have to go ahead and make a recipe for success happen. J Roses and E22 just trying to stay alive. They're backing up as much as possible, but that's Trey and Kayuko trying to go ahead and break through those covers, and they're already sitting in 1st place. They almost have their qualification down packed, and they're not wanting to let E22 go for free, but somehow, some way, he had an escape plan in mind, and he made it work.
He made it happen. Also, a quick note, the projection here for the cutoff of the top 6 threshold is 109 points. So, I mean, J Roses right now on the left side, he's there, literally. He's pretty much just right there. Maybe 1-2 more points to get that assured, feel a little safer. But Ghosty, on the other hand, he's a few points off. So he's going to have to do the same as Nate here and make a solo clutch happen.
He's literally on the bubble. He is literally on that bubble, sitting in 6th place. J Roses and E22 sitting in 2nd place, 109. For them, I feel like they're playing a mixture of both. They're trying to go for that victory royale, but since they're so high above the leaderboard, it's going to be a win-win scenario. You play for the victory royale, you don't get it, you're going to get a bunch of placement points. Depending on if those eliminations present themselves, you're going to collect those as well. So they're cementing themselves for a no-lose situation if they can make it that far. Talk about a no-lose situation. Ghosty is almost in an all-lose situation. No heals, no shields. He literally needs a miracle to stay alive and take this victory royale.
What he does have, though, is that mythic Spider-Man's web shooters. 50 builds. I mean, Jacob, it's possible, but it's not going to be easy.
It's definitely not going to be easy. At least it's something. You know, it could definitely be worse. It could be like Flux in that past game with no ammunition. It could be like a couple of end games that we've seen with no resources or builds. So for him, it definitely could get worse, and that's the attitude you kind of got to look at it, especially with the amount of practice and hours these players put into Fortnite. This cannot be the first time he's been in this situation before.
And we've got the 2 perspectives. We've got the 2 solos that have to clutch it out. Ghosty on the left side, Nate on the right. Both of them with Spider-Man web shooters with materials, but only one of them has shield, and that's Nate. So let's see if they can make it happen here as the zone is just starting to move and the rotates are beginning.
Oh. Nate escapes, not building too much at the start. He's getting himself a spot in towards the zone. He knows it's not going to come easy. Just a few charges left on the Spider-Man Mythic. Ghosty, on the other hand, not having the same route of success. He's still traveling through multiple players, trying to stay alive. Finally, the Mythic Spider-Man web sleevers come out, but he gets shot. More HP gets taken off, and now he's dropped down to 22.
Still in the top 6th place here, but it's gonna change quickly as the placement points start rolling in, Jacob. Nate, though, having some nice rotates.
Yep, Fade picking up 1 in the elimination feed. Ghosty finally goes down. I think he got denied entry to the bubble. Only time will tell as you see the leaderboard after the game, but Nate still inside of the bubble, but he is getting under attack here, trying to stay alive. 55 damage above the threshold. I think at this stage of the game, it might not be too much to worry about, and for him, he might not have to worry about it. In combat, and Zays, though, on the high ground yet again. From shambles of tilted towers in previous games to controlling the high ground in the final game.
We've seen Combat and Zay battle it out for the high ground multiple times today. We know they like it. We know they want it now in the 7th zone. They finally have it. The question is, will they be able to hold it? There's a lot of Titan teams on the 2nd to high ground here. You can see Cable, you can see Kenzo, you can see Hound, and it looks like they want it too.
Yeah, Zay's in combat. They're just trying to force these players down little by little, but I don't know if they know Hound and Prism is there. Yesterday, I do believe I've seen Hound and Prism try to go for a high ground retake late in the game, just like Kenzo and Caleb earlier on today. And they're taking that damage in the storm. This is the perfect moment they've been waiting for. High ground attempt could be underway. Nobody's really watching the backside as they're taking that damage in order to take the high ground. Combat's going to get dropped. Zay's by himself. He has no other choice but to follow suit. High ground has successfully been stolen.
Once again, taking high ground a bit too early can have its consequences as Zay and Combat have lost it. But I believe Nate, he's still going. He's clutching those points little by little. Maybe is going to be able to successfully get that as a solo. Get it done. Get the qual in the top 6. But taking a look at Nick Jaw here, who has the high ground now with Zeno. G's here, 105 points on the low ground. 4 points away from the cutoff. That elimination would be 3, but it's unable to connect the shots. Does not get the elimination. Nate now on 115. Looks like he's already made it in the predictive cutoff range. 2 eliminations, 6 points from Elims, and the rest replacement.
Yeah, you saw Kenzo and Caleb go down. That was 2nd place. 1st place is living on a prayer.
A team on the bubble just inched in another place from 9th to 8th before our very eyes, sitting on 104. Elders trying to take down Combat, and Zay's on the high ground. I think he's going to be denied that opportunity, but they still have to drop down low. There's more pressure, more work for them to do here to finish this game.
Combat, 3 eliminations. Zays, I mean, they're going back and forth. Jacob, Boyo here alongside his teammate Glow have a total of 7 eliminations. They're at 110 points. I mean, there's so many teams close to this cutoff here. Boyo and his teammate, they want to stay alive though. 7 duos, 12 players. They've got some contestation here on their layer though. They're gonna have to battle it out if they want to alpha it up.
Yeah, double steel wall to give themselves a little extra cover. A little less pressure, but finally find one into the box. Yellow Glow goes down. Pollo's doing what he can. I don't think he got the trade in the knocks, so it's just going to be his teammate going down without a trade. He's on that bubble, just inched himself into 6th place, has to stay alive. A couple placement points are necessary so he can confidently celebrate if he does go down. Sneaky shot towards the backside, unable to land it, but he's going ahead and traversing. One more team needs to go down. I think that will cement himself a spot here, but his HP continues to dwindle.
15 HP to work with, 112 points literally on the cutoff right now to qualify through consistency, and he's doing the best he can to stay alive. Has to get into zone though. That's a duo. Do anything he can. See if he can get a shot off. See if he can get a knock. Now, only 4 duos alive. That's 7 players. Poyer is doing such a great job of staying alive here with a 140 pump now on the low ground.
Depending on if this goes back up, he has to think of something. He goes down. It's down to a 2v2 situation here, I do believe. Slicksy and Vibes versus Combat and Zays. Combat is backtracking into the zone. He has the Menmis. It does look like he's going to go to a heal off. Shooting the lone player. He gets the victory out. Combat and Zays qualify.
That's it, Jacob, from losing the high ground in the first moving zones to not stressing about it, making the comeback, retaking the high ground, and finally finishing it off with the victory royale. Zays and Combat are going to be our Game 5 winners and are going to be going straight to the finals.
Yep, from barely missing out on that qualification in multiple chances, multiple times, they finally get the job done. And the thing is, I was so focused on that victory royale in the end, I lost track of who was in the bubble. I'll tell you that much, Takata. This one could definitely come down to the wire for multiple teams getting their shot at the finals.
What we know is that Combat and his duo Zays are going to the finals. What we don't know is who made it within that qualification range through consistency, which is those 6 players. But that's it for me and Jacob here in the casting booth. We're going to throw it back to Kelly, Panda, and Clay to break that down for us.
I just want to let it be known that Combat and Zays were around below 25th place before that game. So to not only get enough points to potentially qualify just through points, but also to wrap it up in an incredible VR, that's exactly what I want to see here on day 2 of the semifinals. Panda, 5 games are done. It's been a long but exciting day.
Absolutely. And the fact that they wouldn't let it go to the heal off, right? He had the med miss. He could have continued to go backwards, but he said, you know what? No, I'm not going to do this. I'm whipping out the MK7. I'm going to take those shots at this player and ultimately get that nice elimination to finish it all off.
And realistically, he was at 103 points. He needed the win. If that prediction is right of 109 and they go down in 2nd place there, they wouldn't have gotten the elimination confirmations. So that victory royale needed to come through. But look at 60s and Vibes working so well together. 500 damage above Surge at this point. They were chilling. Gets it another elimination. 60s with 2 back-to-back on the Caleb and Kenzo, taking them out, securing their qualification. And look, just another one. 60 was just running over players on the low ground.
It definitely was. It was not even a contest, right? If you were in Slicksy's way, you were getting eliminated in that moment. So an impressive game there from BBZ and Slicksy's. And I got to say, look, eliminations are great. Obviously, it worked out in their favor, but sometimes that's risky. But you know, in game 5, I'll let it slide.
And they were so close. I think we saw them around 9th place there and then kind of jumping up into 4th place. But obviously the team that I was looking for was actually tied for 7th place. So I have to look at Nate and Frappi, of course, my team, my prediction, the team that seemed to be so close every time, Clay.
They were just right there. Nate clutched up really big. Got an elimination on Negosi, and just look at how they're using this mobility to get them ahead of the zone, minimizing the amount of builds that they have to use. They're gonna find Juvan here on the other side. Look, they steal that elimination away from the first place team at that moment, ending at 124 points, going down shortly after. That might have been just enough to qualify Nate and Frappe for the finals.
I mean, that solo run was incredible, and we keep seeing these solo runs in the semifinals format. And although it didn't end up in a victory royale like we've seen with Peterbot, just being able to stay ahead of the zone, being aware of everything that's around him. So many pros talk about map awareness, and that is exactly what we saw from Nate there. So just a quick reminder of the 5 teams that were able to grab victory royales today. Let's take a quick look at which teams are going to be moving forward to the finals next week. Of course, we saw it in game number 1. That's Hav and Notch, Mojo and Sako. Right after them, Harito and Kytrex grabbed the 3rd VR. Bumboy and G5RC were after that. And then finally, at the very end, the 2v1 situation, it was Combat and Zays. So congratulations to these 5 teams right here. But of course, we also have to look at our top 10 leaderboard. And yes, in 6th place, it's Frappe and Nate. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. Sorry. Okay. Panda, please.
Okay, so we got to talk about everybody in the top 6, right? We have some great names here from Kyoa and Trey. You got Slixies and Vivi with those eliminations carrying them up to the top. Caleb and Kenzo, more or less getting that in 3 games. You got to talk about it. They were up at the top there in 3, with the 3rd game not scoring in a single point. And then another huge shout out for J-Rose and E22 as well. This is another team that was very, very consistent throughout the day, but almost lost it there in the final game. So for them, they made it by the skin of their teeth. But hey, look, great performances for the top 6 there. And look, if you weren't in this top 6 and you're going into day 3, it's all about how you can come back on top there in the final day. How can I be more consistent? How can I solidify a VR? I mean, all that stuff is so important going into the final day, because this is legitimately the final opportunity for these players to come out and get into the finals.
And I definitely feel like there was a standard path to success that we saw in qualifiers 1 and 2 and even yesterday's game. But today just shook everything up. We saw heel-offs, we saw low ground wins, we saw high ground retakes over and over and over in a single in-game. So there's a lot of opportunities. And of course, we have to look at the opportunities to shine on ourselves. So let's look at predictions, because I feel like, I don't know, someone predicted something correct in the, wait, what?
Just to let you know, Kelly, production and I had a conversation there, and we both came to the conclusion that unfortunately, because you were attempting to change your prediction there early, you were in fact disqualified. So sorry. You were so close to getting a prediction right this season, but unfortunately, due to that disqualification, you are not going to be able to walk out on top. But you know what? Day 3, it's not only for the players, right? You could come out on top too tomorrow.
Well, much like the predictions, you can't really predict what's going to be happening here on the FNCS. Clay, real quick before we go, day 3, the final day for these teams to qualify into the finals, and that's where the money is. You can have a great performance in the semis and qualifiers, but that doesn't mean anything if you don't make it into the finals. So what are you hoping to see tomorrow?
I actually am hoping to see a lot more players going for the Victory Royale, because I have a feeling it's going to be a little passive. For some reason, I'm feeling like a lot of players are going to play consistent, and I really, really want to see these high, intense last moments going for high ground with 4 or 5 different teams.
It's going to be absolutely insane, everyone. The final day of semifinals to find the 50 teams that will be duking it out in our finals next week is going to be happening tomorrow, same time, same place. So make sure you set your alarm, because you definitely aren't going to want to miss it. But on behalf of Takata and Jacob, and of course our incredible teams in Europe and NA East, we appreciate you guys joining us here, and we can't wait to see you next time.